Having a little argument as to the relative merits of...
Having a little discussion regarding two different schools of literary thought. I've been maintaining to Mr. Price...
You may call me Vincent.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vincent. I've been maintaining that our whole lives are enriched by the warmth and beauty of romanticism.
Romanticism, my dear Lorene, is for those weak, lily-livered individuals who haven't the courage to face the realities of life. Realism is life. Now, I'll take Eugene O'Neill any day in preference to Winnie the Pooh.
And I'll take Cinderella any day rather than Hedda Gabler.
Cinderella. Now, she's exactly what I mean. A smudge-faced juvenile delinquent, if you ask me.
It's only one of the most beautiful fairy tales ever told. I defy any realist to tell such a moving story.
Oh, you would, eh? Well, very well. To prove my point, I'll tell the real story of Cinderella.
Very well, but ladies first.
Please.
To prove my point, I'll tell the romantic story of Cinderella.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Ed Verdier and Don Clark's dramatic excursion into the realm of realism versus romance, as the workshop presents Speaking of Cinderella, or If the Shoe Fits, starring Vincent Price and Lorene Tuttle. Special music composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander.
Vincent, are you listening? Once upon a time in a faraway country, there lived a lovely young girl named Cinderella. Unfortunately, she had a cruel stepmother and two stepsisters who were hard-hearted and ill-tempered. Poor Cinderella worked like a slave during the day, and in the evening she would sit alone in the chimney corner among the ashes. Now it happened that the king of the land was giving a ball, and all the people of rank and fashion were invited. Among these were Cinderella's two stepsisters.
I'm really very well pleased that my two daughters have been invited to attend the king's ball.
Oh, so are we, Mama.
It has been rumored that the king's eldest son, the prince, is to choose his bride from among the young ladies who will be present.
Oh, the prince is so tall and handsome.
So gallant and rich. And don't forget, one day his bride will become queen of the kingdom and will rule over all the subjects in the domain.
Dear stepmother.
What? Oh, it's you, Cinderella. What do you want?
Dear stepmother, could I too go to the ball?
What? You? Have you taken leave of your senses, girl? You have no clothes, only those tattered old rags you're wearing. There are ashes in your hair. Your shoes are broken and scuffed.
With very little trouble, I believe I could make myself quite presentable.
You, a scullery maid, presentable.
Well, I've never heard of such conceit.
I beg of you, stepmother, a simple little dress. I could wear a flower in my hair.
That will be all from you, you impertinent ragamuffin. Back to the kitchen. Do you hear me? Back to the kitchen this instant.
And so poor Cinderella went back to her chimney corner and wept bitter tears. She knew that
Wait a minute. Now, there's as fine an example of flapdoodle as I've been exposed to in my whole life.
What do you mean, flapdoodle?
This Cinderella character. Why, the way you romanticists picture her, the poor girl needs an analyst.
Oh.
What on earth is she doing groveling around in the fireplace getting ashes in her hair? Nobody could ever be like that. Now, do you want to know what really happened?
Well, I don't think so.
It would do you good, Lorene. Facing reality, you understand. Well, this gal, Cindy, wasn't getting much of a break, but she didn't take it sitting down. She knew she had to play it smart. So when a rich man in town sent out bids for a big wingding he was throwing, Cindy was all ears.
I'm certainly glad you girls have been invited to Mr. King's party. It should be real nervous.
Yeah, when he throws one, it's really a rocket.
You can say that again. The last one we went to, I was hungover for 3 days.
I read in somebody's column, Winchell's, I think, that the old man has given his son the word to get married and settle down. Get the possibilities?
I understand the guy's quite a wolf.
So what?
And don't forget that someday he'll be a vice president of King, Bettencourt, Bagby, and Wince, one of the biggest advertising agencies in the world.
No wonder they call him the Prince.
So, if one of you girls latch on to him, you'll have it made, but good.
Hey, how about me crashing this brawl?
You, Cinderella? You must be blowing your stack.
Now I've heard everything.
Go up on the roof and feed your pigeons.
Knock it off, you two, or I'll belch your one in the teeth.
Don't pull any of your lady wrestler stuff on my gals.
I would have been a champ by this time if you hadn't made me throw those last 2 matches. I had gorgeous Gloria's shoulders pinned to the canvas when you...
What are you beefing about? You got your cut.
Yeah, then you took me for the whole bundle shooting craps. Look, do I make this party or don't I?
You don't. Besides, you haven't got a thing to wear.
You're loaded. You might part with a little grab. I could pick up a nifty little number at Orbach's for a few bucks.
That's enough out of you, Cinderella. Get back to the kitchen and wash the dishes. And get the dried egg yolk off the plates for a change.
Don't give me that lift, that load, tote that bail routine. I got other plans.
Cinderella, where are you going?
Down to Dirty Joe's Bar and Grill, that's where.
That horrible, smelly dive down on the waterfront?
I've smelled worse.
But the dock workers are having labor trouble down there.
Don't worry your empty head about me, Steppy. I can take care of myself. Be seeing you.
Oh, I have never in all my life heard anything so outrageous. Vincent, you should be ashamed of yourself. Distorting that lovely story and making Cinderella such a horrible character.
Well, at least she has spirit. She isn't the namby-pamby little goop you'd want the public to accept.
My Cinderella is a charming child, unspoiled, sweet, and naive.
Oh, she's naive, all right. She's so naive, she's simple in the head. She ought to be in an institution.
That isn't true.
She has all the personality of an oyster. Why doesn't she stand up for her rights?
Because she's a dear, obedient child.
Well, a good psychiatrist might help her, but I doubt it. Your Cinderella was trying to escape reality by indulging in daydreams about a fairy godmother. Fairy godmother.
It wasn't that way at all. You see, there really was a fairy godmother.
You don't say.
Yes. So, when her 2 stepsisters had left for the ball, dressed in their beautiful gowns, Cinderella went sorrowfully to the kitchen, sat down in the chimney corner, and broke into sobs of unhappiness. At this moment, a beautiful fairy appeared.
No. Stop your crying, my child. I am your fairy godmother, Cinderella. If you wish to go to the king's ball, you shall. But you must do everything I say.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course.
First, bring that pumpkin out into the garden.
Where shall I put it?
Right there. Yeah, that's right. Now, I'll touch it with my magic wand like this. And there.
Oh, my. A splendid coat, all gold and silver.
Now, bring me those 6 mice in yonder trap.
Yes. All right. What shall I do with them?
Put them there, in front of the carriage. Yeah, that's it. So, a touch of my wand and...
6 white horses with golden harness and red and blue ribbons in their manes. Fairy godmother, it's wonderful.
Oh, well, my dear, is this not a fit equipage to take you to the king's ball?
Indeed. Indeed it is, but I have no suitable gown. All I have are these tattered rags.
Oh, yes. We'll soon take care of that.
How lovely. A white satin gown, covered with pearls and diamonds, and tiny slippers of glass, spun as fine as gossamer. How can I ever thank you, dear, dear fairy godmother?
By being happy. But hear me, there is one condition. You must not remain at the ball after the clock strikes 12. If you do, your coach and horses will all return to their natural forms, and your fine gown will again turn to rags.
Oh, I promise I'll leave the ball at the very first stroke of 12.
Then off with you, my darling, and have a merry time.
You've been so good to me. So very, very good.
And so, in all her finery, Cinderella started off for the king's ball, looking more like a princess than anyone who would be there. Cinderella was very happy.
Oh, what stuff and nonsense. Really, in all my born days, I
Wasn't
have
that
never...
enchanting, my dear?
Enchanting? It was appalling.
Appalling?
Moreover, it doesn't make any sense. Cinderella's stepmother obviously has money. She thinks nothing of getting Dior and Adrian gowns for her daughters. But still, her place is overrun with mice and rats. Why, if the Board of Health
You are getting more odious by the minute.
Odious, schmodious. Let's get back to reality. And the way the story really happened. Now, this Cinderella kid wants to go to the ball, all right. But instead of falling back on her schizophrenic escape pattern, why doesn't she do something constructive? Now, actually, she does.
Such as what?
Such as this. When Cinderella left her mother's house, she was pretty steamed up about the treatment she'd got. So, as she said, she went to Dirty Joe's down on the waterfront, where she could get a short beer and think things out.
Hi, Dirty Joe.
Hiya, Cindy. How your pigeons?
Joe, you know Crummy?
Crummy?
Yeah.
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Crummy who?
You know, Crummy McGrutter.
Oh, him.
He comes in here all the time, doesn't he?
Yep.
You see him tonight?
Yep.
You mean he's been in?
Sure.
When did he come in?
About an hour ago?
Did he say where he was going when he left?
Nope.
How long ago did he leave?
He didn't.
Huh? You mean he's still here?
Yeah, over there, in the last booth.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Hi, Crummy.
Hiya, bright girl. How's the pigeons?
Mind if I sit down?
What's to stop you?
That sawed-off shotgun.
Oh. I'll move it over here.
Why the artillery?
Things are tough on the water for right now, bright girl. The boss wants us band boys to play soft, sad music as a warning to the dock wallopers who ain't kicking in.
Yeah. Who's the target for tonight?
Guy by the name of Gus Gugelheimer plays a glockenspiel. He run out on us. And what's on your mind, bright girl?
Look, Crummy, I'm going to put it right on the line with you. I need some dough.
Oh, sure. Who don't?
I need a slick drape and
I'm sorry, bright girl. You can't put the bite on me for nothing like that.
I don't need much, Crummy. Just a couple of C notes.
Hey, what do you think I am? Your fairy godmother or something? If you need some scratch, get it from your old lady.
She wouldn't give me a dime.
That's too bad. Now, the way I hear it, she keeps plenty of ice around the place.
Hey, the wall safe. Crummy, you got something there. You know how to crack a safe.
You ain't just beating your gums, baby. I got 10 years in Alcatraz to prove it.
All right, then. Now, here's what we'll do. Listen. You getting it, Crummy?
Will you shut up and leave me listen?
One thing I've got to remember.
Yeah, what's that?
Except for the bracelet I'm going to give you for this caper. I've got to put back all the rest of the jewels before midnight. There's a time lock on this safe, and it's set for 12 o'clock.
I got it open. Hey, there's plenty of loot in here.
Wait a minute. Get your cotton-picking hands off that stuff. Oh, no. Here's a bracelet. Must be worth $1,000 at least. Give me 2 C notes and it's yours. Then you better add an extra sawbuck for cab fare.
Well, here's the 200, but not another cent. I made a sucker deal, if you ask me.
All right. Don't give me the extra 10. I'll just have to heist a car to get to the party. That's all.
Code 3-768-W43-798-HF22. Be on the lookout for a pumpkin yellow Cadillac convertible just stolen from the corner of 4th and Spruce Street. Repeating, code 3-768-W43-798-HF22.
You see what I mean? My Cinderella is a realist. She has spirit.
Oh, really, Vincent? You know this whole thing is impossible.
I don't quite agree with you. Your version of the Cinderella story is impossible. Mine is possible. But continue, my dear.
And I'm not sure that I want to, but I suppose I must if any semblance of dignity and decorum is to remain in this lovely story. Well, when Cinderella arrived at the king's palace, she was surrounded by courtiers who led her into the ballroom. All eyes were directed toward her, for everyone was struck by her grace and beauty. No one knew who she was. Even her cruel stepsisters did not recognize her. So rich and splendid was her dress. All the king's courtiers, one after another, asked Cinderella to dance, and they were all highly pleased with her grace and elegance, as well as enchanted by the wit and brilliance of her conversation. The prince himself arrived quite late. Seeing Cinderella, he so admired her appearance and manners, he immediately offered her his hand to the dance.
What a charming creature you are. Tell me your name, I pray.
That I cannot do, sir. And please do not press me to tell it.
I am sure you must be a princess from a distant kingdom.
Really? What makes you say such a thing as that?
No one but a princess could wear as magnificent a gown as yours, encrusted with precious gems and jewels. And no one but a princess could be so beautiful and so beguiling.
You will turn my head with the sweetness of your words, my prince. And indeed... What is that?
It is the tolling of the curfew bell.
What o'clock is it? Tell me quickly.
'Tis midnight.
I must go. I must leave at once.
I beg you to stay yet a while, for you dance with the likeness of a butterfly on the soft summer breeze.
I cannot stay. I cannot.
My heart prompts me to tell you that I love you, for I have never seen a maid so fair.
No, no, please let me go. Good night, my prince. My prince charming. Good night.
In her haste to leave, my beautiful princess has left her slipper behind. A slipper of glass spun as fine as gossamer. I vow I shall find my lovely princess if I must search all the kingdoms of the world, for I would make her my wife.
Now, there's a real basis for a successful marriage. The prince has one dance with Cinderella. One dance, mind you, and he wants to marry her.
Oh, why not?
I wonder what a marriage counselor would say about that.
Must you be so literal?
And she is such a bird brain, she runs off, leaving one of her shoes behind.
It was a slipper of glass, spun as fine as gossamer.
And those two stepsisters of Cinderella's, they can't be very bright. They're right there at the ball, and they don't recognize her just because she's wearing a new dress. Now, I ask you, what sort of an IQ would those two have? Now, you take my Cinderella.
You take her, and you can have her.
My Cinderella has moxie. She goes after what she wants. No fairy godmother nonsense about her. When she arrived at Mr. King's party, the place was really jumping. The minute she wiggle-walked into the joint, all the cats began to yowl.
Get a load of the babe. Wow.
Hey, it's a doll. A real living, breathing doll.
Hey, looky. Hiya, Cookie.
Get away from me, short, fat, and repulsive.
Come on, sweet mama. How about pinning on a G? Let's live it up for real.
Drop dead, cornball.
What's with you, beautiful? You mad in this mad world?
Mister, I'm just not playing the field, that's all. What I'm looking for is the favorite. Where's the prince?
In the rumpus room, lapping up some corn squeezes, I suppose.
Thanks, chum. See you around the bowling alley sometime.
Man, dig that crazy walk.
Real cool, man. Cool. Yeah.
Well, hiya, babe.
You the character they call the prince?
That's right. My old man is J. Walter King, a King, Betancourt, Bagby, and Winch.
Sure, I know. You're in the advertising racket. Big deal.
You know something? You're okay.
Sounds as if this advertising dodge pays off in blue chips. You mind if I park the bustle? My dogs are killing me.
Yeah, sit right here next to me, doll. That's it. Would you like a slug gun?
Yeah, I don't mind if I do. Double bourbon on the rocks with a twist of lemon peel.
There you are. I like you, sweetie. You're a real dish of stuff.
It's the spot. Fill her up again, Buster. You and your old men are throwing quite a bash tonight.
Entertaining the sponsors is what they call an occupational headache.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet. Met a couple of the jokers when I came in. Well, here's mud in your eye, Prince.
Cheers. It's a real sharp bunch of threads you're filling.
It's just a little something I picked up.
And diamonds and pearls.
Yeah, I picked them up, too. So you're the original man in the gray flannel suit, huh, kiddo?
I suppose one of these days I'll make vice president.
How come you haven't pressured your old man before this?
He's just made me an account executive for Bimbo's no-bunion shoes, but I think he's thrown me a curve. The radio and TV ratings are doing a nosedive.
What you need is a gimmick, Princey.
You can say that again. Come on, they're playing a rock and roll, and that's for me, sugar.
Okay, honey. A gimmick. Let me think. No giveaway, no panels.
These kind of notes really send me.
A gimmick that... Oh, doggone it.
What's the matter, baby?
I'm losing my slipper. Hey, wait a minute, Princey. Wait a minute. I think I got your gimmick.
What's with you? You flipping your lid or something?
Now, listen. I leave my slipper behind when I leave here tonight. Nobody knows who I am, so you put big ads in the newspapers and buy spots on radio and television. A coast-to-coast campaign, a big build-up and ballyhoo to find the Bimbo no-bunion shoe girl. You got it, Princey?
Hey, I really think you got something there.
Jumpin' catfish, is that 12 o'clock?
Sure is.
The time lock on the wall safe. This stuff's got to be back there before midnight. I gotta scram out of here.
What are you yakking about?
If I don't get going right now, I'm a dead pigeon. Here's my slipper. You take it from there. So long, Princey.
Do you see how competent and constructive my realistic Cinderella has turned out to be?
She's scheming and conniving and actually dishonest. She stole her stepmother's jewelry.
Oh, nonsense. She only borrowed it for a little while. She's hurrying home right now to put it back in the wall safe.
How about the bracelet she gave to Crummy?
Don't you worry about my girl. She's ingenious. She'll find some way of getting around that.
She's an uncouth, unprincipled creature.
Well, at least she isn't inane and innocuous like your girl. But please, go on with your story.
Thank you. The prince searched everywhere for Cinderella. But alas, he could not find her. And when his search had quite failed, he grew ill with disappointment and vexation. Then the king, who dearly loved his son, called a privy council and asked his ministers what was to be done. They decided to send out heralds throughout the kingdom, proclaiming that the prince would marry the lady who could wear the tiny slippers spun of glass, as fine as gossamer.
The slipper does not fit you, my lady.
Dear, I'm so disappointed, Prince.
Let me try, sister.
I'm sorry. It does not fit you either.
I felt so certain it would.
Let the modest little girl who is standing back there come forward. Why, it is you, my princess. Despite your modest garments, you cannot conceal your identity from me, for I see you through the eyes of love. Now, we'll try on the slipper.
Yes, my prince.
It fits. The slipper fits. Come to my arms, my darling, my own true princess.
My prince. My Prince Charming.
And so they were married and lived happily ever afterwards. Now, wasn't that a sweet and lovely story?
To be perfectly frank with you, Lorene, I found it rather dull and pedestrian.
Oh, Vincent.
Well, in my version, there is action and excitement. My Cinderella is real and colorful.
And I suppose your story has a sordid ending like so many realistic stories. She probably went to the penitentiary and the advertising man was sent to the Chicago office.
No, Lorene, not at all, not at all. Listen.
This is your newscaster, Thomas Lowell. The search for the bimbo no-bunion shoe girl continues. She has been reported seen in St. Louis, Altoona, and Tibet.
Cinderella, turn off that radio.
There are rumors that...
I'm sick to death of hearing about that bimbo no-bunion shoe girl. That's all you read about in the newspapers, all you hear on the radio, all you see on the television.
And that singing commercial. Where is the bimbo girl and who is she with the no-bunion shoe? Bunion shoe.
Driving me nuts.
Keep your hair on, kids. It'll be all over tomorrow.
It's been the greatest search since Bridie Murphy.
And, Dad, the rating's a neat 43.
The bimbo shoe sales are up 72.9.
A terrific campaign. This makes you a vice president, my boy.
I owe it all to you, Cinderella.
That's okay, Princey. But when do we get hitched?
Whenever you say, baby.
Better see how soon we can line up the network so we can get full coverage. We want this wedding to be a real doozy.
Bimbo's no-bunion shoes will sponsor the whole works. I better let the press and photographers in. They're getting impatient.
You're smooth, Cinderella. Real frantic smooth.
Oh, and Princey, you're the most.
Hey, what's the story?
Well, Vincent, at least you had a happy ending.
Of course. You see, Lorene, there are all sorts of Cinderella stories. They happen every day, but they all end in exactly the same way. Even today, the beautiful girl can marry the handsome prince, and of course, they'll live happily ever after.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Speaking of Cinderella, starring Vincent Price and Lorene Tuttle, and directed by Don Clark. Original script by Ed Verdier and Don Clark. The cast included Virginia Gregg, Jeanette Nolan, Louise Arthur, Jean Bates, Vic Perrin, Irene Tedrow, Harry Bartell, Sam Edwards, Peter Leeds, Jack Crucian, and Byron Kane. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. And we are proud to welcome as our narrator the distinguished author, Mr. Isherwood. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. Sunday, over most of these same stations, the New York Philharmonic Symphony will be heard playing the Brahms Piano Concerto No. 1 in D minor, with Guido Cantelli conducting and Rudolph Firkushny as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is Christopher Isherwood. The story you're about to hear was written by Aldous Huxley and myself. It's based on a true incident, and it has never before been told. It concerns a man who had a gift greater than he could understand, a gift so unique that when it was shared by others, it destroyed them.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. We are proud to have Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Original music composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith.
On a small ranch in the Mojave Desert, not far from the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, is the home of Professor Arnold Carter, his sister, and his daughter, retired now to this medically approved climate. Nourished by the warmth of the sun, the professor lives quietly with his family and his bitterness.
Shut the door.
Look, Father.
Where have you been?
Aren't they lovely? Almond blossoms, the first of the year.
Get them out of here. You want to bring on another attack of my asthma?
I'm sorry, Father. Do you mind if I practice my singing?
I can stand it if you can. Where were you at lunchtime, Sharon?
Outside, looking for flowers.
With Jacob, I'll wager.
Good afternoon, Aunt Annie.
Were you with Jacob, Sharon?
What's wrong with that? Jacob wouldn't hurt a flea.
Jacob is a hired hand. And you're the daughter of a fine scholar. Don't you ever forget it.
That's silly. He's just a friend.
What your aunt means, Sharon, is you're a grown lady now. You've got to learn to be cautious. Things can happen.
To a cripple? To a girl who walks around on crutches?
Annie, see if there's some lunch left over for Sharon.
Self-pity. Look at her. Dirt on her shoes. Wash up, young lady, if you expect to eat in this house.
Well, who is it? All right, I'm coming.
It's me, Professor Tom Pierce.
Oh, I'll come out. You here to look at my calf, Tom?
Whatever looking I can do. The way you talk, Professor, it's a waste of time.
Well, come along. We'll see.
All right. What kind of shape is she in?
Her hind legs are paralyzed. She's got a high fever.
Yeah, could be the black quarter.
She's over here, Tom. Tried to keep her away from the other animals. We never can be sure. Jacob! What are you doing with that calf?
Just looking after her, Professor.
Didn't I tell you to leave her alone? The disease might be contagious.
Here, let me have a look, Jacob. She been collapsed like this long?
Since yesterday.
Well, I guess that's it, Professor. Black quarter, all right.
All right. Jacob, get the rifle.
Jacob!
Sharon, stay back at the house.
You can't shoot a thing just because it's lame.
Did you hear me? I said go back to the house.
You better go back, Sharon. It isn't pleasant.
Before you do it, Professor, can I keep her for a minute?
What?
Can I hold the calf?
Are you crazy? Get my gun. Let's not hear any more of this claptrap.
You're not going to die. I won't let you die.
Why? Why are you touching her, Jacob?
I won't let you die. I won't.
Take your hands off my calf. Do you hear?
You won't die. You won't die.
Jacob, the calf's on her feet.
What did you do to that calf? I demand to know.
I don't know.
Well, you must have done something, Jacob. She's on her feet now. Her hind legs move.
It's not anything I did. It just came to me, a feeling, something I could feel moving into my hands.
That's ridiculous. That calf wasn't sick to begin with.
Oh, I examined him. I say he was sick. Jacob here, he's a healer.
He's no such thing. You think as a scientist I could
Just
accept...
the same, I'm going to try him out. Listen here, Jacob, I got me a lame dog down at my place. You try it on him?
I guess so, if you want.
Yeah, and there's others around here might like to see this thing work.
Nonsense. You're making too much of it. Jacob, give that calf some water. And you, Sharon, come in the house.
And Jacob healed the dog and a cat from another nearby ranch. And the following week, a colt said to be suffering from an incurable disease. And the editor of the local newspaper.
Jacob, open the door. There's a man here to see you. Ed Burton from the paper.
I'd like to speak to you, Mr. Erickson.
All right.
There's a lot of talk around. Some of our folks seem to think that you have the power to heal. Is that right?
Well, Jacob, answer Mr. Burton.
I guess so. Sometimes it happens. I touch an animal, a dog or a calf, and he seems to get well.
I see. And do you charge money for this healing?
No, sir, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because, well, it isn't mine. Whatever this thing is, it just comes over me. A strange feeling, I don't know. First I feel it in my hands, then it passes on to the animal.
It's quite a story, Mr. Erickson. I'd like to write it up. I think everybody should know about this power. All right with you?
Sure, if that's what you want to do, I don't mind.
Thanks, Mr. Erickson. Good day.
I'm going to write some friends of mine in L.A. to drive up. Prominent doctors, both of them. I think they could settle this whole business once and for all.
A good idea. I'd like to do a follow-up piece when they get here.
Ed, do you really believe in this nonsense?
Now, Professor, do I believe in Santa Claus?
Jacob, this is Dr. Marlowe and Dr. Carruthers.
How do you do,
How
Mr.
do you
Erickson?
Pleased to meet you.
Now, Jacob, these gentlemen merely want to talk to you. As doctors, they're naturally curious about your power to heal.
We certainly are, Mr. Erickson. Dr. Carruthers is an outstanding psychiatrist. My field is neuropathology. Professor Carter and I were at Chicago University together.
Before the loss of my health, I was professor of biology at Chicago. You didn't know that, did you, Jacob?
No, sir.
Mr. Erickson, I'm frankly skeptical about so-called miracle cures. Have to be in my profession. I'm sure you understand that.
Well, I just don't know. All this talk and everything. If you don't mind, I'd just as soon not...
Jacob, no one is going to hurt you.
Of course not.
Well...
All right, Doctor. You may proceed.
Mr. Erickson, here we have a rabbit. Oh, not just any rabbit. This poor little fellow happens to be quite ill. Cancer of the lung.
But, sir,
Please, let me finish. In most cases of so-called faith healing, we find the illness to be hysterical in nature. That is to say, though there is an actual and very real physical illness, its basic origin is in the mind of the sufferer.
Release the tension, and you often release the illness. Hence a so-called miracle cure.
Now, Mr. Erickson, we obtained this rabbit from a laboratory. We know the animal's disease. It is entirely organic in nature. We ask you to cure it.
But I don't cure things. It's this feeling that comes into my hands.
Yes, we understand all that, Jacob, but whatever it is, you seem to impress some people of our neighborhood. Why not let these two gentlemen in on it? They're men of science, Jacob.
Yes, sir. Only I don't know if anything will happen. Sometimes it doesn't. There was a hen last week up at Tillman's, and
We understand, Mr. Erickson. You just do it any way you like. We have plenty of time.
Here you are, Mr. Erickson.
Go ahead, Jacob. Talk to it.
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you.
Well, Jacob?
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. I won't.
Gentlemen?
May I examine the rabbit, Mr. Erickson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's very interesting how you stroke the back of the animal. You have a great gentleness in your hands.
Everyone around here says Jacob is a very talented young man. They believe in him.
And if there is any difference, I can't detect it. Of course, we'll have to dissect the animal when we get back to L.A. to be sure, but it appears...
You're not going to cut him open.
Naturally. You want to be absolutely sure before we pass judgment.
But to kill the rabbit just to find out...
Mr. Erickson, the rabbit will die anyway. Well, Arnold, we appreciate your letting us in on this.
Yes, it was a wonderful opportunity. You don't often get to test these things firsthand. Well, we'd better be getting back. Long drive, you know.
I certainly do appreciate your coming out. It's been a real pleasure for me. And I feel a lot better.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
You boys go on out to the car. I'll join you in just a moment. Jacob?
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better pack your things. You're fired.
Who is it?
It's me, Jacob. Sharon. Can I talk to you?
Oh, I guess so, only it's kind of messy in here.
Oh, I don't mind.
Your father wouldn't like it if he knew that...
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. I heard what happened today. I'm sorry, Jacob.
They don't understand. They wouldn't listen.
I understand.
You do?
It wasn't your fault. It just didn't happen, that's all. Where will you go now, Jacob?
I don't know.
You know where I'd go if I could.
Where?
To Los Angeles.
Oh, not me. I was in cities before. I didn't like it.
Where? What cities?
Well, when I was in the Army, they shipped me overseas from New York. It was noisy and crowded. So was Paris.
Paris? Oh, they have the opera there, Jacob. Imagine if I could sing in Paris at the opera. A great stage and people in fancy clothes. And a girl on crutches singing opera.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Everybody in the audience would laugh.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't think of your leg at all. I'd be listening to your voice and looking at your face. And...
Jacob.
Yes?
What if you could cure my leg?
Sharon.
I mean, it isn't as though it was deformed or anything. It isn't. It's just lame, like the dog you cured. Oh, please, will you try for me?
But I couldn't.
Why?
Well, don't you see? People and animals, they're not the same. I loved animals all my life. I understand them.
Do I mean less to you than a dog?
But that was different.
Why, because animals can't talk back to you? Do you like me, Jacob?
Yes.
I mean a real whole lot?
Yes.
Then cure me.
I don't know how.
Kneel down. Take my foot. Take it in your hands.
But Sharon,
Now do it. Do what you did to the calf and to the dog and to the colt. Jacob, don't you see you have the power to make me well? I'm begging you. I want to walk. Do it for me, Jacob, please.
Don't let her limp anymore. She's going to get well. She's going to get strong and well.
I'm going to get well. I know it. I'm going to get well.
She's going to get well. She won't be lame anymore. She'll walk like everyone else. She'll walk again. She's getting well now. The lameness is leaving her, and she's getting well.
Jacob! I can walk! Look at me! Look at me! I'm walking! Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon.
Oh, it's the happiest night of my life. Look at the night. At the beautiful, beautiful night. A million stars all shining for me. I own this night. I own the world. Jacob, it's mine now.
I can heal. I can heal people.
I'm going to walk and run and dance the rest of my life. Jacob.
What?
When you leave here tomorrow, I'm going with you.
No, but you can't run
I'm
away.
going with you.
Sharon, no, you can't.
But I am. You're going to take me to Los Angeles, Jacob. And I'm going to sing and dance the rest of my life.
And Sharon and Jacob left together for Los Angeles. But once there, they went their separate ways. For Sharon had only one goal, the opera. The weeks passed, and audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Well, it's a pleasant enough voice, but a bit light for our needs. Why don't you try the popular field?
And at the broadcasting and recording companies, audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Yeah, okay, Miss Carter, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll call you if something turns up.
For Jacob, too, there was only one goal now, to heal the sick. But he chose another direction, a small mission near downtown Los Angeles, in an area called Skid Row. And a year passed.
I want you to get well. I want you to get well. I won't let you stay sick. You feel my hands on your foot. Now you're well again. You're feeling better. You see? Now you can walk.
Well, what do you think of that, huh? Hello?
Doc, that boy's got an act.
He's for us, ain't he, Lou? Would that pull him into the art theater, or would that pull him in? I tell you, we should hire that guy. You put him on top of the bill. After Flossie does a strip number, we got it made. Lou, you crazy or something? We packed the house.
This boy's too big for a barbecue house. No, I got other plans for him.
Such as?
Doc, we're gonna go into the healing business in a big way. You and me and this here boy Jacob. Now listen, you go up there after this bit is over with and you bring that guy back to the theater with you, see? I don't care if you have to rope and tie him, but you bring him.
Lou, listen, I need money. Honest, I'm broke, I tell you.
Baby, you're always broke. Will you stop trying to make like a diva or whatever? I got dames who can sing better and live on the salary, you know?
Lou, please. I gotta have the money.
Okay, Miss Dolores.
Lay off the Miss Dolores, will you?
What's the matter? You don't like class?
Okay, Lou, here he is.
Wow, Mr. Jacob. Are we ever glad to see you? Step right in.
Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon, what are you doing here?
You know this broad?
Old homeboy.
Jacob, it's really you.
I didn't recognize you. The costume.
Wow, this here's Miss Dolores, the star of our show.
Oh, then you're singing. Oh, that's wonderful, Sharon.
Well, give us a knockdown, baby.
Oh, Jacob, this is Lou Zacconi, the owner of the theater, and this is his assistant, Doc Waldo.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Zacconi. Doctor?
Yeah, I'm
Pleased
sure.
to know you.
This is the man who... This is my oldest friend.
Wow, is that right? Why, you're just the girl to tell him what a deal he's got coming, huh? Why don't you stick around, baby?
Oh, no, not Jacob.
Mr. Jacob, the doctor here and me, we got a little proposition we was wanting to talk over with you. It's a very high-class, ethical kind of operation.
Yeah, it's very ethical.
Jacob, don't listen.
Baby, are you forgetting where the 10 spots are coming from? Mr. Jacob, what we got in mind is a sort of a clinic, see? With a doctor's medical education and my business management, this here clinic could help everybody. Not just a few bums.
Well, I don't know.
Ain't that right, Sharon? Why don't you tell Jacob?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's right.
There, you see? Well, now you sit down, Mr. Jacob, so we can talk.
Psychomagnetic Medical Center. Mr. Erickson? I'm sorry, he can be seen by appointment only. Yes. Thank you for calling.
Where's Mr. Erickson?
Oh, isn't he in his office, Doctor?
No, he ain't, isn't it? There's half a dozen patients waiting to see him.
Well, shall I try to locate him, Dr. Waldo?
Call the art theater on Main Street. Ask for Mr. Laura. She might know. Jacob, for heaven's sake, where you been? Don't you know there's people waiting to see you?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Miss Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erickson.
And now listen, we're putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this operation, Lou and me. You treat it like you couldn't be bothered. Come on into the office. Now sit down and listen.
I want to talk to you, Doc.
Yeah, well, I said listen. Lou and me sunk a bundle into this place. We hocked the art theater up to our ears. Now it's beginning to pay off, and big. You're in on the take.
Am I, Doc?
You got 10% of the joint, haven't you? And you didn't put up a stinking dime.
Doc, today I sat in the park and a man came up to me. A man who'd seen me at the mission. He was sick, Doc. And I asked him to come to me and I'd help him. And do you know what he said to me, Doc?
What'd he say?
He said, I came to you, Jacob, but they wouldn't let me in. I didn't have enough money.
Yeah? That right?
Doc, didn't we have an agreement anybody could come to the clinic? Anybody?
Now, don't get on your high horse.
Didn't we agree to charge only people who had the money to pay?
Well, sure, Jacob. It must have been a slip-up.
And this man who'd seen me at the mission said others have been coming here, too. Others who couldn't pay and that they were turned away. Now, is that right, Doc? You answer me, Doc.
Well, after all, Lou...
Answer me.
Well, sometimes it depends.
It doesn't depend. I've lived with this until my heart can't stand it any longer. I've seen goodness turn to sin. I've seen
Doc, break out the bottle. This is a celebration.
Ixnay,
This is one grand celebration. Hi, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
We're here to celebrate, kids. This is...
Well, Jacob's not feeling very well, Lou. Some other time.
Some
maybe.
other time. You're out of your mind. Today, right now. You want to tell him, baby, or you want me to?
Lou, you and the doc, go on out.
What?
I want to talk to Jacob alone for a minute.
What?
You heard me.
Well, now, listen, kid, this ain't no secret.
Get out. Both of you.
Okay, but watch it, baby. I bruise easy. Come on, Doc.
Jacob.
Yes, Sharon.
I've always believed in you, Jacob. I want you to know that.
What is it, Sharon? Is something wrong? Did they hurt you
Listen
in some
to me,
way?
Jacob. This is a tough thing for me. I didn't make it the way I thought I would. Once I said I wanted to stand on an opera stage in Paris, but I couldn't because everybody would look at my crippled leg. And you said you wouldn't. You'd look at my face and hear my voice. Isn't that right, Jacob?
I guess so.
Where am I now? They are looking at my legs, Jacob, both of them. And they want more. A lot more. I just can't take that anymore. I just can't.
If I had money, Sharon, you could have it. You could always have it.
Your money? You give it back to the patients, don't you, Jacob?
They shouldn't
I've known
have
that
to
for a
pay.
long time, Jacob. I'm going to marry Lou.
What?
I'm going to marry Lou.
Lou? Lou Zacconi?
I've got to, don't you see? There's nowhere else I can go. There's nothing else I can do.
Sharon, if you'd have me...
I'll spend the rest of my life without a dime, living in flop houses, watching you get taken by every sucker.
Now, don't say that.
Well, isn't it the truth? Isn't that what you are, Jacob? A sucker for every con man who ever came along? I was the first one. I got you here, then Doc, and then Lou.
You always took care of the other guy, Jacob, but what did you ever do for yourself?
But I thought you understood.
I do. That's why I've got to marry Lou. He's made a lot of money out of this place. And I need money, Jacob. I'm through with flop houses and cheap clothes. Jacob, wait!
Hey, what's up, Jacob? You sore or something?
Jacob,
Hey, now listen, this is going too far.
Jacob, take it easy.
All of it! All of it! Destroy it! Destroy it! It's sinful, don't you see? What I've been doing is sinful. I was wrong. I did do these things. I'm to blame. It's not your fault, any of you. I did it. These hands are mine.
Doc, get the police.
Lou, no. Let him alone. He built it. He can tear it down if he wants to.
With these hands. These hands. Please, let me alone. Let me alone.
Jacob returned to a ranch in the Mojave Desert to work that he knew. And he cared for the animals, and sometimes he healed them. But never again would he minister to a human being. For now he understood how dangerous it is to heal the body if you cannot also heal the spirit. He knew the meaning of Christ's question, whether it is easier to say to the sick, "Thy sins be forgiven thee," or to say, "Arise and take up thy bed and walk."
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood, with Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Jacob's Hands was adapted for radio and directed by William Frug. Vic Perrin was featured as Jacob, with Virginia Gregg as Sharon. Others in our cast were Herb Butterfield, Helen Klebe, Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Parley Bear, John Daner, Hans Conried, Bill Conrad, and Janet Stewart. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when from New York we present Living Portrait, an unusual study of one of the nation's most imaginative businessmen, Mr. William Zeckendorf. Whatever your own views on religion may be, CBS Radio believes that you'll be pleased to know that much time, thought, and effort is being devoted to giving children a strong spiritual foundation in Sunday schools throughout America. If your children are not attending Sunday school now, this week, Sunday School Week, is a good time to enroll them. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
A merchant displays his samples.
We can stand right here on this roof and walk around here, and we can see almost $200 million of our investments from this roof. Here's the Chrysler building and the Graybar building. I'd say those two are worth $90 million. This one here is worth $15 million, $18 million. Then 270 Park Avenue around the corner here, that's the whole block to the north of us here. That's worth another, I should think, $20 million. That's 1407 Broadway. Now, that building has got 1 million feet in it. We built that.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
My name is Martin Weldon. I'm a radio reporter. The man you heard earlier pointing out some of his properties is without question the most spectacular real estate operator of his time. He has been praised as a financial wizard, a man of responsibility and vision who creates cities out of deserts. He has also been called a mere money juggler who buys from Peter to sell to Paul, pocketing a difference in price. A man whose elaborate schemes to build and create and develop are nothing but pipe dreams. A man who buys and sells but does not build. But whatever he is a tycoon, a businessman of undeniable wealth and power. Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop examines the personality, the living and working habits of a tycoon. Our tools are a notebook and a tape recorder, combining to create a living portrait of a man in action, the portrait of William Zeckendorf. Among those who have seen him in action is Billy Rose.
He has all the instincts of a Mississippi riverboat gambler. He'll take any kind of a wild chance if his knowledge tells him there's a good possibility of an enormous payoff. He seems completely disinterested in playing penny ante poker.
And Roger L. Stevens rated Zeckendorf's only real rival at the top of the real estate world.
He is all the superlatives with which he's been described in the press. The burden that he carries on his shoulders is unbelievable. Most of the time, he's carrying in his head the deals that possibly the next 30 busiest real estate men might be busy at.
Edward J. Crawford, Senior Vice President of Charles F. Noyes, and 55 years in the business.
He's the greatest financial genius that we've ever had in the real estate business during my term.
Palmer Hoyt, publisher of the Denver Post.
Everybody in Denver is pro-Zeckendorf or against him. Now I think there are more pros than against. Zeckendorf was always unpalatable to the local fat cats, but very popular with the newcomers and the have-nots. A lot of people said that he would never build Mile High Center, this 22-story building we have. I always thought he would. He did.
Robert Moses on Zeckendorf's proposed $500 million rehabilitation of Manhattan's West Side.
There's no element of public condemnation for what we conceive to be essentially a private purpose, a good purpose, but a private purpose. And we've told Bill repeatedly that we don't think that in himself he constitutes a public purpose. Bill has a tendency to believe that.
The portrait begins to fill in. It takes on detail as you observe the man in action. One recent morning, Zeckendorf gave one of his 8 o'clock business breakfasts in his private penthouse dining room in the offices of Webb & Knapp, the firm he heads, on the 14th floor at 385 Madison Avenue. His guests were 2 financiers from San Francisco, Harry McClelland and Edward Ryan.
We'll expect you to put up the money.
Well, we learned a long while ago. We fell for that line for years. We put in the know-how and you put up the money. We don't do that anymore. We'll furnish the know-how, the other fellow puts up the money.
Well, we don't care as long as you find the other fella. I'm not kidding about this, because if you're not going to put up most of the money, we don't need you.
No, that's fine. Well, we'll talk about that.
We don't want any free ride, because we've got a little money of our own to put up.
No, I understand that.
But we haven't got enough money to do all the business we're doing.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you, we haven't got it.
Hello?
And we're all through straining ourselves for money, because opportunities are too great for us to get money from people who want to be with us. And we've been wonderful money makers for everybody we ever touched.
How's the weather?
Now, we'll cover that a little later. Here are the properties I want you to show these fellas.
You're going to be over on Wednesday?
I want to show them 270 Park Avenue. I'll give you this list. The reason I wanted to see what a conversion job looks like from a hotel and an apartment house to an office building. Well, I think they ought to see the United Nations area. Show them what we did over there. Flushing, Roosevelt Field, 42nd Street Post Office, the Airlines Terminal Building. You know the Channon Building over here? 42nd. We bought that land just now.
Yeah, that isn't all, is it?
No, there's more.
No.
We got more in New York.
That's enough.
That's enough?
That's enough.
Before Zeckendorf could start showing his guests around, an important phone call came in, asking an aide to use the time to show McClelland and Ryan around the Webb and Knapp offices. He picked up the phone. It was Harry Helmsley, a broker, representing a syndicate headed by Lawrence Sween, negotiating for the purchase from Zeckendorf of 120 Broadway.
The mortgage is extended. Right. We simply, the mortgage runs with the lease.
Right.
Except at the end of the 50th year, we have the right to buy you out.
Right. $10 million over the net balance of the mortgage.
That's right.
I'll clear this with Larry right away, and I'll call you right.
Hold the wire a minute. Wait a minute. Jim Alive wants to say something.
And for such period as we do not buy you out, it continues just at 6%, and the rent that we pay you is $179 a month.
Is that $1.3 million a year?
That's the $1.3 million and the $850 on the ground.
Right.
Well, it continues at 6%. Because that's what it is.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's no question about that, Harry, is there?
Well, I guess not.
Well, we're already paying ourselves our own interest, so what are you talking about?
Well, the interest would be $510,000, and the $850, and the $1.3 million, or are you not including the $510?
So they were including the $510.
I said, okay.
Just as it had been, the same rent that had been paid right along.
Yeah, the 6%.
Right.
The 6% interest without amortization, which has been going on during the previous 30 years.
That's right. Okay. I'll call you right back.
Okay.
Very good.
He hung up as one of the doors to his round, windowless, teakwood-paneled office opened. Nicholas Salgo, Webb and Knapp Executive Vice President, walked in. He looked worried.
Listen, this is a tremendously important thing.
Yes, Bill.
I know you're aware of that. I am in favor of knowing where we're going at once. Now, this letter that you've got from them, that's fine. I want to know what lawyers are doing what on the deal.
Bill, do you want to handle it?
No.
Then let me handle it, heaven's sake.
I'm asking you a question. What lawyers are doing? What are they doing?
Besides, I told you what lawyers are handling and what difference it makes. I ask you if it is if the fellows what the fellows' names are. I'm not going to tell you every detail on it. That's wasting your time on it.
I don't want to have my time wasted. I want to know, Nick. Are we drawing papers, Nick?
Yeah.
This thing is perhaps the most important deal in this office right now.
I guess so.
All right, and I want to know what's going on. Did you cover the question?
No assets we are selling, Bill.
A long-distance call demanded Zeckendorf's attention, leaving this problem in the air. This time, it was Angus Wynne, Jr., his associate in a proposed $200 million development between Dallas and Fort Worth.
I hate that. In a bad market, you might say that, but this is a good market, and it's good enough to get the securities off now. I don't want to make a profit. I want to make it in the deal. Not off the public. So even if the market was better, I wouldn't want to mark the property up and have it known that we took a big kill out of it before the public got in. So I can't see that argument. I think what we've got to do, I think I ought to pay you a visit down there or let them come up. I think maybe it'd be better to bring Dallas Roop up here and let them see what we can do, what we've done. You see, what I want to do is draw a picture of a stock like Roosevelt Field, which was in exactly the condition this thing is in. They cost us $2 and is now split 3 for 1 4 years later and selling for 13. They'll understand that, won't they?
By this time, Messrs. McClelland and Ryan were back from their tour around the offices. It was time to get down to cases.
Now, what do you got in mind on Saturday?
I really don't know. All I say is, let's get together. Let's do it together. San Francisco may not be anything for us to do together.
Now, you're not limiting this to San Francisco.
No.
There may be other projects that we need an organization like yours to put over.
So we have the team. We have the manpower. Our overhead is almost like the Bank of America. Yeah. We've got a payroll here of $3 million a year.
Is that so?
That's the best investment we got.
Yeah.
That's better than buildings.
Yeah, sure.
If you have the right kind of manpower, you get the buildings. That's how you get these things.
Now, I don't...
Sure.
I want to make my position very clear as far as San Francisco is concerned, because we want to know more about it, and...
Well, you've got no commitment to us. We're not asking you for any commitment.
No, I understand it, but I wanted to find out what you had in mind so we could...
Have nothing in mind. Nothing in mind. We'd like to have a powerful friend out there.
Yes, sir.
This can take a lot of dough.
Yeah.
It may be that we're walking too much the same side of the street, that we have no interest in each other.
No, we haven't got the organization to handle a lot of deals that we simply can't touch because we haven't got the organization.
They all put on their hats and coats and started for lunch. At the restaurant, the conversation veered away from the business at hand.
I just came back from testifying in defense of a lawsuit against us for $300 million. Did you hear about that?
No, that's the greatest compliment was ever paid to you.
Guy sued us for $300 million. The judge asked me if I had any comment to make, and I said, yes, Your Honor. I said, I'd like to match the gentleman double or nothing.
That's how the morning went. A typical business morning in the life of a tycoon, a man of undeniable wealth and increasing power. What is the power that he's reaching for?
I think the most important city to study is Florence, where you had a marriage of the de Medicis, the Borgias, the other great merchant families and banking families, with the Da Vincis and the Michelangelos, the Beninis, and the other great men of art, engineering, and architecture. I feel that our country is rapidly approaching that point. I wish to work out some means by which the parallel interest of businessmen, builders like ourselves, could somehow be merged with the interest of the artist and create something that is both beautiful and functional and economically sound.
That's the life plan, the design behind the furious physical drive of this 50-year-old, 6-foot, 230-pound, round, solid, fast-moving man who looks made to order for a Santa Claus costume. Without question, a big man physically. One of his friends, former district attorney, now judge, Miles McDonald, found him too big on one occasion.
He's a lousy duck shooter. He's too big to get in the blind in the first place and too big for anybody else to handle their gun when he's in there. Then he leads the birds. He's always ahead of everybody else. He leads them too far.
His associate in the West Side Project, Billy Rose.
He has the same quest, same hunger for self-identification that made Churchill tick, or that made Truman tick, or that makes Baruch tick. Bill is a kind of a city version of the old Western pioneer who would move into a small town, and 25 or 30 years later, the town was dotted with monuments to the man's achievement.
And again, real estate dean Edward J. Crawford.
He always likes to sell something where there's a profit in for the other fellow. He doesn't hold out for the last dollar.
While his wife, like other wives, sees a man who comes home tired.
He had come home and was so very, very tired. He said, oh, I'm so glad to come home. I'm so glad to get to bed. And he was just about to turn out the light. And the phone rang, and a man wanted to see him about the deal. This was about 10:15. Some people would have said, oh, I'll see you tomorrow. But he got up and wearily put on his clothes and went out. And that took a lot of willpower to get up when he was tired and exhausted and go out and meet a man and talk to him about a deal. I've admired him greatly for that.
A man, whether clerk or tycoon, is revealed by what others say about him. He's also revealed by his own words. There was the time Zeckendorf became a father-in-law.
Would you like to hear a little story about my son?
Yeah.
He ran off and got married, as you know. He called us from They called us from Washington, where they come from, wherever the town was in Virginia, having been married. And he said, now, Dad, we'd like to have no publicity on this. He said, on the other hand, if we could get a little ad, maybe an inch ad, announcing it. I said, well, I'll tell you, Bill, you handle this one yourself. I said, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I don't want you to blame it on me. So he got hold of John Bell, who's vice president here in charge of public relations, and he asked him to give it the hush-hush treatment, which he did very successfully, because all Bill did was just a leak. It only hit page 1 of the News, the Mirror, the Herald Tribune, and three columns in the social section of the Times. You see that? Yeah. I'd have to shoot 3 men to get that.
The time he did business with Branch Rickey, then part owner of the Brooklyn Dodgers, and willing to sell his interest in the club 1/4 for $1 million.
We started drawing the papers, and the papers were all ready for signature. He said, now, by the way, I forgot to tell you that you'll have to wait 90 days before you know that you've got the deal. I said, why? He said, well, because I've got an agreement with 2 of my other 3 partners that they or I always will have a right to match any outside bid. Well, I said, Branch, what you are saying to me is that I haven't got a contract. What you have asked me to do is to give you a put, that if they don't want it, I have to take it. Well, he said, I guess that's right. Well, I said, I'm not in the business of giving puts. But I said, if you want to buy one, I'll sell you a put. He said, what do you mean by that? Well, I said, this is $1 million deal. I've got to stand here ready to pay you $1 million for 90 days or whatever the time is. And I may not get it, in which case it's too bad. Or I may be a big panic in the meantime, in which case I'll surely get it. I can't turn around. I said, I'll tell you what we'll do. If I get it, it'll cost you nothing. But if your partners match the bid, I want $50,000 for my trouble. He said, that'll be all right. So 90 days later, he sent me $50,000.
$50,000 in a couple of weeks. A side deal with a friend. Well, maybe it isn't the amount involved that gives a man his real satisfaction. Maybe it's getting the best of a bargain. Is it that? Or is it something else?
My vocation and avocation are very much alike. I like being constructive. I enjoy the excitement of going off into the atmosphere of the unknown. I never like to do a deal where you can see the end of the road. The speculative possibilities inherent in the unforeseeable are the things that attract me most. It's like a game. Furthermore, I have a fundamental desire to be constructive and to create things.
Is it also the fun of manipulating? Money, bricks, people. How does a modern tycoon maneuver his way through a deal?
For example, if a man's coming in to sell you something, you should turn on lights with a blue tint. If you want to sell something to somebody else, you put on a rosy tint. And if things are looking dull, put on a bright light. If a man's a real sourpuss and doesn't seem to warm up, I try to get him to take a drink.
The technique of a salesman. And Zeckendorf is, among other things, a salesman. What he sells is himself and his visions. And in trying to arouse in others the same enthusiasm that he feels, he cites his record. In 1946, he bought up 17 acres of slaughterhouses and slums on Manhattan's Middle East Side. He announced an ambitious plan to spruce up the neighborhood. Then various communities began to kick around a hopeful, vagrant idea known as the United Nations. It looked as though the UN would wind up in Philadelphia.
I telephoned Mayor O'Dwyer, and I asked him if he'd like to keep them in New York, and he said he'd give anything in the world to do it. I said, put your secretary on the phone for a memorandum. And I said, here it is. I hereby offer you 17 acres of land for the United Nations at any price they wish to pay. And 8 days later, it was all over.
One day, Byron Foy, owner of the Chrysler Building, called to ask Zeckendorf if he might rent him a particular apartment with a ceiling high enough to display Mrs. Foy's rare tapestries.
I said, Byron, while you're here, let's talk about another real estate deal. He said, what's that? I said, why don't you sell me the Chrysler Building? You see, Mrs. Foy was a Miss Chrysler. And he said, get hold of Walter and talk to him about it. About 2 months later, we drew up a contract and signed it to buy the Chrysler Building and the Chrysler East. While we were doing that, there was a property across the street called the Graybar Building. And we threw that in and got the whole thing under one piece of blanket financing. It ran about $52 million, and the Equitable Life Assurance Society made their biggest mortgage, the biggest one they ever made on a piece of real estate in the United States. And I think that probably is the largest real estate deal in this city ever.
And one day, Zeckendorf was stopped by a traffic light.
I remember riding through 66th Street one day after being offered the famous Drill and Riding Academy, which is on that block, and I turned it down because it was presumed primarily valuable for land to be used to build a new apartment house. There were 2 red lights in a row. I couldn't even get through, but I did see a parking space on the side, and I said, well, here I am standing in front of it. I'll look it over. I walked in and saw these horses riding around a ring, and I saw this wonderful high ceiling and clear span and all the different rooms they had for rehearsals, for shows, and so on. And I said, this isn't a riding academy. This would make a wonderful television studio. So we bought it, and I offered the television studio to all the companies. And I received return mail letters very politely turning it down. Well, that put us into the horse business. We bought 150 horses, started buying hay and selling manure. And we had a regular loss of about $4,000 or $5,000 a month. Until one day I got a telephone call from a gentleman who said his name was E.J. Noble, radio man, he said. I thought he was trying to repair my radio. Well, he told me that he happened to be chairman of the board of the American Broadcasting Company. Well, to make a long story short, I was ready to drop that property and lose the money we put into it, but Mr. Noble was so kind, he gave me $600,000 profit. It's now ABC's main central station.
Yes, certain deals are squarely on the record. Some attracted much attention, like the erection of Denver's Mile High building, the purchase of the Lincoln Hotel, the shopping center at Roosevelt Field, now well on its way. Other activities, though less spectacular, have been equally adventurous.
It was a jail in Boise, Idaho that they offered to us, and I looked at it for its real estate potentials, and I saw that it really had retail value. And the city said, well, do you mind if we keep it for a while? We've still got a few people, we've got some time to run. So for quite a while we held that with customers and tenants, as I say. We later turned it into a parking lot.
The man who bought a jail for a quick turnover was recently awarded an honorary degree of Doctor of Laws by Long Island University, of which he is chairman of the Board of Trustees. All this is on the record. Does it show a financial genius, a long-range planner? Or does it show a bold, lucky operator who's enjoyed a long, free ride on a rising economy? Obviously, only time will tell. But Zeckendorf isn't waiting for any final verdicts. Time is too short. He goes whizzing around the country, unwrapping one colossal plan after another. In his favorite role of a modern de Medici, he reveals his dazzling visions of handsome factories, spacious homes, comfortable office buildings, and shining cities springing out of wasteland. Between Dallas and Fort Worth, a project for industry and housing worth $200 million on land now used to graze cattle.
We hope to have a great industrial development and the source of revenue and employment which will draw upon and add to both communities. Industrial plants and the attendant housing that would go with it. We're just getting started on this thing. We'll get underway by the fall of this year and should be completed within the next 5 years, maybe 10. Depends on economic conditions nationally.
A plan for the even more distant future.
We are the largest property owners in Los Angeles. There we bought property way ahead of its time. We own an area in Los Angeles of almost 12,000 acres, which is more land there is in Manhattan Island. But it's wild land. It's in the northwest area where it runs from the sea back to the San Fernando Valley, mostly through mountain country. But while its future is considerably off at some unknown date, it is rapidly coming because that's the only direction in which the city can grow.
In New York City, another dream with a price tag of $500 million to rebuild the shabby West Side between 30th and 38th Streets with a permanent World's Fair and a television city. These are the dreams. Can dreams on so vast a scale come true? In Wall Street, where dreams sometimes run into dollars and cents reality, they ask the question another way. It goes, could Zeckendorf survive a falling market, a sudden sharp drop in the economy? It's a highly pertinent question. Zeckendorf did make his name and his money in, and to some extent because of, a continuously rising market. Real estate is worth more today than it was yesterday. Will it be worth even more tomorrow? Zeckendorf guesses that it will. And to back up that guess are plans calling for investments of more than $1 billion. Among those who've been watching is Wall Street expert Gerald M. Loeb, partner in E.F. Hutton and Company, author of the best-selling The Battle for Investment Survival.
Certainly, if the country ran into trouble, I think Webb and Knapp would have its problems. But remember this, we would not have much of a country if men like Seckendorf and those that go with him did not possess optimism and vision and a willingness to bet on the growth of the nation. It is men like that who pioneered in all of our now great industry.
Anyway, there's no question about one thing. Seckendorf loves the spotlight, the drama of the press conference, the power to make news. Just the other day, he revealed that his plan to develop the southwest section of Washington, D.C., the most ambitious slum clearance project of all time, had been given official approval. And tonight,
it is our plan to implement the new Wall Street Renaissance with a balance of housing, pursuant to a plan conceived by Mr. Robert Moses and Mr. David Rockefeller. This housing will be available to walk-to-work residents of the financial district. They'll be extraordinary in character, type, and style, in that they will all be round buildings, 30 stories high, 4 or 5 or 6 of them, sitting in the midst of a garden with 360-degree marine view, visible from the ships at sea, either going to or from the harbor. We have actually started our planning for it, and we have volunteered to act as sponsors of this Title I urban redevelopment project.
That's the story of a tycoon in action. Just yesterday, he was making another deal. Moses Richter, a textile man who's thinking of buying up an Atlanta cotton company, which makes bags, asked Seckendorf to come in with him. Billy Rose brought them together.
Well, if you're interested in having us join you, I think it's something we should certainly give serious consideration to. May I tell you some of the ground rules we like to employ in joining people in ventures? We like to supply the personality, the know-how, the organization, and we love to have the other fellow put up all the money. Does that appeal to you?
Well, I thought that we possess the personality, but...
You mean we have a clash of personalities? Well, I can see we're both walking the same side of the street. It's a question...
But I wish to assure you that you do not possess the money, the other one.
You don't possess the money?
No.
Well, then we both lack the same thing. I think we need a third partner.
Well, I don't think we'll have any trouble.
You don't? Well, maybe Billy Rose, he's back there. He'll put up the money. He always likes to put money up for other people. Bill, come on over here. You've been getting angels to back you for so many years. Why don't you back two guys in the rag business?
I have it right here in my shoe.
If we're looking for the secret of one man's ability to do things, maybe this is it. He enjoys what he does.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented A Living Portrait, the story of a tycoon in action. Living Portrait was conceived, taped, and narrated by Martin Weldon. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us next week when we present The Record Collectors, an unusual symposium of early American popular music. Among our special guests will be the noted singer Margaret Whiting and composer-conductor Lynn Murray. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Who played the rhythmic bones on Nora Bay's 1919 recording of The Village Vamp?
Aristotle Fig.
Any boob would know that.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight we spin the hands of the clock backward into the fascinating past to bring you an unusual symposium of early American popular music, explored by the eminent Dr. Vincent Arbogast and Mr. Titus McFatridge, the record collectors. Our special guests will be the noted singer, Miss Margaret Whiting, composer-conductor, Mr. Lynn Murray, and a great voice from the past, Miss Margaret Young. And now here is our moderator, Mr. John Daner.
Good evening. Some people collect stamps, seashells, or old coins. Others collect paintings, butterflies, or match covers. With us tonight are two gentlemen who collect old records. They are Dr. Vincent Arbogast and Mr. Titus McFattridge. To take them in alphabetical order, let's hear first from Dr. Arbogast. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Dana, and friends out there in Radioland.
And Mrs. Tessie Dorblin in La Jolla.
Before we get to our records, I'd like to talk about what you two gentlemen do. I mean in the field of commerce, as opposed to your hobby. Dr. Arbogast, you are a breeder of giant frogs, right?
Yes, Mother and I have a frog farm at Costa Mesa.
Dr. Arbogast, are you a real doctor?
Well, let me answer your question with a question, Mr. Dana. Are frogs entitled to medical services?
If they're sick?
You would deny them medical service if they were well?
No, I didn't say that, Doctor. All I asked you was, are you a medical doctor?
No.
I see.
Well, one day several years ago, a mutinous assistant at the farm challenged one of my frog-feeding formulae. I told him, that formula, or pack your duds.
An ultimatum?
Pack your duds. He simpered. You're the doctor.
The weasel.
That's how you became Dr. Vincent Arbogast.
Yes.
Now, Mr. McFattridge, you, I believe, are engaged in the field of teratology, right?
Roger?
Titus heard an aeronautus use that as a form of agreement.
Oh. Well, what is teratology, Mr. McFattridge?
The science of creating monsters.
Monsters?
I made a dilly for a Christmas parade in Muncie, Indiana, for a department store.
What kind of monster was it? Specifically, I mean.
Well, sir, I took the body of a crocodile, the head of the bearded yak, and the wings of the condor. Beautiful. I felt I had something here that would frighten any child.
At a Christmas parade, is that what you wanted?
Yes.
Did it work?
No. There were no children to frighten. They had all fled in terror from the first exhibit in the parade, a monster 5 floats ahead.
What was that?
Well, sir, it was a man-like thing stuffed into a flaming red suit with a raging white beard. As it lashed its reindeer, it waved ferociously in all directions, shouting threats at the crowd. The children left.
Now, as I understand it, you two gentlemen plan to present tonight your views on American popular music. So, may we have your first recording, please?
It is the hit tune of 1923, Toot Toot Tootsie. It is sang by that very popular duo of vaudeville and records, Billy Murray and Ed Smalley.
And note the realistic train whistle interpolated into the rendition.
Yesterday I heard a lover sigh. A lover sigh. Goodbye. Said goodbye. Oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my, oh. 7 times he got aboard his train. Aboard his train. And 7 times he hurried back to kiss his love again and tell her toot toot tootsie goodbye. Toot toot tootsie, don't cry. Oh, please don't cry, little tootsie. The choo-choo train that takes me far away from you. No word can tell how sad it makes me. Kiss me, tootsie, and then do it over again. Kiss me again, sweet mama. Watch for the mail. I promise I'll never fail. You know if you don't get a letter, then you'll know I'm in jail. Toot 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 tootsie, don't cry. Toot toot tootsie, goodbye.
Toot Toot Tootsie, the 1923 hit sung by Billy Murray and Ed Smalley.
They don't make records like that these days, Mr. Dana.
Dr. Arbogast, how long have you been collecting records?
30 years, 4 months, approximately.
And how many do you have, approximately?
Really, I wouldn't venture to say. I measure my collection by values far removed from consideration of mere number. Oh, let the banker count his money, let the farmer weigh his crops. But upon what adding machine, upon what scales can a collector measure the value of his treasure?
Well, Dr. Arbogast, how do you measure the value of the records in your collection?
I realized that everybody was collecting the records of artists who were so good that the public didn't appreciate them. But nobody was saving the records of the singers and musicians who were popular in their day. I determined to remedy that deplorable situation.
How?
I set out to acquire records that once sold by the millions. The records the general public paid its money for.
Well, now, do I understand you to say that there are no really great artists in your collection?
Not at all. It occasionally happens that a truly fine artist is acclaimed by the public as well as by the critics. In such a case, I would not let an artist's superior talent bar him from a place in my collection.
I see. Now let's hear from our other collector, Mr. Titus McFatridge.
The records in my collection, if laid side by side, would cover 2/3 of the space of a basketball court.
That's very interesting. How many records does that make?
I really haven't the slightest idea. I share Dr. Arbogast's views on the stupidity of counting the items in one's collection.
But how did you arrive at the figure of how much of a basketball court your records would cover if you don't know how many you have?
Empirically and incidentally. At one time, I resided at the YMCA at Muncie, Indiana. I needed to catalog and sort out my records. Since my room was small, the secretary of the YMCA, Stanley Proctor by name, kindly gave me permission to spread out my records in the gym while the fellows on the team were in the showers. I noted that my records took up 2/3 of the basketball court. Now, those wishing to know exactly the number of records might write to the Muncie, Indiana YMCA for the dimensions of the court, and by the aid of simple arithmetic, compute the number of records I had at that time. Stanley Proctor, however, is no longer there. He was, I believe, transferred to Terre Haute in 1932.
Well, it doesn't matter, Mr.
Fort Wayne, not Terre Haute, pardon me.
Now, gentlemen, we move on to our first guest. Mr. Lynn Murray is a distinguished conductor in the field of popular music. His background might best be summed up by referring to his work on the hit parade with the excellent Lynn Murray choristers. For many years, Mr. Murray has brought Americans live, vibrant interpretations of their most popular ballads. Mr. Murray, it's a pleasure and privilege to have you here and to introduce you to my two colleagues, Dr. Arbogast and Mr. McFatridge.
How old are you?
Well, now, Dr. Arbogast, it's not necessary to...
A man's age is very necessary.
But
I have no objections to giving my age.
Oh, see, by the way, did you say Billy Murray?
Lynn, L-Y-N. I was born in 1909.
Oh. Well, that makes you, 46.
Gentlemen, please. I've just invited Mr. Murray to play his latest disc.
Disc, Mr. Daner?
I didn't realize Mr. Murray was a member of the Olympic team.
No, disc, gentlemen, platter, wax, recording.
No wonder these modern musicologists can't produce decent renditions. And they don't even agree what to call them.
Gentlemen, please, courtesy at least. Now, Mr. Murray, would you give us the title of your latest record?
It's called He's Got Time, and the members of the cast are Jane Russell, Connie Haynes, and Beryl Davis.
Never heard of them.
Of course not.
Let's listen to Mr. Murray's record.
He's got time. He's got time. You may not walk his way today, but he's got time. Because his rainbow didn't get that bright overnight. His roses didn't get to flower in and out. His heaven didn't get that blue in a minute or two. So he's got time and he can't wait for you. He can't wait. You hesitate. You may not seek his love today, but he can wait to teach his little birdies how to tweet. Takes a week to teach his ivy how to climb. Takes some time and teaching sinners how to pray. Keeps him busy all day, but he's got time and he can't wait for you. He's got time. Took him time to make a shining rainbow. You may not walk his way today, but he's got a valley full of spring. Because his rainbow didn't get that bright overnight. His roses didn't get to flower in and out. His heaven didn't get that boo in a minute or two, so he's got time and he can wait for you. He's got time, he's got time, he's got time, he's got time, lots of time.
Well, gentlemen, Mr. Lynn Murray's latest recording.
It's a pity to put those unsullied young ladies at such a disadvantage. Recording under this electronic hodgepodge. Where is the surface noise? Where are those lived-with sounds?
Well, gentlemen, perhaps now the public can hear the music. Isn't that the general idea, Mr. Murray?
Yes, it is. We're constantly striving for better forms of reproduction, you know. Today, thanks to high fidelity...
High fidelity? Music for dogs.
I read just the other day of a basset hound who, upon hearing a rendition of the funeral march on his master's high fidelity set, went out and cut his throat.
A crime against society.
These people should be reported to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. That equipment...
Electrical equipment, blaring out noises all over the land. Soon we shall have a nation of deafened canines.
Man's best friend.
But, gentlemen, what did you think of Mr. Murray's record?
Sir, this is an electric recording, is it not?
Well, yes, Vincent. It isn't Mr. Murray's fault that the power is in the control room, you know.
Well, Dr. Arbogast, are you referring to what I understand was the acoustical or mechanical method?
The time-honored method, where the artist played or sang into the horn, and his true vibrations were directly stenciled onto the wax mother.
But that's one of the most primitive...
Primitive? Has anyone improved on the wheel?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Murray, for being with us and for bringing along your latest EP recording. He's got time.
EP, Mr. Dana?
EP?
That means extended play, gentlemen. Surely you realize records come in various sizes and speeds.
Aha, oh yes, now we're at the heart of the matter.
There is only one size, Mr. Daner, one speed.
Yes, 78 revolutions per minute, 10 inches in diameter. Although I have heard there is a small group of malcontents who are considering using 12-inch records.
Nothing will ever come of it, nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, for being our guest.
It was a pleasure, Mr. Dana.
Good night. Gentlemen?
Good night, Mr. Murray.
Good night, Mr. Murphy.
Dr. Arbogast, you have a record, I believe.
This record dates back 33 years to 1919. It features one of the most popular feminine singers of that blessed era, the incomparable Miss Nora Bayes.
Nora Bayes.
Oh, very great artist. She introduced Shine On Harvest Moon, didn't she?
Yes, but this record at the time was a very topical number, dealing with the influence of the flickers upon everyday life. The motion pictures.
Yes, sir.
Well, many movies in that early day had a wicked woman of the world who had designs upon the noble hero. Now, these women were called vamps. Among them were, let me see, Theda Bara.
Nita Naldi, Jetta Goodall.
Never belabor a point, Mr. McFadden. This record is entitled The Village Vamp and shows the effect of this type of movie upon a simple country girl. The Village Vamp, as sung by Miss Nora Bayes.
Have you heard about Miss Sally Green? Sally Green, Sally Green. Back home she was called the village queen. Sally Green was queen. She took one trip to the city, came back home, oh, what a pity. Now the folks call her the village vamp. She's a vamp. She wears high-heel shoes and fancy hose. She's a vamp, she's a vamp. Paints her face and powders up her nose. She's a vamp, she's a vamp. Folks all say down in the valley, look what Broadway did to Sally. Everywhere she goes, the roofs all say, hey, there goes the vamp. There goes the vamp.
What? Oh, my. It's wonderful, wonderful.
Beautiful.
Now, Mr. McFatridge, do you have any special information about this record we just played?
Well, sir, Aristotle Figg was to have played the rhythmic bones on that record date.
Was to have?
They wrote him out at the last minute.
Oh, it's too bad.
Well, Figg never wanted to play the bones anyway. He was a bass drummist at heart, played in the village band back in the Midwest. The bandmaster hated his superior talent and was always trying to find a way to get rid of him.
Did he find a way?
Please.
Oh, I beg pardon.
Aristotle Figg's son, Bonafide, dabbled in amateur chemistry. A wretched child, he also chewed bubble gum incessantly. At the Sunday school picnic, he turned up chewing and carrying some of his chemicals in a vacuum flask. He was drinking this mixture in between blowing gum bubbles and listening to the band.
The band was there, sir.
Young Figg didn't know it, but the chemicals he had mixed and was sampling were in just the correct proportions to form helium gas. He blew one monstrous bubble.
What happened?
He took off. There he was, hovering aloft.
Did he just float around aimlessly up there?
No. They shot him down over the bandstand. The minister, fortunately, had his slingshot with him.
Was the boy hurt?
No. He landed on his father's bass drum.
Pretty lucky, huh?
On the contrary, Mr. Daner. The elder Figg was counting out an 18-bar rest, 3 bars before F in The Poet and Peasant, when boom-ti-boom landed his son. For that interruption, the bandmaster fired Aristotle Figg, who then developed his talent for the rhythmic bones and entered the popular music field.
Now, gentlemen, it's time to listen to the listener. And the letter box is open. I have one here from the South, Tampa, Florida, to be exact. A Mrs. J.R.W. She wants to know if it's true that a canary was once a featured soloist on an acoustical recording.
Yes, of course.
Vocalion
Yes.
B-147, starring the feathered songster Miss Lady Bird, formerly with the Ishpeming Mining Company.
Rescued from the mines by an alert Welsh bird lover.
The success of this record awakened the public to the plight of the unfortunate canary used against its will to test the air for poisonous gas.
Thus was founded in Sundown, Indiana, the SFTPOUCIMS, the Society for the Prevention of the Use of Canaries in Mine Shafts.
I see.
Meetings were held. Never let them take another canary down a mine shaft to test the purity of the air was the battle cry. They had, as a symbol of their crusade, a canary in a cage on a table on stage. After all, if it had been intended for birds to be under the damp ground, birds would have been born there.
But birds are not born under the ground.
But then miners were not...
Spread their wings, said Russell John, and give the canary the air. His audience loved his hatred of humans.
They just sat and puffed orgiastically on their pipes and cigars in high ecstasy. They'd be there today, I think, if that young ruffian hadn't been there.
Emma Shakespeare's son. He had an elastic band and a paperclip and a deadly aim. He shot the paperclip at the little canary on stage.
Oh, so that was quite a mean act. The bird was already unconscious as a result of all the cigar smoke in the place.
The paperclip lodged in the bird's bill, startling him so that he bent the little bars of his cage and exit. Still half asleep, the bird didn't know where he was. He flew around the room, shaking his bill to get rid of the paperclip. When he finally did shake it loose, it fell into one of the chandelier's empty sockets.
What happened?
A short circuit. The place burned to the ground, and the people there were incensed. What they felt was an ungrateful canary. A wave of anti-canary feelings swept the town, destroying the society forever.
Well, we can file Mrs. J.R.W.'s letter as answered. Now, gentlemen, I understand your next record is a rare one.
Indeed it is, Mr. Dana. It was recorded in 1922, and it features that beautiful and talented vaudeville headliner, Miss Margaret Young.
Margaret.
Careful, Titus. Its title is Way Down Yonder in New Orleans.
Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dream it seems, there's a garden of Eden, that's what I mean. Creole babies with flashing eyes, softly whisper with tender sighs. Stop, or won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Stop, you bet your life you'll linger there a little while. There is heaven right here on earth with those beautiful queens way down yonder in New Orleans.
Way Down Yonder in New Orleans, featuring Miss Margaret Young. Now, gentlemen, I have a surprise for you. we have as our special guest this evening none other than Miss Margaret Young.
Oh, bravo.
Thank you, boys.
Maggie, we've been admirers of yours for many, many years. They just don't make records like that anymore.
They certainly don't.
Youngsters today have no appreciation for basic values. Maggie, how many copies of that recording were sold?
Oh, over 1 million.
There, you see?
But listen, I didn't come here to play my record. I came to introduce you to my niece. She's the singing star of our family now, and I thought you'd like to meet her and hear one of her records.
Well, if you insist.
Well, boys, just meet my talented niece, whose name is also Maggie.
How do you do?
How do you do?
What's your last name, young lady?
My full name is Margaret Whiting.
Whiting?
A whiting is a fish.
Will you walk a little faster, said the whiting to the snail? Lewis Carroll, Allison.
The Reverend William Dodson, nom de plume, Lewis Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Titus.
Gentlemen, I should think that you would be quite honored to have as your guest tonight one of America's most popular singers. Margaret Whiting is known from coast to coast. Her records have sold by the millions.
Name one.
Well, there's Come Rain or Come Shine. That one alone sold over 1 million copies.
And would you rank such a song in the same class with Out of a City of 10,000 People, Why Did You Pick on Me?
Oh, that was lovely, yes it was, but I remember it well.
That song sold over 1 million copies, Mr. Daner.
Well, gentlemen, that was a little before my time. After all,
But she's right, Titus. She couldn't be expected to remember the classics. She's still young.
And we must keep in mind, after all, she is Maggie Young's niece.
Yes, that's a good point. Yes, of course. Young lady, we've decided to listen to your record, regardless of our personal feelings in the matter.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. The name of my record is I've Told Every Little Star. I've told every little star just how sweet I think you are. Why haven't I told you? I've told ripples in a brook, made my heart an open book. Why haven't I told you? Friends ask me, am I in love? I always answer yes. Might as well confess. If I don't, they guess. Maybe you may know it too. Oh, my darling, if you do, why haven't you told me? Friends ask me, am I in love? I always answer yes. Might as well confess. If I don't, they guess. Maybe you may know it too. Oh, my darling, if you do, why haven't you told me?
I've Told Every Little Star, by our guest, Miss Margaret Whiting. Well, gentlemen, what did you think? Gentlemen?
Well, perhaps you could tell us something about the record, Miss Whiting.
Well, I'd be delighted. See, it's from a recent LP album I recorded for Capitol.
LP? First it's EP, and now it's LP.
One must need a code book just to talk to you people.
LP means long playing, approximately 20 minutes on each side of the record.
Perhaps for people with long ears, huh, Vincent?
Oh, that's very good. Oh, that's very good, yes.
Gentlemen, of course, Margaret Whiting...
A whiting can't hold a candle to a sardine.
Indeed not. I recall one dinner back in 1907, Vincent, in Kansas City.
Miss Whiting, we appreciate your dropping by.
Well, the pleasure was all mine. Good night, Dr. Arbogast, Mr. McFatridge.
The oysters were perfectly dreadful, but the sardines, I recall a young man I met that evening.
Gentlemen, Gentlemen, we are discussing recordings.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, the last recording was Way Down Yonder in New Orleans.
Well, no, we just played her niece's, Margaret.
Way Down Yonder in New Orleans. Most unusual. Most unusual.
Will you have some information on that record?
Yes. Pesag Gaskell, I think, played clarinet on that one. Do you mind Pesag, Vincent?
Oh, yes, I mind Pesag Gaskell well. Good clarinetist. He was a channel swimmer, too.
A channel swimmer?
The best.
There was a champion. Pesag never used grease. He used to flex his little muscles and say proudly, "What's good enough for the blue whale is good enough for me."
Ah. Well, gentlemen, our time is up.
Pesag Gaskell was an excellent channel swimmer, and at the drop of a towel he would plunge into empty water that even resembled a channel.
He was once compared favorably with the lemming.
Well, that's it, gentlemen. Our time is up. Now say good night to our listeners.
Good night, friends, out there in Radioland.
And Mrs. Carrie Moomaw in the Needles Public Library.
By the magic of electronic recording, we have brought you the views of two men, Dr. Vincent Arbogast and Mr. Titus McFatridge, the record collectors. Their guests were Mr. Lynn Murray, noted composer and conductor, the popular singing star Miss Margaret Whiting, and Miss Maggie Young. This is John Daner saying good night.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed in Hollywood by William Frug. The Record Collectors was written by William Woodson, Lou Houston, and Larry Thor. Howard McNear was Dr. Arbogast, and Lou Houston was Mr. McFatridge. The moderator was John Daner. Next week, a new and unusual musical presentation, an original one-act opera for radio composed and conducted by David Brookman, based on the first war between the states, the story of the battle between Michigan and Ohio over the city of Toledo, told in music and presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
Some letters tied with glue, a photograph or two. I see a rose from you among my souvenirs. A few more tokens rest within my treasure chest, and though they do their best to give a consolation, I count them all apart, and as the teardrops start, I find a broken heart among my souvenirs.
Hardly a man is now alive who saw the dreadful Dido. But back in 1835, in history you may read, Ohio fought with Michigan. They fought as hard as two states can to prove which was the better man, and prove just how their border ran, and where the rights of each began, and which would have Toledo.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, The Toledo War, a new opera performed for the first time, with words by Edward Eager and music composed and conducted by David Brookman. It was in 1835, when Michigan was still a territory, that the young governor, Stevens Thompson Mason, claimed that a strip of land, including the town of Toledo, rightfully belonged to Michigan. But some people in Ohio thought differently, and so it was war, the first war between the states. Exactly what happened isn't too clear, but it might have been something like this.
Just how the storm and strife occurred, we're here to show you. And you will have to take our word that all we say is true.
Hard by Lake Erie's fearful foam, the shark began to fly. Oh, we take you to the happy home of Federal Judge Phineas Fustian and his wife Vermelia Fustian and his daughter Annabelle Fustian
of Toledo, Ohio.
With stirring news of war assails our ear, according to the latest thing we hear. The men of Michigan have made complaints. Our town is in their state. We say it ain't. So now with savage skill and aim adroit, they're planning to invade us from Detroit. To Stinkney, are you ready to go forth and guard us from these vandals of the north and battle to the joy of all bystanders to keep our city safe from Michiganders? Then homing, lay my daughter as your bride. Have you your forces ready? Well, I've tried. My brothers were the only ones who came. But we will guard you safely all the same. They're waiting just outside the door. My brother 1, my brother 3, my brother 4.
Good evening, 1.
I'm 3.
Oh, I see.
My father was a military man, and he named us by a military plan. And he formed us in a group, and he trained us in a troop to be as military as we can.
We're the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stinkney Brothers.
We've been looking all our lives for an enemy.
Any enemy.
Any enemy. Anyone with whom we don't agree.
Don't agree. Don't agree.
And should any sneaking spy come here to peek and pry, we'll hit him in the eye and sit around and watch him die, just to show Ohio that Ohio can rely.
On the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who are we for? Ohio is who we be for.
Cousin Isabel. How sad, cousin, that you missed Two's triumphant departure. It was truly inspiring. Do you love him, cousin? I do more. I honor him as champion of our state, and surely when he is victorious, the governor will grant him a handsome commission, and I shall be an officer's bride. Oh, few men are as plain as two, and much more brawn than brain as two. By some he might might be called fat too. His hair is growing bald, that too. But when the battle's din is through, then wealth and fame he'll win will too. And when I am his wife, I'll lead a rich full life. We two, my two and me too.
Put out the light.
I'll bring the night. Good night. Now I am alone, my secret I'll relate. I love a man from an enemy state. I try to forget him, but how can I forget the kiss he gave me the day we met, and the words he said that I dream of yet? By the shore of the muddy Marie, under the shade of a shad blue tree, on April the 10th at 2:45, I stood in the arms of somebody, and he promised his love would be strong as the earth and deep as the sea and fair as the bloom on the shad blue tree, and last as long as the muddy morning.
My dearest love, awaken from your sleep, and come to where my silent watch I keep.
Clear through my husband's snoring drone, I heard a melody. Who could it be? Who could it be? And where I lay in bed alone, I heard a melody. Who could it be? Not distinctly. And in a voice that I've well known, a charming lyric baritone, I heard a melody, and it is he. It's my beloved enemy. It cannot be he sings for me. My time for serenades is done, and yet how bittersweet would be if I could still reprise just one. Cannot be he sings to me. My troth is plighted to my two, and yet how pleasant it might be if I could flirt with this one too. I know it's he sings to me with quaking heart. I wonder why he has appeared so stealthily. Oh, can it be that he's a spy? What shall we do? I can't decide to run and hide or open wide. It's cold outside. Then I think we're justified. To be a faithful wife I've tried. I'll try to when I'm a bride. And up to now I've never spied. But when it is so cold outside, but when it is so cold outside, but when it is so cold outside, I think we're justified. know you, sir?
Alas, no.
But...
Hush, not a word. Forgive me. I lost my way, and having my mandolin with me, improvised a serenade to warm my fingers. They're warmer now.
Oh, sir, oh, sir.
And now that I meet with such charm and beauty, too, I can only repeat every word I sang was true.
Well, really?
Hush. Be careful.
Sir, I'm a married lady. I am an engaged young lady. And yet. Bethink me, brothers. If you are recognized, you will be killed and will be compromised.
Where can I hide?
Under there.
Where?
There, get inside. Quick, move the chair. I see his hair. There.
We seen a man from Michigan, but then he ran. You seen a man as quiet as a mouse. We saw him creeping. We'd better search the house.
No, my uncle's sleeping. How did you know he was from Michigan? Did he wear a uniform?
No, that's so. He didn't wear a uniform. It would be just like them dirty Michiganders not to wear a uniform. It would, that's good. Them dirty brutes wear business suits.
Ought you to? How can you think that I would hide a spy?
No. Go. Oh.
It is safe now. You may emerge.
How can I thank you?
It was nothing. And now you must be weary from your exertion. Girls, some refreshment for the gentlemen. The cold roast lamb, a slice of ham, and cider cool, and gooseberry full, and cream. Wait! When the state you love is at war, and a stranger comes to your door, how can you feed him your gooseberry fool and cream? Suppose he is a spy, come here to lurk and scheme.
Hush! What are you saying?
Well, suppose he is a spy, what then? War is the concern of men. And when the stranger has such manly grace, such a lofty mind, such a noble face, supposing it were so, I'd rather never know and think of him as though he were a lovely dream. Well, I can only say I consider your behavior hypocritical in the extreme.
What is that voice of thunder?
My husband, my father.
Should I surrender?
No, get back under.
What does this mean? The hour is late and all the house is aglow.
We weren't sleepy.
Gooseberry fool on the parlor table. Suppose the neighbors should know.
were hungry.
We were hungry.
You must curb this tendency to madcap frolic. Often I've told you so.
Yes, I know.
Yes, we know.
Law and order. Status quo.
I know.
Put out the light.
I'll bring the light.
Come out now. It's all right.
I'd like to stay and talk if things could be as they might. But since they aren't quite, I'd better say good night.
Good night.
Bon appetite.
I'll bring the light. Well, really, such hypocrisy. They pretend to be for Ohio, then all for the sake of a handsome face they entertain a spy. Oh!
What about you, my dear?
I'm not your dear. I look on you with loathing, you sneaking Wolverine in buck-eye clothing. I knew you were a spy, but I thought you'd spy with candor, not stoop to lie and flirt and philander.
But a spy must lie.
I don't see why.
Nathan Hale and I could tell you that a spy must learn to lie and lie if he'd be a good spy.
Well, of course, that's different. If it's true what you say, I'm learning something new every day. My uncle convinced me to fight for my state, but now my state is Michigan, the state of my mate. So now I'm a spy, and I think if I try, I can learn to lie and be a good spy. But how did you come here, and what is the occasion?
I came from Detroit with a party of invasion. We planned to make for the courthouse with our speedo, to draw up a deed or to claim Toledo. But the night it was dark and the way it was tricky. I got lost in the swamp, and the swamp it was sticky, and I couldn't find the courthouse for my knowledge it was scanty. So I finally came to this house of your auntie.
But this is the courthouse, my uncle holds court session, right here in the parlor every Friday.
Then 9 points of the law I've won, for I am in possession without having hardly tried it.
There's paper in the desk, and quills and ink.
Toledo will be Michigan as quick as a wink. Now to draw up the deeds and writs.
Order in the court sits.
It's done.
It's done.
It's done.
It's done.
We've won.
We've won.
We've won.
We've won.
Strange as it may seem, we've worked on a scheme, so now let's have some gooseberry fool and cream. Delicious,
sweetheart,
darling, you eat part.
Thank you,
my dear. I seen him. He's in there. Up with your hands and stand where you are. Bring thongs of leather and feathers and tar. Ride him on a rail and the jailhouse land him. Away, unhand me.
Away, unhand him.
On gallows hill we'll hang you high.
now you know the reason. You're a spy, and you're guilty of treason.
I'm a spy.
So am I.
But my ethics don't forbid it.
For his ideas are high.
It is for my state I did it.
Me, oh my, why is glamour so alarming?
He's a spy,
But he's so young and charming.
What's amiss, what's awry, what's the noise and what's the riot?
He's a spy.
Take him out and hang him high.
Will you shoot him or shall I?
He's a spy.
Quiet! You have no right to seize me, for from this date, Toledo is no longer even in your state. Read this paper.
Heaven forbid. Niece, you signed this?
Yes, I did.
You are guilty of fraud, impersonating an officer, and contempt.
Not at all, I am exempt. You told me states' rights are the highest rights.
Sustained.
And that's when I decided to join the fight.
Sustained.
But I am a citizen of the state of Michigan. I am secretly married to this gentleman.
Isabel, I am paid.
But you don't know him. Oh, can this be? I do too. We met last April at a Sunday school picnic in Morley. I love him, I adore him, I really adore him.
You now told decorum to wed this cockalorum. But though we deplore him, we still can't ignore him. For two may be company, but it isn't a quorum.
It isn't a quorum. It isn't a quorum.
It isn't a quorum. We're still in Ohio, it's all hunky-dorum.
I said open forum, we did have a quorum. Toledo's in Michigan.
Toledo's in Ohio, Toledo's in Ohio.
We'll make you wish and wish again you'd never been a spy-o.
We'll hang you up high-o and leave you to dry-o.
Stop there or you die-o. Come quick, let us fly-o. Adieu, goodbye-o. We'll go get our army and battle with Ohio. Goodbye-o, goodbye.
We'd like to see you try-o, just try-o, just try.
Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
No. Who knocks? Who knocks? At such an hour unorthodox, when 10 is striking on the clocks. Who knocks? Who knocks? Unlock the locks. Let's see who knocks.
Special message from President Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson?
In the interest of national unity, the President decrees that this community, up to now in a state of ambiguity, shall be in Ohio for perpetuity.
Oh, joy!
Toledo is in Ohio.
So now you know. Sadly, I bow to the President's order. I linger no longer south of the border. Come home with me, Isabel, and find safe harbor, and live happy ever after in Ann Arbor.
No, I object.
Objection overruled.
Don't we get this suit? Nobody! The battle had a happy end the same night it began, and each man was each other's friend by President Jackson's plan. So let's be glad it turned out right, as battles seldom can. And let's be happy that tonight, though years and years have passed in flight, Toledo still is shining bright. Wheels are turning left and right, and champions Sparkplug and Willis Knight, and Mather Spring and Autolite are in Ohio, but they might have been in Michigan.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented The Toledo War, a parlor piece for music, with words by Edward Eager and music composed and conducted by David Brookman. The cast included Arthur Newman as Judge Phineas Fustian, Jean Hanslick as his wife, Lois Winter as Annabelle, Shirley Emmons as Isabel, Peyton Higginson as the hero, and Mike Pollock as Stinkney II. Others included John Wilson, Jack Brown, and Bill Marine. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when we present When He Shall Appear. This is the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, The Enormous Radio, based on John Cheever's extraordinary short story, which originally appeared in the pages of the New Yorker magazine.
Irene, don't you want to hear The Workshop? It's a pretty good show.
Oh, I feel like music, don't you? It's the Schubert Ferellum, isn't it?
Yeah. All right, leave it on. A little louder, though, will you?
Jem and Irene Westcott were the kind of people who seemed to strike that satisfactory average of income, endeavor, and respectability that is reached by the statistical reports and college alumni bulletins. They differed from their friends, their classmates, and their neighbors only in an interest they shared in serious music. They went to a great many concerts, although they seldom mentioned this to anyone, and they spent a good deal of time listening to music on the radio. Now, their radio was an old instrument, sensitive, unpredictable, and beyond repair. And when it faltered, Jim would strike at the side of the cabinet with his hand. Well, this sometimes helped. But one Sunday afternoon...
Darling, the radio.
Oh, Lord. No, this time it's finished.
Bang it again.
Oh, it's finished. It's just burned out.
Might not be. How do you know? Try reversing the plug or something.
But it won't do any good. It's a miracle it lasted this long.
Let me try.
That's not going to do any good now.
A woman's touch.
All right. Why don't you sit down? It'll... Yeah. See, there it goes.
It's so aggravating. And of course it had to happen while they were playing the Schubert.
Take it easy.
Well, it makes me mad. We knew this was going to happen. We should have done something.
I told you what the repairman said, honey. It'd cost almost as much to fix it as to buy a new one.
Darling, couldn't we get a new one?
I don't know. We agreed to get along with this until we could get a good hi-fi with some FM.
Please. It's not going to be much fun without music.
All right. All right, dear. I'll look around tomorrow, see what I can find.
The next day, on Monday, when he came home from work, he told her that he'd got one. He refused to describe it and said that it would be a surprise for her when it came. The radio was delivered the following afternoon, and with the assistance of her maid and the handyman, Irene uncrated
You
it
hold this, Emma.
Oh, yes,
and
ma'am.
brought it into the
Take
living
your stuff
room.
in the kitchen later.
Oh, this sure is a
Not
heavy
a very
one.
pretty cabinet.
Oh, ma'am, look at all the dials on it. I never could get the hang of that.
It shouldn't be too difficult, I suppose. Volume, treble boost, bass boost, tuning, short wave, band 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, well, this must be the switch to turn it on. Yes. Plug it in now, will you, Emma?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right. Probably takes a minute to warm up.
It is loud, isn't it, ma'am? Much louder than the old one.
Yes. It'll take a little getting used to, tuning it in.
My, you certainly do know how to find good music, I'll say.
It is nice. Well, you better see about getting supper now.
Yes, ma'am.
She sat down to listen, feeling once again complete. The music came through clearly. The new instrument had a much purer tone, she thought, than the old one. Well, she decided that tone was most important, and she could conceal the ugly gumwood cabinet behind a sofa. But as soon as she'd made her peace with the radio, the interference began.
Oh, dear. And they call this hi-fi.
Nothing she did with the switches and dials dimmed the interference. As she sat down again, disappointed and bewildered, and tried to trace the flight of the melody. The elevator shaft in her building ran beside the living room wall, and it was the noise of the elevator that gave her a clue to the character of the static. The rattling of the elevator cables were reproduced in her loudspeaker. And realizing that the radio was sensitive to electrical currents of all sorts, she began to discern through the Mozart the various other sounds. By listening more carefully, she was able to distinguish doorbells, elevator bells, electric razors, and wearing mixers picked up from the apartments that surrounded her. The powerful and ugly instrument, with its mistaken sensitivity to discord, was more than she could hope to master, so she turned the thing off.
Hello?
Hello, Irene. Did it get there?
Oh, the radio, yes, dear.
Well, how do you like it?
Well, it's fine, but...
But what?
Well, there's all kinds of sounds, noises coming through.
What do you mean? Like static?
Well, yes, but more like real noises.
Hmm?
I think it's picking up all the electric things in the building. Bells, vacuums, telephones.
Well, you better not fool with it until I get home. It probably needs a ground or something.
All right. I think it's wonderful, dear. Much nicer than the old one. When it's clear, the music sounds beautiful.
Oh, good. Well, I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
When Jim Westcott came home that night, he went to the radio confidently, worked the controls.
The low-pressure area, which developed over the southwest yesterday, is moving rapidly toward the north and east.
with lower temperatures following.
What the devil?
That's what I was telling you.
The city's current reading is 58. Kansas City, 54.
He fiddled with the knobs.
Chicago, 54. Detroit, 55.
Couldn't get rid of the noise.
And rainy. Toledo, 56.
And he turned the radio off.
Oh, to heck with it, huh? I'll call the fellow who sold it to me in the morning. He's going to hear something from me.
The following day, Irene had a luncheon date and did some shopping during the afternoon. It was late when she returned home, and she didn't have a chance to turn on the radio, although the maid informed her that a man had come and fixed it. She busied herself with the children, seeing to their baths and bedtime. When Jim came home that night, he was tired and took a shower and changed his clothes, and then he joined Irene in the living room. He had just turned on the radio when the maid announced dinner, so he left it on, and he and Irene went to the table.
I saw the sweetest dress this afternoon. Of course, I didn't buy
well,
it, but
that's just as well. I mean, we better go slow for a bit.
Hard day, dear?
Yeah, and a rotten day.
Music does sound nice, doesn't it?
Very nice.
For heaven's sake, Kathy, do you always have to play the piano when I get home?
Well, it's the only chance I have. I'm at the office all day.
So am I. I wish you did.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, but it's probably a play.
I don't think it is a play.
What's the matter? Where are you going?
I want to see what that was.
Well, try another station.
This country.
Hey, have you seen my garters?
Button me up.
I said, have you seen my garters?
Just button me up and I'll find your garters.
All right.
Is that a radio show?
I don't know.
Here, let me see.
I wish you wouldn't leave apple cores in the ashtray. I hate the smell.
What the devil is this?
On the coast of Coromandel, where the early pumpkins blow, in the middle of the woods lived the youngy-bongy beau. 2 old chairs and half a candle, 1 old jug without a handle.
Oh, that's the Sweeney's nurse.
What?
Turn that thing off. Maybe they can hear us. That was Miss Armstrong, the Sweeney's nurse. She must be reading to the little girl. They live in 17B. I've talked to her in the park. I know her voice. We must be getting other people's apartments.
That's impossible.
Look, that was Sweeney's nurse. I know her voice. I know it very
now,
well.
Wait a minute.
Lady Jingly, sitting where the pumpkins blow.
Maybe they can hear us.
Be my
How
wife. I'm tired of living singly on this
Hello?
coast so wild and singly.
Hello?
I'm a weary of my life. If you'd come and be my wife,
I guess she
quite
can't hear us.
serene would
Try
be my
something
life.
else.
Right.
Eat some more sandwiches.
Oh, sure, I'd love some. That did it.
Those must be the Hutchinsons in 15B. I knew they were giving a party this afternoon. I saw her in the liquor store. Isn't this divine? Try something else.
All right, wait a minute,
See if you
wait
can
a
get
minute.
those people in 18C.
Two no trump. Pass. 3 no trump.
Double.
And look at George in the grass skirt. Isn't that...
The Westcotts overheard that evening a monologue on salmon fishing in Canada, a bridge game, running comments on home movies, and a bitter family quarrel about an overdraft at the bank. They turned off the radio at midnight, went to bed, weak with laughter. Sometime in the night, their son began to call for a glass of water, and Irene got one and took it into his room. It was very early. From his window, all the lights in the neighborhood were extinguished. She went into the living room and turned on the radio.
Are you all right, darling?
Yes. I'm all right, I guess. But you know, Charlie, I don't feel like myself anymore. Sometimes there are only, about 15 or 20 minutes in the week when I feel like myself. I don't like to go to another doctor. The doctor bills are so awful already, but I just don't feel like myself, Charlie.
I just never feel like myself.
Oh, dear. How sad. How terribly sad.
The following morning, after her children and husband had been carried away in the elevator, she went into the living room and tried the radio again.
You are going to school this morning, my girl, and that's all there is to it. Look, we paid $800 to get you into that school, and you'll go if it kills you.
If you think he's so hot, why don't you just tell us?
Oh, sure. I can just see you. You'd like that, wouldn't you? That's what you're waiting for. You'd like me to do something like that, the kind of thing you've been doing.
Huh?
You think I don't know? You think I don't smell that perfume on you when you get home from work? Work? You think I haven't seen the lipstick on your handkerchief?
That's
you
the
look through
Johnsons.
my pockets again, I'll break your arm. Thanks for a lousy breakfast and indigestion. I may see you tonight and I may not.
Go on. Get out. Go on. Stay out all night.
Maybe I will.
Irene shifted the control and invaded the privacy of several breakfast tables. She overheard demonstrations of indigestion, love, abysmal vanity, faith, and despair. Her life was nearly as simple and sheltered as it appeared to be, and the forthright and sometimes brutal language that came from this loudspeaker the morning there astonished and troubled her. She continued to listen until her maid came in, and then she turned the radio off quickly, since this insight, she realized, was a furtive one. She had a luncheon date with a friend that day and didn't get home until after 2:30. For some reason, she felt strangely disturbed.
Hello.
Oh, hello, dear. I expected Miss Cummings.
No, she's out getting me some coffee, honey.
My, what an efficient secretary.
Something wrong?
No. You won't forget we're going out for dinner tonight.
No, I won't forget. Look, dear, I'm rather busy.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
No, that's all right.
Oh, the funniest thing.
What?
When I went out for lunch, there were some people in the apartment elevator. It was the funniest thing. I kept
Honey,
wondering...
will you tell me about it later? I haven't got time now. Huh? I'll see you about 7.
Give the best scotch to anyone who hasn't white hair. And see if you can get rid of that liver paste before you pass those hot things.
As the afternoon waned, the conversations increased in intensity. On her radio, she could hear the arrival of cocktail guests, the return of children and businessmen from their schools and offices. The voices swirled around her.
I found a good-sized diamond on the bathroom floor this morning. What? It must have fallen out of that bracelet Mrs. Dunstan was wearing last night.
Let me see it.
Here it is.
We'll sell it. We'll take it down to the jeweler on Madison Avenue and sell it. Well, Mrs. Dunstan won't know the difference, and we could use a couple of $100, I'll tell you.
No. How horrible.
Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clemens. Halfpence and farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me, say the bells at Old Bailey.
It's not a hat. It's not a hat, it's a love affair. Oh, that's what Walter Florell said. He said it's not a hat, it's a love affair. Talk to somebody, honey. Talk to somebody. If she catches you standing here not talking to anyone, she'll take us off her invitation list, and I love these parties.
I hate these things. I think they stink.
I love them.
The Westcotts were going out for dinner, and when Jim came home, Irene was dressing. She seemed sad and vague, and he brought her a drink. They were dining with friends in the neighborhood, and they walked to where they were going. It was one of those splendid spring evenings that excite memory and desire. And the air that touched their hands and faces felt very soft. A Salvation Army band was on the corner playing.
They're really such nice people, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
They have such nice faces. Actually, they're so much nicer than a lot of people we know.
She took a bill out of her purse and walked over and dropped it into the tambourine. There was, in her face, when she returned to her husband, a look of radiant melancholy that he was not familiar with. And her conduct at the dinner party seemed strange to him, too. She interrupted her hostess,
I don't agree with you. I think you're absolutely wrong. Completely wrong.
stared at people across the table from her with an intensity for which she would have punished her children. She waited that night until Jim had fallen asleep, and then went into the living room and turned on the radio.
Oh, I'm so tired. I'm absolutely dead.
Well, maybe if we could get home one night in the week before 1 o'clock, you wouldn't be so tired.
I know, but we had to go to the party, and I don't know how to play that.
The next day, she had a slight headache and didn't keep an appointment she had. At 2 o'clock, Jim called her from the office.
Everything all right?
Yes, I suppose so.
Aren't you feeling well?
I've got a bit of a headache.
Oh. What'd you find out about the car?
No, I didn't.
Well, I asked you to be sure to, honey. We won't get it until tomorrow now. Now, will you please call them right away and tell them I've got to have it by tomorrow?
Yes.
Irene, did you hear me?
I said yes.
What's the matter with you?
I've got a headache.
You've been listening to that radio all morning, haven't you? Now, look, fun's fun, but you're running it into the ground, honey. It's not good for you. Now, please, keep the thing off, will you?
All right.
You promise?
All right.
Jim came home at about 6 that night. Emma, the maid, let him in, and he had taken off his hat and was taking off his coat when Irene ran into the hall.
Go up to 16C, Jim.
What?
Don't take off your coat. Go up to 16C. Mr. Osborne's beating his wife. They've been quarreling since 4 o'clock, and now he's hitting her. Go up there and stop it.
Cut it out. Stop it. You don't have to listen to this sort of thing, you know. It's indecent. It's like looking in windows. You know you don't have to listen to this sort of thing. You can just turn it off.
Horrible. It's so dreadful. I've been listening all
Honey,
day.
why do you listen to it? Why? I bought the filthy thing to give you some pleasure. I paid a lot for it. I thought it might make you happy. I wanted to make you happy.
No. Don't quarrel with me, please. Please. All the others have been quarreling all day. Everybody's quarreling. They're all worried about money. Mrs. Hutchinson's mother's dying in Florida, and they don't have enough money to send her to the Mayo Clinic. And Mrs. Melville has heart trouble, and some woman is playing around with the superintendent. It's disgusting. And Mr. Hendricks is going to lose his job. And that girl who plays the Missouri Waltz all the time. And Mr. Osborne beating Mrs. Osborne.
Irene, listen to me. Why do you have to turn it on? Why do you have to listen to that stuff? It makes you so miserable.
No, don't. Life is too terrible. It's too sordid and too awful. But we've never been like that, have we, darling? Have we? I mean, we've always been good and decent and loving, haven't we? And we have 2 children, beautiful children. Our lives aren't sordid, are they, darling? Are they? We're happy, aren't we? We are happy.
Of course we're happy, darling, of course. Now, look, I'll have the fool radio fixed or taken away tomorrow. Come on. It's all right, honey. It's all right. Come on.
You love me, don't you? And we're not hypercritical or worried about money or dishonest, are we?
No. Darling, no.
A man came in the morning and fixed the radio. And Irene was happy to hear a recording of the Beethoven Ninth, including Schiller's Ode to Joy. She kept the radio on all day, and nothing untoward came from the speaker. Debussy's La Mer was being played when Jem came home, and they went into dinner. His face was pale, she thought.
I paid the bill for the radio today. It cost $400. I just hope you get some enjoyment out of it.
I'm sure I will, darling.
Well, $400 is a good deal more than I can afford. But I wanted to get something you'd enjoy. It's the last extravagance we'll be able to indulge ourselves in this year.
All right, dear, of course. I understand.
Maureen, by the way, I noticed you hadn't paid your clothing bills yet. I saw them on your dressing table.
Oh, I suppose I must have forgotten.
Well, why did you tell me you'd paid them? Why did you lie to me?
Oh, I just didn't want to worry you, Jim. I'll be able to pay my bills out of this month's allowance. There were slip covers last month from that party we had to give.
Well, you just got to learn to handle the money I give you a little more intelligently, Irene.
Yes, darling, I will. I really will.
You just got to understand that we won't have as much money this year as we had last, I had a very sobering talk with Mitchell today. No one's buying anything. We're spending all our time promoting new issues, and you know how long that takes. I'm not getting any younger, you know. I'm 37, and I haven't done as well as I hoped I'd do. I don't suppose things will get any better.
Yes, dear.
We just got to start cutting down. Start thinking of the children. To be perfectly frank with you, I worry about money a great deal. I'm not at all sure of the future. No one is. I've worked very hard to give you and the children a comfortable life, and I don't like to see all that energy wasted in fur coats, radios, and slip covers.
Please, Jim, please, they'll hear us.
Who'll hear us? Emma can't hear us.
The radio.
Radio? I'm sick of it. I'm sick to death of you. That radio can't hear us. Nobody can hear us. And what if they can hear us? Who cares? Why are you so holier than thou all of a sudden? What's turned you overnight into a nice girl? You stole your mother's jewelry before they probated a will. You never gave your sister a cent of that money that was intended for her. Not even when she needed it.
Irene stood for a minute before the hideous radio, disgraced and sickened. But she held her hand on the switch before she extinguished the music, hoping that the instrument might speak to her kindly, that she might hear the Sweeney's nurse. And as she turned the dial, the voice on the radio was suave and noncommittal.
Buffalo. A fire in a hospital near Buffalo for the care of blind children was put out early this morning. There were several injuries, but no fatalities. And that's the news. The temperature downtown is 64. Humidity, 90. And now an interlude of music.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented The Enormous Radio by John Cheever, produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. The script was adapted for radio by Mr. Ellis. The cast included William Conrad, Virginia Gregg, Stacey Harris, Eve McVeigh, Hans Conried, Charlotte Lawrence, Joseph Kearns, Paula Winslow, Herb Butterfield, Helen Klebe, George Walsh, and Irene Tedrow. Special effects were by Robert Chadwick, Bill James, and Clark Casey. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when from New York we present a special production by the Helen Hayes drama group, Lovers, Villains, and Fools, with the famous actress as narrator. The title of the piece is derived from the three principal categories of character portrayals which are basic equipment for which members of this theater group strive. The narration is written by Albert G. Miller. Special music has been composed and will be conducted by Alex Steinert. That's next week on the CBS Radio Workshop. How many people are there in a crowd of 10 million? Do you have any picture in your mind, or is that figure too overwhelming? Well, 10 million is more people than there are in Chicago, Philadelphia, and Los Angeles combined. And that's how many men, women, and children in our country are suffering from some form of mental illness. Yes, 10 million. Among that 10 million, maybe there's someone you know, a neighbor, friend, or a relative. So you see, mental illness is a problem that concerns us all. And that's why we are all being asked to give to our local mental health campaign to fight mental illness. The best weapon is research. Research to find out how to prevent mental illness. Your doctors can be helped by your dollars. They can learn enough to really lick this number one problem, mental illness. The victims of mental illness need your help desperately. Give to your local mental health campaign. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by my son, Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is Helen Hayes, and this is a simple story about actors. I guess I know pretty much about actors because I've been one for 50 years.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, the Helen Hayes Drama Group and Helen Hayes present Lovers, Villains, and Fools. Helen Hayes has been known for years as one of the leading actresses of the American stage, and lately as a New York theater. And now on tape, Miss Hayes.
Thank you. I still haven't become accustomed to being a theater. But after all these years inside of theaters, I'm quite at home when talking about actors and acting. As I said a moment ago, this is a story about actors. Throughout history, strange opinions have been held about actors by people outside the profession, people sometimes known to theater folk as civilians. Actors have been accused of being childlike, vain, feather-brained, irresponsible, and, well, sometimes not even quite respectable. But whatever else they are, actors are artists. They work hard to learn their trade. It isn't easy to be called on to be a lover for one instant and a villain the next, and then turn from being a villain into a fool. And so an actor reaches for Shakespeare, whose plays provide him with all the examples of character he will ever need, no matter whatever or wherever he plays. Tonight, Jack Manning, my young actor friend, has brought our group to the studio with a Shakespearean repertoire of lovers, villains, and fools. And it might be wise to begin foolishly with a fool. The actor will be Dick Vere, reading a speech of Launce, a foolish fellow and two gentlemen of Verona. Launce is the clownish servant of Proteus, one of the two gentlemen. He is especially appreciated for his soliloquies to his dog Crab, the sourest-natured dog that lives. The stage direction, enter Launce leading a dog.
Oh, when a manservant shall play the cur with him, look you, it goes hard. One that I brought up of a puppy. One that I saved from drowning when 3 or 4 of his blind brothers and sisters went to it. I have taught him, as you might say, precisely. Thus I would teach a dog. I was sent to deliver him as a present to Mistress Sylvia from my master. And I came no sooner into the dining chamber, but he steps me to her trencher and steals her capon's leg. Oh, 'tis a foul thing when a cur cannot keep himself in all companies. If I had not had more wit to take a fault upon me that he did, I think verily he'd have been hanged for it. Sure as I live, he'd have suffered for it. You shall judge. He thrust me himself into the company of 3 or 4 gentlemanlike dogs under the Duke's table. He'd not been there, bless the mark, but all the chamber smelt him. Out with the dog, says one. Whew. What cur is that, says another. Whip him out, says a third. Hang him up, says the Duke. Well, I, having been acquainted with the smell before, knew it was Crab, and goes me to the fellow that whips the dogs. Friend, quoth I, do you mean to whip the dog? Aye, marry I do, quoth he. You do him the more wrong, quoth I. 'Twas I did the thing you wot of. He makes me no more ado, but whips me out of the chamber. How many masters would do this for their servant? Oh, thou thinkest not on this now. Nay, I remember the trick thou served me when I took my leave of Madam Sylvia. Did I not bid thee still mark me and do as I do? When didst thou ever see me heave up my leg against a gentlewoman's farthingale? Didst thou ever see me do such a trick?
Certain people may think it's easy for an actor to play a fool because they fondly believe that an actor is a fool to begin with. Well, is he really? Certainly an actor does his work earnestly and honestly. Mr. J.B. Priestley, the author, has this to say. I prefer acting that I see in the theater, says Mr. Priestley, to acting that I see in the Harley Street consulting room, in the law courts, or the Houses of Parliament. The man who openly plays a character part for 2 hours a night is more likely to remain in a healthy state of mind than the man who plays a character part day and night, using every room he enters as his stage. So much for who is the fool. Now, in Twelfth Night, Shakespeare tells the story of lovers and demonstrates his fondness for disguising his heroine as a boy, thus fooling a lovesick swain. Joseph Warren plays the Duke, and Terry Clark plays Viola.
Give me some music. Come, the song we had last night. Mark it, Cesario. It is old and plain. The spinsters and the knitters in the sun and the free maids that weave their thread with bones do used to chant it. It is silly sooth, and dallies with the innocence of love, like the old age. Come hither, boy. How dost thou like this tune?
It gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned.
Thou dost speak masterly. My life upon it, young though thou art, thine eye hath stayed upon some favor that it loves. Hath it not, boy?
A little by your favor.
What kind of woman is't?
Of your complexion.
She is not worth thee, then. What years, i' faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven. Let thy love be younger than thyself, or thy affection cannot hold the bent. For women are as roses whose fair flower, being once displayed, doth fall that very hour.
And so they are. Alas, that they are so, to die even when they to perfection grow.
Once more, Cesario, get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty.
But if she cannot love you, sir.
I cannot be so answered.
Oh, sooth, but you must. Say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love as great a pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her, you tell us, so must she not then be answered?
There is no woman's sides can bide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give my heart.
Ay, but I know.
What dost thou know?
Too well what love women to men may owe. In faith they are as true of heart as we. My father had a daughter, loved a man. As might be, perhaps, were I a woman, I should your lordship.
And what's her history?
A blank, my lord. For she never told her love, but let concealment like a worm in the bud feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy she sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love indeed? Oh, we men may say more, swear more, but indeed our shows are more than will, for still we prove much in our vows, but little in our love.
But died thy sister of her love, my boy?
I am all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers, too, and yet I know not. Sir, shall I to this lady?
Aye, that's the theme. To her in haste. Give her this jewel. Say, my love can give no place, bide no denay.
The players who are illustrating this story about actors are all young. They're all artists, and they all make their living by acting on stage, screen, radio, or television. They formed their group because they felt a desperate need to learn their craft well by working. And they chose to study and perform Shakespeare because Shakespeare is the one dramatist who challenges every mood, every skill, and every emotion. Being human beings as well as actors, there are lovers among these young people, I'm certain of that. And there may be a fool or two. But I'm sure that there are no out-and-out villains. Actors leave pure villainy to the drama critics. But they can quickly assume the villain's sneer when the part calls for it. Villainous roles such as Gloucester in King Henry VI, Part 2. Here's Jack Manning as Gloucester, the man who can smile and murder while he smiles.
Aye, Edward will use women honorably. Would he were wasted, marrow, bones, and all, that from his loins no hopeful branch may spring to cross me from the golden time I look for. And yet, between my soul's desire and me, the lustful Edward's title buried, is Clarence Henry, and his son young Edward, and all the unlooked-for issue of their bodies to take their rooms ere I can place myself. A cold premeditation for my purpose. Why then, I do but dream on sovereignty. Say there is no kingdom, then, for Richard. What other pleasures can the world afford? I'll make my heaven in a lady's lap, and deck my body in gay ornaments, and wit sweet ladies with my words and looks. Miserable thought. And more unlikely than to accomplish 20 golden crowns. My love forswore me in my mother's womb. She did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to make an envious mountain on my back where sits deformity to mock my body, to shape my legs of an unequal size. to disproportion me in every part like to a chaos, or an unlicked bear whelp that carries no impression like the dam. And am I, then, a man to be beloved? Oh, monstrous fault to harbor such a thought. Then, since this earth affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown. And whiles I live, to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round empaled with a glorious crown. And yet, I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one, lost in a thorny wood that rends the thorns, and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown. And from that torment I will free myself, for hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile, and murder whiles I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheek with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I can add color to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and set the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it further off, I'll pluck it down. This is Jack Manning. In Shakespeare, as in life, we find lovers who are villains, and by being villains are fools indeed. Here are Macbeth and his lady passionately plotting the death of Duncan. Barbara Joyce as Lady Macbeth, and Douglas Gordon as Macbeth.
Oh, now, what news?
He has almost supped. Why have you left the chamber?
Have they asked for me?
Know you not he has?
We will proceed no further in this business. He hath honored me of late, and I have bought golden opinions from all sorts of people, which would be worn now in their newest gloss, not cast aside so soon.
Was the hope drunk wherein you dressed yourself? Hath it slept since? And wakes it now to look so green and pale at what it did so freely? From this time such I account thy love. Art thou afeared to be the same in thine own act and valor as thou art in desire? Wouldst thou have that which thou esteemest the ornament of life, and live a coward in thine honest aim?
Prithee, peace! I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares do more is none.
What beast was it then that made you break this enterprise to me? When you durst do it, then you were a man. And to be more than what you were, you would be so much more the man.
If we should fail.
We fail! But screw your courage to the sticking place, and we'll not fail. When Duncan is asleep, whereto the rather shall his day's hard journey soundly invite him, his two chamberlains will I with wine and wassail so convince that memory, the warder of the brain, shall be a fume, and the receipt of reason a limbeck only. When in swinish sleep their drenched natures lie as in a death, what cannot you and I perform on the unguarded Duncan?
Bring forth men, children only. For thine undaunted mettle should compose nothing but males. Will it not be received when we have marked with blood those sleepy two of his own chamber, and used their very daggers that they have done?
Who dares receive another, as we shall make our griefs and clamor roar upon his death?
I'm settled, and bend up each corporal agent to this terrible feat. Away, mark the time with fairest show. False face must hide what the false heart doth know.
The greatest ambition of all actors is to play Hamlet, and our acting group is no less ambitious than others. So the climax of our story about actors will be a scene from this greatest play of all, a drama that's a treasure house of lovers, villains, and fools. Appropriately for this working group, the scene opens with Shakespeare's instructions to actors young and old in all lands, in all ages. We know it as Hamlet's advice to the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of your players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines. Oh, it offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periwig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags, to split the ears of the groundlings, who, for the most part, are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. Pray you, avoid it.
I warrant, Your Honor.
Be not too tame, neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action. With this special observance. The purpose of playing, both at the first and now, was and is to hold, as 'twere, the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn his own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, and heard others praise, and that highly, have so strutted and bellowed that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men, and not made them well, they imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether. And let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them. For there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too, though, in the meantime, some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. That's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it. Go, make you ready. What ho, Horatio?
Here, sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, there is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe my uncle, give him heedful note. For I, mine eyes will rivet to his face, and after, we will both our judgments join in censure of his seeming.
Well, my lord, if he steal aught the whilst this play is playing and escape detecting, I will pay the theft.
They are coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent to faith. I eat the air, promise crammed. You cannot feed capons so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine now. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord. They stay upon your patience.
Come hither, my dear Hamlet. Sit by me.
No, good mother. Here's Methel more attractive.
You are merry, my lord.
Why?
Aye, my lord.
Oh, God, you're only jig maker. What should a man do but be merry? For look you, how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within his 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long? Oh, heavens, died 2 months ago and not forgotten yet. Well, then there's hope. A great man's memory may outlive his life half a year. Come, the play.
Enter the king and queen very lovingly, the queen embracing him and he her. She kneels and makes show of protestation unto him. He takes her up and declines his head upon her neck, lays him down upon a bank of flowers. She, seeing him asleep, leaves him.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks.
Ah, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offense in it?
No, they do but jest. Poison in jest. No offense of the world.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work. But what of that? Your Majesty and we that have free souls, it touches us not. Come the play.
Anon comes in a fellow, takes off the king's crown, kisses it, and pours poison in the king's ears and exits. The queen returns, finds the king dead, and makes passionate action. The poisoner woos the queen with gifts. She seems loath and unwilling a while, but in the end accepts his love.
The king rises.
What? Frighted with false fire?
There's my lord.
Give all the play.
Give me some light!
Away! Light! Light!
Light! Light!
Good Horatio!
Aye, my lord.
I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000. Didst perceive?
Very well, my lord.
Upon the talk of the poisoning.
I did very well note him.
Leave me, Horatio. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft. Now to my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none.
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, you question with a wicked tongue.
Why, how now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. And would 'twere not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then, I'll set those to you who can speak.
Come, sit you down. You shall not budge, you go not, till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me.
Leave wringing your hands. Peace, sit you down. And let me wring your heart. For so I shall, if it be made of penetrable stuff. If damned custom have not brazed it so that it is proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I done that thou darest wag thy tongue and noise so rude against me?
Look here, upon this picture and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow. A combination and a form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. Look you now what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Oh, shame. Where is thy blush?
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. These words like daggers in mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord.
No more.
A king of shreds and patches.
I am thy father's ghost.
Save me, and hover over me with your wings, you heavenly gods. What would your gracious figure?
Alas, he's mad.
Do you not come, your tardy son, to chide that, lapsed in time and passion, lets go by the important acting of your dread command? Oh, say.
Do not forget, this visitation is but to whet thine almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul. Conceit in weakest bodies, strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is't with you, lady?
Alas, how is't with you? That you do bend your eye on vacancy, and with the incorporeal air do hold discourse. Whereon do you look?
On him. Look you, how pale he glares.
To whom do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all. Yet all there is I see.
No, did you nothing hear?
No. Nothing but ourselves.
Why, look you there. Look how it steals away. My father in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes even now, out at the portal.
This is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation, ecstasy, is very cunning in.
Ecstasy? Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul that not your trespass but my madness speaks. Confess yourself to heaven. Repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them rancor.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Throw away the worser part, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to my uncle's bed. Refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence, the next more easy. Once more, good night. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. Good night.
Good night, Hamlet.
Good night, Mother.
This has been a story about actors and actors at work. Our revels now are ended. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Good night, everyone.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented the Helen Hayes Drama Group with Helen Hayes on tape in Lovers, Villains, and Fools, produced and directed by Paul Roberts. Narration was written by Albert Miller, music composed and conducted by Alexander Steinert. Heard with Miss Hayes were Jack Manning, Dick Via, Barbara Joyce, Joe Warren, Terry Clark, Douglas Gordon, Betty Ellen, and Arthur Anderson. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when, from Hollywood, we present a delightful and thrilling fairy tale by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry called The Little Princess. This is the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight's presentation, The Little Prince, by the late Antoine de Saint-Exupéry.
Years ago, I had an accident with my airplane in the desert of Sahara. Something was broken in my engine. Being alone, I set myself to attempt the difficult repairs. It was a question of life or death. I had only enough drinking water to last about a week. The first night, I went to sleep on the sand 1,000 miles from any human habitation. You can imagine my amazement when at sunrise I was awakened by an odd little voice.
If you please, draw me a sheep.
What?
Draw me a sheep.
I jumped to my feet, completely thunderstruck. I saw a most extraordinary small person who stood examining me with great seriousness. He seemed neither to be fainting from fatigue or hunger, or thirst or fear. When I was able to speak, I said, "What are you doing here?"
If you please, draw me a sheep.
I don't know how to draw.
That doesn't matter. Draw me a sheep.
When I was only 6, I had drawn a picture of a boa constrictor, from the outside, digesting an elephant. The grown-ups couldn't understand it. They told me it looked like a hat. They advised me to lay aside my drawing and devote myself to geography, history, arithmetic, and grammar. I did because it's tiresome for children to be always and forever explaining things to them.
Would you please draw me a sheep?
The little fellow was so insistent, I took out my pen and some paper. Since I had never drawn a sheep, I drew for him my picture of the boa constrictor that looked like a hat.
No, no, no. I do not want an elephant inside a boa constrictor. A boa constrictor is very dangerous, and an elephant is cumbersome. Where I live, everything is very small. What I need is a sheep. Please draw me one.
I made several attempts. Then, being in a hurry to start working on my engine, I tossed off a drawing of a box that had some air holes in it and explained that the sheep was inside.
That is exactly the way I wanted it. Do you think this sheep will require a great deal of grass?
Oh, there will surely be enough. It's a very small sheep I've given you.
Not so small. Look through the air hole. My sheep has gone to sleep.
It took me a long time to learn where he came from. It was only from words dropped by chance that little by little everything was revealed to me. I learned, for example, that the little prince came from another planet, and that his planet was scarcely any larger than a house. I should remind the grown-ups that in addition to the great planets, there are hundreds of others, some too small to be seen through telescopes, called asteroids, which are designated by numbers. The planet the little prince came from is asteroid B612. As each day passed, I would learn more about the little prince's planet. On the third day, I heard about the catastrophe of the baobabs.
Isn't it true that sheep eat little bushes?
Yes, that's true.
Then it follows they also eat baobabs.
Baobabs? But it would take a herd of elephants to eat anything as gigantic as a baobab.
Before they grow so big, don't baobabs start out by being little?
Entirely correct. But why do you want the sheep to eat the little baobabs?
I knew a planet inhabited by a lazy man. He neglected 3 little bushes.
What happened?
Catastrophe. The baobabs spread over the entire planet, bored clear through it with their roots, split it in pieces.
So you must be careful.
It is a question of discipline. I must attend to my planet each morning, as I do myself. It's tedious. I need the sheep.
On the 5th day, thanks to the sheep, the secret of the little prince's life was revealed to me.
If a sheep eats little bushes, does it eat flowers,
A
too?
sheep eats anything it finds in its reach.
Even flowers that have thorns?
Yes, even flowers that have thorns.
The thorns. What use are they?
Don't you ever let go of a question once you've asked it. Can't you see I'm busy fixing my plane? There's so little drinking water left, I must finish the repairs.
But you haven't answered my question.
All right. The thorns are of no use at all. Flowers have thorns just for spite.
Oh! I don't believe you. Flowers are weak creatures. They are naive. They reassure themselves as best they can. They believe that their thorns are terrible weapons. And you actually believe that the flowers...
No, I don't believe anything. I answered you the first thing that came into my head. Now, don't you see I'm very busy with matters of consequence?
Matters of consequence? You talk just like the grown-ups. The flowers have been growing thorns for millions of years. For millions of years, the sheep have been eating them just the same. It is not a matter of consequence to try to understand why the flowers go to so much trouble to grow thorns which are never of any use to them.
Now, just a moment.
If I knew one flower which is unique in the universe, which grows nowhere but on my planet, which one little sheep can destroy in a single bite some morning without even noticing what he is doing, you think that is not important?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Now, the flower you love is not in danger. I'll draw you a muzzle for your sheep. I'll draw you a railing to put around your flower. I didn't know what else to say to him. Night had fallen. I'd let my tools drop from my hand. Of what moment now was my hammer, or thirst, or death? There was a little prince to be comforted. I felt awkward and blundering. I didn't know how I could reach him. It's such a secret place, the land of tears. So that's why you left your tiny home on asteroid B612. It was love. Love for a flower unique in all the universe.
At first I was captivated by her beauty. Very quickly she began to torment me with her vanity, and soon I came to doubt her.
Was she the only flower on your planet?
Oh, no. But the others are very simple. They take up no room, cause not one bit of trouble.
Your flower was different.
Very. She came from a seed blown to my planet from who knows where. From the moment she first showed herself, she became demanding. She commanded all of my time. Even that time I had always devoted to the baobabs and my volcanoes.
Volcanoes?
I have 2 active volcanoes. Very convenient for heating my breakfast. I carefully clean them out every morning. If they are well cleaned out, volcanoes burn slowly and steadily, without eruptions.
I see.
I also have 1 volcano that is extinct. I clean it out, too. One never knows.
No, one never knows. You were telling me about your flower.
I ought never to have run away from her. I ought to have judged her by deeds and not by words. I ought to have guessed that behind her poor little stratagems lay real affection for me. But I was too young to know how to love her. The fact is that I did not know how to understand anything.
And so it was that the little prince fled from the proud flower he loved but could not understand. To escape from his planet, the little prince took advantage of the migration of a flock of wild birds. He found himself in the neighborhood of asteroids number 325, 326, 27, 28, and 329. He began to visit them in order to add to his knowledge. The first asteroid was inhabited by a king clad in a royal purple and ermine who was seated upon a magic throne. The king was elated when he saw the little prince coming.
Ah, a subject. Approach so that I may see you better.
The king felt consumingly proud of being at last king over somebody. The little prince looked everywhere for a place to sit down, but the entire planet was crammed and obstructed by the king's magnificent robe. So he remained standing. Since he was tired, he yawned.
It is contrary to etiquette to yawn in the presence of a king. I forbid you to do so.
I can't help it. I have come on a long journey and have had no sleep.
Ah, then I order you to yawn. Come now, yawn again. That's an order.
That frightens me. I cannot anymore.
Well, then I order you sometimes to yawn and sometimes not to. Look here, I insist that my authority be respected. I tolerate no disobedience. I am an absolute monarch. However, I always make my orders reasonable.
That is very wise.
Oh, of course. If I offered a general to change himself into a seabird and he did not, it would be my fault, not his.
May I sit down?
Yeah, I order you to do so. Here, I shall move my robe.
Sire, I beg that you will excuse my asking a question.
I order you to ask me a question.
Sire, you are alone here. This planet is tiny. Over what do you rule?
Over everything.
Over everything? You mean the other planets and all the stars?
Oh, over all that.
Oh, that's marvelous. You can see a sunset whenever you wish. Oh, sire, I should like to see a sunset. Do me that kindness. Order the sun to set.
If I ordered a general to fly from one flower to another like a butterfly, or write a tragic drama, or change himself into a seabird, and if he did not, which of us would be wrong?
You.
Exactly. One must require from each one only the duty he can perform. I have the right to require obedience because my orders are reasonable.
But my sunset?
You shall have it. I shall command it.
When, sire?
Well, I shall consult my almanac. Here we are. That will be this evening about 20 minutes to 8. And when I give the order, you see how well I'm obeyed.
I see. Oh, I have nothing more to do here, so I shall set out on my way again.
Oh, do not go. Do not go. I'll make you a minister.
Minister of what?
Minister of Justice. Yeah, that's it, Minister of Justice.
But there is nobody here to judge.
Well, then you shall judge yourself. It's far more difficult to judge oneself than to judge others.
I can judge myself anywhere.
I I have good reason to believe that somewhere on my planet there is an old rat. You can judge this old rat, and from time to time you will condemn him to death. But you will have to pardon him on each occasion. He must be treated thriftily. He's the only one we have.
I wouldn't like that. I think I will go on my way.
Oh, no.
I am ready to depart. If your Majesty wishes to be promptly obeyed, he should be able to give me a reasonable order.
Very well. I order you to be gone by the end of 1 minute. The conditions seem favorable. And hear this. I make you my ambassador.
The grown-ups are very strange.
The second planet was inhabited by a conceited man who thought the little prince had come to admire him.
I am about to receive a visit from an admirer.
Good morning. That is a queer hat you are wearing.
It is a hat for salutes. I raise it in salute when people acclaim me. Oh, unfortunately, nobody at all ever passes this way.
Oh?
Clap your hands one against the other.
All right.
You see? I now raise my hat in salute.
Do it again.
Thank you. Thank you. Wouldn't you like to applaud me again?
Well, no.
But you really do admire me.
What do you mean?
Well, you regard me as the handsomest, the best dressed, the richest, and most intelligent man on this planet.
But you're the only man on your planet.
Well, do me this kindness. Admire me just the same.
Very well. I admire you.
Thank you. Thank you, and goodbye.
Now, what is there in that to interest him so much? The grown-ups are certainly very odd.
The third planet belonged to a businessman. This man was so much occupied that he did not even raise his head at the little prince's arrival.
3 and 2 make 5. 5 and
Good
7.
morning.
12. Good morning. 15
Your
and
cigarette
7
has gone
make
out.
22. I haven't had time to light it again. That makes 501,622,731.
500 million what?
I can't stop. I've got too much to do. I'm concerned with matters of consequence.
500 million what?
During the 54 years I've inhabited this planet, I've been disturbed only twice by inconsequential balderdash. This is the third time. I was saying 501 million...
Millions of what?
Those little objects one sometimes sees in the sky.
Flies?
No, little glittering objects. The ones that set lazy men to idle dreaming.
You mean the stars.
That's right.
And what do you do with the stars?
Nothing. I own them.
But I have already seen a king who told me...
Kings do not own. They reign over. It's very different. And it makes me very rich.
What good does it do you to be rich?
Well, it makes it possible for me to buy more stars, if any are discovered.
How is it possible for one to own the stars?
To whom do they belong?
To nobody.
Then they belong to me, because I was the first to think of it.
I suppose that is true, but what do you do with them?
I administer them, count them, recount them. It's difficult, but I am a man who is interested in matters of consequence.
You cannot pluck the stars from heaven.
No, but I can put them into the bank.
Whatever does that mean?
I write the number of my stars on a paper. I put the paper into a drawer and lock it with a key.
Is that all?
It is enough.
That is rather poetic, but of no great consequence.
Your ideas about matters of consequence are quite different from those of grown-ups.
Quite. I myself own a flower, which I water every day. I own 3 volcanoes, which I clean out every day. It is of some use to my volcanoes and my flowers that I own them. You are of no use to the stars.
Balderdash! Now, let's see, where was I? 342, 77 plus 89.
The grown-ups are altogether extraordinary.
Tell me, how did you come to visit this planet, the Earth?
It was recommended by a geographer on the 5th planet I visited.
You like it? Do you intend to stay?
It has been almost a year since I left my home, my flower, my volcanoes. I'm worried.
The baobabs?
I left them under control.
Your flower, then?
On my journey, I learned many things. I learned that flowers are in danger of speedy disappearance. Soon I must return.
It had been 8 days since my accident in the desert. The last drop of my water supply was gone. The little prince seemed not to guess the danger. A little sunshine was all he seemed to need. He was recounting some of his experiences after coming to our planet.
I met a friend. He was a fox.
My dear little man, this is no longer a matter that could have anything to do with a fox.
Why not?
I am about to die of thirst.
I'll tell you about it as we go, then. Come, let us look for a well.
It's absurd to look for a well at random in the immensity of the desert.
When arrived on the Earth, I was surprised not to see any people. It was explained to me that I had landed on the desert.
Your friend the fox told you this?
No, it was a little gold-colored snake. A funny little animal. No thicker than a finger.
A little yellow snake, but they're deadly.
Not deadly, but more powerful than the finger of a king.
He could have struck you fatally.
He told me he could help me someday. If I grew too homesick for my planet. He told me all I need do is come back to the place where I descended. He would meet me there.
Are you so homesick, then?
It is very close to the anniversary of my arrival. At that time, my planet will be right overhead.
I shall be unhappy if you go.
That is what the fox said. It was his fault. He wanted me to tame him.
Tame him?
It was when I wandered into a garden filled with flowers. There were thousands of them, precisely alike. They called themselves roses. I was broken-hearted.
Because of the roses?
They were all exactly like my flower. A flower I thought to be unique in all the universe.
Oh.
The fox made me understand, to have hope again. He wanted me to tame him because it would establish ties and make him different from all the other foxes.
I'm beginning to understand.
I looked again at the roses. They were beautiful, but one would not die for them. My rose is more important than all the others because it is she that I have watered. It is she I have put under a glass globe, sheltered from the wind behind a screen. Listened to when she grumbled or boasted. She is my rose.
And your friend the fox?
When I met him, he was as yet nothing. Just a fox like thousands of other foxes. But I have made him my friend. And now he is unique in all the world.
You have learned a secret. A simple secret. It's only with the heart that one can see rightly.
What is essential is invisible to the eye.
Men have forgotten that you become responsible forever for what you have tamed.
I am responsible for my rose.
When we had trudged along for several hours in silence, the darkness fell and the stars came out. The little prince dropped off to sleep. I took him in my arms and set out walking once more. I felt the need of protecting him as if he himself were a flame that might be extinguished by a little puff of wind. I walked on. I found the well at daybreak.
Now, you must keep your promise, you know. The muzzle for my sheep.
I remember. I'm afraid it's not very good.
This will be all right.
You have plans I don't know about.
Tomorrow will be the anniversary of my descent to the Earth.
And your star will be just above?
You must return to your work on the engine now. I will be waiting here. Come back tomorrow evening.
I'm a little frightened.
Remember the fox. One runs the risk of weeping a little if one lets himself be tamed.
I was not reassured. I did not want to lose my little friend. I pretended to go, but returned and hid behind a rock. I could not see to whom the little prince was speaking.
This is the exact spot. At the right time. You have good poison. You are sure you will not make me suffer too long.
My heart jumped to my throat. I looked around the rock. Before me, facing the little prince, was one of those yellow snakes that take just 30 seconds to end your life. I dug into my pocket for my gun and started to run. The snake let himself flow across the sand like the dying spray of a fountain and disappeared among the stones. What does this mean? Why are you talking with snakes?
You will find out what is wrong with your engine today, and you can go back home. I, too, am going home today. It is much farther, much more difficult.
I want you to stay a while longer.
I have your sheep and the sheep's box, and I have the muzzle.
Little man, I want to hear you laugh again. Tell me it's only a bad dream, this affair of the snake, the meeting place, the star.
At night you will look up at the stars. My star will be just one of the stars for you. You will love to watch all of the stars in the heavens. They will be your friends. I am making you a present.
Little prince, dear little prince. I love to hear that laughter.
That is my present. Just that.
What are you trying to say?
For most people, the stars are silent. You alone will have the stars as no one else has them.
I don't understand.
In one of the stars, I shall be living. In one of them, I shall be laughing. It will be as if all the stars were laughing when you look at the night sky. Only you will have the stars that can laugh. I, too, shall look at the stars. They will all be wells with a rusty pulley. You will have 500 million little bells, and I shall have 500 million springs of fresh water. Now, let me go by myself.
You're afraid, little friend?
I am responsible for my flower. She is so weak, so naive. She has 4 thorns of no use at all.
Don't go. Please. Don't go. I seemed unable to move. The little prince hesitated, took one step. There was nothing there but a flash of yellow close to his ankle. He remained motionless for an instant. He did not cry out. He fell gently as a tree falls. There wasn't even any sound because of the sand. Now, years and years have gone by. Until now, I've never told this story. My sorrow is comforted a little. Not entirely, but I know he did go back to his planet. His body was not there at daybreak. At night, I love to listen to the stars. It's like 500 million little bells. But there is one extraordinary thing. When I drew the muzzle for the little prince, I forgot to add the leather strap to it. He will never have been able to fasten it on his sheep. So now I keep wondering what's happening on his planet. Perhaps the sheep has eaten the flour and the little bells are changed to tears. Here, then, is a great mystery. Nothing in the universe can be the same if somewhere a sheep that we have never seen has, yes or no, eaten a rose. And no grown-up will ever understand that this is a matter of so much importance.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. The script was adapted for radio by Frank Tausig. Richard Beals was heard as the Little Prince, with Raymond Burr as our narrator. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Joseph Kearns, and Hans Conried. Music for tonight's workshop was composed by René Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when, from New York, we present H.L. Mencken, The Story of a Journalist. That's next week on the CBS Radio Workshop. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network. CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a study in semantics, or a play on words. It is written by Anthony Ellis and is called A Matter of Logic.
All right, Bill, hold it. You mind, Bill? I'd like to get a timing on this thing. We're late now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony.
All right, hold it quiet now. We'll start again from the top. Keep it quiet, real quiet. From the top again.
Hey, Tone.
Yes, Bill.
Look, seriously, while you stop, it's none of my business, but you got 3 titles in there. The show's confusing enough as it is without that. Can't you cut it?
Bill, look, we've got an hour until we go on the air. Now, can we finish the dress rehearsal first? We've spent the whole bloody afternoon going through this.
Okay. I'll keep my mouth shut.
All right, once more, please. Hugh, from the top. Keep it quiet. All right, here we go.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a study in semantics, or a play on words. It is written by Anthony Ellis and is called A Matter of Logic.
Well, Bill, that's supposed to be a word cue for you.
I'm sorry, Tony. I was just trying to figure it out, that's all.
Figure what out?
Well, how to do this thing, Tony.
Well, don't you think it's a little late for that, Bill? Why don't you just try it all the way through? Maybe it'll come together. You've spent most of the rehearsal arguing about the logic. Now, perhaps if you try a performance...
Oh? Well, if you don't like my performance, Tony, maybe you better get yourself another boy,
I haven't heard a performance yet. Now, come on, Bill, please.
Look, you've given me 26 minutes of monologue to play. That's a lot of double talk, and I don't understand it. Nobody in the studio understands it, and the audience is not going to understand it. But you want me to give a performance, huh?
Wait a minute. I'll come out. We'll get this thing settled once and for all. Cast, you might as well take 5 minutes. I'll be right out.
Where's the coffee?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I want to make up a list.
Hugh?
Yeah?
You know what this is all about? Do you understand it?
Well, don't ask me, Bill. I'm neutral. I just want to get a timing on my closing announcement. We'll probably have cuts, and I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
You want coffee, Will?
Yeah, Stace, would you? All right. I know he wants to do a dress, Stace, but what's the use? I don't know what the narrator's talking about half the time, and the other half's a lot of nonsense anyway. I don't know what he wants me to do. As far as I'm concerned, he might have just as well filled the time with a half hour of music. I can't do this thing.
Oh, stop it. Sure. How do you want your coffee?
No, black.
Okay.
Been on my back all day long. Well, maybe he knows what he wants, but I don't.
All right.
I'd just as soon skip the rehearsal if I can get you to understand the show. Take a chance of getting off the air on time. Cass, will you hold it down, please? Hold it quiet. Now, what's the problem, Bill?
Are you kidding, Tony? I don't understand any part of this thing.
Oh? Well, I don't see why not. Stacy.
Yeah?
Stacy, you want to tell him in a couple of words? Seems to me at this point it shouldn't take much more than that.
No, you just leave me out of it, Father. I've been through this before with you two, remember? Well, Scotty, you want to call a coffee shop?
I think there's a lot to be said for both sides.
All right, Polly. Right now I'd like to do the side that Bill's got to play. You want to tell him?
Well, I see your point,
Well,
Bill,
thank
but-
you, Pearl.
Well, Tony wrote the script, and, well, he must have known what he had in mind. Didn't you, Tony?
Thanks a lot, Polly. Fred? Fred?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony, I wasn't listening. What page you on?
Oh, that's all right. It's all right, Fred. Mary Jane, you got any ideas?
Well, I think, well, look, airwaves are something. You can't see airwaves, but they are something. And the sun rays, you know, what are those rays? The sun rays? The cosmic rays. Now, there's something. You can't see them.
Well, how about sound? You know, the largest tree in the forest can fall, but unless the disturbed air caused by the crash reaches the eardrum of some living thing, there will be no sound.
Oh, really?
All right, hold it down. This isn't getting us anywhere. Quiet, please,
Look,
will you?
Tony, don't worry about them understanding it. I'm the guy who has the problem. I'm the guy saddled with 99 million words. Look, why don't you worry about me understanding? And I don't understand it, and I don't know where to start.
All right, Bill. Let's start at the beginning.
We've been through that.
All right, we'll do it again. Line 17. Hold it quiet, will you please? 17, definition, page 1.
It's pointless, Tony.
No. Not if it makes you understand. Line 17. Now, come on, Bill. Let's try it.
All right. Nobody. A noun. Meaning no person. No one. Hence, a person of no influence, importance, or social standing. An insignificant person.
Okay, fine. Now, let's stop right there. Now, forget the script for a minute.
I'd be delighted.
Oh, come on, Bill. Now, I'm trying to get this thing
I'm
done.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, now. Nobody. Meaning no person, no one. Hence, a person of no influence, no importance.
But they're not the same thing, Tony. They're separate and distinct. And besides, that's not what you're saying in the script.
Well, what am I saying?
You're saying nobody, no-body, is really somebody.
That's right. In order for there to be a nobody, there has to be has to have been a somebody.
It's a play on words, then, Tony, but it isn't logic.
But of course it is, Bill.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Now, wait
Look,
a minute.
you can't...
Wait a minute. Look here. Supposing you and Junior at home, telephone rings. And she says...
Now, will you get that? It's probably for you anyway.
Yeah, honey, I will. Hello. Hello.
Who was it, honey?
I don't know. Nobody's there. They must have hung up.
Oh.
Nobody was there, Bill, right?
Yeah, that's right,
But there had to be somebody on the other end to ring your phone.
What's the point?
That particular nobody, the one on the phone, was somebody.
Not when I answered the phone, he wasn't.
Let me finish now. That's one nobody. All right, now here's another one. You're home. It's dinner time. Somebody comes to the door.
Bill, someone's at the door. I'm getting the dog's food ready.
Okay, I'll go. Lisa, honey, will you please be quiet? Huh. I wonder...
Who was it?
Nobody. No, probably some kids.
Nobody, Bill. But somebody rang the doorbell. Junie said someone was at the door.
I'm not arguing with you,
up to now, though, you follow me.
I understand that when I go to the door, there's no body at the door, the absence of a body.
Nobody.
All right. Nobody.
And the same thing with nothing. Nothing can also be something.
Well, let's finish with nobody first.
No, they tie up. Now, you don't understand what I'm trying to say in the script, Bill, that nobody is really somebody and nothing is always something. That's the whole idea. They're inseparable. Now, look, let's take nothing.
Go ahead.
You're upstairs. You're in bed. And now you've put the light out, and you're almost asleep, and suddenly Junie turns over and shakes you.
Bill.
Huh. What?
Bill, I heard something downstairs.
What is it?
Wake up. Bill.
What is it?
I heard something.
Where, honey?
Downstairs.
Oh, darling, the dogs would have barked. Now go to sleep.
No, I heard it again just now. There is something, Bill.
Oh, right. Seems to me you're always hearing something.
Well, I did. Listen.
Oh, it's probably a tree branch.
No, it isn't.
Oh, we should wear earplugs.
Be careful.
Of what?
You look all over downstairs, Bill. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. So you go back upstairs, and Junie says to you...
What was it?
I told you nothing. There's nobody there, nothing at all.
Nothing there. Nobody there. But you both heard a sound.
Well, you say we did. I didn't, Tony. Besides, why have I always got to be the one to answer the phones and the doorbells and get up in the middle of the night? Why don't you let her do
that's
it?
Funny. Well, no, let's not be funny, huh? I'm as sick of this thing as you are, Bill.
I doubt that,
We've got
Tony.
a show to put on the air in about 40 minutes, and it's going to go on. Now, will you please try to help?
You haven't said anything new, Tony. I know what you're getting at. You're saying nobody, nothing, are somebody and something. Tangible somebodies and somethings, but they're not, Tony. Now, if you want to make a play on words, that's all right with me, but what you're asking me to do is make reality out of fantasy, and that's the way you want me to play it, but I can't do it, Tony. It can't be done. It's not logic, and we can sit here for 10 hours. That's not going to change
But
anything.
you do agree that nobody is the absence of somebody?
Obviously.
As an
Tony.
example.
Oh, let's not. I don't want any more
As an example, you're a policeman. You get a call about a murder. You go to the scene of the crime, and while you're there,
Excuse me, Mr. Ellis.
Yes, Hugh.
I'd like to be able to run through the closing before we go on the air. There are a couple of
It's
things...
all right. We'll have time. Now, don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Look, Tony, why don't we just forget about it, huh? I'll do
No,
the best I
no.
can.
This may help to straighten it out. Now, look, you're a policeman. You go to the scene of a crime.
Yeah.
When you get there, the officer on the beat's waiting for you.
What happened?
Near as I can find out, there's been a murder, sir. Witnesses report hearing shots and a scream. They're right over there. You want to talk to them?
Where's the body?
Well, that's the funny part about it. There isn't one. No body.
What do you mean, nobody? You said a murder's been committed.
Yeah, I know, but when I got here, there was no body anywhere around.
Oh, what happened to it?
I don't know, sir. Nobody seems to know.
Now, that's the absence of somebody, some corpse. In other words, no corpse, no body.
Go on.
And the officer says nobody seems to know. Now, that's a different nobody, Bill.
So?
But the nobodies who don't seem to know anything about the missing bodies are the witnesses, right?
Yeah.
And the witnesses are somebodies, but they're also nobodies.
Look, Tony,
Bill.
I'm tired. I'd just as soon drop the whole thing. You're right. You are right. I can do the show, and I will do the show.
And you understand it?
No, I don't understand it, Tony. All you've managed to do is make it even more confusing.
Well, I think we're on the right track. You'll see it in a minute.
And I just as soon not.
Well, we've gone this far. Now, let's finish.
None of this has got anything to do with the script I've got to do, though, Tony.
Bill, it's got everything to do with it if you'll just be open-minded about
Look,
it.
you're very convincing. If you want 2 and 2 to make 5 for the sake of argument, you can do it. With fantasy, you can do anything. I agree with you. 2 and 2 make 5. But it isn't logic, Tony. It's fantasy. That I can play if you want me.
But I don't want you to play it as a fantasy, Bill. I want you to play it as a realistic piece because it is reality.
We're back where we started.
Are you deliberately trying to be arbitrary, Bill?
Oh, come off. Knock it off,
I mean
Tony.
it.
Listen, I'm just an actor. You wrote this epic. You're directing it. Now, if you can make me understand what you want, I'll play it for you. It's not my fault if you're inarticulate.
Or you're so blasted obstinate that you won't see what I'm trying to say.
What? What are you trying to say?
All right,
I wish
quiet
you'd
down,
tell me.
please.
Look, if I can't understand, how do you expect the audience to, huh? I've got a wonderful idea. Why don't you play this thing yourself, and I'll go sit in your little control room and wave my finger at you. How about
If it
that?
weren't so late, Bill, I'd try that.
I'll bet you would, yeah. That's a nice piece of arrogance.
Do you mind if we get into personalities after the show, Bill?
I'm sorry, Tony. I'm sorry,
all right.
fellas.
It's all right. It's all right. It's my fault, too. Now, look, I'm trying to see your side, Bill. I really am. Will you just do one thing for me? Now, maybe this will clear it up.
Yeah, sure. What?
Turn to page 21. 21.
Yeah.
Line 8. No. I'll start on 10. Yeah, that's it. That great assemblage of nobody's line 10.
I got it. Who are they? That great assembly of nobodies. Where do they come from? But why should I be afraid? They're non-existent. They can't. They don't affect me.
Well?
Well?
Well, that's it, isn't it?
What, Tony? Who are the nobodies? Where do they come from? Will you tell me? I still don't get it.
Bill, by the time you get to that speech, you've already been answering the question for 20 pages, and you can't even see it
No,
now?
I can't see it.
Lord. Hold it, Stacy, will you? Bill, that's the whole point of the show. You, the narrator, tells the audience that nobodies are somebodies. You spend 20 minutes doing it, but the twist at the end is that because you're so logically minded, so analytical, you're not flexible enough to encompass the enormity of the truths you've been saying.
Are you talking about me now or this character I'm playing?
The character.
All right. Now for me, huh? Little old Bill, you tell me. Where do they come from, Tony? I'm as stupid as this character I'm playing. Where do these nobodies come from?
Okay, you said it somewhere back on 10, 11, doesn't matter. Look, I'll give it to you simply.
Yeah, you do that. You make it very simple.
Don't
for me,
worry,
huh?
I will.
Excuse me, Mr. Ellis.
Yes, Hugh, what?
I'll be able to get that timing on the close one eye in case you want some cuts. We've only got 20
You'll
minutes.
have time, Hugh, before air. Now, don't worry.
Thank you.
I don't know why I took this call. I could have gone fishing today.
Well, nobody twisted your arm, Bill.
Oh, don't say nobody that way, please.
All right. Now, look. Just keep an open mind and listen.
Okay, open mind and I'm listening.
Nobodies are really somebodies.
You said that.
I'm saying it again. All the nobodies we hear about, the nobody on the phone, nobody at the door, all of them, they're somebody. Where do they come from? Well, all right. Let's say you and I go out for lunch, dinner.
Yeah?
We're having a drink. Somebody comes into the restaurant, anyone. You see him, I don't know him, but you do. You lean across the table to me and you say,
"Hey, Tone, look over there.
Hmm?
See that fella coming in with a blonde?"
Yeah.
Oh, what a bum. That's the biggest nobody in the business. Let me tell you what he did.
Now, Bill, what did you call him?
I called him a nobody, Tony. I know what you're getting
you
at.
better let me tell you what I'm getting at. It'll save time. All right, now. That nobody that you saw in the restaurant, let's say he died about a year later.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
And what happened to him?
Oh, he became Bridie Murphy, huh?
All right, Bill, now
I'm
look.
sorry, go on.
He died. He died and became one of that great assembly of nobodies.
Uh-huh.
He's one of them. Like all the others, everybody who's ever been called a nobody, after they die, they come back. They're the nobodies who ring doorbells and aren't there when you answer, who ring phones and hang up.
Oh.
Well, now you do understand?
Well, I understand, Tony. That this is a very cute fantasy, Tony, a play on words. All the slobs I've ever called nobodies come back to haunt me, huh? Oh, well, this I understand, and it's very clever, and it's very cute.
And you really understand?
I said I understand.
Good. And do you understand that those nobodies, they don't like being nobodies, they want to be somebodies?
Kind of neurotic ghosts, huh? Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. For a fantasy, Tony.
Yeah, now that's fine. Now, you've got half of it, Bill. What you call the fantasy, what I call the fantasy of the show. But there's also the logic in the show.
No?
Clear, cold logic, realism, fact. I don't care what you call it, Bill, and I guess this is the thing that's throwing you, the combination of the two.
Must be.
The character you're playing doesn't believe in ghosts. So that nobody who rings the bell has to have substance for you. Therefore, he is somebody.
No, he isn't, Tony. He's the absence of the somebody. If nobody's standing outside my door, somebody isn't standing out there either.
That's right. He was gone when you answered, but he's somebody. He's somewhere around. He has to be.
You know, I got a wonderful idea. Why don't you sell this routine to Abbott and Costello? It's better than Who's on First.
That's fine. You're a big help, Bill. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Hold it.
Look, Tony, we've taken long enough over this. Just tell me how you want me to play it, and let's get the thing over with, huh?
Realistically, Bill, that's all.
That's all.
You asked me to tell you how I wanted you to play it. I've told you.
You can't combine fantasy and realism,
no,
Tony.
No, you can't, Bill, and I can. I've done it, and there's the script.
All right, then I'm a lousy actor. I'm sorry.
So am I, but that's not getting the show on the air.
Look, let me ask you something. You want me to read this stuff straight, huh? And believable?
That's right.
The fantasy part, too?
Yes, but you make it fantasy, remember, only because you don't want to believe that it's logical, that it's happening. It's your way in the story of running away from reality.
I'm running away from nobody.
Yes, you are.
Oh, well, boy, that's pretty scary stuff, that is. Oh, if I don't watch out, all the nobodies will come some dark night and get me, huh? Well, that's real strong stuff. It's raw and true to life and documentary.
You know, Bill, that's not a bad idea. The nobodies all over the world, they don't like people like you. You're a somebody. A big somebody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis.
Mm-hmm. And people like you, somebodies like you, call them nobodies. Make them nobodies. And the poor swine, they try to get even.
Ringing doorbells.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't really get them even. It's a pretty empty victory. The one with the least influence, importance, the most insignificant nobody of all, he's the one who gets a thought.
We'll make a list. We'll make a list of everybody, anybody who's done this to us, made us what we are, nobodies. We wanted to be somebodies all our lives, and they pushed us down, squashed us. So we'll just make a list.
You mean a list through all the ages?
Oh, no, just the dangerous ones, the somebodies living today.
What'll we do with them?
What they've done to us.
Make them nobodies?
Well, why not?
But how? We've tried murder. They always catch somebody for the crime. They don't believe that nobody did it. They don't believe in nobody.
Well, we can make them believe. We'll make all those big, important, influential somebodies like us. But the only difference is they won't have to be dead first. They'll just disappear right off the face of the earth.
But how can we do it? How can we make them disappear?
Well, we use the same method with them as we do with ourselves when we ring a doorbell or make a noise in a house at night. Dissolution. They'll vanish. Poof.
Do you think it would work? Surely it must have been tried before.
Well, not that I've heard. At least it's worth the effort. And I know who we'll start with.
Who?
An actor. I remember what he used to call me. He thinks he's a big somebody. An actor. His name's William Conrad. Yes, sir, we'll start with William Conrad, and when I'm finished with him, he'll be the greatest nobody, the most worthless nonentity in all of existence throughout time.
You know, I'm getting pretty sick of this, Tony.
What, Bill?
You sitting there making snide remarks about me?
No, nonsense. I'm a writer. I've outlined a fable. It's just an extension of the story we're supposed to be doing in about 10 minutes. Maybe someday I'll make it the sequel.
Not with me, you won't.
Oh, come on, I'm only kidding.
I don't feel like kidding, Tony.
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else to do. Look, you might as well relax until airtime, Bill. Take it easy. I got to go in and time Hugh's closing. Hugh Douglas.
Ready, Mr. Ellis.
Hey, Tony, wait a minute.
Hold it, Hugh. Yes, Bill.
Look, let me get one thing straight, huh? I know it's a little late and we'll probably never agree, but for my own ego as an actor, I'd like to have at least some idea of what I got to do with your script, huh?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
All right, now you say this show's logical, forgetting the fantasy, and, well, so help me for the last time. You say that in reality, in substance, nobody and nothing are absolutely and definitely somebody and something, right?
That's right. The whole story's built on that premise.
And you believe that, huh?
Yes, you know I believe it.
Now, this isn't a philosophical discussion, huh?
Not as far as I'm concerned.
All right, will you grant me this? If I can prove to you that you're wrong, and, well, I'm not just saying this because I want to be right, but if I can prove to you that you're wrong, will you come over and, on my side of the...
Are we going to do this thing, fellas?
All right, now hold it quiet. Go ahead, Bill. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Look, I'm just trying for the last time to understand this thing, huh? Now, look, if I prove that you're wrong, that you're making a play on words, that it's a matter of semantics, this nobody-somebody business, will you let me play the show for what I think it is, a very nice, imaginative piece, but not to be taken for anything else. Not realism, not logic, just pure romantic fantasy.
Bill, Dear old Bill, if you can prove that in 5 minutes, you sing the part if you want to. Do anything you want with it. But if not, will you do it my way? Will you try to make it realistic?
Okay, Tom. You got a deal. Who's that behind you, Tony?
Where? Nobody. Nobody there.
Ah, there, you see? Nobody there. Nobody there. Am I right?
Yeah.
Did you hear anybody, Tony? Anything behind you before I told you to turn around?
No.
And there wasn't anybody, was there?
No.
You're sure now?
Well, come on. Yes, I'm sure. So what?
Hugh, no. Turn around. Face me, Tom. Hugh, you mind standing behind Tony and making a noise, saying something?
Mr. Ellis, I wish we could time that closing. It's getting awfully close to airtime, you know.
Did you hear him, Tony?
Well, of course I heard him.
Well, turn around.
Oh, come on now, Bill.
Is somebody there? Turn around, Tony, and take a look.
All right. All right, now what does that prove?
Somebody's there, Tony, right now. Hugh Douglas. But a minute ago, when you turned around, nobody was there. Nobody. You see? And that nobody wasn't somebody. Now, was it? All right, now, look at this table. Right here. You see anything?
No.
There's nothing on the table, huh? Nothing. No thing. You can't hear it, you can't see it, you can't feel it because it doesn't exist. Am I right?
That's right. No, all right.
There's nothing there.
Please, let's have it quiet. All right, go on.
All right, now. What's that, Tony?
Well,
It's a quarter, right?
Yes, it's a quarter.
A quarter. Something, huh? You see it, you feel it, you even heard it when I threw it on the table. But the nothing on the table a second ago wasn't something until I threw that quarter down there. Now, was it?
Mr. Ellis, we've only got 3.5 minutes. If you're going to want to make any cuts, I've got to
all right,
time the
Hugh,
closing.
all right. In a minute. We'll have time now, don't worry. Let me think a minute, Bill.
Oh, well, go ahead, Tony. We've got all kinds of time.
There's nothing...
You see, Tony, that's what I've been trying to tell you. We got a nice fantasy to play
wait
here,
a minute.
but that's
Wait a minute.
all.
Will you let me think, please?
If you'll just accept the fact that it isn't logic and you let me play it as a fantasy, we'll have a good show, Tone. Well, a fair show, anyway. I'd know what to do with the part. I could understand how to play it, Tone.
Bill, I hate to admit it, but you know something?
What?
You're right. It's a play on words.
Well, thank you.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Now it makes sense, huh? Oh, you know, it just wouldn't have worked, Tony, the other way. Me trying to play against what you've written, that's why I couldn't figure it out.
No, you're right, Bill. You are right, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry, and I've given you a bad time.
Oh, forget it, Tone. I'll admit you had me going for a while. You know, you can be awfully convincing when you want to be. I was beginning to wonder if 2 and 2 did make 4.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll buy you a drink after the show. Now, I'll make it 2 drinks.
Okay.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes, just a second, Hugh. Now, look, Cast, I'm sorry about that dress rehearsal, but will you just play it as you did on the first and second readings? It was fine, sounded fine. This nonsense of mine won't affect you. Bill knows what to do. My apologies.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes, Hugh. Yeah, look, why don't you just make an optional 10-second cut? That ought to do it, and if I need it, I'll give you the signal, all right?
Well, I haven't even...
Hey, Tone, look, there's just one more thing.
Yes, Bill.
Look, you know, at the end of the script where I'm supposed to be afraid of the nobody's coming to get me, you know, do you think if I cut line 25 that maybe...
What?
Maybe...
Well, what, Bill?
What's that noise?
Well, I don't hear anything.
Listen, Tony, you didn't hear it?
No, it's just a ringing in your ears. Nothing.
But it is something.
Now, look, this
What's
is a good cut that Bill suggested. Cast, will you make this cut on page 21? Page 21, line 25, and that's cut, all right?
Yeah. 2 minutes.
Now, is Bill going to finish the speech, or do I...
What's the matter, MJ? Are you sick? Mary Jane?
Bill.
What?
He's gone.
Well, he's probably just gone out.
No, he was standing there right behind you. I was looking at him, and he just disappeared in front of my eyes.
What are you talking about? Bill? Bill?
Mr. Ellis, I've got to read this through.
Where's Bill?
Tony, he's standing right behind you. Just a minute.
Well, I know. Bill?
Harley, did you see him?
Did anybody see Bill?
I was looking at him. I saw him, and he just wasn't there.
Bill? Bill? Where did he go? Hey, Bill.
I've got to do this closing. Will somebody please time the closing?
What's going on out there?
I don't know. Bill Conrad seems to have disappeared or something.
Well, better go ahead anyway. We'll time the closing.
Okay. CBS Radio has presented the CBS Radio Workshop from Hollywood tonight, A Matter of Logic, which was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis. Mr. William Conrad and Mr. Ellis were heard as themselves. Others in our cast were Stacey Harris, Mary Jane Croft, Hugh Douglas, Parley Bear, Fred Mackay, Ben Wright, Robert Chadwick, and Bill James. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we again present the CBS Radio Workshop. Suppose 500 forest fires were going to break out tomorrow, and that 450 were going to be started by people like you. Fantastic? Not at all. Judging by past year's figures, that's exactly what we can expect, unless we agree to be careful and make man-made fires a thing of the past. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
It was the maddest, gladdest, damnedest existence ever enjoyed by mortal youth. A newspaper reporter in those days had a grand and gaudy time of it, and no call to envy any man. And yet I have marveled that the human race did not revolt against the imposture, dig up the carcass of Gutenberg, and heave it to the buzzards and hyenas in some convenient zoo.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Bring On the Angels, an affectionate revival drawn from his own book newspaper days of the early life and times of Henry L. Mencken. The man in the bed has had a stroke, a being full of gusto and sour joy. He's paralyzed. A master's master of words. He'll never speak sense again. He's 68. His eyes are open, but there's no fire there. They see instead inward. What the sudden grab of thrombosis is left of his brain now gropes in the swirling mist of reversing time. Seeks, finds, remembers.
I remember my father died on Friday, January 13th, 1899, and was buried on the ensuing Sunday. On the Monday evening immediately following, I presented myself in the city room of the old Baltimore Morning Herald and applied to Max Ways, the city editor, for a job.
Mr. Ways, sir?
I was 18 years, 4 months, and 4 days old. Wore my hair longish and parted in the middle, had on a high, stiff collar and an ascot cravat, and weighed something on the minus side of 120 pounds.
Sir?
What's the problem, Sonny?
I'd like a job, a reporter's job.
Got any experience?
No, sir.
Been to school?
Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, but I've done some writing.
Poetry.
Well, yes, sir.
What makes you think you want to be a newspaperman?
Well, I think it'd be exciting.
Huh. You working?
Yes, sir, for my Uncle Henry at Mencken and Brother, the cigar factory.
What's your name?
Mencken, sir. Henry Lewis Mencken.
Well, I'll tell you, Henry Lewis, we don't have any opening right now, but you drop in now and then evenings, say between 7:30 and 7:45. Something might turn up. Hey, boy.
The next night, precisely at 7:31, I was back. Max waved me away without parley. The third night, he simply shook his head. The fourth, fifth, sixth. Well, to make an end, this went on for 4 weeks, night in and night out, until Thursday, February 23rd, 1899. I found Max reading copy. For a few minutes, he did not see me. Then his eyes lifted, and he said, casually,
Go out to Governorstown, see if anything's happening there. We're supposed to have a Governorstown correspondent, but he hasn't been heard from for 6 days. What'd you get, Henry?
Well, there were only 2 lights burning in town, so
The news.
The Imperial Order of Red Men have postponed their oyster supper to March the 6th.
Stop the press. Anything else?
Yes, sir. A horse was stolen.
Give me a stick.
Sir?
A stick is 1 paragraph. Pen and paper over there.
I was up with the milkman the next morning to search the paper. And there it was.
A horse, a buggy, and several sets of harness, valued in all at about $250, were stolen last night from the stable of Howard Quinian near Kingsville. The county police are at work on the case, but so far no trace of either thieves or booty has been found. He didn't change a single word.
I was hooked. I was in print. I was a reporter. I was hired.
Sonny, I'm going to give you a start. I'm going to put you on the payroll at $7 a week. If you make good, you get a raise.
Well, that's wonderful, Mr. Ways.
To $8, and the name is Max.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't long before I had a typewriter, a spittoon of my own, and a beat. Oh, those were the days. The happy days. The days that chased each other like little kittens chasing their tails. The very first week, I landed in court, on the witness stand. The reformers had blithered up a crusade against the bawdy dance halls, and I became an unwilling witness against 2 cops who had been aware of what was going on.
Well, I was there in my official capacity, and I presume the police were.
Answer the question. Did you see the defendants there?
Well, I spoke to many officers of the law that night. I may have
The
seen...
poor flat feet were guilty, for I'd talked with them there many times. But I managed to sophisticate my testimony with so many ifs and buts that it went for nothing, and they were acquitted. That was my first and last experience as an agent of moral endeavor. I made up my mind at once that my true and natural allegiance was to the devil's party. And it has been my firm belief ever since that all persons who devote themselves to forcing virtue on their fellow men deserve nothing better than kicks in the pants. Hence Mencken's law. To wit,
whenever A annoys or injures B on the pretense of saving or improving X, A is a scoundrel.
I learned my trade from veterans who had seen Lincoln clear. Sometimes, for instance, it would be a matter of legging it to the iron wilds of Locust Point. But De Becker was more experienced than I and had a beard to prove it.
Come with me, Mencken.
Where are we going?
Never mind, come with me. Two beers, dark. Again. Henry, why should we walk our legs off trying to find out the name of a stevedore kicked overboard by a mule?
Yeah, but my city desk wants
The fact, my boy. That another poor man has given his life to engorge the interests is not news. It happens every 10 minutes.
Well, kicked by a mule.
That is the story. Men are not kicked overboard by mules every day. That is the story, not the name. Therefore, I move you, my esteemed contemporary, that the name of the deceased be Ignaz Karpinski. That the name of his widow be Marie. That his age was 36. That he lived at 1777 4th Avenue. And that he leaves 11 minor children. Charlie!
And so the sad facts were reported in all 3 Baltimore papers the next day, along with various lively details that occurred to DeBecker with successive beers. This labor-saving device was in use the whole time I covered South Baltimore, and I never heard any complaint against it. Every one of the 3 city editors, comparing his paper to the other 2, was surprised and pleased to discover that his reporter always got names and addresses right. But we never stooped to faking. Well, hardly ever.
Henry, my boy, that was a fine story on the judge and the wife beater. Did he actually... Where's that copy? I quote, "The crime you're accused of committing, thundered Judge Grannon, is a foul and desperate one, and the laws of all civilized nations prohibit it under heavy penalties. I could send you to prison for life, I could order you to the whipping post, or I could sentence you to be hanged. But inasmuch as this is your first offense, I will be lenient. You will be taken to the House of Correction, and there confined for 20 years. In addition, you are fined $10,000. Henry, did Gene Grannon actually say that before he suspended the sentence on the poor boob?
Well, not exactly. In the bar next door to court, he said he wished...
All right, Henry. Nice story. Nice color. Writing. That's the thing, my boy. From now on, $16 a week. But never forget, my boy, that the newspaper business builds its profits on the life, blood, and ambition of youth.
By this time, I had begun to reflect upon my trade. It worked me too hard. More than once, I produced 5,000 words of copy between noon and midnight. Not in a single story.
Why?
But perhaps 12 or 15, every one of them requiring some legging. But there were compensations. Max put it best, I think, one night at the Stevedores Club.
Who touches the hair of John Greyhead dies like a dog. Henry, my boy, you're a good writer. Too good for this trade. Someday you'll get out.
Well, I'd like to do a novel or a play.
That's right. But where else, my boy? Where else can you see the show from a reserved seat in the first row, huh?
You mean light?
I mean humanity.
2 beers?
Light for me, dark for my nephew here. Humanity, Henry. The rest of the boobs have to wait in line and shove for places, but we get in by the side door. Here's to the 4th Estate. Long may it slay.
Integer vitais generisque punis, non
The Stevedores Club. Max proposed me for membership. I shall be grateful as long as my vital juices flow and tongue shall wag. I learned to drink a potion called Handset Whiskey. The linotypers throve on it.
Now, don't tell the other boys the secret, see? You mix wood alcohol, snuff, tobacco sauce, and coffin varnish. It's the varnish gives it the body.
The Stevedores Club. A professional society it was. Met at Frank Junker's saloon opposite City Hall. Max explained the rules to me.
Guests are allowed to remain only if they treat the house. Guests are not to include musicians unless they bring actors, to whom guest privileges can be accorded by majority vote.
How about that fellow over there? What's he?
Him? Oh, he's a street cleaner. They're allowed in on Saturday nights if proof of bath is furnished.
He seems to know you. He's coming over.
Never saw him before in my life. Now, another privilege here. Reporters get special rates on double crabs, 5 cents apiece.
Hey, Max.
Now, the 25-cent businessman's lunch is good
Max,
here, but...
Max.
All right. Henry, meet my esteemed colleague, Mr. Walters, city editor of the opposition paper, whose dastard name shall never pass my lips in the company of callow youth.
Listen, Max, that story about the two congressmen who got into a debate in Miss Nellie's music room.
Oh, yes, I've been wondering about that one.
Well, it's accurate, Max. One of them dented the other's skull with a spittoon.
Yeah, that's the way we got it. Max, are we going to print that? Now, Miss Nellie's got a nice reputation. Do we want to run her music hall down?
Oh, I wouldn't want to do that, Chuck. Miss Nellie's an awfully good news source.
Of course she is. Now, if it's all right with you, I thought we might put the accident up in Mount Vernon Place.
The most respectable neighborhood in town. Fine. All right, I'll go along with you.
Now, about the spittoon.
Well, let's say one was opening an umbrella and the other turned suddenly.
Oh, we can do better than that. Say they got kicked by a runaway hack horse.
Excuse me.
What is it, my boy?
Why not make it sound reasonable? Say they slipped on the icy pavement.
On the icy pavement? That's all right with me.
Fine by me, Chuck. Ice it is, Mount Vernon Place. Set them up all around, Frank.
Thus, the cooperation of the press to protect a respected establishment, Miss Nellie's Music Hall. Scoops, beats, oh, there were plenty. But when the city editors agreed on the facts, that is how they appeared, nor ever did one break his word. There is honor among thieves, editors, and sometimes even editorial writers, giants of the embellished fact, the expanded truth. Like Jones, our telegraph editor, claimed to have been a church organist once.
Well, there was the baby in the bank book.
What was the baby doing there, Jonesy?
Why, Henry, the mother, being wealthy, had just forgotten about it in her eagerness to get the coupons over to the teller's window. So they sent for me. I set up my organ in front of the vault.
Where did you get an organ, Jonesy?
Borrowed it from a nearby sailor's vessel. Now, I fooled around until I found a note that would vibrate steel and shook the time lock to pieces.
Whatever happened to the baby?
Grew up to be a congressman, I believe. Should have left him be. Boy!
Jonesy had one failing. He took to Hanset whiskey on the job and began scouring the world for ancestors. Whenever the AP would announce the death of some eminent man, he'd stagger into the city room with the flimsy, sobbing piteously.
What's the matter, Jonesy?
Terrible thing, Max. Terrible.
What is it, Jonesy? Let's have it, man.
Bismarck is dead.
Well, what of it? What do you care about him?
You don't understand, boss. He was my father.
When, in the course of one day's international wire, Jonesy had claimed for his parents a Confederate general, a Boston suffragette, a Marshal Lieutenant Hung Chang, that was November 7th, 1901, Max had to let him go. We were amazed when word drifted in that he was actually working as an organist in a Presbyterian church in a poor suburb, claiming to be a son of both John Calvin and John Knox. Giants and sinners, all of us. What we did with great gobs of gusto. It was a time of thoroughness, anyway. I was sent to the Patapsco to cover a suicide one day. The unfortunate had been a bar owner. The cop couldn't even spell his last name.
Kuno, old Kuno. The boob made the deal with the artist for free meals and beers that they do him a mural on his wall.
What happened?
Well, it drove him to self-destroyal, Henry. At the end of a month, they give him 8 square feet of beautiful bims and peekaboo chemises. But it run him 120 meals and 500 some beers.
We got him.
Let's go, Henry, and take your hat off. Now, the way we make it out, he climbed up on the rail, tied a rope to it looped around his neck, swallowed a dose of arsenic, shot himself through the head, then fell or jumped into the river. You always want to say it like that, my boy. Fell or jumped. Respect the family's feelings.
Sure, we worked sometimes and hard. Rewrite men were unheard of. Every reporter came back to the office and wrote his story himself. But the Herald City Room was the most modern in Baltimore. It had 2 telephones. Occasionally, somebody would get the right number.
Harold Mencken.
Henry, this is Miss Nellie.
Yes, Miss Nellie. How are all the girls?
Fine, but you'd better get down here. The most extraordinary thing has occurred.
Miss Nellie, I will take a hack immediately.
Miss Nellie had appreciated my part in moving the cuspidorian congressman out of her precinct, so she'd called me on this one. Her story was succinct.
Peebles, the hack driver, brought her. He says she gets out of the train, climbs into his cab, and says, "Take me to an establishment for fallen women."
So he took her here. Did he say why?
Because she was so young and innocent, he didn't know what to make of her. So with that, she tells me she comes from somewheres near a burg called Red Lion, PA.
What's her name?
Emmeline Baron Blicker. Her father's one of them old rubes with whiskers.
Very strict people.
Yes, sir. Now, Emmeline had a beau in York, PA, name of Elmer. Whenever Elmer could get away from his work as train butcher on the Northern Central, he'd come out to the farm and they'd do a little hugging and kissing. Well, one day, old Whiskers caught him at it and hollered Emmeline out of the house. Now, Emmeline was a great one for reading books, so while she packed a carpet bag, she remembered what girls in books done when they lost their honest name. They rush off to the nearest city and take up a life of shame, and their name is rubbed out of the family Bible.
Well, why didn't she go to Philadelphia?
Henry, nobody in their right mind goes to Philadelphia.
What do you want me to do, Miss Nellie? Print the story and ask Papa's forgiveness?
Oh, no. This ain't for printing. I just want you to give the little girl some advising. I got her under lock and key upstairs. Now, would you, Henry? You're a writer. You can do it.
Presently, Miss Nellie fetched in Emmeline. She was no Lillian Russell, but she was far from unappetizing in a country sausage, smear case kind of way. Miss Nellie set her at her ease, and soon she was retelling her story to a strange young man with a celluloid collar. Then, out of my worldly wisdom, I spoke.
My dear Miss Baron-Blicker, you have been grossly misinformed. I don't know what these works of fiction are that you have read, but they are wrong. The world no longer burns men for heresy nor women for witchcraft, and it has ceased to condemn girls to lives of shame and death in the gutter for trivial derelictions such as those you acknowledge. The only thing that is frowned upon nowadays is getting caught.
What do you think Emmy should do, Mr. Mencken?
I advise you to go home, make some plausible excuse to your pa for lighting out, and resume your faithful ministrations to his cows.
Now, you see, honey, Mr. Mencken says go home.
Yes, and at the proper opportunity, take your beau to the pastor and join him in indissoluble love. It is the one safe, respectable, and hygienic course. The primrose path, my dear, is not for you. It is beset with thorns, heartburn, and corset stays.
All the ladies of the resident faculty wept copious tears, took up a collection to which I added $1, the coachman another, and Miss Nellie ordered a box lunch for the triumphantly repentant return to the parental pastures. Emma promised to send Miss Nellie a picture postcard of Red Lion showing the new hall of the Knights of Pythias, but it never arrived. Yes, we were sinners in the days of giants. Giants. Giants everywhere. Huge drinkers, vast eaters, cheerful sinners, honest geniuses. Men, women, and fools. They were all bigger those days. And the stories, too, bigger and better. I shall never forget my best. At midnight on Saturday, February 6th, 1904, by which time I was city editor, I put the Herald to bed, then joined the exercises of the Steve Dawes Club until 3:30. Catching a Nighthawk trolley, by 4 o'clock, I was snoring on my celibate couch in Holland Street. But at 11 a.m.
How dare you disturb the peaceful Sabbath?
Well,
Mr. Mencken, there's a fire down in Hopkins Place.
Let it burn.
Well, sir, it looks like a ding whistler.
Well, then let the ding thing whistle. This is my day off.
Well, Mr. Mencken, sir, the fire department's talking of sending to Washington for apparatus.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Send a hack up while I dress.
I hoisted my still malty bones from my couch, and 10 minutes later I was on my way to the office. That was at about 11:30 a.m. on Sunday, February 7th. It was not until 4 a.m. of Wednesday, February 10th, that my pants and shoes, or even my collar, came off again. But what I had walked into was the great Baltimore fire of 1904, which burned a square mile out of the heart of the town, went howling and spluttering on for 10 days. I can remember the 8-column streamer head I wrote when 3 days later, Burned Out, we finally printed in Philadelphia.
Part of Baltimore wrecked by greatest fire in city's history.
We had a story, I'm here to tell you. Was there ever one that was fatter, juicier, more exhilarating to the journalists on the actual ground?
Apparatus from Washington, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York, every block in Midtown on fire. I need men. Cliff, get on the phone, check the bars and the poorhouses, find me printers and reporters. If you need 20 pages, take them. If you need 50, take 50.
They're dynamiting in the next block.
All right, everybody out, everybody. Where are we going, boss? Out of here. We'll operate out of the Sloan Hotel. Everybody out!
I went into it a boy. When I came out of it at last, I was settled and indeed almost a middle-aged man, spavined by responsibility. When it was all over, I returned to the ruins of the Herald. It was easy to find the place where my desk had been. The desk itself was a heap of white dust. My clippings were gone, my poems, rejected short stories, spare collars, and trolley passes. Even my collection of pieces of hangman's ropes, I had always intended to present it sooner or later to the Smithsonian. I did find my old copy hook, twisted as if it had died in agony. I took it with me. I was a man. I was 24 years old. 2 years later, in 1906, by then managing editor, I was to read to my staff a notice from the publisher.
Notice. Tomorrow, the property of the Herald Publishing Company will pass into new hands, and there will be no further publication of the Sunday Herald, the Evening Herald, or the Weekly Herald.
In my desk, I had a volume of stories by a new writer named Joseph Conrad. The man could write. His people were sailors, not newspaper men, but they spoke for me.
I remember my youth and the feeling that will never come back anymore. The feeling that I could last forever.
Outlast the sea, the earth, and all men. Youth. All youth. The silly, charming, beautiful youth.
The man on the bed has had a stroke, but he shifts his eyes. They fall on a twisted, agonized, old-time copyhook nearby on his desk. The eyes find fire somewhere, perhaps purloined from the past. He, a writer who is to be paralyzed, who is never to speak sense again afterward, opens his mouth and speaks. Yes, Mr. Mencken, what is it?
Bring on the angels.
The angels will treat him kindly. Why? Simply for this alone of all his writings.
If, after I depart this vale, you ever remember me and have thought to please my ghost, forgive some sinner and wink at a homely girl.
Henry L. Mencken, 12 September 1880, 29 January 1956. Newspaperman. The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Bring On the Angels, from the notes of Henry L. Mencken, as dramatized by Alan Sloan and produced and directed by Paul Roberts. The music was composed by Ben Ludlow and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Louis Van Rooten was heard as the elder Mencken, Mason Adams as the younger Mencken, Ed Prentice as Max Ways. Others in the cast included Ethel Owen, Daniel Ocko, Jackson Beck, Walter Kinsella, John Gibson, Joe Helgeson, and Ian Martin. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week for the CBS Radio Workshop. And remember, America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a pre-release performance of Hugo Weisgall's The Stronger, a recorded one-act, one-voice opera chosen by the American Chamber Music Committee to be given a major performance on record as part of the Columbia Modern American Composer Series. Serving on the American Chamber Music Committee are Virgil Thompson, composer and critic as chairman, Aaron Copeland, composer and chairman of the faculty of the Berkshire Music Center, Henry Cowell, composer and professor of composition, Peabody Institute of Music, Baltimore, Maryland, William Schumann, president of Juilliard School of Music, and Goddard Lieberson, president of Columbia Records. Here is Mr. Lieberson.
When the Committee for the Modern American Music Series, which included the speaker, first heard a test record that was submitted of a chamber opera by a composer named Hugo Weisgall, we were all struck by what seemed to us to be the emergence of a genuine American opera composer. A composer who seems to have grasped not only the elements of his work as a musician, but also those important elements that make up that rare being, a genuine theatrical composer. The Stronger, a small opera based on a play by Strindberg, is perhaps not immediately accessible in its full values, but what is immediately accessible is the dramatic impact. I think that perhaps as far as the music is concerned, the best thing I can do is quote from the notes that Mr. George Rochberg has supplied for this record. He says, "In general, it is difficult to place Weisgall's musical style, not that it is important or necessary to do so. We are too fond of labeling composers today. Still, his music leans heavily in the direction of a freely handled chromatic palette, without ever sounding like so-called atonal music. The diversity of harmonic palette is evident in The Stronger, as is the composer's sensitivity to orchestral color. The most important thing is, of course, that these means are not to be judged by themselves, but entirely in relation to the dramatic situation to which they are applied, and which they delineate so beautifully."
And now, Hugo Weisgall's The Stronger, sung by Adelaide Bishop and conducted by Alfredo Antonini.
How nice to see you. But sitting all by yourself, like a bachelor at his club? I do hate seeing anyone alone on Christmas Eve in a restaurant. May I sit down? Even if you like to be alone, I don't think it's wholesome. I can't bear people who aren't serious about Christmas. It reminds me of a wedding party I once saw in a Paris restaurant. The bride was reading La Mode, and the groom was playing billiards with the witnesses. The French are so cold-blooded, really. I know you're bored with Christmas. I suppose it's only the children who keep me at it year after year. I've worked like a slave for weeks. Every morning I'm in town shopping, and then ungrateful little wretches, they'll drag us out of bed at dawn. Tomorrow morning, but don't you want to see some of these marvelous things? Isn't this a sweet infant? She'll do anything but throw fits and protect. We never had anything like that. And here's a pair of slippers for Harold. Maroon. I hate maroon. But he must have everything, that one color. Slippers, ties, dressing gown. See what small feet he has. 7.5. But not effeminate. The way he walks up and down, up and down, up and down, like the tiger in the zoo. Of course, you've never seen him that way. In dressing gown and slippers. But then he loses his temper. He really stops. Damn it all! Who stole the bulb from my study lamp again? Oh, when the thermostat breaks down and cold brown rumbles the floor, my God, my feet are freezing, but a fortune in oil goes up in smoke. But I am mean. Bearing his little weaknesses in public is almost perfect. that little beast Audrey. He made a play for him the last time I was on the road. I'd have clawed out her eyes. I'm glad I heard about it first from him, and not from my dear friends. And she's not the only one. Why should they all make passes at my poor husband? Maybe they think because he's a producer, he'll give them jobs and build them into stars. Why does every snip of a debutante fancy herself as another Conceited? Maybe you tried it once, but then he never cared for you, and you never appreciated him. But there I go, being catty again. Let's look at some more of these nice things. Aren't these the cutest little soldiers? And this haunting night pretty, just like the real thing. 'twas so strange the way we met. At first I was afraid of you, so much afraid I didn't dare to let you out of sight again. No matter how I planned my day, I always ended somewhere near you. I didn't have the courage to hate you, so I became your friend. But when you called on Harold and me, something was wrong. I saw he didn't like you, and it annoyed me like a tight shoe. I asked him to be nice to you, but it was no good until you were engaged. Then you became fast friends. Don't interrupt. It was all so strange, so very strange. As though the two of you had been afraid to show how you really felt until it was safe. And yet I wasn't jealous. No, not yet. And at Freddie's christening, when you were godmother, I made Harold kiss you, as he did. You were embarrassed, both of you. You turned quite red, and he was pale. I scarcely noticed at the time. I haven't thought about it since. I never really thought of it. Why don't you speak? You haven't said a single word. You just let me talk. You sit and stare, like a spider catching flies. Your eyes have drawn out thoughts that I was never conscious of. Why did you break your engagement? Why won't you visit us tonight? You needn't say a single word. All at once, it's clear to me. It all fits together. The whole underhanded business. Why must all these things be this hurried color, like dried blood? Because it's your favorite, you're wearing it tonight. Why must we go to the mountains every year? Because you can stand the smell of the sea. That's why my boy's name is Frederick, because it was your father's name. That's why I read your favorite books and eat your ghastly food and drink your rich damn martinis, horrid little things. You made me swallow everything. Even your warm desires. happy, it's all one to you. You are incapable of care, and you don't know how to victims and let them talk themselves out. Here you take your secret little tributes. Oh, Lisa, really? You know I pity you. You must be unhappy in your lifeless way. I should be angry with you, but I'm not. Who could be angry with a dead woman? And as for that, why should I worry if you or someone else taught me to drink martinis? They're always chic and never fattening. And if I learn to dress from you, so much the better. It helps me hold my husband. My gain is your loss. Yes, I think you have lost him entirely. Of course, you meant for me to break with him. But you see, I have a thick skin. I never do that. Suppose he did love you
have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop premiere performance of The Stronger, a recorded opera based on a play by August Strindberg, adapted by Richard Hart, with music by Hugo Weisskall, sung by Adelaide Bishop, and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. The Columbia recording of The Stronger will be available at music stores next week. This is Roger Foster inviting you to join us next week when, from Hollywood, we will present Hamlet Revisited, another point of view about Shakespeare's great heroic figure. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. In the current issue of TV Radio Mirror magazine is an interesting article on Who's Who on CBS Radio Workshop. TV Radio Mirror is now on sale at all newsstands. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
You've often heard that old saying, things are not always what they seem. Well, let us be brutally frank with you tonight and say that it is our happy duty to demolish completely that ridiculous little phrase with this objective reappraisal. Things are always and only what they seem. It depends entirely on the point of view. It is upon this premise, then, that tonight we would like you to take a closer look at Hamlet, Prince of Denmark.
From Hollywood, CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, transcribed for your amusement or fury, according to your temperament or philosophy, Another Point of View, or Hamlet Revisited, being an analytical misrepresentation of Shakespeare's greatest hero figure, compiled especially for the workshop by Ben Wright and William Conrad. And now, once again, here is Mr. Conrad.
Now, with regard to Hamlet, it seems a little more than strange to us, and historical debate gives us grounds, that if Hamlet were such a hero in Denmark, he would automatically have been elected king upon the death of his father, and yet he was not. We wonder why. Again, it seems highly probable that Claudius did not kill Hamlet's father purely from jealousy or desire to usurp the throne, but simply because he was a patriot with the highest moral motives who realized that the danger to Denmark made the removal of a useless king a national necessity. And again, historical debate gives us most valid grounds for this supposition. And finally, it occurs to us that there was really nothing rotten in the state of Denmark, but Hamlet made it so. You will, of course, demand proof, and proof you shall have. Firstly, however, we must confess that though we use only the words of the Bard of Avon in our drama, we've had to make deep and prolonged cuts for the sake of timing, for the play, uncut, as of course you're all well aware, runs some 4.5 hours. Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we present, for your consideration, Another Point of View, or Hamlet Revisited. Our scene, Denmark, Elsinore Castle. The new king, Claudius, has been enthroned, and having offered himself in marriage to his brother's widow, Gertrude, has been accepted by her most gratefully, for she has well realized that marriage to Claudius will mean not only happiness and security for herself, but will provide a strong and guiding hand for her moody and difficult son, young Hamlet. And here in our first scene, Claudius is trying most sincerely to make friends with his stepson.
Now, my cousin Hamlet and my son.
A little more than kin and less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I'm too much of the sun.
Now, Claudius, rather taken aback by this unpleasant bit of double talk, but determined to make a go of things, looks pleadingly to his queen for a little help in the awkward conversation. Gertrude, ever helpful, tries this piece of sensible advice on Hamlet.
Good Hamlet, cast thy knighted colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with veiled lids seek for thy father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common. All that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, 'tis common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam? Nay, it is.
Well, obviously the young man is annoyed at Mamma, too, but Claudius, dear soul that he is quite determined to be, in the true sense of the word, a dad to his stepson, and is now prepared to jackknife backwards to keep the peace, for let's not forget that this little altercation takes place in front of the entire court. So how is this for a beautiful piece of understanding and moderation?
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father. But we pray you, throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son, do I impart toward you. And we beseech you, bend you to remain here, in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee, stay with us.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
And now, surely you've got to admit that that's just about as petulant a stamp of the foot as you could look for in a month of ballet rehearsals, and rather ugly behavior for a hero. Now, does Claudius swing one at Hamlet for this baldish effrontery? He does not. And why? Because he has obviously read all the books about bringing up children properly and knows very well the dangers of submitting them to the traumatic shocks of anger. No, to dear old Claudius, a dad is very simply a dad, and he's duty-bound to see the youngster through the difficult years. And let's not forget for 1 second that our young Hamlet is only 31 or 32 at the most. Now, note this for a superb example of turning the other cheek. Hamlet has just sulkingly mouthed,
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
To which Claudius says,
Why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourselves in Denmark.
Now, quite honestly, have you ever heard anyone be so warm or charming? Yet this is Claudius speaking, the very man that we are asked, nay, forced to call villain. Now, to expand our premise, let's listen to a fragment of Hamlet's outlook on life. Of course, he comes down stage center for this, as he is wont to do with all his little pleasantries.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his canon against self-slaughter. Oh, God, how weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world.
Well, one could say that that's a fairly unhealthy attitude toward life. But let's try to be understanding. Let's try to be as understanding as Claudius. Now, perhaps Hamlet is sick with love. After all, the court chamberlain has a most attractive daughter, Miss Polonius, or Ophelia to her friends, and Hamlet has certainly been playing a bit of footy-footy with her, much to the distress of her father. For even Polonius seems to have a pretty good idea of Hamlet's moral worth. Consider now his advice to her.
For the Lord Hamlet, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of that dye which their investments show, but mere implorators of unholy suits, breathing like sanctified and pious bawds, the better to beguile. This is for all. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look to it, I charge you.
Now, of course, Ophelia is not a particularly bright girl and not a very stable character either. In fact, pretty easily knocked off balance, as we find out all too soon. But back to Hamlet for a moment. It might be well at this time to point out that our young hero suffers from hallucinations. You will remember, of course, that he's convinced that he's had a long chat with the ghost of his deceased father. Also that Papa's spirit has begged him to avenge his death, etc., etc., etc. Now, of course, unfortunately, we cannot prove that Hamlet is a chronic alcoholic, but it is not beyond the realm of possibility that on the night in question he may have had, well, let us say, one too many. However, for the moment, Hamlet does nothing about revenge, merely contenting himself with a visit to his lady fair to do a little courting. The effect on Ophelia is not surprising. She comes belting into her father, not only bewildered,
my lord!
But terrified.
My lord!
Listen.
How now, Ophelia? What is the matter?
Oh, alas, my lord, I've been sore frightened.
With what, in the name of God?
My lord, as I was sewing in my chamber, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all embraced, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled and gartered and down jived to his ankle, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, he comes before me.
Mad for thy love?
Oh, my lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so.
Now a question, gentle listener. Has the boy next door ever behaved in that manner towards your daughter? I mean, when she was just sitting there on the front porch, tending to her knitting? Well, that's pretty frightening behavior, don't you think? And it would take a good deal of understanding. Ah, understanding. A quality in which, more than anything else, our Claudius abounds. The very first thing he does when he realizes that Hamlet not only is a problem, but has one, is to invite, regardless of expense to the management, 2 of Hamlet's old school friends to Elsinore for a long vacation, hoping that they may get Hamlet out of himself with a few brisk games of ping-pong or croquet or whatever. And how does Hamlet react to all this? The usual gambit. He is abominably rude to his friends, suspects them of treachery, an incipient paranoic if there ever was one, and finally, having dismissed them in a most cavalier fashion, cuts back sharply at what he feels about his stepfather. Poor old Claudius. Well, this time we're only going to give you a snippet of the speech because, well, it's really rather frightening.
Bloody, bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain! Oh, vengeance!
Very unstable, this young prince. And rather a cad, too, as you must agree when you hear our next scene. Do you recall what our hero says to little Ophelia, the girl whom he has professed to love?
I did love you once.
Oh, indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners?
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens.
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery. Or if thou wilt needs marry, marry a fool. For wise men know well what monsters you make of them.
Now, honestly, doesn't that rather shock you? Well, there's more yet. For instance, has it ever struck you how conceited Hamlet is? A veritable know-it-all. Do you remember in what terms he talks to the actors when they visit Elsinore for a one-night stand? No? Well, listen.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of your players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines.
Now, isn't that a gracious little speech? One might suppose that a professional theater company might know how to read their lines. Therefore, it seems that our hero figure is not only a cad, appallingly ill-mannered, but conceited beyond belief. And now, we must add to these strange hero virtues his extraordinary propensity for intrigue. Yes, that's right, intrigue. You must realize that since the day the crown was ripped unceremoniously from his grimy little fingers, Hamlet has gone his petulant way, making life just as difficult as possible for his Uncle Claudius. But he finally really gets down to business and comes up with as unpleasant a piece of underhanded nonsense as you could wish for. What? This.
I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tempt him to the quick. If he but blench, I'll know my course.
Item, gift, from Hamlet to stepfather Claudius and mummy. 2 on the aisle for this gloomy little one-actor. Charming, huh? But Claudius goes along with it, for he wants more than anything else to make Hamlet happy. And so the evening arrives, and the stage is set, the audience assembles, and the play begins. The drama proceeds, and as it draws toward the end, a quiet uneasiness falls over the audience. And now the death scene. It takes place in a garden. The player king lies down to take a nap. The onlookers have long since caught the parallel to their own king, and they wait expectantly, breathlessly, for the entrance of the serpent. Ah, but wait, there will be no serpent. In a moment, an entrance will be made by the king's brother. He will creep quietly to the king's side and pour a vial of poison into the king's ear. Ah, he's making his entrance now. Listen.
Oh!
Light! Give me some light! Light, I say!
Ah, poor old boy. You know, it's no wonder he's upset. Who wants to be continually reminded of past unpleasantnesses of that sort? After all, it was a necessity of state, wasn't it? Ah, but Hamlet, well, our hero is feeling just dandy, thank you. Here he is now, after he has so successfully cleared the hall.
'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft. Now to my mother.
Well, that's about as quaint a set of night thoughts as you could wish for. Yet it is in this same frame of mind that our young friend trots upstairs to kiss Mummy goodnight. But en route, he happens to pass the open door, beyond which he sees his badly shaken stepfather at his prayers. We are now permitted to hear another side of Hamlet's nature, which, frankly, makes our hair curl, and only heightens our compassion for poor old Claudius. Softly now, come in a bit closer.
What then?
Ah, that's it.
What rests?
Now.
Try what repentance can. What can it not? Oh, wretched state.
Now might I do it, Pat. Now he is praying, and now I'll do it. And so he goes to heaven? No. Up, sword, and know thou a more horrid hint, when he is drunk, asleep, or in his rage, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that has no relish of salvation in it, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell whereto it goes.
Now, we feel that is pretty revealing. However, having delivered himself of these few kind words, our hero pops in to say goodnight to Mama. Well, now, we're very sorry, but we simply cannot bring ourselves to tell you what he says to Mummy in there, nor what he does in her bedroom. But you can take it from us that when he leaves, Mama is due for quite a heavy dose of phenobarbital in order to catch 40 winks that night. The following scene, however, will give you a pretty fair inkling as to what happened as Gertrude rushes madly into her husband's chamber.
Oh, my good Lord, what have I seen tonight?
What, Gertrude? What does Hamlet?
Mad as the sea and wind when both contend which is the mightier. In his lawless fit, behind the arras, hearing something stir, he whips his rapier out and cries, "A rat, a rat!" And in this brainish apprehension, kills the unseen good old man.
Oh, heavy deed. It had been so with us had we been there. This liberty is full of threats for all. To you, yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall this bloody deed be answered?
Well, there you are. Do you have a penknife handy? Good. Notch one killing for Claudius, done for the common good. Call him villain. Now notch one murder for Hamlet, done solely because Polonius happens to have been eavesdropping in the Queen's bedchamber. However, call Hamlet hero. So far, so good. One apiece, even Stephen. But meanwhile, back in the throne room, Claudius, realizing that things are getting a little out of hand with his fractious boy, has made a decision. He subtly leads up to it.
Now, Hamlet, where's Polonius?
At supper.
At supper? Where?
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of politic worms are e'en at him.
What dost thou mean by this? Where is Polonius?
In heaven. Send thither to see. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But indeed, if you find him not within this month, you shall nose him as you go up the stairs into the lobby.
Hamlet, this deed, for thine especial safety, which we do tender as we dearly grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee hence with fiery quickness. Therefore prepare thyself. The bark is ready and the wind at help. The associates tend and everything is bent for England.
For England?
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
Did you expect a touch of remorse from our hero, perhaps? Oh, no, not a bit of it. One word, that's all. Good. However, you haven't forgotten Ophelia, have you? Well, we should hope not. That's right, the rather dim but pretty young thing that Hamlet has cared for so gently. Ah, here she comes now. And sad to say, as nutty as a fruitcake. Well, with reason, though. After all, her lover has just made a pincushion of her poor old father. Well, there's nothing to be done about it, though.
But there's rosemary. That's for remembrance. Pray, love, remember. And there's pansies. That's for thoughts. And there's fennel for you and columbines. There's rue for you and here's some for me. We may call it Herb Grace o' Sundays. And will he not come again? And will he not come again? No, no, he is dead. He never will come again.
And there she goes out of doors down to the nearest stream and then plonk right into the middle of it to do a little boating on her back with flowers for company. Fatal, of course. She drowns. However, box score for murder. Claudius, villain, 1. Hamlet, hero, 2. Unless you want to quibble about Ophelia's death being accidental. We don't. We say murder. Notch 2 for Hamlet. But at least Claudius has finally gotten Hamlet out of the country with his 2 chums, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. And that certainly must have been a relief. But it didn't last long, though. No. Back bounces happy Hamlet, having in the meantime contrived the death of both of his dear old school chums. And why? Oh, some delusion that they were going to have him killed in England. And in fact, he mentions as evidence a letter that he is supposed to have seen expressly ordering this, written by kindly old Claudius. Now, what can one think? After all, when a young man believes in ghosts and is quite convinced that he's had a long chat with one, a ghost, mark you, we feel that a pinch of salt is indicated. Now then, with our hero back home again and in fine fettle, here is the murder score for the second half. Claudius, 1, Hamlet, 4. And do you know what he does the first crack out of the box on his homecoming? He makes a circus out of his fiancée's funeral, and right in front of her brother Laertes, too, and the whole court. Well, here's Laertes now, quite understandably mourning his loss.
Oh, treble woe, full 10 times treble on that cursed head, whose wicked deed thy most ingenious sense deprived thee of. Hold off the earth a while, till I've caught her once more in my arms.
And then Hamlet, a little jealous of Laertes being downstage center and feeling that he should get in on the act, pops up with this.
What is he whose grief bears such an emphasis? This is I, Hamlet the Dane.
The devil take thy soul! Cut them asunder!
Hamlet! Why, I will fight with him upon this theme until my eyelids will no longer wag.
Oh, my son, what theme?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not, with all their quantity of love, make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her?
Oh, he's mad, Laertes.
Would weep, would fight, would fast, would tear thyself? Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. I'll rant as well as thou.
And he does, too. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now rapidly approaching the end of our play, and it's well worth bearing in mind that it is not until the end of the play approaches that our friend Claudius causes us a slight twinge of uneasiness. Oh, yes, you're quite right. The duel scene and the poisoned swords. Now, let me ask you another question. At what point would your patience have run out? Put yourself in that place and in that time. Now, here is Claudius, the head of a state, threatened with invasion by the power-hungry young Fortinbras of Norway, and Claudius is trying desperately to put that state in order. And he might well have had a good chance had it not been for his stepson, Hamlet. He has done everything in his power to keep Hamlet on an even keel. He has, in fact, been kindness itself, while Hamlet, with great precision, is knocking off one by one his entire court, and finally has the bead drawn on Laertes. Now, we feel that Laertes cannot be blamed for hating the man who was directly responsible for the death of his dear sister, who also skewered his papa without so much as an "I beg your pardon." And in all fairness, we cannot blame Claudius for helping Laertes to his revenge. Now, unfortunately, being a little pressed for time, we have had to condense the last scene, the dueling scene. However, we feel that you are all familiar with the gory details, so we will just make the pertinent points. And they are as follows. Yes, there goes Gertrude. Poison, you know. And that, of course, will be the end of Laertes. Yes, poison on the end of the sword. And that was poor old Claudius. And here comes... Yes, that's right, Hamlet. Now, let us move in, ladies and gentlemen, and hear Hamlet's last speech, his dying speech. For here we make a point, and a big one, as you shall discover, for with his last breath, our hero proves himself beyond a doubt a traitor to Denmark.
Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite o'ercrows my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England. But I do prophesy the election lights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice.
You have just heard Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, cast his vote for Fortinbras of Norway, relentless and savage enemy of Hamlet's own country. And that is our last point, ladies and gentlemen. To recapitulate, then. Qualities for our hero, Hamlet. He is vain, bad-mannered, suffers from paranoid delusions, is an intriguer, a cad, and a traitor. But for our villain, Claudius, he is patient, kindly, and understanding, abounds with moral courage, love, and selfless patriotism. Final score in the Scandinavian murder stakes, villain Claudius, 1. Hero Hamlet, by means both direct and indirect, 7. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. That is our case. And we rest it. One final note. Did you realize that the Danish name Ambleth, or Hamlet in its anglicized form, means the bungler? Good night.
CBS Radio has presented the CBS Radio Workshop. Tonight, Another Point of View, or Hamlet Revisited. This scandalous misrepresentation was transcribed and produced by Anthony Ellis and written by Ben Wright and William Conrad. The felony was compounded by Mr. Conrad's direction. Those aiding and abetting with portrayals were Ben Wright, John McIntyre, Jeanette Nolan, Sammy Hill, and Fred Mackay. Music was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. This is Hugh Douglas. Here's exciting news. You may enjoy reading Who's Who on CBS Radio Workshop in the current issue of TV Radio Mirror magazine. Many of the performers on Radio Workshop are pictured in rehearsal, and future shows are outlined. All of us associated with CBS Radio Workshop say thanks to TV Radio Mirror. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, The Eternal Joan, the story of Jeanne d'Arc as provided by historians, novelists, and playwrights of different nationalities and points of view. Narrated on tape by Louis Cronenberger, author, playwright, and critic, and dramatized by Henry E. Fritsch, with Elspeth Eric as Joan.
Saint Margaret, have pity. Pray for her, all ye saints. Oh, Lord God, deliver her. Have mercy on her.
Burn the witch!
Death to the witch! Have pity, Saint
Warm her up, the soldier slut!
Hide on the witch!
Burn her! Let's get it over with. Burn her to the end! Heretic!
Make way for the guest of honor.
The Master General.
A witch, the maid of France.
Stupid.
Hey, you see what it says?
No.
Oh, wait. On her cap. Heretic, relapsed, apostate, idolater.
Have mercy. We beseech thee, good Lord.
Make way! We are burning a saint.
This was the old market square in the French city of Rouen on the morning of the 30th of May, 1431. The occasion was the burning of a young peasant girl, not much past her 19th birthday. Her name was Jeanette. Her family name was d'Arc, first without an apostrophe, then with one, after Joan had got her family ennobled. We now know her as Jeanne d'Arc, or in the English equivalent, Joan of Arc. Joan died a fearful death on that pleasant May morning more than 5 centuries ago. She was tied to a wooden stake, standing on a pile of kindling and firewood, and slowly charred. She had first been excommunicated by her church.
We, having seen and weighed all there is to see and weigh, have said and decreed that in the simulation of your revelations and apparitions you have been pernicious, seductive, presumptuous, of light belief, rash, superstitious, a witch, a blasphemer of God, a despiser of him and his sacraments, a prevaricator of the
These are
divine
actual
teaching,
quotations from the official record of the trial of Joan of Arc before an ecclesiastical court at Rouen.
erring gravely in our faith, and by this means having rashly trespassed against God and the Holy Church. Therefore we denounce you as a rotten member which must be cast out and given over to the secular power.
The secular power to which Joan was given over by her own countrymen, that is, the English Army of Occupation, did not even take the trouble to hold a trial or to make formal charges. Her sentence took less than a minute.
What now, priest? Are you going to keep us here to dinner?
Take her! Take her!
A kind English soldier broke a stick in half and tied it together in the form of a cross. Joan kissed the makeshift emblem and clutched it tightly to her body. A short time later, she was dead. Yet only 25 years later, Joan was cleared of all the accusations that had been brought against her, and she was officially declared a saint in 1920. More than 40,000 statues have been erected to her in France alone, plus many others in other lands, including our own United States. Why? Thousands of books and plays have been written about her in various languages. Why? Here is our own Samuel Clemens.
Caesar carried conquest far, but he did it with the trained and confident veterans of Rome, and he was a trained soldier himself. Napoleon swept away the disciplined armies of Europe, but he also was a trained soldier, and he began his work with patriot battalions, inspired by the miracle-working new breath of liberty. Joan, a mere child in years, ignorant, unlettered, a poor village girl, unknown and without influence, found a great nation lying in chains, helpless and hopeless under an alien domination. Its king was cowed, resigned, and preparing to flee the country. And Joan laid hands upon this nation, this corpse, and it rose and followed her.
But this point alone is not enough to explain the universal appeal which Joan the Maid has had for all the world. Yes, even for the Marquesas Islanders in the Pacific, who to this day are convinced that the English ate Joan, or else why would they have wanted to roast her? There's little doubt about the bare facts, since fortunately complete records of Joan's long trials have come down to us. But for the touchstones of human understanding, we have to turn to those who have tried to interpret Joan on the basis of individual insight. Her historians, novelists, and playwrights of different nationalities and points of view.
I'll start at the beginning. It's always nicer at the beginning. I'll begin with my father's house when I was still very small. I'm in the meadow now, watching my sheep. It's the first time I hear the voices after the evening Angelus.
That was the voice of Joan herself, describing her first experience with the mystic powers that controlled the rest of her short life. The scene is taken from the play The Lark, written by Jean Arnoux of France and adapted by Lillian Hellman.
I still wear my hair in a thick braid. I'm not thinking of anything. I know only that God is good and that he keeps me pure and safe in this little corner of the earth near Dam Remy. This one little piece which has not yet been destroyed by the English invaders. I live here happy with my father, my mother, and my brothers. Then suddenly, someone behind me touched my shoulder. I know very well there is no one behind me. I turn. And there is a great blinding light. The voice is grave and sweet. I never heard that kind of voice before. That day the voice only said, "Be a good girl, Joan, and go often to church." Well, I was good, and I did go often to church, so I didn't understand why the voice spoke that way, and I was frightened. But I didn't tell anybody. I don't know why. Then came the second time. It was the noon Angelus. A light came over the sun and was stronger than the sun. There he was. I saw him. An angel in a beautiful white robe that must have been ironed by someone very careful. He didn't tell me his name that day, but later I found out he was Monseigneur the Blessed Saint Michael. Joan, go to the aid of the King of France and give him back his kingdom. But, Monseigneur, I'm only a girl. I don't even know how to ride a horse. You will go first to Monsieur de Baudricourt. He will give you men's clothes and have you taken to the Dauphin. St. Catherine and St. Margaret will go along to help you.
The Dauphin, of course, was Charles, son and presumably legal heir of the last French king, Charles VI. Charles, the father, was generally regarded as mad and had signed a treaty with England disavowing his son and recognizing Henry V of England as his heir. He had also ceded all of France north of the River Loire, which gave the English justification for their French campaigns. The Dauphin was weak, yet this was the man for whose coronation at Reims, as Charles VII of France, Joan was to give her life. Her voices had told her that. So Joan received her mission. She didn't leave her native Domremy right away. She was 17 before she felt ready to set out into the unknown world to help rescue France. For a poetic view of Joan's farewell to her beloved countryside, there is nobody better to turn to than that German romanticist to end all romanticists, Friedrich Schiller, and his play, The Maid of Orleans.
Farewell, ye mountains, ye beloved glades, ye lone and peaceful valleys. Fare ye well. Through you Johanna nevermore may stray. Johanna goes and ne'er returns again. Such is to me the Spirit's high behest. To Gaul's heroic sons deliverance bring. Relieve beleaguered Reims and crown thy king.
True. The Dauphin, her Dauphin, was anointed with the heaven-sent oil and formally crowned King Charles VII of France. When Joan left home, Papa Jacques and Mama Isabel knew only that their daughter was going to visit her favorite uncle in the village of Bury. But Bury was near Vaucouleurs, the residence of Messire Robert de Baudricourt, whom the Archangel had directed Joan to see as the first step in her mission. The actual meeting, when it took place, may well have been one of the most hilarious interviews of all time. Here is the version of Bernard Shaw, whose play St. Joan is generally regarded as the classic interpretation of Joan's character and behavior. The loud voice is that of the captain, Sire Robert de Baudricourt. But the first voice is that of his unhappy steward, fresh out of eggs.
Sir, I tell you there are no eggs. There will be none, not if you kill me for it as long as the maid is at the door.
The maid? What maid? What are you talking about?
The girl from Lorraine, sir. From Domremy.
30,000 thunders, I told you to throw her out. You have 50 men-at-arms and a dozen lumps of able-bodied servants to carry out my orders. Are they afraid of her?
She is so positive, sir.
Positive? Now, see here, I'm going to throw you downstairs.
No, sir, please.
Well, stop me by being positive. It's quite easy. Any slut of a girl can do it.
Sir, you cannot get rid of her by throwing me out. You see, sir, you are much more positive than I am. But so is she.
You parcel of curs. You are afraid of her.
No, sir, we are afraid of you, but she puts courage into us. She really doesn't seem afraid of anything. Perhaps you could frighten her, sir.
Perhaps. Where is she now?
Down in the courtyard, sir, talking to the soldiers as usual.
She shall talk to me a bit. Hello! You there! Come up here. You, soldiers, show her the way. And shove her along quick.
She wants to go and be a soldier herself. She wants you to give her soldiers' clothes, armor, sir, and a sword.
Good morning, Captain Squire. Captain, you are to give me a horse and armor and some soldiers and send me to the Dauphin. Those are your orders from my lord.
Orders from your lord? And who may your lord be? Go back to him and tell him that I am neither duke nor peer at his orders. I am Squire of Vaudricourt, and I take no orders except from the king.
Yes, Squire, that's all right. My lord is the King of Heaven.
Why, the girl's mad.
They all say I'm mad till I talk to them, Squire. But you will see that it is the will of God that you are to do what he has put in my mind.
It is the will of God that I shall send you back to your father with orders to put you under lock and key and thrash the madness out of you.
You think you will, Squire, but you'll find it all coming quite different. You said you would not see me, but here I am.
Now listen to me. I am going to assert myself.
Please do, Squire. The horse will cost 16 francs. It's a good deal of money, but I can save it on the armor. I shall not want many soldiers. The Dauphin will give me all I need to raise the siege of Orleans.
To raise the siege of Orleans?
Yes, Squire. That is what God is sending me to do.
Well, I am damned.
No, Squire. God is very merciful. You will go to paradise, and your name will be remembered as my first helper.
Joan got her horse, her equipment, and her escort. But when her small party arrived at Chinon after a hard ride through 350 miles of winter landscape, she still faced her main problem. How was she, a poor, illiterate country girl, going to get an audience with the Dauphin himself? News of her arrival at Chinon finally reached even the ears of the Dauphin, and Joan was in the end admitted to the court. But to make sure that she was really divinely inspired, Charles and his courtiers decided to play a trick on her. Someone else would sit on the throne and pretend to be the Dauphin, while Charles himself would hide in the crowd of attendants, making himself inconspicuous. Here are two versions of what happened when Joan entered the royal hall of the chateau at Chinon. The first is that of Schiller. As Joan enters, she surveys the resplendent hall, then looks up at the army commander, Dunois, who in this version is impersonating the Dauphin on his throne. Dunois welcomes her.
Art thou the wondrous maiden?
Dunois of Orleans, thou wilt tempt thy God. This place abandon which becomes thee not. To this more mighty one the maid is sent.
Joan walks firmly toward the Dauphin, who is peering from behind the back of a knight. She kneels before him. Charles is understandably surprised.
Maiden, thou ne'er hast seen my face before. Whence hast thou this knowledge?
Thee I saw when none beside save God in heaven saw thee. Bethink thee, Dauphin, in the bygone night when all around lay buried in deep sleep, thou from thy couch didst rise and offer up an earnest prayer to God.
Disclose to me my prayer, and I shall doubt no more that God inspired thee.
Thou didst pray that if there were appended in this crown unjust possession, or if heavy guilt occasioned this most lamentable war, God would accept thee as a sacrifice, have mercy on thy people, and pour forth upon thy head the chalice of his wrath.
Who art thou, mighty one? Whence comest thou? Shall I indeed withstand mine enemies?
France I will lay submissive at thy feet.
And Orleans, sayest thou, will not be surrendered?
The Loire shall sooner run its waters back.
Shall I in triumph enter Reims?
I through 10,000 foes will lead thee.
In the modern Anouilh Hellman play, the Dauphin is no storybook king. As the scene opens, Charles is lolling indolently on his throne, playing with one of those cup and ball toys that still delight children today. Enter the Archbishop of Reims.
Oh, Archbishop, you have arrived just in time. I am on the point of governing.
There is not time for jest, Your Majesty. We are faced with the dangerous problem of this peasant girl. The people are in love with her. They are convinced that God has sent her to you and that she alone can save France. They think she works miracles.
I have sympathy for them. They are as desperate as I am. As for this girl, I have no curiosity about her. I know too many people as it is, and a messenger from God doesn't sound very amusing. But I want to be a good king and please my people, therefore I shall see this girl. I think I might like to play a trick on her. Let's put a page upon the throne. Let's clothe him in the royal doublet with the fewest patches. He'll look better than I do. And let us enjoy the sight of God's envoy pleading her cause to a page boy.
And so, when Joan timidly enters the throne room, it's a young court attendant who is impersonating the Dauphin. She sees through the deception, however, just as quickly as she did in the case of Dunois in Schiller's play. She surveys the crowd and walks straight to Charles, who tries to run from her.
What do you want?
Noble Dauphin, I am Joan the maid. The King of Heaven has sent me to tell you that you must be anointed and crowned in the city of Reims.
Well, that is splendid, mademoiselle, but Reims is in the hands of the English, as far as I know. How shall we get there?
We will fight our way there, Noble Dauphin. First we will take Orleans, and then we will walk to Reims. God told me, Noble Dauphin.
You haven't come here to kill me? No. No, of course not. You have an honest face. I've lived so long with these pirates that I've almost forgotten what an honest face looks like. Are there many people who have honest faces?
Many, sire.
Well, I never see them. Well, all right. Start boring me. Tell me that I ought to be a great king.
Yes, Charles.
In the end, Joan gets what she wants. Her army, her appointment, and a dazzling white suit of armor especially made for her. Joan's effect upon the English troops, who had been just about invincible until she appeared, is described by Schiller. The voices are those of English soldiers, except for the rather heart-rending lament of their commander, Sir John Talbot.
The maiden in the camp!
Impossible, it cannot be. How comes she in the camp?
Why, through the air. The devil aided her.
Why? We're dead men!
They heed me not. They stay not at my call. The sacred bonds of discipline are loosed. I cannot rally even the smallest troop. Who is she then? The irresistible, the dread-inspiring goddess who doth turn at once the tide of battle and transform to lion's bold a herd of timid deer. A woman snatched from me all martial fame.
The maiden comes. Fly, General, fly!
Well, as we know, the army with which Joan took the field did liberate Orleans, and within a few months had cleared the road to Reims so that the Dauphin could be properly consecrated King of France. Joan's army then turned to liberate Paris, but the siege of Paris was called off. Joan, wounded for the third time in a year, was captured some months later by Burgundian soldiers who were then allied with the English. The Burgundians sold her to the English command for 10,000 French pounds, a sum normally paid only for the highest nobles. The English, in turn, handed Joan over to a French ecclesiastical court convened in English-occupied Rouen for trial on charges of sorcery, witchcraft, or anything else that would lead to excommunication. The idea was that once Joan had been convicted on any such charge by her own countrymen, the English would be free to condemn and execute her for the damage she had caused them. And that's the way it worked out.
Joan, commonly called the Maid, having been captured within our diocese of Beauvais, and having been surrendered, dispatched, given, and delivered to us as a person vehemently suspected of heresy.
After weeks of badgering, Joan, exhausted and terrified of death by fire, finally put her mark to a paper which she was unable to read, admitting all the sins charged against her and forswearing them for the future. She even resumed female clothing for a short time. But when she found out that her promised acquittal would mean only life imprisonment on a diet of bread and water, the bread of sorrow and the water of affliction, as the judges put it, she decided that she preferred a swifter death, however horrible. Bernard Shaw describes her so-called relapse like this.
They told me you were fools. You promised me my life, but you lied. You think that life is nothing but not being stone dead? It is not the bread and water I fear. Bread has no sorrow for me, and water no affliction. But to shut me from the light of the sky and the sight of the fields and flowers, to chain my feet, to make me breathe foul, damp darkness, and keep me from everything that brings me back to the love of God. I could do without my war horse. I could drag about in a skirt. I could let the banners and the trumpets and the knights and soldiers pass me and leave me behind as they leave the other women. If only I could still hear the wind and the trees, the larks and the sunshine, the young lambs crying through the healthy frost, and the blessed church bells. But without these things I cannot live. What I am, I will not denounce. What I have done, I will not deny.
And we still have from Joan what is perhaps the most touching answer ever given to a life and death question in the history of Inquisition.
Joan, do you now believe yourself to be in a state of grace?
If I am not, may God put me there. If I am, may God so keep me.
That was Joan of Arc. Did anyone ever understand her? Do we understand her today? Perhaps Jean Anouilh said it best.
You cannot explain Joan any more than you can explain the tiniest flower growing by the wayside. There's just a little living flower that has always known, ever since it was a microscopic seed, how many petals it would have and how big they would grow, exactly how blue its blue would be, and how its delicate scent would be compounded. There is just the phenomenon of Joan, as there is the phenomenon of a daisy, or the sky, or a bird.
What pretentious creatures men are, if that is not enough for them.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and The Eternal Joan, a treatment of the Joan of Arc story. Written by Henry E. Fritsch, with Elspeth Eric as Joan and Louis Kronenberger, drama critic for Time magazine, as tape narrator. The Eternal Joan was produced and directed by Paul Roberts, music composed and conducted by Alexander Steinert. Included in tonight's cast were Alan Hewitt as Baudricourt and Jack Manning as the Dauphin. Also heard were John Gibson, Daniel Ocko, Bob Dryden, Louis Van Rooten, Roger DeKoven, Ed Prentice, Guy Repp, Ellen Muir, Gladys Holland, and Ruth Tobin. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us next week when, from Hollywood, we'll present A Portrait of Paris, a word picture of the French capital, recorded by David Schoenbrunn, chief of the Paris bureau of CBS News. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is Paris. The great bells of Notre Dame Cathedral chiming across this timeless town echoing from the River Seine up to the hill of Montmartre and across to the tip of the Eiffel Tower. And this, too, is Paris.
Yep.
A boy and a girl in love in a handsome cab, clip-clopping through the Bois de Boulogne in the pink dawn of a Paris summer. And this. The cabarets, the nightclubs, the popping of champagne corks, and the swirl of dancing skirts. Yes, all these are Paris. But none is exactly Paris. For Paris is many things to many people. It's a two-headed chicken by Picasso, for an artist. It's Madame Curie or Victor Hugo, Balzac and Marcel Proust, to a writer or a student. Paris is a highly personal place. Each of us has painted his own portrait of Paris. This is mine.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, one man's portrait of Paris. The man, David Schonbrunn, CBS foreign correspondent, winner of this year's Overseas Press Club Award for the best reporting from abroad, and author of the forthcoming book, As France Goes. If any American knows how France goes and why, it is this veteran Paris correspondent who has been reporting the news from Paris ever since the liberation 12 years ago this summer. Yet he remains objective, an American observer with an American wife, and as we shall see, a very American daughter, even though she is a native-born Parisienne. We take you now by tape to Paris and David Schonbrunn.
This is Paris, oldest, best known, least understood capital in the world. This is a city of contradictions, where every valid generalization has an opposite which is equally valid. It is the gayest, saddest, most sinful, and most virtuous of cities. Paris is communist and Catholic. It is a rich city inhabited by a great number of poor people. Paris is as young as atomic energy, as old as Caesar's legions. It is both cosmopolitan and provincial, with an international core surrounded by a group of little villages. It is a city open to all, but accepting none, with one exception: its children. Paris is a great city for children, as you will hear from one of them. You've got to live here and have children to learn this secret side of Paris, a secret which is a key to France itself. From the children and from the way they treat their children, you can learn more about France and the French than from a library of books. I am sitting on a bench in the Champ de Mars, a lovely green park lying between the Eiffel Tower and the École Militaire, just one of the dozens of perfumed floral bouquets that the people of Paris have offered to their children to keep them out of the crowded, dirty streets of a modern city. A part of Paris few foreigners know and few tourists ever get to visit. A sandpile for kids, a carousel, hidden away among the trees, only a few yards from the Eiffel Tower. A group of little girls is dancing right near me. They've locked hands in a circle, and they're singing an old French song. Let's move a little closer and listen.
Dansons la capucine, y'a pas de pain chez nous, y'a n'a chez la voisine.
Let's dance the Capucine. We have no bread at home. Our neighbor has bread, but there is none for us. Our neighbor has bread, but not for us. That's very French, you know, very sad but very true, in a nation that has suffered foreign invasions, civil wars, or revolutions every generation for hundreds of years. These people and their children have learned the hard way the bitter reality of the expression, every man for himself, or as the French put it, chacun pour soi. This is really the basis of what is called French individualism. France, for almost 2,000 years, has been the crossroads of a dangerous world, and each child has learned from its father how to survive in that dangerous world. And France has survived, and Paris has become the oldest capital city of the West, so there must be some wisdom in their lessons to their children. The kids seem to love it. I'd like you to meet one of the children who's dancing and singing in that group right near us. She is 9 years old, born and raised in Paris. Her name is Lucy. She is my daughter, and she's very much a part of what Paris means to me and what I've learned about Paris from her.
Lucy, Lucy, viens ici.
Hello, Dad. What do you want?
Well, Lucy, you know, I told you I was going to do this radio report about Paris, and that's what I'm doing now. And I thought maybe I'd ask you. After all, you were born in Paris, weren't
Yes.
you? What do you think about Paris?
Well, I like Paris because whenever you look outside, you see green trees, grass, flowers everywhere.
And you like this park here?
Yes, I like it. It's just like a park.
How about going to school here? Do you like school?
Oh, yes, very much.
Why?
Oh, I like my friends.
Now, what about school? You know, you work pretty hard in school here. Do you like that?
Yes, I think it's better than working less the way you and Mommy told me. Because when you get out of school, you have more in your head than when you get out of school in America. You have less.
Well, that's a pretty French idea, Lucy. Now, tell me, are you a French girl or are you an American girl?
Well, I'm American. There's no reason why I shouldn't be American. Because you, my mother, and Grandpa and Grandma are American. The rest of the family, too.
And that doesn't matter at all to your French friends? They don't make fun of you at all?
Never. Because sometimes the Russian, they even sort of forget about that I'm American.
Well, you run back and play with them now, darling. Tout à l'heure, huh?
All right.
Bon.
Tout à l'heure.
No, it doesn't matter that Lucy is American, and that is a very Parisian attitude. The people and the children of this city respect each other's individual personalities and opinions. We Americans are always telling our children when they go out to play or to parties, now, be good, Johnny. The French say, sois sage, mon enfant. Be wise, my child. That's very French and very good advice. They feel that you must raise your child with the knowledge that the world is not a perfect place. They try to show their children the difference between right and wrong, good and evil, but they don't constantly admonish them to be good. The French hope for the best and advise their kids to be wise. I talked about this just a few moments ago with the mother of one of Lucy's friends, Madame Mestrallet, and this is what she told me.
It is our duty as parents to protect, feed, educate our children. It is their duty to honor and obey their parents. You Americans like to say, you are only young once, and by that you mean, I think, that children should do as they please, not be frustrated. We French put it differently. You are only young for a very short time. You have most of your life to do as you please. So during your brief youth, you should do as you are told, study hard, obey orders, for soon you will be grown up and be able to give orders.
So youth should stay in its place, the French believe. Is this good? Is this bad? I don't know. The older I get, the more I live in Paris, the less sure I am about many things. And that also is a part of the story of Paris. For this is a city of doubt, of intellectual curiosity and soul-searching. I'd like you to hear about that from a Parisian friend of mine, the editor of one of France's most influential newspapers, unofficial spokesman for Mendes France. Let's leave the park and the kids now and go to the editorial rooms of the paper Express on the Champs-Élysées and meet its editor, Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber.
Taxi! Taxi! 91 Champs-Élysées, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, monsieur, 91 Champs-Élysées.
The individualism and anarchy of the French comes out in full flower behind the wheel of a car. And Paris taxi drivers are a special species of humans, the most ornery, irritable, and yet stimulating of men. They growl and grumble at their fares. They drive like suicidal maniacs, but with great skill. They curse all pedestrians and policemen and are cursed back at with equal vehemence. The myth of French politeness, and I wonder whoever invented that legend, is soon dispelled by a cab driver. But you can get a valuable insight into the French mind by talking to cabbies. It's one of my favorite sports in Paris. The other night, I was in a cab coming home from the CBS studio. It was about midnight in Paris, and I noticed that when we came along to one crossing where there was a red light, my driver simply slowed down a little bit and continued right through the red light. I rapped on the glass, leaned over and said to him, "Now, why did you do that? Why didn't you stop for that light?" He turned around to me and he said, "Monsieur, have you ever thought what a red light was there for?" He said, "A red light is just a machine, monsieur. It operates mechanically, and the whole purpose of it is to stop traffic in one direction to allow traffic to go by in the opposite direction. Now, monsieur, I am a man, not a machine. I don't have to have some automatic signal up there tell me whether it's safe to go or not. It's midnight in Paris now," said the driver. "There are no cars around," and I slowed down. I looked carefully to the right, to the left, and I saw there were no other cars. "What would you have me do?" he asked. "Just sit there like a dumb machine and wait for that other machine to change and tell me what to do? No, monsieur. I am a man, not a machine." Well, I must confess that I was very excited by that description. It means all of France and all of Paris to me. It's all that is good in this country and all that is bad at the same time. For this is really a country of contradictions. The individual spirit of the French has permitted them to overcome disasters through 2,000 years of their history. It also prevents them from ever getting the kind of community which perhaps would prevent some of these disasters from coming about. Sometimes I don't know whether these things are good or bad. I can only say that intellectually I am thrilled by a man who says to me, "I am a man and not a machine." We're going to meet another man now who is a man and not a machine. The man we're about to meet, Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber, is always right in the middle of a storm of some kind or other. Jean-Jacques, today at 32 years of age, is the youngest editor of a major Paris newspaper. He is a brilliant man, but a tortured intellectual. And in that sense, he reflects two of the qualities of his native city of Paris, the most brilliant and tortured capital of Western Europe.
Voici 80 Champs-Élysées, monsieur.
Well, here we are at the Paper Express. Monsieur Servan-Schreiber, s'il vous plaît.
Vous avez rendez-vous?
Oui, monsieur Schönbrunn.
Bon, voulez-vous entrer? Par ici, monsieur.
Hello, David. Please sit down.
Thank you, Jean-Jacques. As I told you on the telephone earlier this morning, I wanted to introduce you to some of my American listeners to show them what I think is a typical Parisian. Jean-Jacques, you run a very important weekly newspaper here, and you're considered one of the spokesmen for Mendes France, although I know you deny it all the time. But I've noticed in all the years I've known you, your paper and the way you run it, the way you eat your lunches out of trays, is very, very American. How come a Parisian and a real Frenchman like yourself is so American?
Because I've been to America several times, and my experience is that the Americans are better journalists than the French people. So each time I can take my lessons from American publishers, I do it. And I've always found myself better for it.
You then believe that it's important to borrow American techniques. Now, what about a way of life and an intellectual attitude towards things? Are you Parisian or American in that respect?
Well, if you mean, David, that whether I prefer to live in Paris or would I like to live in America, I prefer to live in Paris. Each time I go to America, I feel very much at ease, and I like being in America. These days and in the recent years, I seldom agree with the State Department, with the foreign policy of America, but that has never interfered with my great love of the way of life in America.
Well, I wasn't really talking about way of life or where you live. I was thinking of your approach to your work. You have an American technique in making your paper. What would you describe as the Parisian about you? What is the thing that you think distinguishes a young French intellectual like yourself from an American counterpart in general?
Well, maybe it would be very pretentious to say so, but I think we are less prejudiced on many problems. I think we as French journalists or French young people in politics, we ask ourselves more questions than our American friends. For instance, take a very difficult subject, a delicate one like communism. We don't classify it as easily as the Americans do. We try more perhaps to understand it, to see what is the future of it, what will be the European future towards communism. And we are not so, I would say, perhaps, we are not so satisfied as the Americans are with our own explanations.
Would you say then that you believe that the essence of being Parisian, in the sense of French culture and civilization, is the universalism of French thought, the openness, the curiosity, the ever-seeking and constant doubt and examination, which is so French?
Well, yes, I would say some more intellectual instability, which is a good thing. Makes yourself ask more questions, you see.
Yes, and nonconformism.
Well, that would be pretentious to say so. I don't think the Americans are conformists, but we are more ill at ease, so we are seeking more, perhaps.
Jean-Jacques, would you care to say anything about Mendes and what you think the future of Mendes France is in this country?
Well, as you say, David, I'm not his spokesman.
Well, now, what's your
You'll
opinion?
have to go and see him.
What's your opinion, your personal opinion?
These days, I have no opinion. I mean, it's very difficult, and I don't think it's the problem of one man. I think the crisis now is much larger than the problem of one man.
It is indeed. Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques.
On l'appelle Mademoiselle de Paris, et sa vie c'est un...
Mademoiselle de Paris, so chic, so elegant, the envy of every woman of fashion in the world, and yet, another Parisian paradox, you see more Paris gowns in New York or London, Rio or Berlin than you see in Paris. For the haute couture, one of Paris's most important industries, is mainly an export business, a big business, quietly, elegantly conducted, as the new fashions are shown to buyers from all over the world.
Good luck, peace. Numéro 55, suivez-moi. Number 55, follow me. Numéro 78.
This is the showroom of one of France's great fashion designers, one of the great designers of the world, Pierre Balmain. And the voice you've just heard announcing the numbers in his latest collection is that of a great friend of mine. Her name is Ginette Spanier. If there's anybody who means Paris and is Paris through and through, it's Ginette.
Yes, David, I am Parisian through and through. And yet, you know, I feel completely English. And that's one of the joys of Paris, is that nobody seems to think it at all strange that one of the great French couture houses should have British directress with a British passport. I've kept my British passport, I feel terribly British, and yet I feel completely Parisian with all that that name means.
Now, what does it mean to you, Ginette?
It means being able to work here easily, live as I feel like living, with great freedom of mind and spirit.
Thank you very much, Ginette. Ginette, do you think it's Pierre in?
I'm sure that he'd love to speak to you. Oh, there he is, coming into the door right now. Monsieur Balmain, vous voulez venir ici une minute, s'il vous plaît?
Oui. Hello, David. What are you doing here today?
Well, Pierre, as usual, giving you some free publicity.
Thank you very much.
Pierre, I'm here doing a show about Paris for the CBS Radio Workshop, and what I'm doing really is describing my Paris. Sounds funny for me to come here to tell you about my Paris, but really, Ginette and you, among my many friends here, this wonderful, graceful house of yours, this is part of my Paris, too. And you, Pierre, one of the great figures of Paris, and I'd like to ask you a very simple and yet a very complicated question. Pierre, you're a Parisian. What does it mean to be a Parisian?
Well, you know, David, I wasn't born in Paris. I was born very far away in France, but in the Alps, in the mountains of Savoy. I had never been in Paris. I came to Paris for the first time when I was 19. I was coming to study at the École des Beaux-Arts to be an architect. That was my first contact with Paris, and fortunately, I was taken by some friends through the subway from the station to the Place de la Concorde at 8 o'clock at night. All the fountains had the lights on, and the obelisk and the Arc de Triomphe in the distance. I stood in the middle of that square for the first time, and I had tears in my eyes, and I decided that I wanted to become a Parisian, and I have never left Paris since that time.
Thank you for talking to us today, Pierre Balmain and Ginette Spencer. Chevalier.
Paris, je t'aime, je t'aime, je t'aime, avec tendresse, mieux qu'une maîtresse, depuis le temps qu'on s'est rencontrés. Paris, on ne s'est jamais abandonné, à Buenos Aires, à Londres ou au Caire, le cœur plein de flammes, j'ai chanté tes femmes, tout en moi est à toi pour toujours. Oui, enfin, tout ce qui me reste, quoi. Paris, je t'aime. Oh, tu parles d'amour.
And Jacqueline Françoise, Paris, Paris After Dark.
Paris la nuit, ô merveilleux Paris, dans les rues, dans les cours, Paris attend. Paris la nuit sans un bruit, quelques millions d'âmes cherchant le repos, des hommes, des femmes, des petits poules-beaux. Paris toujours, le Paris des amours, et celui des serments, le Paris des amants. Attention, prenez l'étoile, Paris d'or à la belle étoile, et tout est si joli lorsque dort Paris la nuit.
A Parisian is someone who loves Paris and who loves life. By that definition, there must be hundreds of millions of Parisians in the world, for millions of visitors come here every year, and most of them love Paris, as did their fathers and their grandfathers, for Paris has been a mecca of the Western world for centuries, not only for expatriates, but more importantly, for patriots, for men who love their own countries best of all, but who found room in their hearts to love Paris too, men from all walks of life. Statesmen, writers and painters, businessmen, scientists and philosophers, all have found new inspiration here in Paris without ever losing their own originality, their own nationality. Picasso, the Spaniard, Modigliani, the Italian, Marie Curie, the Pole, Karl Marx and Lenin, Leibniz and James Joyce. No more typically American novel has ever been written than James Farrell's Studs Lonergan. It was written here in Paris. Surely there's no more homespun American folk song than Home Sweet Home. It was composed here in Paris. And surely no greater American patriot ever loved his country more than Thomas Jefferson. Well, the day that Thomas Jefferson left Paris, where he had been our ambassador, to return home to become President George Washington's Secretary of State, this is what Thomas Jefferson wrote in his diary. He said, "The hospitality of Paris is beyond anything I had conceived to be practicable in a large city. Their eminence, too, in science, the ease and vivacity of their conversation give a charm to their society to be found nowhere else. Ask any traveled inhabitant of any nation, in what country on earth would you rather live? Certainly my own, where are all my friends, my relations, and the earliest, sweetest affections and recollections of my life. Which would be your second choice? France. Thus wrote Thomas Jefferson in the summer of 1789, just a few weeks after the storming of the Bastille, the birth of the French Revolution. Many other men have since echoed or paraphrased those words of Jefferson. Every man has two countries, his own and France. And when you say France, you mean Paris, for Paris is the heart and soul of France. You are listening to the great organ of Notre Dame Cathedral, Our Lady of Paris, and the music that thrills the souls of free men everywhere, La Marseillaise, here on this island of the Cité, where Paris was born more than 2,000 years ago. Here, where this 800-year-old cathedral stands, was once a Roman temple. Before that, the shrine of a tribe called the Parisii, an obscure tribe who have lived in history by giving their name to this little island. Here in the vast shadows of this great church, the men of the Terror during the Revolution tore down the crucifix, erected an altar to the god of reason. Here, too, Napoleon crowned himself emperor. And here, only 12 years ago this summer, as thousands of worshippers knelt in prayer, thanking God for the liberation of their beloved city, a German sniper fired from a lofty balcony and panic swept the crowd as they sought cover. One man, the man they were aiming at, remained calm, quiet, and erect. A tall, thin, dour man, General Charles de Gaulle. His voice reverberated throughout this ancient temple, Français debout! Frenchmen, up on your feet. Frenchmen, on your feet. The world needs you. The world loves you. The world, I think, would indeed be a sorry place without France, without Paris. This is David Schoenbrunn reporting from Paris and returning you now to the CBS Radio Workshop in Hollywood.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop, which tonight has presented transcribed Portrait of Paris by David Schoenbrunn, CBS Paris correspondent. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Hugh Douglas speaking. Next week, at the same time, the workshop will present from New York, The Case of the White Kitten, a satire on modern mystery stories. Interested in earning extra money easily? Let improved Series E bonds earn it for you now. Series E bonds earn more money in less time than ever before. And now they pay back $4 for every 3 in less than 10 years. You can hold your bonds 10 additional years at the same high interest, too. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. According to Funk and Wagnall's Desk Standard Dictionary, of about 83,000 words and phrases and 1,200 pictorial illustrations, a mystery is something unknown, unexplained, or incomprehensible in its nature. The definition could add that nobody likes a mysterious situation indefinitely, including the police, whose job it is to make the unknown known and to apprehend the incomprehensible. And so it is tonight that we present George H. Faulkner's story of a mystery. It now can be told. The Case of the White Kitten. Our scene, a police station in the suburbs of a large city, possibly the city of New York.
My name is McGonagall. I ain't a cop. I'm a police officer, duly sworn to uphold the laws of this state, be they good or be they lousy, such as they may be. Now, once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten which it got lost. Said small white kitten or cat which it got lost.
Hey, McGonagall, what is this? Who are you talking to?
Subside, Brennan, and get your chin off in a desk rail. Oh. Now, once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten named Blanche, which means white in French, Brennan.
Well, how would you know, talking to yourself?
Quiet. According to secret but recently declassified files of the Shorefield Township Police Department, 3rd Precinct, this here now small white cat or kitten was 3 months old when first apprehended in 1954, 2 years ago. Previous record, none. Occupation, cat. Color, white. All white, including the ears.
Sergeant McGonagall, you are positively nuts.
Brennan, I am not nuts, not whatever. I am testing, just testing, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, woof. Testing.
Testing what? And don't woof at me. I scare easy.
I'm trying out the new tape recorder, this thing.
Oh, another gadget. What's it for?
For the convenience of duly elected public officials and for the confusion of the criminal classes, especially drunken drivers.
How so, for instance?
Well, for instance, supposing you pull in a drunk in a brand-new Fire-make sports car for speeding down 25A under the influence of intoxicating libation.
Oh, no, not me. Not no foreign-make sport car.
Right, no, you are. Make it a 1938 Rio. All right.
Yeah.
So, you drag some poor square-type drunk in here, falling over your feet as usual. We invite this lush to read the Gettysburg Address into the gadget here, and, brother, it tells on him. No. Or suppose, for instance, the Honorable Charles A. Peabody, Justice of the Peace, supposing he wants to record one of his bad jokes for posterity.
Yeah?
He just presses a button, he talks into this, and then press another button. Now, listen.
Hey, what in the world is that?
That is you going backwards, which is what you are usually doing.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
And you see, we got to go backwards before we can go forwards again.
Huh?
All right, here we go. Now, listen, boy, just listen. Now,
yeah.
Once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten which it got lost. Said small white kitten or cat.
Oh, McGonagall.
That's you.
Who are you talking to?
Subside, Brennan, and get your chin off in a desk rail. Now, once upon a time, there was a small white cat or kitten named... You know, maybe I don't talk so good after all. White in French, Brennan.
How would you know, talking to yourself?
According to secret but recently declassified... Yeah, but I got a very nice deep voice. Police Department, 3rd Precinct.
Yeah.
This here now small white cat or kitten was 3 months old when first apprehended in 1954. Well, that ain't so bad, is it? Previous record, none. Occupation, cat. Color, white. All white, including the ears.
Sergeant McGonagall, you are positively nuts.
Brennan,
Fred, me pal, do I sound like that?
For your sins, Patrick Brennan, you do.
Oh, no.
And so do I. And all at the taxpayer's expense.
Yeah, but what's all that stuff about a cat?
I'm telling a story, Pat, into the machine. On account I got to learn how to operate the thing.
A story?
Yeah. A mystery story.
Oh, like in the movies.
The movies wouldn't touch it. This story probes too deep, Pat. It lays bare the human heart.
Honest? Really bare?
I don't know. I haven't sold it yet. Now, let me see. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Once upon a time, there were 3 small trees. A, B, and C. All 3 trees aforementioned are guaranteed to contain chlorophyll, sap, bark, and buds, which are waiting for the springtime. And behind the 3 trees, let me tell you, there are 3 houses. A, B, and C. Said 3 houses. houses are all alike. But said 3 houses are not all together in a row. Scattered they are all over Hillside Manor, which it ain't got no hill and not so much manners, but it is now in Precinct 3 for better or worse. On paper, Hillside Manor looks like this on a map here behind my desk where I'm pointing, see? Police think, get that, Brennan, police think that the cat or kitten in question came from approximately here through an open kitchen door. And it is surmised by police that at on or about this point, the poor little feline was scared stiff by a large Airedale Terrier known to frequent the neighborhood after dark with evil companions. So what does she do? She hightails it out of there to about here, approximately, where she sits down to sort of think, near House A, here. Our reconstruction of the circumstances can now proceed only by way of conjecture. And you, Officer Brennan, will kindly note that beautiful expression. Police think the youthful cat may have been alarmed once again by this. Which has been known to scare the pants off anybody since they give up steam whistles on the railroad. She couldn't know it's just the commuters getting home worried like her. So she winds up here at House C, all tucking out. The back porch looks familiar, very familiar. And inside House C, there's the Curtis family, just Joe and Louise. Very nice people of Curtis. They're sort of educated, but no children.
Dear.
Yes, just a second, darling. Oh, what is it, Joe?
First sign of spring in newsletter, believe it or not. You ever hear tell about skunk cabbage?
No, I haven't, and I don't think I want to.
First sign of spring out here says so.
Oh, spring. Why, it's only February, February what?
February 21st.
Spring.
Did you listen to this? Mm-hmm. Up and down the northern shore, our first harbinger of spring, now visible, is Symplocarpus fetidus, the common skunk cabbage, which, as Thoreau put it, sees over the brow of winter's hill.
Mm-hmm. Thoreau said everything.
Just about. Mm-hmm. Well, the editorial goes on. This lowly, rank, and stinking member of the lily family possesses, in lieu of beauty or pleasant scent, a remarkable hardiness and the property of increasing its interior temperature as it forces its bud through the chilly crust of February. Like a species of green fire, it literally burns its way up out of snow and ice to find the sunlight.
Attaboy, cabbage. Find me some sunlight. Oh, continue, Joe. Don't mind me.
Yes, well, with the air at 59 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature in the interior of a nascent?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a skunk cabbage.
Well, where was I? With the air at 59 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature in the interior of a budding skunk cabbage has been found to be as high as 123 degrees, 25 degrees above blood heat, and 64 degrees higher than the surrounding atmosphere.
Well, now, what do you know? Hot diggity. There's more, I hope.
Yes, it ends with a poem in praise of the skunk cabbage.
What?
Yep, I'm not kidding.
This is in the newspaper?
It's a good newspaper.
Oh,
intelligent.
honestly.
Listen. All hail to Symplocarpus, the harbinger of spring. Inside his leafy carcass, he boils like anything. Although he doesn't smell so sweet, this fen-side fellow yearns to break the ice and be complete. And as he yearns, he burns. Not snow, nor rain, nor gloom of night can stay his hot desire. Let's learn from him and warmly fight to lift ourselves up higher. For we... Louise, you're not listening.
No, I was listening to something else.
Well, what?
Joe, be quiet. Listen. Oh?
Cat. The neighborhood is cat full.
Oh, it's right outside our door, I'm sure. I'm going to see.
Louise, I don't like cats.
I know you don't, just skunk cabbages.
They kill birds.
Not if you put a bell on them.
Skunk cabbages?
No, nature boy, the cats. Oh,
Beat up on your own head, Louise.
Dear. Come in. Oh, look, isn't she a darling? Just a little stray kitten, but white all over.
Well, kittens I can take, but they grow up into cats. Any color, they get to be cats.
Oh, poor little thing. She must be starved wandering around in the snow. Here, Joe. Here, you hold her a minute while I heat some milk.
Me hold her?
Yes. Here, now, she won't bite you. Oh, listen to her purr. Oh.
Nice kitty. Nice kitty. Maybe you are. Where are you from, Miss Cat? Catalina? Catalonia? The Catskills? Kitty Hawk, maybe, huh? Hey, you left your motor running, Miss Cat. Does your mother know you're out?
All right, Joe. Here's the milk. Now, here, put her down.
She likes it here where she is on my shoulder. She's a happy cat.
All right, but she must be hungry.
Well, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Milk, Miss Cat?
Oh, look, what did I tell you?
She's hungry, all right.
What are we going to do with her?
That is indeed the question. Seeing that we already have 1 Cocker Spaniel, 1 parakeet, 24 tropical fish, and 15 dependent chickadees outside the window.
Mm-hmm.
Louise,
Yes, Joe.
could we keep her?
No. No, we couldn't.
No, I guess we couldn't. Lonely as we are. What I want to know is, where did she come from? Well, she's lonely, too. Like the tree out in front.
So much for House C, the Curtises, which are stuck with the cat. At this point, we, the police, were baffled.
Police ain't even ever heard of this here cat yet, Sarge.
That's why we of the police were baffled, Brennan. I am telling the story in introspect.
What does that mean?
It happened 2 years ago. Do I hold your interest, Brennan? Do you wish to know more about this cat or kitten?
No. But I like to watch the recording machine go round. It fascinates me in a mild way.
So don't ask questions. We proceed now to House B, 62 Haberdasher Lane. People name of Benson. The Bensons are just moving in. There's Dwight D. Benson, aged 10 months, wet or dry. Clark Benson, 10, and Gregory Peck Benson, 8, are upstairs in the expansion attic, which is not finished, walking the open floor beams, which we have to warn kids around here not to do all the time, lest they should maybe fall through the ceiling. Downstairs unpacking are Miss Gloria Benson, 12, with Mrs. Greta Benson, housewife. Here comes Mr. Benson, Woodrow W. Benson. Woody is carrying in a bed. He is very large.
Greta!
Yes, Woody?
Where you want the youth bed?
Upstairs.
Well, there ain't no upstairs, only the attic. No floor up there, just beams. Expansion, it says.
Oh, I keep forgetting. No cellar either. I tell you, Woody, tote it upstairs to the expansion attic and put it down crosswise on the floor beams. We'll figure it all out later. Okay?
Okay, manager. Up we go. Evil!
Mommy? Huh? What is it, child?
Blanche. Where's Blanche?
The kitten. Oh, good heavens, did we bring her?
Sure we did. I held her myself all the way in the car.
Woody?
Yeah?
Did we bring the kitten?
Sure, I saw her here just a couple of minutes ago in the kitchen.
Oh,
I'll call her.
all right.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, Blanche.
Don't go too far away, dear.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Hey, you tired, Greta?
Yes, I am, and sort of lonely.
Oh?
Oh, so many houses. Like one big apartment house, only spread out all over the land. With one tree in front of each house.
Homesick for the Brooklyn flat already, huh?
Oh, no, but we don't know anyone around here. I feel lonely, Woody.
Well, in 2 weeks, we'll know 20 people, sure thing.
Oh, I hope so, Woody. I hope so.
And so we pass by logical deference to House A, the home of Mr. and Mrs. Richard Andrews, with tree. I guess we'd have to say there isn't much hope here. Not just now. There's Mr. Andrews and a doctor.
Doc? She may have waited too long, Mr. Andrews.
But I told her. I kept telling her if she got one of them spells, she should call you.
Well, your wife probably will recover. Tomorrow will tell. By tomorrow evening.
Yeah. Can I see her, Doctor?
No. The nurse is in there. It's lucky I sent for her. Now, you just take it easy.
Easy? Easy? Angela and me, we've been married 25 years. Kids are all gone away. We're alone now.
I know. Well, I'll be here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I advise you to go to work as usual. There's nothing you can do. Now, where can I call you, if necessary?
The pet haven over on the turnpike. Stray dogs and cats. It's the animal shelter. I run it for the kennel club.
Well, I'll phone you there tomorrow. And, Mr. Andrews.
Yes, Doc.
That whiskey bottle, put it away. It can't help you. Or your wife. You know that.
Yeah.
Don't disturb your wife, please. The nurse knows what to do. Good night.
Night, Doc. If Angela were to... No, I won't think about it. I must not think about it. What do you want?
We lost our kitten, mister. Over back there. A white kitten. Did you see a white kitten, mister?
No, I didn't. Get out, you brat. Alone. All alone. I can't live all alone.
Leaving the three houses, A, B, and C. Hey, Brennan.
Yes, Sarge.
Wake up. Did you ever try to get any person to adopt a stray kitten? Don't answer, because take it from me, it can't be done. Either persons have got a cat, or they wouldn't have a cat, not at no price. And so kittens is a drudge on the market. In Hillside Manor, we got definitely a surplus of cats. Of course, there is only one sensible thing to do, which people should learn, but since when did people learn?
Since when?
They didn't. Except the Curtises. They phoned me, and I entered one loss and found white kitten right in the blotter. And when we changed shifts on the desk, I handed the blotter over. Over to you, Brennan. Remember? Only 2 years ago?
I refuse to answer on advice of counsel unless somebody should kick me out of my job.
Don't worry, Brennan. With you gone, who would listen to me? Nevertheless, the Curtises called me up like good citizens about this here homeless cat. And not 5 minutes after I had wended my homeward way, there were you reading a comic book where Mrs. Benson comes in here to the station house. As I reconstruct the conversation...
Ma'am?
We just moved in on Haberdasher Lane, and our phone isn't connected yet.
So, ma'am?
Well, has anybody called up about finding a stray white kitten? It's my daughter's kitten. We like her very much.
No, ma'am. Not tonight. Not yet. If you'd leave your name and address, we get an awful lot of kitten trade.
Time passes, which is habitual. Next afternoon in front of the Curtis residence.
Sure, I know it's sensible, but since when have we been sensible people?
Now, Joe, we've got to think of the kitten. What's best for her? The police have had no calls. I phoned the pet place on the turnpike early this morning, and the man said he knew a photographer who wanted 2 white kittens for an advertising picture.
Yeah? What happens then? Does Miss Cat here get to go to Hollywood, maybe? A stand-in for Marilyn Monroe?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is we can't keep her, and this is the best thing to do. Well, it's a good thing it's Saturday. I just couldn't take her myself.
Okay, let's go. Poor Miss Cat. Over the hill.
Come in.
Mr. Andrews?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what you got?
This little white kitten. I gave you my address and phone number this morning. I told you that
yes, I remember. Hey, Elwin. You want to leave you're going to leave the cat. Elwin,
well, yes.
Come in here. Bring the cat box.
Hey, what is this?
You want to have to get rid of the cat? You give him to Elwin here with the box.
But this box...
When you sign the papers, you pay me $1, and that's all there is to it. I find him a nice home and take care of the cat and get him the best home and the crazy man, the photographer.
Louise.
Yes, Joe.
We are not putting this cat in that box. Besides, this man is drunk. Let's get out of here. Let's go.
Now, just a minute, please.
At this point in the pursuit of police duty, it became necessary for me to take a personal interest in the case of the white kitten as follows. Mrs. and Mr. Curtis?
Yes. Won't you come in, officer? Oh, Joe, this is Mr. Curtis.
Evening, sir. Pleasure indeed.
Evening, officer. What can we do for you? PBA? Tickets for the ball?
No. Well, due to the inefficiency of a subordinate on my staff.
What was that?
On account of Patrolman Brennan is so dumb. Well, I see Mr. Curtis has got a white kitten on his shoulder.
Yes. Anything wrong with that?
No, but according to information we have, the police have recently received...
Oh, I'll get it, dear. You get out. Joe, it's that awful Andrews man.
Oh, no,
Andrews?
Mrs. Curtis.
Joe,
Oh,
Joe.
no. Mr. Curtis, please, let me explain.
Now,
I'm
just a
sorry
minute.
I was drunk, sir.
You sure were. What are you doing here now?
It means my job. I can't afford to lose my job. You must listen.
We're listening people. Come in.
I don't know how to tell you. My wife, Angela, she's sick. She's terrible sick. I couldn't take it. I was waiting for the doctor to call, and there wasn't anything I could do at home. So I went to work. The doctor said I should. I couldn't sit still, not, waiting. And I had to. Oh, please. I had to.
Oh, Joe.
Here, officer. You take the cat.
Sure. Oh, come here, kitty. Come.
Mr. Andrews, my wife and I have discussed reporting your conduct to the people you work for. We don't like to do things like that, but in this case,
Hey,
we
look
felt
here. I
probably
know Mr. Andrews Curtis. He's all right.
He may be all right in your book, sir.
Please, that call may be for me. I had to come here, but I left word with Dr. Walton. You don't mind if I answer the phone, please?
No. Go ahead. You might as well.
Yes. Yeah, this is Andrews. Doctor? Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yeah, I'll be right back. Angela, she's my wife. She's better. Much better. She's not going to die. She's not. Angela.
Good heavens. More people?
Mrs. Curtis?
Yes?
This is my husband, and this is
Lloyd.
Pleasure, Missy. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and neighbors, friends and good people, if you will kindly take chairs, I think we can clear up this case in an inimical fashion.
Hey, who are you?
I'm a police officer.
So I notice. Well, go on. Don't let me stop you.
I don't think you could, sir, if you wish to do so. Would you wish to try, pal?
I might, pal. I might. This here's our cat. The cat my daughter's got. That's our cat, that there.
That there, sir, is your cat if and when I choose to say so, and not before.
How come you can say whose cat is whose cat around here?
Because I represent the law in Hillside Manor, 3rd Precinct. This, sir, is my life work.
No, wait a minute, you two. Officer, it seems clear that the cat must belong to... I'm sorry, what was your name?
Benson.
Benson? Yes. The cat must belong to the Bensons because you can see she knows their little girl.
The cat does not as yet have an owner. Not officially, Mr. Curtis.
Oh, I don't understand.
Not until I say so officially.
Then why don't you say so?
Because this citizen has chosen to make an issue of my authority. I do not permit my authority to be questioned or fluted.
Greta, would you mind if I socked this copper in the jaw?
Now, look, you
He
say
wouldn't
what
be the first one to
Wait a minute!
What?
Just a minute, I said. Nobody is going to sock nobody in the jaw in my living room. That is not what living rooms are for. Not primarily. This little girl has a cat, and possession is 9 points of the law.
Yes.
Not in the 3rd Precinct.
And besides, in addition, a cat has 9 lives, and that makes everything extremely legal. Can't we settle this without any right hooks? How about it, officer?
I do not actually wish to engage in fisticuffs over and above a cat or kitten.
How about you, Mr. Benson?
Woody.
Well, all right. So it's okay, officer. You win.
Very well. Officially, the cat is yours, ex post facto, or from here on in.
Isn't that wonderful?
Look at it.
Officer, what I don't understand is, how did you happen to come here to our house?
On account of Blanche.
Nope. On account of that flatfoot Brennan, my colleague, ladies and gentlemen, what he ain't got hardly any little gray cells. But it's otherwise okay. Had Pat Brennan been able to put 2 and 2 behind each other last night, police would have thrown out a what do you call it?
A dragnet? No!
Yeah, and we would all have been spared the sad spectacle of Dick Andrews' distress.
Oh, well, I'm all right now, Fred.
And it
But
is thanks to Mr. Andrews that police were able to solve this case.
Really?
Having sobered up somewhat late this afternoon, Mr. Andrews called me, which is always a sensible thing to do in these parts. So, to look up the white kitten or cat in the headquarters blotter was but the work of an instant.
Well,
and then
all's well that ends well. Could I offer you people some coffee? Mr. Andrews? Oh, I'm so sorry about this afternoon. I can't tell.
Not as sorry as me, ma'am. It was the first time. But I think I better go home now. The doctor said I could see Angela.
Oh.
She's going to get well.
I'll see you.
Oh, well, we're glad for you. We'll do it some other time.
Poor little guy. They're very lonely people, folks. The Andrewses. Awful lonely. They're sort of left over.
Well, not anymore, they won't be. We'll see to that. How about it, Mrs. Curtis?
You bet, Mr. Benson. But now, will you folks have some coffee?
Oh, sure, you must have
Sure
some.
thing.
It's good to know somebody around here.
All of this happened 2 springs ago. In the meanwhile, nature has happened like always, and the kitten Blanche has blossomed out into glorious feline womanhood, providing further kittens for the Bensons, the Curtises, the Andrewses, and each and sundry throughout our charming community. And so we leave the 3 families, A, B, and C. And that's the end of the story, Brennan. End of the tape.
That's a mystery story. When nobody got sapped or knifed or shot up or even kicked in the stomach? What's the mystery?
Everybody lived somewhat happily ever after. That's the mystery, Pat. That's always a mystery. Just a second. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Oh, right away, ma'am. Hey, Brandon.
Yeah, Fred.
94 Candlestick Makers Lane. Dog has got a white kitten up a tree. Get down there on a double, Pat. Life continues, which is also habitual.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and the Case of the White Kitten, written by George H. Faulkner, music by Charles Paul, and directed by Ira Ashley. Featured in the cast were Audrey Christie, Kenny Delmar, Barry Kroger, Ed Latimer, Arlene Blackburn, Don Briggs, Lynn Loring, Bill Smith, Frank Milano, and Mason Adams as McGonigal. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when Hollywood will present Sarah Churchill in Portrait of London, a personal recollection. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is the CBS Radio Workshop.
This is possibly one of the most lovely views. I thought it was good from Westminster Bridge, but I shall always now think that Big Ben has a very special one. I'm looking directly down on Westminster Bridge, over the Thames. I can see St. Paul's, and it is the perfect time of day, the end of the day, and the sun is shining, and everything looks pretty all right from up here.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from England, the workshop presents Miss Sarah Churchill's Portrait of London. Daughter of one of the 20th century's greatest statesmen, and former Prime Minister of Great Britain, Miss Churchill has established herself as a talented and sensitive actress in both America and England. Because of American interest in the great cities of Europe, we have asked Miss Churchill a question about her home. Recorded from London, here is her reply.
You ask me, what does London mean to me? Well, it's the city in which I was born and have lived for more than half of my life. Even though now I am a wanderer and perhaps should be able to take a detached view of it, I can't. Whenever I return to London, I am simply coming home. However, since you have started me thinking, whenever London is mentioned, or the chimes of Big Ben ring out from a newsreel or radio, I see a large city, mostly gray in color, except for the vivid splashes of green when the parks are in leaf or bloom. So when I think of London, perhaps it is the parks that flash most quickly through my mind. Perhaps this is because I was a child here and spent many happy hours playing in them. I've always felt that London had a very special tempo of her own. Somewhere in a football crowd or a racing crowd, or in the hubble-bubble of Covent Garden Market in the early morning, or in Petticoat Lane with its vendors on a Sunday morning, or in the Stock Exchange with its brokers and jobbers, or in the House of Commons with its debates. Among all these sounds and rhythms of London, I feel a steady pulse as reassuring as a heartbeat. Well, we've got a wonderful day for going around London. I thought we'd start with the zoo. It's quite early in the morning, so there's nobody here, but I wanted to pay a visit to my father's pet lion, which was given to him by the Lion Club of America in Chicago. He's quite a young lion, and here is somebody who can tell me much more about it. It's one of his keepers. His name is Mr. Swain. Mr. Swain, is Rusty nice? Does he have any particular characteristics?
Well, Rusty is very nervous at the moment because he's very young. And as you see, he goes at the back of the cage when you go to stroke him.
Yes. Oh, well, that was very alarming.
But he's not too bad at the moment. He may grow out of it.
You think so?
Yes.
How soon must you stop treating them as pets? I mean, when they're quite small, you can pick them up. I mean, I can see you couldn't pick him up now.
No, but that's one thing you can't say.
You mean they develop characteristics like people? They may get better or worse?
That's right. Yes, that's very correct. He's all right as it goes for a youngster.
Rusty, I think you're very nice. Rusty? Rusty? Thank you. Well, I think he's giving me a wonderful smile. Goodbye, Rusty. Well, we're just passing a cage with some birds called Quaker parakeets, which are simply enormous, and they make quite a lot of noise. It must be because we're walking by. Incidentally, people think that it's foggy in London. They should be here today because it's really quite hot, and we're sitting on the grass taking a rest before we take you along to Buckingham Palace. Mr. Gregory, would you tell me something about the London Zoo and what you do here?
I have been employed here on the bird section for over 30 years. Of course, we reckon it's the best zoo in the British Isles, naturally, because we work here. It holds the Royal Charter, and it's a great favourite with all the people in London. We have huge crowds here on bank holidays, and I think they all appreciate they have the value for their money.
Mr. Gregory, how long has this zoo been in existence?
Our zoo, London Zoo, has the Royal Charter. The correct name is the Zoological Society of London. The first charter was granted in 1828.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for showing me Rusty. Goodbye now.
It is a pleasure to have you.
Thank you. They're changing guard at Buckingham Palace. Christopher Robin went down with Alice. A. Milne's poem for his son revives for all London children the continuing delight of watching the guards change outside Buckingham Palace. You know, I can't believe that there is a Londoner who does not, as he passes Buckingham Palace on foot, bicycle, by cab or car, who does not shoot a glance up to the flagpole atop of Buckingham Palace to see whether the Queen is at home. This you can tell by seeing whether the Royal Standard is flying. It is today, flying in a strong, fresh breeze, so we know that the Queen is at home. When a Londoner sees this, London becomes just that much more of a home to him. And when the flag is down, we all of us wonder where she is, how she is, and if all goes well with her and hers. We're standing at the foot of the Queen Victoria Monument, just meters across from Buckingham Palace. There's a very nice fountain which splashes about. Hey, the policeman will make you get down off there.
Do you mean a cop?
Well, yes, I mean a cop. Do you live in London?
I live in London, Melbury Road.
Oh, in Kensington. Oh, yes, I know that. I didn't know Melbury Road. Well, maybe he'll let you stay.
I hope so.
The guards are in their full summer dress of scarlet tunic, blue trousers, and bearskin cap. And the horse guards, the household cavalry guard, they have the plumed helmets and the burnished breastplates and the white buckskin breeches, long black riding boots. Well, there must be, I suppose, some 2,000 people here, but don't think that they're all tourists. More than half of them are Londoners who like to come again and again to see this particular pageant. Well, now I think we should go down into the heart of London, which is the city, past St. Paul's, way down, and go to a rather strange market. Now, this is a market that runs just for about 4 hours during a Sunday morning, and it's called Petticoat Lane. It is principally a market for clothes. Perhaps that's why it's called Petticoat Lane. I don't know, but it is about 11 o'clock in the morning, and if we hurry, we'll get there before it closes at midday. Well, this is the famous Petticoat Lane in London, where you can buy anything. You can buy a puppy dog, you can buy jellied eels. I've just noticed a stand that is selling very nice little statues of my papa puffing away at a cigar. I simply have to go and look at this.
How much are these ashtrays of Sir Winston?
The ashtrays are 2 shillings.
Oh, and how about the little statues?
The small ones are 1 shilling, complete with 3 cigars. You place, in each model, you see, there's a hole by the side of his mouth. You place the imitation cigar in and light it up with either a cigarette lighter or a box of matches. I'll show you how it's done. There you are. And before you can say Jack Robinson, there he is, puffing and smoking.
Well, now we'll take a walk down Petticoat Lane and let the market speak for itself.
What colour do you want, dear? What colour?
White.
They're all with coloured borders, dear.
I'll take anyone.
You'll take anyone? Thank you very much, sir.
The man who is talking in the background is trying to sell things to a large crowd like you do at an auction, and he's waiting around for bidders, and as I'm holding a microphone up, I might have to buy it, so I'm moving on now.
Nobody got one? All right, then if you haven't got one, I'll use one of those. As long as you're satisfied they're all right, that's all that really matters. What size is there? 42, madam? No, we take your meters, don't you? 42 there, sold at 39 and 11 in the shops. I'm doing it for 30 bob.
Well, this really is an amazing street. You can buy anything, as I said. The clothes are very nice, and you can get... Oh, I saw some Western clothes being sold there. Oh, did you know that all the Davy Crockett hats are having a tremendous success in England? And I have a confession to make. I've never been here before. London still has a certain amount of horse traffic. Some of the milk carts and coal carts are still drawn by ponies or horses. Here comes a vendor with a very sweet, shaggy pony, like a little baby cart horse. And I think if we ask him, he'll give us a nice cry. What are you selling?
I'm buying, ma'am. Any old rag iron bottles today. Buying.
Oh, I see. You're buying, yes.
Any old junk.
What?
Mr. Churchill's my friend.
Yes?
Yeah, he knows me very well. I'm always down here every day, ma'am.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
St. James's Street is composed of some very old and beautiful 18th century houses. They all have the high, spacious rooms, and the entire street really consists of clubs, men's clubs. Now, these form a very important part in the Englishman's life. You've heard that his home is his fortress. Well, even that isn't enough for him. He has to have a place to get away from the women. And so he goes to his clubs, famous clubs such as Boodle's, White's, Brooks, Bath, Pratt, and the Conservative Club. They're all in the same street. Now, I can't go inside, so I found an English friend who is going to take my American friend in. But first I want to ask him, Tony, would you tell me, how did the clubs originate, really?
Well, in the 18th century, groups of friends used to meet in coffee houses to drink coffee and tea and chocolate, which were rather exotic drinks in those days. And gradually they became rather a closed circle. And the people who went there used to frown on those they didn't know coming in. And they used to meet there to bet. It was a sort of betting shop as much as anything.
But now, what did they bet on?
Well, mainly on horses and sporting events, but also on every sort of thing, political as well. One of the bets I recall was a bet that in 1802, that in 3 months' time, Mr. Pitt would no longer be in office. But there were all...
How do you know this?
Well, they keep a betting book. They kept one in those days, which listed all the bets and if they're paid or not. And, well, another one of the famous, more fantastic bets, Mr. Fox and his friends, sitting in Brooks's on a rainy afternoon, betted a fortune on raindrops coming down the window, one against the other, which would reach the bottom first.
That's wonderful. Now, I shall wait out here, and if you would take Mr. Rogers and show him the club, I will be very grateful.
Yes, let's go in.
We're fighting our way through London traffic. If you think you have traffic problems in New York, come and spend some time sitting here. I think perhaps the London taxi cab is a very important part of London, too. They're all the same. They're little black Austins. They're not like your gay colored convertibles that you have in America. The color in our cars really comes from the great red double-deck buses. The traffic is moving a bit now. Of course, today it's a little worse than usual because this is the rehearsal for Trooping the Colour, which, as you know, is what we do to celebrate the Queen's birthday. It doesn't matter when a monarch has his birthday, they make an official day of it, and we hold it in summer because, as you know, in summer in England it never rains. Well, we're here in the press section on a day that they're holding a rehearsal for the Trooping of the Colour. The stands are packed with tourists, and it's lucky that there are so many rehearsals because the parade ground is really very small, and this gives people a chance to see what is perhaps one of the most moving and beautiful military pageants, miniature military pageant. This is really what is exceptional about it, because the Horse Guards Parade isn't very big, and so you have a great feeling of intimacy. You really see. It's like a little arena, and you can... Now, we have some wonderful names. We have the Mounted Band of the Royal Horse Guards, known as the Blues, Grenadier Guards, Coldstream Guards, Scots Guards, Irish Guards, Welsh Guards. The music you're hearing to, they're doing a slow march of... It's a massed bands, drums and pipes, and they march across, and then they double back through themselves. And they wear the red tunic and of course, the famous bear skins. And they really do look like toy soldiers from here. The precision is absolutely clockwork. Yesterday was a wonderful day, bright and sunny. Today, of course, it is raining. Up go the umbrellas. I'm crouching under one. The colors are now being presented at this moment. And then, of course, they march the colors round the whole square, and as they pass, as you do, everybody stands up and the men remove their hats. The rain is now settling in. Luckily, it's not great big drops. It's a sort of, well, I guess, being British, I'll call it a Scotch mist that is descending. And people who don't have umbrellas are putting newspapers over their heads and handkerchiefs. But nothing will drive them away. Well, I've been listening to the people talking in the crowd, and I found another American. I get to ask him what he thinks about it. Excuse me, are you enjoying it?
Very much. I think it's the most amazing thing I've ever seen before in my life. Does it always rain like this in England?
No. Despite the fact that it's now pouring. Oh, we did? Oh. Good news has just been brought. We left our raincoats in the car. The car is about half a mile away because naturally they have to shut the streets to traffic. So I suppose we just have to get wet. Oh, the color is now being trooped. I have to report just a rustle of agitation in the crowd because it is now absolutely pelting down. And the press are leaving. They have to because of the cameras really cannot work without shelter in this rain. Although one man is doing his best, he's completely draped in his Macintosh. I don't know what he thinks he's doing under there. Well, lorries, or trucks, as you would call them, have arrived with the Macintoshes for the guards. So now we shall have the wonderful sight of seeing them all put their Macintoshes on. Raincoats, sorry. This, of course, if this was really the show, they would just have to go on and get wet. But as it's a rehearsal, practicability and sense has taken place, and oh yes, and the lifeguards are trotting back and away. And at a pretty smart canter. Oh, no, this is all the king's horses and all the king's men. It's wonderful. Look at them galloping up. Do you see? Look. Oh, they're having a time of their lives. They must wait a long time, but they're allowed, actually, to go into a smart canter up the Mall and hurry to their barracks. Well, now we are losing our bright colors. This appears to have gone too far, even for us. We're standing now in the pit or the well of Big Ben. We're going to make a journey up. There isn't an elevator or a lift, and we're going to have to do it on our feet. So we're pausing at the bottom while we look up and see the height that we have to go. Now, this is quite an experience for me because the outside of the building is very familiar, but I have never been here before, and I'm longing to go up to here. As I've said before, the chimes of Big Ben are known all over the world, both to foreigners and to Londoners. But I wanted to do something special for my American friends, which is to hear the pulse of the clock. Now, without more ado, we're going to start a long way up. Well, It's really getting towards the end of the day, and we're on our way up, and we've run into some important people who have to do with the whole part of keeping restored the Houses of Parliament. There's also a lot to do with the clock, and I will let them identify themselves. Would you tell me what you do here?
Well, my name is Mr. Moore, and we're working on the still plates.
My name is Mr. Charles Payne. We're doing the painting up here now.
Would you explain me what the steel plates works does?
Well, it's all repainting, like, you know, but we've had to take the rust off the old plates, and now we're recoating them.
Would you tell me what you do here?
Well, I don't know what I can tell you. You've almost heard everything what we can tell you. We're all on the same job. And my name's Mr. Horrigan.
Is it a continuous job?
Well, it will be till it's finished.
Uh-huh. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, now we're going to go right to the top and hear the clock. Well, we finally made it. And now I, speaking as a Londoner, born and bred, am standing in a place I never thought I would be, which is in the clock room. And I'm sure you could hear the pulse, which is what we have been looking for. To be technical, it's a 2-second beat. The machinery is incredibly simple. I expect one thinks after times and days and minutes and seconds, one's going to have the most fabulous amount of wheels. But actually, on the whole, it is rather a simple form of mechanism. It's a little too big for your own mantelpiece, however.
This, the Great Clock of Westminster, to use its correct title, is a famous timepiece. It's a relay throughout the world because of its accuracy. And the accuracy is brought about by adding penny weights to the pendulum to compensate for the weather conditions.
That is absolutely amazing. They really are pennies. That was just the half hour being struck. Now, we only have one thing left to do before we go down from the tower, and that is actually to visit Big Ben himself in person. You see, Big Ben isn't the tower. Big Ben is the bell that lives in the tower. And so we're going to see him before we go. There's a nice story about it. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Butler, who really knows it.
The story, as I understand it, that a debate took place in the House of Commons to decide on the naming of the Great Bell. And the first commissioner of works at that time, who was responsible for the debate, was a man of very large stature, known as Big Ben. And one of the backbenchers called out, "Why not call it Big Ben?" And there was a great deal of laughter, and the debate then came to an end. And the bell has been known from that time onwards as Big Ben.
Well, we've now left the clock tower, and we have gone up, and we are visiting Big Ben in person. This, of course, is an open tower. We were in enclosed spaces before, but once again now we are out like really in just the ordinary battlements of a castle. Mr. Butler will tell you his actual dimensions, but I can assure you for myself, he is big.
Big Ben is approximately 9 feet in diameter and weighs over 13 tons. When it first arrived at the Palace of Westminster, it was hoisted onto a temporary platform for the purpose of testing, and a very heavy clapper was used which cracked the bell. So the bell today has not a correct musical note.
This is possibly one of the most lovely views. I thought it was good from Westminster Bridge, but I shall always now think that Big Ben has a very special one. I'm looking directly down on Westminster Bridge, over the Thames. I can see St. Paul's, and it is the perfect time of day, the end of the day, and the sun is shining. You remember earlier we were seeing too big a color and there was a downpour of rain. But now you see it's all cleared away and everything looks pretty all right from up here.
Well, I'm back home again now, and that was really quite a day. From my window, I can see that the light atop of Big Ben has gone out. Well, this means that the House of Commons has finished for the day, and the members are beginning to go home. Now, the constable walks through the vaulted corridors that are outside the chamber and calls,
"Who goes home? Who goes home? Who goes home?"
Who goes home? This dates from the early days of our Parliament when the House of Commons was situated in quite a rough district. And the members used to go home in parties together because it wasn't safe to go alone. And to this day, around Berkeley Square, you can still see where they would hang these flaming torches after they had delivered the members of Parliament safely home. Well, because you asked me, you reminded me of quite a few things that I really do think of when I hear London mentioned. And I suppose that really the tangible thing that springs to my mind when it is mentioned is the same as to a foreigner. I think that there they are now. The chimes of Big Ben alone express very simply what London is for me. And I would like to quote to you a sentence that became very famous and endearing to us all in the war from one of your own commentators, Edward Morrow. This is London. Well, this is still London, and what London means to me.
From London, you have heard the CBS Radio Workshop, recorded by Miss Sarah Churchill. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Next week, from New York, the Workshop presents Star Boy, or The Legend of the Two Morning Stars, a tale of the Blackfoot Indians. This is Hugh Douglas speaking. Khachaturian's Violin Concerto, performed by David Ostrike at Norway's Bergen Festival of Music, Drama, and Folklore, is just one of the highlights of this Sunday's program on World Music Festivals. Be sure you're listening on Sunday when World Music Festivals comes your way on most of these same stations. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Star Boy, the legend of the two morning stars, as the tale is told by the medicine men of the great Blackfoot Indian nation. It is an ancient story of love, symbolizing the fact that in the clear morning skies of our western prairies, the planet we call Jupiter sometimes appears near the morning star like a smaller double or a sun.
are two bright stars which sometimes rise together in our morning skies just before the great sun begins his daily journey to the land of the endless waters. One is the morning star. The other is Starboy, the morning star's son, who once was known as Poia, or Scarface. I, Natosin, keeper of the medicine of the great sun god, will tell you the story of these two stars, and of the Blackfoot, that is Sixika woman, who was wife to one and mother to the other. And I will tell you of Swatsaki's sad fate, and of how Poia, the fruit of her love for the morning star, finally joined his father in the skies and became a star himself. It was long ago, when the people of the Sixika still used dogs instead of horses to draw their burdens, and long before the white man came. It was in those days, one night in the gentle spring, that our people were camped near the mountains, and two young maidens were sleeping in the fresh grass outside their teepee, breathing the clean air, dreaming of their lovers to come. One of them was Soatsaki, the feather girl, the other her younger sister, who was called Annatoki. And just when the dark of night began to take refuge behind the rim of the buttes, Soatsaki opened her eyes and gazed at the morning star who was just then rising over the prairie.
Annatoki, wake up.
What?
Morning star. Isn't he beautiful? He is beautiful. So beautiful. How wise he must be. Annatoki?
No, you're asleep, of course. There have been so many young men in the village who have wanted to marry me. But unless one comes along as beautiful as the morning star, I shall.
And Soatsaki went back to sleep. But in her sleep, the morning star looked at her fondly.
Soatsaki of the Sixika. You are indeed beautiful.
Who are you?
Do not waken. I heard your dreams.
Is it really you?
It is, Feather Girl, the morning star. I have watched over you from above and wished you could be mine.
My morning star. My love.
And Soatsaki awoke from her slumber with the golden flecks of the prairie sunflower in her eyes. And all that day and the days that followed, she smiled and sang to herself like the meadowlark as she fetched the wood and the water and scraped the buffalo hides to make winter robes for her family. But when the leaves began to fall from the sycamores, the people saw that Soatsaki was with child, and they taunted her.
Hey, Feather Girl, aren't you eating too much? Or is it something else? Whatever it is.
I hear you are going to be a mother soon, Soatsaki.
Where is your husband, dearie? Fighting the Cheyennes, I suppose.
He is fighting braver enemies than that, I am sure.
Soatsaki knew that she was pure, but she remembered the dreams she had had in the spring and knew that she now was the wife of the morning star. There was a great happiness in her, even while she shrank from the prying questions of the other women of the clan. And then, one day, Soatsaki returned with water from a spring in the valley and found a young man blocking her path back to the camp. Soatsaki modestly turned her face away.
Step aside, stranger, and let me pass.
But I am not a stranger. You do not recognize me, reflection of my light?
You are tall and straight. Your hair is long and glossy. You smell of the sacred sweet grass and of the pines that top our mountains. And a light shines from your eyes. I know you truly, but tell me yourself.
You need to ask that of your husband, your lover, the morning star. Do you not remember that night in the month of the flowers when you slept on the dewy ground outside your family tepee and dreamed of your love for me?
I do indeed. I do remember. I do.
I fell in love with you that night, and I have now come to ask you to accompany me to the sky. We shall live in my family's great lodge with my father, the sun, my mother, the moon, and you will be happy. Never again will you hear idle slander.
All my life I have dreamed of this. It is happening, isn't it?
Will you come with me?
I shall have to say goodbye to my parents.
There's no time for that. If you come, it must be now.
I should not leave my parents without a farewell. They've been good to me. But then, you are my husband, aren't you?
I am your husband and the father of our child-to-be. You will come. I put this yellow feather into your hair and this juniper branch into your right hand. And in your left hand you will hold this spider thread. Now close your eyes.
When Soatsaki opened her eyes again, she was in the sky at the lodge of the sun and the moon, who are the parents of Morningstar. The sun god was already gone on his long daily journey across the lands of the earth, but Morningstar's mother, the moon, had just returned from a night-long pilgrimage. She had followed her husband's daytime route, granting pleasures where the sun had neglected them, especially to the smaller animals and to the young lovers.
This mother is Soatsaki, the feather girl. I saw her on the earth one night in the time of the bursting buds. She is my wife, and she will soon have a child.
My lodge is yours, feather girl, and my husband will rejoice as I do that you are bringing us a grandchild.
I thank you, moon goddess.
I am now your mother. Under the laws of the sun, it is not proper for your own mother to visit you, nor even to speak to your husband. So I shall have to act as your mother now.
Thank you, moon mother.
Come inside with me, feather girl. I will show you a soft buckskin dress, which I worked on for many seasons against the day when Morningstar would bring home a wife. It is as soft as a cloud and has colored stitching around the neck and porcupine.
The sun, the chief of all living things, returned to his lodge that evening, and he also welcomed the feather girl. And as time went on, Soatsaki became a true daughter to the sun and the moon goddess gave her new daughter many gifts, including bracelets made of elk's teeth, cleverly joined.
I give you these because you have made Morningstar happy, and so have made my husband, the sun, and me happy, too. And this is a magic digger for lifting roots. But there are secrets about this digger.
Secrets?
The digger can be used only by a pure woman.
Pure I am. What other secrets are there?
There is one plan.
Feather girl! Yee! I'm home!
In here!
Feather girl, Your son's respects to you, Mother. And to you, Soatsaki, you mother-to-be. It is a great happiness to come home to you. How is...
Everybody is fine, you fool. Your heavenly majesty. Excuse us, Mother.
There is no need. I am leaving.
I'm sorry, Mother, but men can be so ignorant about life. I thought the gods, at least, would know how long it takes to bear them a son.
They do not. Goodbye.
How can you be so sure that it will be a son?
Oh, I know. Look what your mother gave me.
The root digger. Did she also warn you?
Warn me about what?
That digger is magic. It will lift from the ground any root in the sky, except one.
One?
The large sacred turnip which covers the hole through which the North Star, the star that stays put, as your people call it, shines down to the earth at night. This hole is our window through which we can look down upon your land and your people. It is the hole through which I first saw you, Soatsaki.
Yes, but the turnip.
The gods use this magic root to close the hole during the day. Do not ever try to lift it.
No, I won't. Do you know that as a husband you are very odd? You are so wise. You teach me so much. And yet you run off each morning for no other reason than to tell the world that your father the sun will soon appear in my people's sky.
Your people's sky?
Yes, of course. Oh, I know the sky belongs to the gods, but we live beneath it.
You, wife, no longer live there.
Well, not now, but even the gods cannot foretell the future.
Feather Girl, are you unhappy here with me?
With you? No. I love you, my shining star. Still, this lodge...
The lodge? What is wrong with it?
Nothing, only it is your mother's lodge, not mine.
Well, does that matter?
No, not at all.
Are we not all happy here together?
Oh, yes, indeed. 3 gods and a woman of the earth, a Sixica woman. Now I want to go out and try my magic root digger. You rest, my shining star. Everything here seems to be magical.
In the proper number of passages of the sun god, of course, the Feather Girl's child was born. It was a boy, just as Soatsaki had predicted. He was a straight, strong, and handsome boy. His skin was that of his mother, and his hair had the same soft texture as hers. But the sparkle in his large, shining eyes was that of his father, the morning star. The boy was perfect in all respects, except one. He had a mysterious scar on his face, and as he grew older, the scar grew larger, and so he was called Poia, which means Scarface. While Poia was still in his swaddling basket, his mother went out with him nearly every day. Out in the meadows, she would take Poia from her back and put him on the ground, while she used her magic digger to gather roots for the cooking pot. There were turnips and parsnips and rutabagas, and the Feather Girl collected them all, but she always avoided the biggest one, the one which the gods had forbidden her to touch, the giant root which closes the hole in the sky. But as the moons turned into seasons and the seasons into years, Soatsaki knew that there was a great pain in her heart, and that it was a pain which would grow stronger each day. It was a longing for the green earth, a longing for her own kind, the Siksika, and their way of living, and perhaps most of all, a longing for life itself. For the gods are immortal, and it is not easy for a man or a woman of our world to live with the immortals. And so there came a day.
Oh, I am so tired, I don't know. But you indecent parsnip, you monster turnip, you monument to the gods' arrogance. Have you no feelings? No, of course not. And you magic digger, you aren't any help to me either. Oh, you grandfather of all roots, why don't you move? It's no use, the morning star warned me. I do so long to see. Oh, you cranes, you birds of the gods. Yes, you sacred birds. Can you not help a poor woman? Can you not help me? You wise-looking birds. You travel each spring to your nesting grounds in the north and then fly home again for the rest of the year. Can you not see I am like one of you? Help me, please. Thank you, wise ones. I think you've seen into my heart. I am a goddess, you know. At least I'm supposed to be. My husband is the morning star, and I live with him and the sun and the moon in that great lodge over that hill. But I am a woman of the earth. I am of the Siksika tribe, and I must see the prairies upon which my people live and die, or else I shall die myself. Will you not help me, Paul? What's the matter with you? Oh, I see you're invoking the gods. Well, I understand that, at least, but I don't know that it will do any good. This root digger is supposed to be magical, but I can't say that it's been much help.
The two cranes who had remained with Soatsaki strutted through a dance, nodding and trumpeting, then took their places on opposite sides of the sacred turnip. And the male took hold of the leaves with his beak and began to pull back and forth until he had loosened it in its hole. And after that, when the two cranes and the feather girl pulled together, the root came out of the ground without a struggle, and left a hole through which Soatsaki could see the earth again for the first time in years. Our people and Soatsaki's were just then making ready for the wolf dance, and there was much singing and praying and laughter, too. And Soatsaki was sad and homesick for her people. She sat for a long time and watched the familiar scenes.
Children are playing. The women are tanning buffalo hides and gathering berries. And there are the girls fetching water. And oh, look at the rows of young men along the path. Oh, the insults are flying fast, I know, just as in my time.
And Soatsaki longed for the life she had once known. When she returned to the lodge of the sun god, the morning star and his mother, the moon, saw right away that something important had happened to her. It was the morning star who guessed the secret.
You look unhappy, daughter.
I know. Yes, I know. You've dug up the sacred root.
I did, to my shame.
And to all our sorrow.
I warned you not to do it. I knew it would cause great unhappiness.
I love my son, Feather Girl, and I wish to protect him. And I love you, too. But most of all, I love my grandson, Poia. I do not wish to lose him.
It is true, you warned me, and I opened the hole anyway. But I longed for my home, for the bustle of daily life in my village, for the yelps of dogs and the shouts of small boys, and for the friendliness of many people around me. I am not really a goddess, I suppose.
When the sun god, the head of the household, returned from his long travels, he too was told that Soatsaki had dug up the sacred root.
I am sorry, Earth Girl. I am grieved for my son. But you have violated the law. You must return to your people.
But, husband...
Father...
Silence. There's nothing I can do. The law has been broken.
But our grandchild...
My son...
I also sorrow. But this woman has broken the law, and she must return to the earth. And it would not be fair to the child to take him away from his mother.
But I could...
There will be no more discussion. The child will stay with his mother. My son, you will go and call on the Spider-Man who brought the Feather Girl up here for you. Tell him that she must go back to the earth.
Father...
I regret it, Morning Star, but there is the law.
But, husband, if
The Earth Girl would no longer be happy with us. She has seen her own people again.
And so Soatsaki returned to her people, to us, the Siksika. She wanted only to bring up her child in familiar surroundings, but the people were unkind, for which shame still attaches to the Blackfoot nation. And the boy Poia suffered much from the cruel jibes of his playmates. Once, Soatsaki tried to return to her husband. She climbed to the top of the highest bluff in the land of the Blackfeet and prayed.
Morning Star, husband, I pray to you. Hear me as you once heard me, before I became your wife and the mother of your son. I beseech thee, love of my life, take me back to thee. I was at fault, grievously at fault. But can you not forgive me? I long to return to my home, the only home I have ever known as woman and wife. I do not know, Morning Star, if this sighing of the breeze is your answer. But I know that unless you take me into your lodge again, my life is ended. it was only the prairie that called me away from you, my love. We, the Siksika, have lived here and fought here and died here so long that this earth has become our home. But my shining love, my only husband, believe, never have I loved anyone other than thee, and I shall die a pure woman. Please be a father to our son.
And soon, Soatsaki did die. Some say it was of a broken heart. Our forefathers tell us that on the night when she joined the Great Spirit, the pines sighed again on the mountains nearby. But Soatsaki had left behind her Poia, the morning star's son, and the scar-faced boy fared even worse with the other children of the tribe than before.
He's nothing but a Scarface!
Did your mother give you that?
Where was she when it happened?
The son of a god, he says.
With a scar across his face, and nobody knowing who his father was.
It was the morning star.
Poia's life was not happy, and when he grew to manhood, he fell in love. But his chosen maiden would have no part of him because of the scar on his face. Poia, despairing, consulted an old medicine woman, the only friend he had left since his mother's death.
What ails me, second mother? What ails me, Holy One?
The scar.
True, the scar.
You cannot do anything about it yourself, Poia. But I know who gave you the scar. Perhaps to punish your mother. He is the only one who can take it away.
But who would...
The father of the man who loved your mother, of course. The sun god. He always hated your mother, and perhaps you too, because he thought that your mother had robbed him of his son. But you he loved as well, because you're his grandchild. He may even have forgotten by now that he ever put the scar there.
But I still have it.
The sun god put it there. Only the sun god can take it off.
Then I shall have to journey to the home of the sun, or I shall never find a wife.
So Poia set out and journeyed across the plains and over the mountains, higher than any man can imagine, until he finally came to the big water which borders the sundown side of the world. When he reached the water's edge, he lay there for 3 days, fasting. And on the 4th day, a silvery trail appeared on the limitless waters, stretching far into the unknown. And Poia rose to his feet and followed the trail until he reached the lodge of the sun.
Oh, you! Who are you? What? Why, you're from the earth, below. How dare you disturb the peace of my lodge?
Don't you recognize me, Grandfather?
Huh?
You might at least recognize the scar on my face. You put it there, didn't you?
The feather girl. Well, I suppose I did put that scar there. I must have resented your mother very much.
Yes, sir. But I have the scar.
Does it bother you?
Yes, sir. I have found a girl, but she will not even consider me as long as I have this mark.
Oh, that is sad, isn't it? Well, we shall see.
What is sad, Father?
Oh, Morning Star, it is the boy's story. He claims that he is your son. Well, that would make me his grandfather, I suppose. Oh, yes, he also suggests that I have disfigured him and that he has trouble with girls. He does look a little gruesome at that, doesn't he?
You are not.
I am Poia, Father. They call me Scarface. Only sometimes they call me worse names, since I have neither father nor mother.
Your mother?
She died many years ago, soon after you sent us back to the earth.
What do you want, my son?
The scar.
Oh, he says that the girls don't like him. Or did I say that before?
You did, Father. But about that scar, sir, you will have to take it off. Meantime, son, you can live with us in the lodge.
And so Poia lived with the gods, helping them with their hunts and other pursuits, some of which ordinary men may not even hear about. The Morning Star, meantime, taught Poya many secrets, including those of the sacred sun dance and other ceremonies. In the end, after Poya's scar had finally been healed by the sun, the Morning Star gave Poya a magic flute to charm the heart of any girl he desired, and a wonderful song to go with it. He also gave him a robe of soft-tanned leather, decorated with sacred paintings, and told him that none but a virtuous girl should ever be allowed to wear it. Such a maiden would be able to perform miracles, such as healing the sick, merely by putting the robe over them. Morning Star then sent his son back to Earth by the short route, over the Milky Way. And when Poya had won his girl, and the two together had worked many marvels among the sick of the Blackfoot Nation and neighboring tribes, the sun god relented. He took Poya and his wife to live in the sky forever. He made Poya almost as beautiful as the morning star, and he gave him a new name, Starboy. He also gave him a circuit across the sky. But now and then, Starboy's path crosses that of his father, and when that happens, it is always a sign of good fortune for the Siksika people. It is the meeting of the two morning stars.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Starboy, the Blackfoot Indian legend of the two morning stars, as written by Henry E. Fritsch, with music based on authentic Blackfoot and Sioux Indian melodies, adapted and arranged by Alexander Steinert and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Starboy was produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Elspeth Eric was heard as Soat Saki, Louis Van Rooten as Notassin the Medicine Man, Joe Helgeson as Morning Star, and Tom Ellis as Starboy. Others in the cast included Cliff Hall, Elaine Rost, Peggy Allenby, Nell Harrison, Ray Brown, Ruth Tobin. The calls of the whooping cranes heard on the program were recorded by the Laboratory of Ornithology, Cornell University. This is Bob Hite inviting you to listen again next week when from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop presents Subways Are for Sleeping, Edmund G. Love's fantastic story of a man in New York who has lived without a home for 4 years. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Desk clerk. Journal American 411. Right away.
Good afternoon, Arthur.
Oh, hello, Mr. Shelby.
Any messages for me?
Well, not since I came on, sir.
May I have my key, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby, but the manager says not to give you your key until your bill's paid.
Oh?
It's $113 and some odd cents.
I know.
You want I should call him so you can talk to him about it?
No, never mind.
Sorry, Mr. Shelby.
It's not your fault, Arthur. I'll stop back in a couple of days to see if there's any mail.
Yes, sir. Desk clerk. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Martin.
$14.60, 65, 66 cents. Well, I can eat for a week or so, and plenty of people sleep in the subway.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Subways Are for Sleeping, based upon the Harper's Magazine article by Edmund G. Love, a true story of one man's strange adjustment to mid-century materialism in the largest city in the world.
Have you ever gotten fed up with rent, and taxes, and bills, and the clatter of telephones? with all the demands, large and small, that our complicated civilization makes upon us. Henry Shelby finally did. When they locked him out of his hotel room, he stayed out. For the past 3 years, he has, by choice, been homeless and without a steady job. Yet, Henry Shelby is no bum. He is as well dressed and as smoothly shaven as the next man you'll meet. He's not stupid. He holds a master's degree in economics and is a former school teacher. He has never visited a soup kitchen or stood in a bread line or asked for a night's lodging at a Bowery mission. Still, he has learned for himself how to maintain his sanity and peace of mind in a confused and confusing society, which takes from a man more than it gives. Henry Shelby has reversed the process, and this is how he does it.
I'm getting along all right. I'm perfectly happy. I'm just waiting to see how things come out. In the meantime, I see to it that I always have at least 15 cents, so I'm sure of a place to sleep. And the truest statement I ever heard is that no one will ever starve to death in the United States.
86 in the bean soup. All out of Yankee bean, Mac.
Cream of tomatoes, okay.
Tomato or both? Well, as I live and hope to, Shelby.
Hello, Ernie. See, you've got the counterman wanted sign in the window.
Yeah, guy was here 2 weeks. Today never shows. Want to go to work right now?
Sure.
Well, go on back and grab a hat and jacket. I ain't even checked cash from breakfast yet.
Okay, fine.
Want a cup of coffee or something first? Go right ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Here's your soup, Mac. Crackers or bread?
Crackers. Hey, ain't you the regular counterman?
Me? I'm supposed to manage a joint.
You give any bum comes along a job?
Shelby ain't no bum, Mac. He's a college graduate.
Oh.
Michigan or someplace like that. Used to be a school teacher, too.
So?
Well, he shows up every 3-4 months, works a couple of days for $5 a day in his meals, and then he's gone. When he tells me he ain't coming back.
So that makes him he ain't a bum.
Well, it does in my book. He can do anything around the joint. Do it plenty good, too. How's the soup?
All right.
Anything else?
I don't know yet.
This jacket isn't exactly the best fit in the world.
You look great, Shelby.
I'll bet.
Now, here's your checks and a punch. Everything's the same as last time he was here.
Not quite. Corned beef and beans are up a nickel.
Hey, they are at that. I forgot. Well, she's all yours. I'll check the register.
Anything else for you, sir? Pie? Coffee?
I might have some pie at that. Apple.
Right.
With cheese, I guess.
Right. Empty the mousetrap on this pie.
Hey, look, Shelby, I was thinking, I got no night chef for the moment either. Why don't you stick around for a couple of weeks and help me out?
Well...
8-hour shift, 5 days, $55, and all the food you can steal.
Here you are, sir. Well, I'll think about it, Ernie. I actually didn't have to think about it. When I went in, I knew I'd only stay for a few days. I have 5 or 6 places like that. They're my Social Security. I use them when my cash is way down and my suit needs dry cleaning, and when I'm ready for a good, long sleep, lying down.
So, Henry Shelby works just long enough to get a little money ahead. Then he picks up his clean laundry and checks in at a respectable but inexpensive hotel.
Here's the $4.50 in advance. I'm afraid I don't have any luggage. And will you send the valet up to my room in a few minutes, please?
Once his suit is on its way to the cleaners, Shelby spends the next 24 hours in bed or under the shower. He has taken as many as 15 showers on one of these occasions and slept for as long as 22 hours.
It's an extravagance, of course. Costs me $7 or $8, and that's as much as I usually spend in a whole week. But I certainly do feel fine when I check out.
And thus refreshed, Henry Shelby sets out again to roam the streets of New York. First stop, to leave his laundry somewhere in the Grand Central area. He owns 2 of everything except for his 1 suit, and he'll pick up this bundle in a few days. Bathe and change in a booth at Grand Central Terminal, and drop the soiled clothing off at another laundry in the vicinity.
I carry a safety razor in my pocket, and I shave at least every 36 hours. It costs 25 cents for a booth, but I can freshen up generally at the same time. The bums who look like bums are mainly the ones the cops bother. Naturally, I don't consider myself a bum, so I make it a point not to look or feel like one.
"24 hours can be a long time, particularly when all you have to look forward to is 24 more of the same. But Henry Shelby fills them with endless variations of the same pattern, and he walks between whatever geographical points are involved. Breakfast time may find him at a juice bar on 3rd Avenue.
Large tomato juice, please. Come on there, friend. Fill it up. Your sign says 12 full ounces for a dime.
Coffee at the automat on 6th. Another cup later in the gloomy fluorescent glare of a cafeteria in the garment district.
I load in all the cream and sugar the mug will hold. They're calories. Free calories.
Lunch in the Gramercy Park neighborhood today. Yesterday, it may have been at Broadway and 116th, but at the same kind of a white tile stand and very likely the same lunch.
A frankfurter, I guess, and a large glass of milk.
2 or 3 more cups of calories during the afternoon, and finally, the one substantial meal of the day.
The Vienna loaf dinner looks all right.
Vienna loaf coming up.
Not that slice. The next one with the hard-boiled egg in it. Yes, that one.
Fried or boiled potatoes, corn or stewed tomatoes.
No potatoes. Plenty of starch in the bread. How about a good helping of cream spinach instead?
Mac, if you got to order a la carte, why don't you go to the Waldorf for the 21, huh?
Well, I'll take you to either one of them someday as my guest.
Yeah, I'll hold my breath. Okay, spinach. Now, corn or stewed tomatoes.
Stewed tomatoes. What's that you're putting on?
Gelatin salad comes with it.
No, thanks. Let's trade for a dab of those cooked carrots, okay?
Now, look,
They're
Frank.
probably cheaper than the salad. You're saving money for the management.
That's what I'm interested in. Okay, but don't ask me for no Charlotte russe. There you are, Mac.
Very good. Very well-balanced dinner.
Yeah, not bad for 42 cents.
Not bad at all. I may continue to give you my patronage when I'm in the neighborhood.
Thus, the inner man is stoked, though perhaps not aesthetically satisfied, and always a walk between each refueling stop. The aesthetic hunger is assuaged along the way. There is the ever-changing kaleidoscope of Manhattan store windows, displaying their shiny wonders, their sturdy commonplaces, their exotic luxuries, their mundane necessities. There is a record of mankind's daily activities the world over, in a newspaper plucked from a trash basket, and there are benches and parks and public buildings where Henry Shelby may rest while he reads. There are pillared halls where paintings and sculpture may be viewed. Henry Shelby is a regular visitor to New York's many art galleries, but his favorite is the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
Now, if you'll follow me, we will view the museum's unrivaled collection of the works of Edward Degas.
Edgar Degas. Edgar Hilaire Germain Degas.
Oh?
Oh, I'm sorry, madam.
Oh, don't apologize, young man. That's very interesting.
Degas worked chiefly in oil, although his renderings in pastel have achieved some fame.
He wasn't a bad sculptor either.
Is that so?
The oil to the immediate right and above is At the Milliner's, and to the right of that and below is Dancers Practicing at the Bar.
Only the first
Now,
one is
as
a
we move
pastel,
along,
not
we
an
observe
oil.
a woman on the
This
sofa.
guide is new, I'd imagine.
Let's stay behind, Myrtle. This gentleman knows more about it than the guide does. You don't mind, do you, mister?
No, not at all. They sort of hurry you through on the guided tours.
Now, what about the one that's a pastel instead of an oil?
Well, Degas' pastels, particularly his later ones, do have a deep, rich, almost oil-like texture. He applied the color in successive layers, fixing each tone or shade separately, and using open lines to allow each undercoat to show through.
Oh, well, I don't quite understand, but I see what you mean. Are you an artist?
No, although I'm planning to do some painting. Sometime.
Well, my daughter's very artistic, back in Chillicothe. What's this one, that lady sitting with a big bouquet?
That's an oil. It's called Woman with Chrysanthemums.
Well, it's a good name for it, isn't it?
Yes, isn't it?
Say, if you aren't an artist, how do you know all these things?
Oh, I spend a lot of time here, and I read a great deal.
Oh, you certainly must. Goodness, you're a regular Billy Pearson.
I beg your pardon?
You know, the jockey on television.
Oh, yes. I've read about him. Didn't he win $64,000 and then go on and tie with a fellow named Price for another 64 or something?
Yeah, that's the one. Did you ever watch those programs?
No, I can't say that I do. I'm afraid I don't have a television set.
Yes, there's plenty of free culture and free entertainment to be found in New York City, even without a television set or a radio in your home, even without a home. One of the most spectacular free entertainments in Manhattan is presented by the fire department. Henry Shelby always follows a fire engine. He generally gets to the fire, too, for the radius in which each engine company operates is small enough to permit even a pedestrian to arrive shortly after the equipment.
Oh, this one is nothing. It's just a chemical job. They might as well have left the ladder truck back at the station. Now, you should have been at Amsterdam on 133rd the other day. I happened to be in the neighborhood at the time.
There are the inevitable New York traffic accidents. Shelby has a nose valise and for straight fights, and he never leaves the scene until the last policeman has closed his notebook. And the parks and public squares are places where a man with a message may speak it forth within certain limits of subject matter.
Can commit mass suicide, and that is to continue to eat the flesh of the animal. What Mother Nature intended us to nourish ourselves with grows in the ground.
Henry Shelby stops to listen to every street corner orator he runs across, weighing gravely the ideas he hears.
I can scarcely agree, but he does have a wonderfully resonant voice.
There are the new buildings that constantly alter New York's skyline. Our well-kept vagrant knows every major construction project in town and shows up at the exact moment some critical problem is to be solved.
No. A little more to the right. Say, does it look to you as if they're placing that girder properly?
It doesn't right now, but they'll raise it another 3 feet and then force it to the right with a cross member.
Oh, yes, I see.
Actually, it's a different technique than we're accustomed to watching in the usual steel skeleton construction.
Seems to me there'd be too much strain on the cross member.
No, I understand the alloy is both light enough and strong enough so that, in effect, they're employing a variant of the ancient Egyptian post and lintel method.
Say, there are similarities, aren't there? You're an engineer, I take it.
No. Matter of fact, my master's was in economics.
Is that so? I'm liberal arts myself, Yale 28. Construction's sort of hobby of mine. Watching it at any rate.
Mine, too. So much so that I've done quite a bit of reading on it. There. You see what they're doing now? That's how they equalize the stresses.
So they do. Your office in the neighborhood?
No, it isn't. I just happen to be passing this way.
Mine's just across the street, 230 Park. I'm H.J. Chisholm, Regal Paper Company.
How do you do, sir? I'm Henry Shelby.
Hello. You with the firm, or you in business for yourself?
Neither. I don't have a connection right now.
Is that a fact? Well, if you're looking, why don't you stop by the office whenever it suits you? We might very well have something for a chap like you.
That's mighty nice of you, Mr. Chisholm. I'm not really looking at present, but I'll certainly remember you when I am.
I wish you would. Say, wouldn't it save time and an extra piece of heavy equipment to haul those I-beams up on the construction elevator and then place them with one of those small hoists?
It seems that it would at that. I think you have something there, Mr. Chisholm, and I'm going to look into it the next time I'm at the library.
The public library, one of Henry Shelby's favorite haunts. A fellow vagrant once advised him that the library was a good place to keep warm on a cold day, but he found it to be much more than that. On his first visit to the massive old building at 42nd and 5th Avenue, he asked for a copy of the New York Times for November 10th, 1936, and was referred politely to the microfilm room.
Here you are, sir. Are you familiar with the operation of the viewing machine?
Not particularly.
I'll be happy to show you. The entire edition is on this roll of film. You place it in the machine, attach the end, and thread it this way. Close the machine and turn the handle forward.
Yes, it's fine.
You sit right down here, use the headrest, and view the film through the aperture.
Yes, I see. Very clear. And very comfortable.
Yes, isn't it? It rather makes research a pleasure, doesn't it?
I should say so. What if I fall asleep?
Well, I'm afraid no one would awaken you if you did. There seem to be so few of you scholars taking advantage of our microfilm facilities. Just come to the desk if you wish additional rolls.
Say, how long has this been going on?
Henry Shelby was asleep in 15 minutes and awoke undisturbed 5 hours later. For some time, the microfilm room was at the top of his list as a place of shelter. Then suddenly he realized it was a far more valuable place for pure entertainment. He has read all the issues of the Times available on film, all his favorite comic strips from the date of their inception, all the columns Damon Runyon ever wrote, and has even developed a system for playing the horses. One time, he worked long enough to accumulate $25, and with it, visited Aqueduct Racetrack.
Now entering the winner's circle is Time You Told Me, ridden by jockey Farrell Zufeld. The time for the mile and a 16th was 1:43 and 2, and the result of the 8th race is now official.
11:20 to win. Let's see, that makes me $87.40 ahead for the day after expenses. Well, how long has this been going on?
Very prudently, Henry Shelby bought himself a new suit of clothes, leaving his original $25 untouched. A few days later, he visited Belmont Park and lost the entire sum.
I still play the races in the microfilm room. During the winter, I study the preceding summer's entries, make my selections, and check them against the results in the following day's paper. I never look at the results in advance. Might just as well be honest about it.
Yes, New York offers many diversions. There is the waterfront, the ferry boats, the slips where the huge liners dock.
I come down here a couple of times a week. I always try to be around when the Mary or the Elizabeth are coming in. Now, what's that Weehawken ferry doing a quarter-mile off her course? Just sightseeing, I'll bet. Why, her captain ought to have his confounded papers picked up.
Shelby enjoys the ferry boats, all of them, but his favorite is the Staten Island ferry.
There's nothing quite like it in the world. Outward bound from the Battery, there's the thrill of passing the Statue of Liberty. And coming back, Miss Liberty welcomes you home as the incredible skyline of lower Manhattan hangs shimmering in the haze, like the pleasure dome of Kubla Khan. Where else can a poor man get such an ocean voyage for a dime?
Of course, 10 cents for one round trip does put the Staten Island ferry in the luxury class, but during the rush hours, Shelby has discovered that he can board the Jersey Central ferries across the Hudson and make 3 or 4 trips for the same dime without being noticed. This kills time and also furnishes amusement, for Shelby quietly enjoys criticizing the pilots who do not bring their vessels squarely into the slips. Among other things, Henry Shelby has become an expert on the management and conduct of New York Harbor. And then there are the parades. New York City is the only place where there is a parade of some sort every day. That's one of the reasons Henry Shelby is happier here than he would be in any other city in the world.
I just love band music. Why, last Armistice Day, I saw 5 different parades and even marched in one. I carried the front end of the bass drum and got $3 for doing it.
So, the patternless pattern of Henry Shelby's days, and the days of perhaps thousands like him. Men who choose to work only enough to maintain a bare thread of personal existence in a society that clamors for workers and rewards them with possessions and security and the same comfortable resting place each nightfall. Where does Henry Shelby sleep? A clean hotel bed is a once-a-month extravagance to him. Perhaps he trudges to the Pennsylvania station, and boards an 8th Avenue subway train at about 1 o'clock in the morning. That's why his cash minimum is 15 cents, the price of a subway token. He settles himself in the almost empty front car and drops off to sleep. He awakens before he reaches the end of the line, has a smoke, boards another train, and sleeps to the other end of the line. He has several standard trips mapped out: J Street to Queens, back to the Brooklyn end of the line, up to the tip of Manhattan, back to Penn Station. In 5 hours, he has probably netted 4 hours sleep. He has learned the habits of the transportation police, and he tries to keep himself from becoming too familiar a figure.
That's why I use the subway maybe only every other night, or not quite that often. In warm weather, there are fire escapes, some of them covered, and Central Park and Prospect Park. And when it's really hot, there are the beaches. No one ever bothers you there. Always plenty of legitimate sleepers trying to beat the heat.
When it rains and when the New York winter comes, there are other carefully cataloged places for shelter and a few hours' sleep. Grand Central, Penn Station, the Port Authority bus terminal, hotel lobbies. There are rules of conduct for each, and Henry Shelby knows and observes them all. On rare occasions, he's questioned, but he always has the answers.
Come on there, mister. Come on, wake up, up.
Oh, well, I certainly dozed off, didn't I, officer?
You certainly did. You think this is a flop house?
Of course not. It's very obviously Grand Central Terminal.
That it is, and we don't allow bums to nap their bibs in here.
Bums? I ought to resent that, officer.
Well, resent it all you like. Seems to me I've seen you in here before.
Well, that's quite possible. I take the 2 o'clock local for Poughkeepsie almost every night. I missed it tonight, so I'm waiting for the next train. 6:05, I believe it is.
It is. Can you prove you're not a vag?
A what?
A vagrant. You got any money on you?
Why, yes. Let me see. $6, $7, $8. And here's my ticket to Poughkeepsie.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'd better get going, mister, or you'll miss your train.
What?
Yes, it's 2 minutes after 6.
Oh, I had no idea. I nearly overslept.
That you did.
Thank you so much for awakening me.
Not at all. That's what I'm here for.
Yes. Well, I must say you're right on the job.
You bet I am. That's gate 9, mister, the Poughkeepsie local.
Yes. Well, I don't want to miss it this time.
No, you don't.
So, for the first time, Henry Shelby had to take the train for Poughkeepsie under the suspicious glare of the railroad cop. But the ticket was never punched, for he got off the train at 125th Street to begin another day of Manhattan meandering. Henry Shelby is never without 3 tickets. One to Poughkeepsie, one to Princeton, and the third to Elizabeth, New Jersey. His operating equipment for sleeping in the 3 major terminals. Why does this strangely bewildered, yet far from hopeless man live apart from responsibility and the place he could so easily regain in working society? How many weeks, or months, or years will he continue to walk the streets of Manhattan?
I don't know how long I'll live this life. I don't have much trouble. I've never gotten drunk and lain in a doorway all day. I've never been on a police blotter. I've never had to beg. Things seem so easy and natural, just as though they were supposed to be this way. I'm not going to look at the future. All I know now is that at 6 o'clock, I'm going to be at a little delicatessen up on Broadway where they serve a mighty fine boiled beef dinner for 68 cents. And I'd better get going. Takes me almost an hour to walk it. Why don't I take the subway? Why, subways are for sleeping.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson and was tonight directed by Mr. Robeson. Subways Are for Sleeping was based on the Harper's Magazine article by Edmund G. Love and was adapted for the workshop by Fran Van Hartesveld. Henry Shelby was played by Byron Kane, and the narrator was William Keneally. Also heard in the cast were Sarah Selby, Helene Burke, Edwin Bruce, Frank Gerstle, Court Falkenberg, Tony Barrett, Ted Bliss, and Alan Reed. The original score was composed and conducted by Fred Steiner.
Next week, from New York, the Workshop will present Only Johnny Knows, a survey of child training from the birds and the bees era of wonderful innocence a century ago to the complex and guilt era of today's psychiatric sophistication. A brilliant performance of the rarely played Symphony No. 6 in D minor by Jan Sibelius with Nils Erik Fugstad conducting the Sibelius Festival Orchestra is yours for the listening this Sunday, when World Music Festivals comes your way on most of these same stations. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
A baby cries. With an inborn brass-bound conviction that he's the hub of the universe, that's Johnny, as he arrives on this mortal stage. That's how he always arrived, down through the ages. The only thing that changes is what we do about him.
Well, what? What do I do? What does he want? What's wrong? What do I do?
Pick him up.
Let him lie.
Feed him.
Bubble him.
Pick him up.
Let him lie.
Feed him.
Bubble him.
What do I
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Only Johnny Knows, an appraisal of the 3 ages of child raising, written by a mother named Johanna Johnston and narrated by Joseph Julian.
There's quite a bit of advice being offered these days on how to raise Johnny. In fact, the racket is deafening. Well, tonight we add to the racket with a calm, cool review of the various ways Johnny has been raised in the past and what that led to, together with an appraisal of what's being done now. But, of course, where that may lead, only Johnny knows. Actually, the story of Johnny down through the ages could be told in terms of Johnny crying, "I want," and the varying responses of his parents to this cry. Sometimes he gets what he wants, sometimes he doesn't.
And the trouble with children today is that they get too much of what they want.
I beg your pardon. Who are you?
I'm a disgusted observer.
Oh, yes, of course. I've read many of your letters to the editor in various newspapers.
Children of today think all they have to do is want something, and it's theirs by divine right. No wonder the younger generation is going to the dogs.
You know, of course, that certain observers from the older generation have been saying that about the upcoming generation since time began.
I don't care if they have or not. Look at the facts today. Children are catered to from the moment they're born. Was it that way for our forefathers? Were the men who founded our country brought up that way?
Very nicely timed. We're just going to take a brief look at the situation as it was 200 years or so ago, when our forefathers were being raised. Let's take Johnny's prime desire down through the ages, the desire for food, which he made known in the customary way 200 years ago. Mother was right at hand, baking, brewing, or making candles, because Johnny's cradle was right in the kitchen, the chief room in the farmhouse. Granny wasn't far away either, just over by the fire, spinning.
sounds like the baby's hungry again, Mariah.
Oh, what a pig he is. Not half an hour ago I was feeding him, and now he's hungry again. Never mind then, Johnny. If you're wanting to eat again, you shall have what you want, my lamb. Here we go. There we are. That's right.
There wasn't any hesitation back then about giving Johnny what he wanted when he set up that well-known hunger cry.
And that's just as it should be, exactly.
Well, now, another voice, and this one belongs to...
A modern mother. And it's obvious your disgusted observer doesn't know that the modern way of feeding Johnny is no different at all from the old way. We just call it the self-demand system today.
I see. I'm glad there's something about the old ways that appeals to a modern mother. The pity it doesn't go farther. They may have spoiled Johnny a little back then when he was a baby, but it didn't go on and on as it does today.
It isn't a question of spoiling
All right, now,
him.
just a minute. Let's see what did happen back then. We're looking in on Johnny now as he was 200 years ago, during the early era of child raising in this country. Those were the days when life was centered mainly on the farm or a small shop in the village. Our Johnny, back in 1750, lives on a farm. He's 2 now, proud of his first steps. This morning he's been out by the barn where Grandpa's mending harness and keeping an eye on him. Towards noon, he begins to be restless.
Mama, go see Mama.
Nay, not right yet, Johnny. Suppose you hand me. Nay, wait up there. You ain't going to the house yet a while.
Mama!
Stop it. You want a good cuffin? Now, wait a bit. There's a mite of rum left in the tankard, and here 'tis on the crosspiece. Here, have a swig of rum, Johnny.
Rum? Was he offering the child rum?
I'd like a little explanation myself.
Well, everybody drank in colonial America. Rum, brandy, some kind of spirits, even the Puritans. And as far as Johnny was concerned, after he'd had it a few times to quiet him, he often set up a real self-demand for it.
But that's outrageous, giving a child strong spirits.
Well, life was hard back in those days, and liquor helped. Nobody knew any reason Johnny shouldn't have its benefits, too. But let's get back to Johnny. There was a good reason why Johnny couldn't have Mama's attention that morning. Before too long, Granny came out with the news that the Lord had safely delivered Johnny's mother of a girl child. Johnny wasn't much impressed until later, when Granny carried him back into the big kitchen.
My bed, baby, in my bed.
Nay, Johnny, it's baby's sister's bed now.
No, my bed. Shush, you'll wake the baby, Johnny. You will be sleeping in the trundle bed now, big boy that you are. Come away from the cradle now. No, my bed. Hush, the baby.
Oh, dear, the little one's wakened.
Stop it, Johnny.
Oh, Mother, do not be harsh. He doesn't realize.
'Tis time he was learning then. It may be hard finding out he is cock of the roost no longer, but 'tis the way of the world, and that's that. Leave him to me, though, sir.
And that was how they apprised Johnny of the fact that he wasn't the hub of the universe back in those early days of child raising. I am, he cried, I want. You're not, they said, and you can't have, and that's that.
Fine. Perfect. If there was a little more of that today, Johnny would be better off.
Better off? Would you feel better off if you walked into your office one morning and found yourself fired? No explanation, no warning, nothing?
Well, no.
The thing is, they loved Johnny back then. They wanted to do what was best for him, just as we do now. Why didn't they cushion the blow for him?
The Lord has ordained that this world be a vale of trial and testing. Pain and hardship are part of his plan. Above all else, my soul, learn obedience to God's will.
A good many terrible things happened in those days. Plague, pestilence, and famine swept the world without anyone knowing why or what to do. And Johnny had to learn to accept the things that happened as a result of God's will. They were training him to resignation.
Oh, dear, it's so sad.
Well, let's see if there weren't compensations for poor little pushed-aside Johnny in this early era of child raising.
So, Johnny, a big boy like you mustn't stand idle. While all else are busy, come help Danny grind the corn.
Come, Johnny, fetch the basket to Mother, and then you can start untangling the flax for spinning.
You can work the churn for a while now, Johnny, while Granny gets on with the candle making.
Those were the days when a dog-eared almanac hung on a nail on a wall. Industry makes all things easy, poor Richard said. There are no gains without pains. And the used key is always bright. Well, there was plenty to keep Johnny bright. Soon he was old enough to go out in the fields with his father.
So, Johnny, like this. The corn down in the hole. So far, no farther. And the earth back over it. That's right. Sure, you'll be taking over the planting for me in no time.
So Johnny got back a bit of importance once he resigned himself. He might not be the hub of the universe, but every day there was proof that he was a very solid, important little wheel.
Very good. Very good indeed. I like that. But I suppose our modern mother thinks it's awful and poor Johnny's being overworked.
No, indeed. My Johnny has his share of chores, believe me.
Like what?
Oh, why, like taking bottles back to the store and, well, emptying waste paper baskets.
Just as I thought. Real back-breaking labor.
All right, now let's hang on to our perspective. The fact is the machine has done away with most of those vital household chores that used to keep Johnny so busy. And could be some of that endless drudgery of life back then kept him too busy.
Voted not to have schooling this winter. Voted no money to be appropriated for schools on account of building the meeting house.
Schooling was one of the least important aspects of Johnny's life back then. When a schoolmaster was hired in the village near Johnny's home, Johnny would trudge off at dawn each morning to be at the schoolhouse by 6. Once there, for 3 pence a week, he could learn to decipher the mysteries of one of early America's most famous textbooks, the New England Primer.
In Adam's fall, we sin at all. Heaven to find, the Bible mind. Christ crucified, for sinners died.
For a few pence more, he could learn ciphering, the rule of 3, the double rule of 3. And that was about it.
You mean that was all the schooling he had?
That was it. Unless his parents had dreams of his growing up to be a minister.
No history? No geography?
Geography? That was a diversion for a winter's evening, when Grandpa sat by the fire and told tales of his youthful journeyings, or Granny remembered old legends.
So Dick Whittington went to London, a great city in England, that is, and he heard the bow bells ringing, and clear as anything he heard the bells say, "Turn again, Whittington, thrice Lord."
But always before the evening ended, there was Father.
All right, enough this yarn spinning, or the young'uns will forget the Lord put us here not for vain indulgence, but to work for his glory. We will kneel now for prayers.
And that was how Johnny was raised back in the early age of child raising, all geared to one goal.
You know what we want for you, Johnny? That you grow up to be a good, God-fearing man like your father and his father before him. It's you, Johnny, who'll be farming this land someday. You want to do as good a job as your father, don't you?
The goal was the status quo. It was the stay-put era of child raising. And it had worked with variations for thousands of years, from the dawn of time till the Industrial Revolution, punctuated, of course, by certain outcries.
What's this I hear about you spending all your time with those wild radicals in the village, Johnny? And this book I found under your mattress, Thomas Paine's Common Sense. Fine common sense he shows, inciting folks to violence. In my day, there wasn't all this reading. But nowadays, why, the younger generation is going to the dogs.
Going to the dogs? But that's ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Why, that's the generation that went on to fight the Revolution, write the Constitution, found the United States.
Yes, indeed. All very worthwhile projects from our point of view. But all Johnny's parents could see was the fact that Johnny wasn't staying put. It really upset the status quo.
It wasn't a bad upbringing, though, in lots of ways. plenty of love and affection when Johnny was little, a real place in the household.
Yes, in lots of ways it looks pleasant from this distance. But it ended, and pretty abruptly, too, here in America. It just wouldn't work anymore when that other revolution, known as the Industrial Revolution, began to sweep away all the old patterns of life. Work left the home for the factory. Young men left the farm for the city. Suddenly, it was a brand new world in which Johnny was being raised. Only Johnny himself sounded the same. Now, let's look in on him in the 1870s, when the new era of child raising was well underway. He's in a room of his own now, upstairs in a brownstone house in the city. Yes, Johnny sounds the same, but the rules are different.
Oh, dear, what is it? What's wrong, Johnny?
All right now, Mary. He's been fed, hasn't he?
Oh, yes, John, just half an hour ago. So I really don't know. Maybe he didn't get enough. Maybe.
Maybe. If he got the usual amount and there's nothing else wrong, no pin sticking him, then there's no doubt about what you do now. Leave him to cry it out.
Oh, but John...
Didn't you study that book I brought home for you at all, Mary? Have you no memory of the passage dealing with just this sort of struggle for mastery?
I remember it, John, but he's so little now.
At such a juncture with the infant, in order to determine the master and firmly establish authority, it will be necessary to employ vigorous measures. Vigorous measures, Mary. It doesn't matter how little he is. He's simply trying to assert his will over ours, and it won't do. I'll leave him alone now, Mary, and let him learn who's master right now, once and for all.
And that's how they answered Johnny's need for love and attention in this new era? Oh, I just can't bear it, that's all.
What's so wrong with it?
What's wrong? He cried. They went away and let him cry, let him feel small and helpless and alone in a huge, unfriendly world. Oh, how could they be so cruel?
Well, one thing's sure, they weren't trying to be cruel. The world did become very huge when the tight family unit was scattered from the farm. Crying about it, crying for the things he wanted from this new world, never did Johnny's father any good. Now he was showing Johnny it wouldn't do him any good either.
I still say it's awful.
Well, it wasn't all frustration for Johnny. He was the son and heir. Life might have rules, but he was quite a little kingpin even so. Until, of course, after a couple of years, the inevitable happened.
My, such a beautiful little girl, my dear. Oh, how proud young John must be of such a lovely little sister. Come, Johnny, tell me, do you not find her utterly delightful?
No.
No?
Johnny, think what you're saying.
All anybody does around here now is gush over her. Ain't she pretty? Ain't she sweet?
Now, Johnny.
Somebody has their nose out of joint.
Oh, no, not really. Johnny knows he's our little man. He loves to protect his sister.
I do not. I like to smash her.
Johnny, where did you ever learn such wickedness? Your father will deal with you when he gets home. Now, you go to your room at once, you wicked, sinful...
Wicked, sinful? Oh, she shouldn't have said that. She shouldn't.
There speaks the modern mother, all right. And suppose he'd smashed his sister. That wouldn't seem wicked to you either, I suppose.
In the first place, he wouldn't have smashed her. He was just talking out his perfectly natural resentment. But did his parents accept it as natural? No. They told him it was sinful, filled him with guilt. Oh, why?
Well, once again, they didn't do it to be cruel. Back in the 1870s, they wanted to be sure Johnny had a very active, well-developed conscience. A conscience that would steer him away from wrong wherever he might go. And Johnny had a long way to go back then.
All right, Johnny, let's hear you read today's lesson.
There was a little boy whose name was Harry. His parents sent him to school. Now, Harry was not like
idle. And I'm afraid it's a word that applies to you. A great boy of 8, and he stumbles over a word like idle. Oh, go on.
Idle John. He loved his book and was first in his class. One morning, his mother called...
And so on, all through lesson 56 in McGuffey's Second Eclectic Reader. And all to very grudging approval indeed.
Not too bad, Johnny. But you must work harder yet at your lessons if you're not to be like Idle John.
Only that night, talking to Johnny's mother, it was a different story.
He's smart as a whip, Mary. He's going to make his mark in the world. I have plans for that boy, Mary. Big plans. This nation is growing, and Johnny's going to grow with it. There's just no limit to where he can go, what he can be in the future.
No, not much doubt about what to call this era of child raising. It was the get-ahead era. All the browbeating, all the discipline, all the loneliness had their purpose. Life was a fight to get to the top. Johnny was being trained.
What's this I hear about champagne suppers? Trips to New York where you've been seen with, well, dare I call them young ladies? Is this how you throw away the hard-earned money I send you for an education? What is the world coming to? Why, the younger generation is going to the dogs, that's all. To the dogs.
Going to the dogs, but that's ridiculous. The boy was just having his fling. We all have our flings. Then we settle down and do what's expected.
Well, it's perfectly plain by now that this is the era of child raising that our observer really likes.
Why not? It produced the men who made this country great. The men who built the railroads, the skyscrapers, the industries that are the marvel of the world.
Yes, and it also produced a legion of lonely, bitter men who weren't able to be the big successes that would have justified everything. Men who took out the frustration of their failure on their children. Children who wound up in their turn in institutions or on a psychiatrist's couch.
Certainly there are always going to be a percentage who are too lazy or incompetent to succeed.
No, that isn't the answer. Everybody can't be president. There isn't room for everybody at the top.
No, that's true. There isn't. And that fact has caught up with us and brought us smack into the modern era and a whole new point of view about raising Johnny.
You can't spoil your baby by feeding him when he's hungry, comforting him when he's miserable. Enjoy and love your baby. He doesn't have to be sternly trained.
And that, of course, is Spock talking. Benjamin Spock, M.D., one of the chief voices of the modern era of child raising.
A mother will be all right if she is flexible and adjusts to the baby's needs. Study your child. He knows when he's hungry and needs cuddling.
Spock again. His book on baby and child care has sold over 9 million copies in regular and pocketbook editions. And the same doctrine is being preached by hundreds of other experts. So far as Johnny's prime demands for food and attention are concerned, there isn't any doubt about the answer today. Well, now let's take the second threat to Johnny's inborn conviction that he's the hub of the universe.
As a modern mother, I'll be only too glad to tell you just how my husband and I handled that. We started preparing Johnny for Susie's arrival long before she was born. We told him all about how the baby was growing inside me.
Good heavens, are there no sanctities left?
He could hardly wait for me to go to the hospital and come back with his baby.
His baby?
But even with all this preparation, there was bound to be a period of adjustment when the baby was actually there.
Yeah. Shut up. You keep on like that and I'll smack you one.
Now, Johnny, did you ever hear Daddy and me talk that way to you? You don't really want to smack Amy.
Amy, I hate that name. I won't call her that.
Well, what would you like to call her, dear? Did you have a name all picked out? Oh, dear, did Daddy and I? We should have asked you.
Susie. Call her Susie.
All right, we'll call her Susie. And now, let's pick up Susie and give her something to eat. She's hungry.
I'm hungry. Feed me.
All right, dear, I'll feed you, too.
Pick me up, too. I want to sit in your lap.
But, darling, I'm holding Amy. Susie.
I want to sit
All right. I guess I can hold both. There. Amy, darling.
Her name's Susie.
Yes, dear. Please don't kick. I'm trying to get Susie's bottle.
I want a bottle.
But, darling, there isn't.
I want a bottle.
All right, dear, all right.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly how it is today. And if there was ever a more disgraceful performance...
Disgraceful? I was working as hard as I've ever worked in my life to show Johnny that nothing could change my love for him. He was and always will be as important as ever.
Oh, my, yes. Make sure Johnny keeps his sense of importance, whatever the cost. Make sure that when he yells, "I want," he's never frustrated. Fine preparation for a world that's never been more full of things for him to want.
Yes, that's true. We live in quite a different world today than did Johnny of the 1870s. The industrial boom was just getting started then. But now...
Make sure your child has the latest. Johnny will love this miniature steam shovel.
How about a model crate?
A spaceship, streamlined bicycle, jet-propelled beanie.
A pup tent. A swimming pool.
But wait, has he got a cowboy outfit? Give him the thrill of his life. Get him his own Superman costume.
Robin Hood. Hop along. Space Cadet.
Wow, have you tasted it, kids? Crispy, crunchy, it's super delicious.
Smooth and creamy. Bubbling, sparkling, nutty. Yum! Ask Mom for a case today. A loaf.
A bag, a box, a carload.
And that, of course, as every parent knows, is only a brief sampling of the thousands of voices calling their wares to Johnny today. Our country lives by full production, and the only way to keep up with the tide is by constant consumption. Johnny is a brand new market.
A brand new market, already conditioned by his mother here to want every senseless, idiotic thing that's offered him, whether it bankrupts the family or not.
No, it doesn't work like that.
No, how could it work otherwise? Everywhere he turns, Johnny gets just one idea. Life is a carnival put on for his amusement.
Be sure to listen tomorrow, kids, for another action-packed adventure when Two Guns Hopkins, Four Guns Fergus, Six Guns Slocum rides again.
Yes, sir. As a disgusted, objective observer, I say, Johnny thinks he has to be entertained all the time today. Fun, fun, fun! That's all children expect out of life these days. Is it any wonder we have juvenile delinquents?
Now, stop. Stop right there. Here's where you observers get everything twisted. Children get into trouble and become delinquents when they're not given the love and affection my Johnny gets. It's only when they feel deprived of love that they steal and grab and try to get even with a cruel world.
And that, of course, is the crux of the whole modern theory of child raising. A theory that's grown out of the economy of abundance. A happy, satisfied child doesn't grab at everything in sight. He doesn't need it.
That's it. That's it exactly. Because Johnny's earliest needs were satisfied, now he can resist some of the pressures.
I see. And does he?
Well, of course, he's young still, and naturally...
And he doesn't. He yells he wants this, he yells he wants that. Oh, don't tell me. I've been observing this modern generation for quite a while now, and I know where it's going.
Do we know where Johnny is going? Let's see if we can sum up this era in the same terms we summed up the others. What is our modern mother's goal for Johnny?
I can tell you that. We want him to be happy.
Happy? What sort of a goal is that? Happy? How? Just doing nothing? What's he going to do? What's he going to be?
We hope he'll be happy. Whatever he does or whatever he is.
And aside from that, you haven't an idea in the world of where he's heading, have you? Well, I know.
Do you really want to say it? After all that's gone before?
I do. The younger generation
After all the times it was said before in other eras?
There weren't any of them like this one, where Johnny's the unchallenged hub of the universe, and nobody has any goal for him at all. He's going to the dogs.
2 points of view. And only the future can end the stalemate. And who can predict that? Only one thing's sure about Johnny's future. One fine day, he'll be a father in his turn, and it will be his problem to cope with another little creature with an inborn, brass-bound conviction that he's the hub of the universe. Figuring out what to do about his child, he may assess what was right and what was wrong about his own upbringing. He may even have some pet name for our present-day era. Certainly I haven't, because when it comes to what to call it, only Johnny knows.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Only Johnny Knows, written by Johanna Johnston, with music composed and conducted by Charles Paul, and produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Joseph Julian was heard as the narrator, Catherine Anderson as the modern mother, and Jackson Beck as the observer. Also included in the cast were Mary Patton, Ian Martin, Sarah Fussell, Joe Helgeson, Ed Prentice, Lawson Zerby, Nell Harrison, Ethel Owen, and Ruth Tobin. This is Gaylord Avery inviting you to join us next week when, from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop presents Dissertation on Love, a not-too-serious analysis on the universal subject of romance by distinguished French, English, and American authorities. For fuller convention coverage, stay with this station on the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Colloquy 2, a dissertation on love. From time to time, the workshop presents discussions or colloquies on matters of general interest. A few months ago, workshop listeners heard Colloquy 1, in which Dr. Frank C. Baxter interviewed William Shakespeare in an effort to determine whether Shakespeare had indeed written the works of Shakespeare. Tonight, we turn our attention to a more universal subject, one that has intrigued both scientists and scholars throughout the ages, love. And to moderate our discussion, we have an eminent scholar indeed, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, Professor of English of the University of Southern California, who will in turn present Colloquy 2, a dissertation on love, or boy meets girl. Dr. Baxter.
Good evening. Thoughtful men and women the world over agree that the peaceful future of mankind depends on mutual understanding and the free and unrestricted exchange of information on every subject, from nuclear fission to the care and feeding of infants. It's in this spirit that our colloquy is being held tonight. For if it is indeed true that love makes the world go round, then it's of the most vital importance that the world understand just what love is. To this end, we have invited here 3 distinguished authorities in the ars amatoria to join with us in this dissertation on love. From London, Sir Eustace Ponsonby, scientist, scholar, and student of human behavior.
Good evening. I must say that I'm looking forward to this evening's exercises. We had a similar do on our wireless, on the 3rd program, of course, about 12 months ago. It was very stimulating, yes, exceedingly so. Good show.
Thank you, Sir Eustace. We'll do our best to emulate the BBC, if not to surpass them. And from Paris, Monsieur Lucien Duran, noted author and critic.
Bonsoir, mes amis Américains. Though considerably later than my compatriot Lafayette, I am no less happy to be here, and I am particularly happy to discuss the subject of love. For, as you know, love is to Paris what automobiles are to Detroit, huh?
Yes. And from another city where love is a commodity, from Hollywood, with the American point of view, one of our brighter young leading men, motion picture star Tuck Flint.
Well, love, it's a great subject. That's what my next picture is about. With an angle, of course, very offbeat.
To plagiarize Mark Twain, love's like the weather. Everybody talks about it. But unlike the weather, everybody does something about it. And what they do about it is the subject of this meeting tonight. In order to begin our discussion, we should have a definition of love. What, we might well ask, is love? Mr. Flint?
Well, love, that's what makes money at the box office. It's what the best-selling books are all about, and the hit tunes on the jukeboxes. Without love, we'd be out of business.
Then love's nothing more than a commercial product?
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Oh. Well, I see. Monsieur Duran, would you care to hazard a definition of love?
Ah, l'amour. L'amour, c'est la raison d'être, la raison de vivre. C'est le bon vin de la vie. C'est...
Yes, of course. I'm sure it's all of these things. Sir Eustace.
Well, let me see. Well, we must realize that a man has many loves. His horse, his dog, his regimental comrades. Yes, and sometimes even his wife.
Oh, sir, it would appear, Sir Eustace, that the British, in finding so many objects for love, are inclined to spread their love too thin.
By God, sir, I'll have you know there's nothing thin about the way an Englishman makes love.
No, very subtle. A race which boils its mutton could scarcely be expected to kiss the hands of its ladies, huh?
Absolute rot. Well, kissing hands never won an empire, sir.
Ah, but he whose kingdom is a woman's heart craves no wider realm.
Gentlemen, if I may.
Of course, yes, sir.
It would appear from your attempts to define love that it's perhaps an emotion unsusceptible of definition.
Right. If it makes money, why knock it?
Well, gentlemen, in lieu, then, of some satisfactory definition of love, suppose we approach the subject by example.
Oh, well, how do you propose to do that, Doctor?
Well, by observing how love works. Now, let us see what happens in the first phase of boy meets girl.
Oh, Doctor, everybody knows that. Boy meets girl, boy loses girl, boy gets girl. It's my next picture, but like I said, with a new angle.
Oh, boy gets girl. With your typical American efficiency, you have reduced love to a formula, Monsieur.
Excuse me, I believe that Dr. Baxter is ready with the demonstration.
Thank you, Sir Eustace, thank you. Now, I present for your consideration now an American girl. Her name is Mary Smith. She's an average American girl. She's typical, she's lovely, but she's not engaged. She sets her hair with Marvell, brushes her teeth with Star Allure, creams her face with Glamour, keeps healthy with Vita Glow. But still, she's not engaged.
She needs a head shrinker. Doctor, how old is this girl, by the way?
Almost 22.
Probably something to do with her psyche. I know a guy in Beverly Hills. He's pretty expensive, but I'm sure he could be a...
Wait. Mary Smith won't be an old maid. For at this very moment, she is about to embark upon love's supreme adventure. She is about to meet the man in her life. But as she works at her switchboard in the offices of the legal firm of Green, Brown, White, Black, and etc., little does she suspect what bliss awaits her beyond the opening of a door.
Oh, yes, this is the legal firm of Green, Brown, White, Black, and etc. Oh, I'll connect you with Mr. O'Brien, our attorney.
Enter the boy. His name is Bill Jones, an ordinary guy, clean-cut in a manly sort of way. His clothes are Ivy League. He shaves the modern way, the electric way. He enjoys beer in manly moderation, and he smokes filter tips, cigarette and all. He likes children and dogs, owes everything he is to his mother, and everything he has to the finance company. And like almost all thinking Americans in this puzzled generation, he spends much of his waking time wondering where the yellow went.
He seems like a nice sort of a guy.
Oh, he is. But Bill Jones is completely unprepared for what is about to happen to him.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Can I help you?
Yes, I have an appointment with...
Yes?
Say, how about taking in a show with me tonight?
Oh, thank you, but I'm afraid I'm busy tonight.
Well, how about tomorrow night, then?
Oh, I'm awfully sorry.
The next night? Could I pick you up after work and we could have dinner first?
Oh, well, maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to break a date.
Oh, break it then, will you?
I'll try.
I'll pick you up at 5:30, okay?
I guess so.
See you then. Oh, gee, I nearly forgot something.
What?
What's your name?
Well, gentlemen, any comments?
Rather precipitous, what?
It would seem so, but that's what we call love at first sight.
Well, you'll be interested in what a rather noted Britisher, Mr. Rudyard Kipling, had to say on this subject. Mr. Kipling said, and I quote, "It takes a great deal of Christianity to wipe out uncivilized Eastern instincts such as falling in love at first sight." Rather clever, huh?
Yes, and a certain Christopher Marlowe also said, "Whoever loved that loved not at first sight."
Well, how about you, Dr. Baxter? Do you believe in love at first sight?
Good sir, I am but the moderator of this forum. However, if I may offer just one more quotation, the late Josh Billings had this to say: "Love is like the measles. We cannot have it but once, and the later in life we have it, the tougher it hits us." Now, gentlemen, to the question at hand. The boy and girl have obviously fallen in love.
Yes, Doctor, but if it were really the grand passion, if they felt all of those things which you so charmingly hinted at, the bells in their heads, the feu d'artifice before their eyes, the throbbing of their titillated hearts, why did the girl not agree to a rendezvous immediately?
Because she's a nice, well-brought-up American girl, and she has to play hard to get.
Oh.
Hey, that's a pretty good scene. Maybe I could get the studio to buy it. With a few fixes, we could...
Mr. Flint, please. The accepted technique is to make the boy believe that the girl is very, very popular.
Dr. Baxter, you have already pointed out that despite her allegiance to all the accepted brand names, she has remained unhappily unengaged.
Ah, you know that, Monsieur Durand. I know that. But the young man doesn't know it.
Oh, well, I can only point out, mes amis, that in France, if a young woman plays too hard to get, she sometimes does not get got.
Very funny. Well, that's always a calculated risk, I imagine. But suppose you tell us, Monsieur Durand, how does boy meet girl in Paris?
Oh, very well. Well, now, the girl is a midinette, a seamstress for a modiste in the Rue Saint-Honoré. One evening, as she walks down the Rue Royale to the metro, that is the Paris subway, she passes the boy. He sees her, but she does not see him. He follows her into the metro station, buys a ticket, and follows her onto the platform, his heart beating madly. When the Direction Vincennes train clatters in, he boards the same car that she does.
I know that picture. Allied Artists made it last year in Italy. Now, what was that girl's name?
This is a different story, Monsieur Tack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Eh bien alors. Well, the boy does the same thing night after night for a week, 10 days, perhaps 2 weeks. Gradually, the girl becomes aware of him sitting in the metro across from her, standing on the platform near her, waiting on the corner for her, following her down the street. So, they have fallen in love before they even speak to each other. And then, finally, one night, the boy is rewarded as his heart tells him he must be. As the train rumbles into the Vincennes station at the end of the line, the girl smiles at him. He is beside himself with joy and beside her in a moment.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle.
Ah, bonsoir, monsieur.
Would you permit me to accompany you as far as your house?
Oh, it would be a plaisir, monsieur.
Oh, c'est mon plaisir, mademoiselle.
You live near the Port de Vincennes?
Oh, no, mademoiselle. I live on the Avenue de la Porte de Villiers, on the other side of Paris.
Oh, then why have you been riding in the Direction Vincennes these many nights?
It is more pleasant ride than Direction Neuilly, since it is the route you take.
Ah, monsieur est gentil.
Mademoiselle est belle.
Since you live so far away, I must not permit you to accompany me. Without doubt, you are late for some rendezvous.
Oh, pas du tout. My only rendezvous is with you. But I must not detain you. Undoubtedly, you are expected.
Oh, no. Only for dinner. Besides, I told Mama I had a feeling I might be detained tonight.
Very interesting, Monsieur Durand.
But still rather irregular. They weren't properly introduced. Well, not cricket.
Oh, Sir Eustace, do you English make love by the rule book?
Well, no, that's to say, but dash it all, my dear fellow, there are some things that just aren't done in England.
Apparently in England the most interesting things are not done.
Dr. Baxter, must I endure the captious comments of this amoral apologist for a decadent and immoral nation?
Sir Eustace, France is much more than a nation. France is a state of mind, a way of life, a civilization.
Our subject is love, sir, not civilization.
Gentlemen, please. Suppose we pursue our investigations into Phase 2, boy gets girl.
By that, Doctor, I take it that you mean the courtship.
Yes, I believe we may call it that. And Sir Eustace, since we've heard both the American and the French points of view in the first phase of love, perhaps you could show us this second phase, the courtship, from the British point of view.
Oh, I should be charmed. Well, shall we begin?
At your service, sir. May we have some appropriate music, please?
So they have met, this charming young couple, properly introduced, being of the same social standing and background, and with the same sensible viewpoint on life. A year has passed, possibly two, and a mutual attraction has developed. One might say that they care for one another. And as we find them seated in the study of her mother's home, the boy speaks.
Happy?
Ecstatically. Tea?
Thanks.
Sugar?
2.
Cream?
Thanks, no.
A stout fellow.
I know. That's why I'm skipping cream. Daphne?
Yes, Gerald?
I've been thinking.
Really?
Quite. We're engaged, you know.
Yes, I know. Thrilling, isn't it?
Wizard.
Crumpet?
Thanks, no. Daphne?
Yes, Gerald?
Daphne, you've never permitted me to kiss you.
It isn't being done, Gerald.
But now that we're engaged...
I'm sorry, Gerald, if you find me rather old-fashioned.
But, damn it, Daphne, I'm a man, you know, with red blood in my veins.
Yes, I suppose you are.
I only claim what is rightfully mine.
I suppose so.
May I?
If you really insist.
Oh, I do, you know.
Very well. Feeling better?
No wonder those British movies lay a bomb at the box office over here.
Apparently, then, Sir Eustace, your countrymen believe in a more quiet, even a more sedate kind of romance than we found in either France or America.
Well, yes, exactly, sir. Well, now, let me put it this way. Nature has never produced a more beautiful nor a more perfect form than the egg. Yet nothing to be more quickly ruined by too rapid cooking.
You let one of those eggs sit around too long, and what have you got?
Very good, Monsieur Flint, very good.
Gentlemen, I must ask you to stick to the subject at hand. We have so far been quite unable to define love. Our examples have revealed a wide difference of opinion as to what constitutes even the most normal behavior patterns of boy and girl in love. I've always understood that love is the universal language, yet we seem to be getting to no agreement here. So now, gentlemen, I ask you to think on things of love about which you can agree. Those mannerisms that seem to know no national boundaries, that are oblivious to geography, in short, the love that is universal. Well, Sir Eustace?
Well, Shakespeare said, "Friendship is constant in all other things, save in the office and affairs of love. Therefore all hearts in love use their own tongues. Let every eye negotiate for itself, and trust no agent."
Yes, much ado about nothing. Well, gentlemen?
That's a pretty fair writer. Did you see Brando and Julius Caesar? It was a success with the eggheads, but did it make money at the box office?
Well, that's a very interesting viewpoint, Mr. Flint, but how does that translate into terms of love?
Well, it's just that we Americans have our feet on the ground, that's all. None of this nonsense about living in a garret on bread and wine. We think big. That's why we are big.
Even in love?
Check.
Monsieur Flint, suppose you explain exactly what you mean.
Okay with you, Dr. Baxter?
The floor is yours, sir.
Okay. Let's have a little romantic American music.
Oh, darling, I could go on dancing to this music forever.
Yeah, they're playing our song.
Oh, just think, as long as I live, whenever I hear them play Rock Around the Clock, I'll remember they were playing it when you asked me to marry you.
Yeah. You scared?
A little. After all, it isn't every day that a girl changes her name from Smith to Jones.
Yeah. Gee, it's cool. Real cool. So let's go go somewhere where we can be alone and talk.
Oh, that sounds wonderful, darling.
We could drive up to Lake Waxahachie, the view from the hill.
Everybody drives up there.
Or we could drive down to El Meadows.
Oh, everybody says that's filled with mosquitoes this year.
Yeah.
Well, what do we do?
I don't know.
Hey, there's a moon outside. Maybe we could take a walk.
Walk? Gee, I never thought of that. Come on. Man, get a load of that moon.
Ah, quel délice. Quel délice.
I beg your pardon, Monsieur Durand?
Forgive me for interrupting the proceedings, Dr. Baxter, but the boy's discovery of the moon is universal, n'est-ce pas?
That's a very good point, Monsieur Durand. You're suggesting there are, after all, perhaps certain similarities in love?
Right. Moons belong. They're part of the picture. Blue Moon, Moon over Miami, Allegheny Moon. Hit songs all because they used moon in the title.
What's your opinion, Sir Eustace?
Well, moons do function as certain peculiar stimuli. You know, I once tried to separate in the laboratory particles from the air from which the moon had evidently...
Pardon me, Sir Eustace. The boy is talking.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, of course.
There. How's that for a view?
Oh, it's dreamy. The moonlight on the river and the little ripples gleaming in the light. Bill.
What?
Bill, we got to make plans.
Like what?
Like where we're going to live.
What's the problem?
You know, there's a dreamy little cottage out in Summit Hills we could buy with an option to...
I thought we'd start out in a little apartment. Buying a house would cost a lot of dough. Just furnishing a house would cost a fortune.
Oh, no, it wouldn't, darling. We wouldn't need much to start with. A TV set, of course, a freezer, a washing machine, oh, and of course a dryer. One of those electric rotisseries, and wait till you taste my cooking. And for the warm weather, an air conditioner...
Hey, how are we going to pay for all this stuff?
Well, the installment plan.
Gee, it sounds like paradise.
I take it then that marital bliss in America depends upon household appliances bought on credit for a house one cannot afford.
Well, I hardly think the young man is well enough along in business to assume all these obligations.
Well, that's just my point. They think big. Those kids will make out okay. Those kids are in love.
Oh? I don't seem to recall their mentioning the fact.
They're buying a house, aren't they?
Gentlemen, a moment ago there was hope that we could arrive at some point of mutual agreement. The mention of the word moon seemed to spark a response from each of you. Now, if the moon is indeed a universal symbol of love, surely there must be other symbols to which you can all agree. What about romantic music?
Oh, you call that, how do you say, rock and roll romantic?
Well, what of the girl's looks, of her beauty? Cervantes said, "There are but two things that chiefly excite us to the love of a woman, attractive beauty and unspotted fame."
Unspotted fame excites us to love? Oh, really, my good doctor?
He's from France, you know.
Well, Monsieur Durand, won't you tell us, how is it with our boy and girl now in France?
Well, gentlemen, a Parisian boy and girl who met on the metro, the subway, they got along fine. Now let us pay a visit to 1.5 rooms on the 6th floor of a 400-year-old building in the Rue de Faubourg, Montmartre. The building is very historic, which is to say, there is no elevator. It is also, in some respects, quite modern. There is running water. Cold water, naturally.
Bonsoir, chérie.
Oh, bonsoir, mon amour.
Ça va?
Oui, ça va.
It is good to see you, chérie.
Oh, and it is good to see you, mon amour.
All day long, as I have awaited this moment, I've seen your face before me, smiling, welcoming, beckoning.
Oh, with me it has been the same, mon amour.
How sweet you are.
Oh, kiss me, mon cher. And now I will get you a glass of wine. Pardon, chérie. Allô? Allô? Oui? Oh, oui, cher ami. Yes, here. It's for you, mon amour.
Oh? Who is it?
It is your wife.
Well, French seem to be a very understanding race.
Ah, precisely. But it is a practical arrangement, and it preserves a certain way of life.
Well, I say preserve us from such a way of life.
By the way, what of your English boy and girl, Sir Eustace? Are you prepared to say that they're living happily ever after?
Why, certainly. Eldest boy's in public school. Nipper's still with his nanny. Daphne's grown into quite a lovely woman, busy from morning to night, good works, committees, all that sort of thing.
As for Gerald himself?
Oh, he's coming along smashingly. Got a good situation in the city, joined one of the better clubs, and spends a great deal of time there nowadays, too.
Why does he, with such a seemingly happy home?
Yeah, I thought an Englishman's home is his castle.
Well, it is indeed. But then, with all the women folk at home, the cook, the maid, the nanny, to say nothing of the wife, well, what would a man do without his club?
He might find a beautiful woman.
Oh, nonsense, monsieur. Gerald forgot about beautiful women when he married Daphne. Besides, he finds his club much more interesting.
I suppose so. England is a land conceived by men for the comfort of men.
And France?
Aha! A land where the comfort of men is the first concern of the women.
Well, it would seem then, gentlemen, if I may attempt a summary, that love, many splendid thing that it is, takes on different forms in different lands and climes. We've been unable, clearly, to find our universal language. To our Gallic cousins, it is not always coexistent with a nuptial state. To the English, it's one of the more placid emotions, while to the American, love is so easy to come by that, well, it may have possibly lost much of its pristine value.
Very well put, Doctor.
Very fair statement, I say, Doctor.
Well, Mr. Flint, what have you got to say to that? Mr. Flint?
Excuse me. Say, Dr. Baxter, that actress who played the girl in the demonstration, what's her name?
Why, that's Sammy Hill.
I thought she did a real fine job. Sammy's a cute name.
Yes, indeed, both she and the boy. Oh, who is he, by the way?
That's Shep Mencken. Shep, Sammy, I want to thank you for helping us with our dissertation on love tonight.
Well, not at all, Dr. Baxter. It was a pleasure.
Oh, I had a lot of fun, too.
You did?
Yes.
Sammy, may I present Mr. Tack Flint?
The Tack Flint?
Yeah. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, Mr. Flint. Tack, the pleasure's all mine.
Are you sure?
Ah, vive l'amour!
Well, at least they were properly introduced.
Well, perhaps Shakespeare said it best. No sooner met but they looked. No sooner looked but they loved. No sooner loved but they sighed. No sooner sighed but they asked one another the reason. No sooner knew the reason but they sought the remedy. Or did the same Will Shakespeare sum up this knotty question of love still better than all dissertations, discussions, and conversation when he said, "My love's more richer than my tongue."
From Hollywood, you have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop production of Dissertation on Love, starring Dr. Frank C. Baxter as moderator. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson and was directed tonight by Sam Pierce, written by Mr. Robeson and Jess Goldstein. With Dr. Baxter tonight were Ben Wright, Shepard Mencken, Ramsey Hill, Peter Leeds, and Sammy Hill. This is Hugh Douglas. Next week, from New York, the CBS Radio Workshop will present Figure Fallop's Billion-Dollar Failure, the story of a pollster who accepts an assignment from a minion of the nether regions and comes a cropper. As national interest runs high in the conventions and their results, CBS Radio, which is broadcasting these important events, urges you to follow through to make sure you're registered to vote next November. No matter which candidate you prefer, you are lost in making a choice unless you're registered to vote in a national election. Are you sure you're registered? Are you sure the rest of the voters in your family are? Make sure today. Registration laws vary from state to state. Make sure you're in the book. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. Tonight, attend the Democratic Convention with the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight we present the mythical saga of a modern seer, a true tycoon of facts and figures, a molder as well as encyclopedist of public opinion. A man who, for more than a generation, had reason to pride himself in knowing what people thought and wanted, even before they actually thought or wanted it. A man whose every news release has been awaited with eager interest by paupers and presidents. A man whose pronouncements have often helped to shape national policy, crystallize business trends, and change the thinking habits of our people. A man, however, who one day accepted an assignment from the Lord of the Nether Regions and proved only fallible after all. The title, The Billion-Dollar Failure of Figure Fallop. Our story centers in one of the many tall, teeming buildings which seem to reach for the sky from each side of New York's Madison Avenue. The building is one of those which house some of the world's most influential advertising and public relations offices. Those business concerns which so effectively persuade so many millions of us to change from white toothpaste to yellow, from yellow to green, and then again back to white. Firms which maintain headquarters in this building have made America filter-tip conscious, lured children into eating nourishing foods, and helped to convince women that they would be out of style if they didn't either raise or lower their hemlines each year. The accounts of some of these firms run into tens of millions of dollars. There is one whole floor in our particular building, however, which is occupied by an organization devoted to an entirely different form of enterprise. It neither sells nor promotes the sale of goods and ideas, except perhaps its own services. Instead, it explores the public mind and registers and tabulates its reactions to the merchandise of its clients, whether tangible or intangible. Figure Fallop's factual factotums. As our story begins, Mr. Argus Goody, the vice president in charge of operations and executive secretary of Figure Fallop's factual factotums, is entering the busy lobby of our building.
Paper. Tough presidential campaign predict.
Hello, Joe. Got my papers?
Sure, Mr. Goody. News, racing force.
Shh. You wouldn't say that so loud, Joe. There might be potential clients around. They don't always understand.
Sure, Mr. Goody. I'm sorry.
Morning, Mr. Goody. Third floor, please.
Yes, I know.
Oh, no, it's an outrage.
Sir?
Swaps at Santa Anita. You know what? They're paying 1 to 5.
Yes, sir. Third floor, Mr. Goody.
It's a disgrace. Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Shekel.
Good morning, Mr. Goody.
Well, Shekel, what do we got?
Well, there have been a bunch of calls.
Well, that reminds me. As soon as we're through, call Casper for me. Find out if he can't get me better than 1 to 5 on swaps this afternoon or Santa Anita. Tell him I'll put 100 on him, but at better odds.
Yes, sir. Swaps 1 to 5, 100, Hialeah. There was a call from Pretty Skin Soap. Could we do a survey for them that would show...
That can wait. We got too many soap surveys now anyway. What else?
Glowworm lipstick.
Let it wait.
Well, there were half dozen more like that in the mail, and I guess they can wait, too. Oh, somebody from the Republican Committee called from San Francisco. Could we find out how Mr. Nixon stands in Wyoming?
Oh, well, we might have to do something about that. They have some money. Call them back, Shekel, and tell them we'll take the job in principle, but they should wire us exactly what they want, and we'll wire them our acceptance and price. We better have something in writing.
Call committee, accept in principle. Wire requirements, will confirm, quote, price. Well, I guess that's most of it, Mr. Goody. Have you heard from Mr. Fallop yet?
Now, your word. The old boy must be really living it up, wherever he is.
I'm really looking forward to meeting him someday. You know, Mr. Goody, I have been here for nearly 2 years now, and I've never even seen Mr. Fallop.
Neither have I. But we're in constant touch by phone.
Oh, I forgot. There's somebody waiting for you in Mr. Fallop's office.
Look, Shekel, I've told you time and time again, I don't want to see people unless I know who they are and unless they have an appointment.
Oh, but he's a doll, just a doll. Seriously, Mr. Goody, I don't think this is the sort of man even you would want me to turn away before you can talk to him. I told him you never saw anybody without an appointment, and then he said something about millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars?
Well, yes, Mr. Goody, that kind of talk is kind of persuasive.
Did he look like a nut or something?
Oh, no, Mr. Goody, I tell you, he looks like a real doll. Smooth, if you know what I mean. And kind of important looking.
Well, I guess I better see him. Shekel, what's this joker's name?
Oh, he wouldn't say.
Oh, one of those. How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Mr. Goody? That is correct, isn't it?
Goody it is, Mr. Sit down. I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure.
I suppose you mean my name. I didn't think I should explain to your secretary because, well, you see, it is a bit out of the ordinary and it does require an explanation. Actually, if I may say so, I called to see Mr. Fallop, but I'm told he's away.
Yeah, he's been away quite a while. We're in constant touch, though.
Yes, so your secretary, a most efficient young woman, has told me. So I decided to wait for you concerning a matter that is most important to me. Oh, my name, yes. Well, I prefer Lucifer, Mr. Goody. Just Lucifer. It was my original name, you see.
Lucifer, huh?
I have been called many other things, of course. Satan has been a very popular number. The Arabs make it Shaitan, 2 dots on the I. I've also been called Asmodeus, Asmarotti, Beelzebub, Samael, the Old Nick, Old Clotty, and several hundred other names in many languages.
The devil, huh?
Yes, Mr. Goody. That is another name people often apply to me, but I still prefer Lucifer.
Okay, Mr. Lucifer. Maybe we better put it on the line. Now, what can this firm do for you? This organization, I should have said, since we have branches and correspondents all over the world.
Yes, I know. That's why I came to you. You've been most highly recommended to me by one of the inmates of my establishment, whom I happen to be on a rather friendly personal basis. He was once in charge of a rather major project, I believe. A nationwide survey as to the number of men and women who prefer to wear only the tops or the bottoms of their pajamas when going to bed.
Oh, Charlie Faxwell. Yeah, I heard he passed on.
You may be happy to hear that Mr. Faxwell is now one of my most valued assistants.
Oh, what do you know? Good old Charlie. I always knew he'd make good someday.
Yes. Well, Mr. Faxwell told me something about these new methods of ascertaining what human beings think and believe and what they're likely to do.
Yes, those we've got, Mr. Lucifer. Why, our organization predicted within 6% what Monaco would think of getting a new heir.
Yes, that's so.
However, I frankly don't quite see in what way we can be of service to you, Mr. Lucifer.
Well, it is a little complicated, I admit. Generally speaking, though, my problem could be described like this. And I shall depend on your advice for any additional findings. You see, Mr. Goody, During most of the thousands of years during which I have been in my unwanted position, due to a mistake I once made, my duties have really not been too arduous. A predictable, slowly increasing number of children were born upon this planet each year. Of those who lived into adulthood, a certain fairly predictable percentage went astray and thus became my charges.
Uh-huh.
But ever since your species has acquired a certain mastery over the physical forces, ever since you have acquired knowledge which perhaps you weren't ready for, in other words, ever since you've become civilized, as you call it, my establishment has been a madhouse. Why, in some years, millions upon millions of souls stream past me, and I don't have adequate facilities for them, nor an adequate staff to deal with them. In general, I seem to be in for a hectic time. And when I mentioned my problems to Mr. Faxwell, he told me about your polls, which had been so useful to him, and he suggested that I see Mr. Fallop. I suppose we down below should not neglect modern aid such as yours.
Excuse me, Mr. Lucifer. I don't know which one of us belongs in the bug house, you or me. But I'll play along with you for a little while longer. Now, I ask you again, just what did you have in mind?
In mind? Why, it's quite simple, isn't it? I would like you to make a survey, or a poll, or whatever you call it, which will tell me with reasonable accuracy how many new arrivals to expect during each of, say, the next 20 or 30 years, so that I can plan my expansion program accordingly.
Look, Mr. Lucifer, that would involve the whole world, wouldn't it?
Of course, sir.
And just how would you expect us to get you this information?
I don't know, Mr. Goody. That's why I came to consult your organization. I understood from the late Mr. Faxwell that practically any question is now subjected to the test of a survey, and that your methods have been perfected to such an extent that you're capable of handling any of the normal difficulties you may encounter.
Well, look, Mr. Lucifer, just suppose that we agreed to undertake a survey. How would you expect us to go about it?
I'm sure I can't give you any advice, Mr. Goody. That, I presume, to be your business. But I take it for granted that you and your staff know the difference between right and wrong, between good and evil, and that you have statistics covering the life expectancies of average human beings in your office, or could obtain them, perhaps, and that by examining the behavior of a large number of individuals in various countries, deciding what percentage is evil, and then comparing your figures with your statistics on life expectancy, you might be able to give me a fairly accurate estimate as to the number of annual arrivals I have to prepare for. Oh, my, believe me, Mr. Goody, I haven't held so long a speech or used so many long words since, well, it must be in the Old Testament somewhere.
Mr. Lucifer, do you have any idea how many people such a job would take if it's supposed to cover the whole world, and how much it would cost?
As to the number of people you'd need, I'm no expert, of course. A good many thousands, I should think. As to money, well, Mr. Goody, I'm quite prepared to believe that a project of the magnitude I have in mind might cost up to, say, $1 billion.
Excuse me, Mr. Lucifer. I mean, would you mind repeating that?
Why, I merely mentioned that I would not be unprepared to pay $1 billion for a survey of such scope.
A billion?
Why, yes, more or less. I hold a great deal of the currencies of various nationalities, you understand. Money which I was obliged to collect from new arrivals during all this time. Since you'll have to operate all over the world, I thought we might utilize some of this currency for the necessary expenses. I also have a fair store of gold coins, and I thought that some of those perhaps might be useful in countries for which I have insufficient paper currency on hand.
You know that gold is illegal.
Not to receive it, I believe, only to keep it. But perhaps you can find a profitable way to part with it.
Okay, Lucifer, you got a deal. How do we make out the contract?
Contract? Oh, you know, Mr. Goody, the only contracts I ever sign are signed with the blood of the other party. And I only do that because some writers of stories about me insist that that is my method. No, we don't need a contract. What I had planned was to make an initial installment of, say, $100 million to you. $90 million, as I thought of it, in various governmental and bank notes, and perhaps $10 million in gold for emergencies. That should be enough to enable you to start building an organization. Then, whenever you need more, you can just call on me, and if I should prove remiss, you can, of course, drop the whole project. Oh, I had thought, by the way, that about 15% of your total expenses would be a reasonable, clear profit for your firm.
15%? That would be $150 million.
Something like that. And I'm prepared to throw in a few $100,000 for any official or member of the survey staff who distinguishes him or herself. Does that sound reasonable?
Mister, you are nuts after all. On what bank are you going to give me a check for?
I was not proposing to give you any check, Mr. Goody. Just the cash and the gold.
You mean out of that little satchel? Well, that's hardly bigger than a woman's handbag.
Nevertheless, here's your money. Italian, 50,000. Burmese, 40. Brazil, 70,000. Argentina, China, Australia, Austria, Yugoslavia. Siam, Nepal, Formosa. Well, that's the lot, I guess. Count it if you wish.
I wouldn't know how to start. I can't even read the writing on most of these things. They look like money, all right, though.
There you are, sir. Now for the gold. About 10 tons of it, I believe.
10 tons? Out of that little satchel of yours?
Every $1 million is a ton. Here we go.
Hey, wait a minute.
And now, goodbye, Mr. Goody. I shall expect a report from you. And my regrets to Mr. Fallop at having been unable to make his acquaintance as well. Oh, no, thank you. I shall find my way out.
Gold, it's real gold. 10 whole millions. Hey, Shekel, come here a minute.
What a mess.
Money, Shekel. We got the biggest job that's ever been done, Shekel. Look at it. $100 million. And this is only the beginning.
Call from Moscow, sir.
What's the matter? Did Khrushchev get tight again? Give it to Mr. Ashburn.
Hail from Hong Kong, sir.
439, repeat 439, residents jailed for theft and burglary, week ending today. 2321, repeat 2321, women and girls arrested for immorality. List of name follows airmail. Thanks. Give it to Mr. Ross over there, will you?
Call from Tokyo, Mr. Goody.
Give him to Mr. Askelman at that third desk there. He handles Scandinavia.
Mr. Haskell from Ohio is here, Mr.
Oh,
Goody.
yeah, show him in. Sorry, Haskell, I didn't realize you'd come right along.
I just wanted to report on that bank deal you asked about, Mr. Goody. It seemed a little too complicated for a letter.
Yeah, what gives?
Well, nothing strictly illegal, but it sure wasn't strictly legal either.
I see. Good work, Haskell, good work. Look, do me a favor. Will you tell him Mr. Brubaker over there? He'll take notes on the whole thing. Yeah, this is Goody. Okay, shoot. Yeah? Survey of 525 London women indicates adultery up 31% nationally in the last 10 years. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, Bill. Hey, Shekel.
Yes, sir.
I think we're really getting there. You know that idea of mine about borrowing a flock of Mr. Lucifer's girls? Well, that was a doggone near stroke of genius, if I do say it myself. What they did to Boston and Mason City.
Yes, I know. And to a lot of other places, too.
What's the matter, Shek? You ought to be happy. Don't you want us to make a good record?
Well, sure, Mr. Goody, but...
Stop being silly, Shek. When a client gives you a job, he wants results. If he sells soap, he wants you to prove to him that people like his soap better than any other kind. If he runs a camp for kids or old folks, he wants you to find as many kids and old folks who can afford to go there as you can find. So what's the difference if we help some people along where they're going anyway?
Mr. Goody, there's a gentleman to see you. He's waiting in Mr. Fallop's private office.
Well, who let him in?
I did, sir. He's our client.
Our client? You mean Mr. Lucifer?
Yes, sir.
Well, come on, Shaq. Let's give the big boy the word. Hello, Mr. Lucifer. Nice seeing you again.
How do you do? How do you do, Miss Shekel? And you, Mr. Goody?
You've read our preliminary reports, I guess.
I have, and I've been somewhat saddened.
Oh, well, I can understand that since you've only seen the preliminaries. But I've just begun dictating the summary of our final report, and this will really make your eyes pop. We're going to wind up with only 2 holdouts. A character down in Central Africa somewhere and some preacher somewhere in Australia. Those girls of yours were a big help, Mr. Lucifer.
Yes, I see. I wonder if we did not misunderstand each other, Mr. Goody. Or shouldn't I call you by your right name, Mr. Phillip?
Huh? How did you know?
Well, the devil's supposed to know something, isn't he? I mean, I do have some sources of information of my own.
Do you know about this too, Shekel?
Well, not at first, of course, but I did figure it out after a while.
You see, Mr. Phillip, I suppose we might as well say now that deceptions are all very well, perhaps, but take these reports, for example.
What's the matter with them? Aren't they what you wanted?
Now, let's see. Mr. O.B. Smith, bank president of so-and-so forth, Ohio, last year participated in an arrangement whereby a school foundation cost the city considerably in excess of actual valuation. Mr. Smith is estimated to have illegally profited to the extent of at least $10,000 from this transaction.
Well?
Well, did you trouble to find out that this same Mr. Smith has built at least one badly needed playground for children and has endowed several boys' clubs and Boy Scout troops? Why, it must have cost him several times as much as he could possibly have gained from this construction job, about which, as your reporter himself admits, there was actually nothing illegal, even though there were some shady aspects involved, perhaps.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, now, let us assume, Mr. Phillip, that you were one of the judges chosen to preside at the trial which all of your species must face someday. Would you condemn this man?
Well, there was something fishy about that deal.
There may have been, Mr. Phillip. But with a man whose entire life has otherwise tended toward the good, is that sufficient reason to condemn him altogether? Now, Miss Farwell of etc., is reported to have spent a week in Miami with a man not her husband. Did you actually know what, if anything, happened, Mr. Phillip?
Well, I don't have any eyewitness account.
I'm sure you don't, Mr. Phillip. I don't suppose it struck you as important either that Miss Farwell has spent her entire life taking care of a hopelessly paralyzed mother and 2 younger sisters.
Yes, but what's the...
Those things count, Mr. Phillip, when the final balance is struck. There is one thing, Mr. Phillip, that seems to characterize all this bosh. You apparently have never heard of qualities such as grace, penance, indulgence, and all the other saving factors which make human existence tolerable, and sometimes even beautiful in an odd sort of way.
Well, I thought you wanted us to...
So I did, Mr. Phillip, but I wanted to find out, not deal with loaded dice. Oh, yes, I'm sure that you use the 10 Commandments and the list of the 7 deadly sins as a guide, but didn't you try to tempt your subjects to violate those rules?
Well,
Those young ladies you asked me to send you.
Well, you did want a good report, didn't you?
A good one, yes, but a factual one. I fail to understand that you could think I would be so foolish as to want more, let us say, work than absolutely necessary.
Miss Shekel, telephone from Rome. They say it's urgent.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Lucifer.
Well, I'll be going, Mr. Phillip. I suppose I shall just have to go back to things as they've always been, to wait and see from year to year who will be assigned to my charge. It may be slightly uncomfortable and unsystematic, but at the moment I'm inclined to suspect that it has certain advantages over your modern methods. You see, Mr. Phillip, I'm still committed to the old-fashioned idea that human beings are totalities with a spirit and integrity of their own. They may make certain mistakes, of course, but it seems to me that even those always have to be considered in the frame of the overall picture, something your modern methods do not take into account.
Mr. Goody, may I see you a minute?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lucifer. I'll be right back.
No, that's quite all right.
Oh, I'm too confused to follow your different names around. There was a call from Rome.
Yes?
The money. Our office there says it's no good. They say the government that put it out went out of business 100 years ago.
What?
And that isn't all. Mr. Brubaker tells me that Belgrade called him, too, and said there hasn't been any Kingdom of Serbia since the First World War.
Why, that... Mr. Lucifer, would you come here a minute?
Certainly, Mr. Phillip.
How would you like you to step into the storage room with me a minute? About this money. Let me see. Here's a pretty one. Sardinia, 1843. I always thought Sardinia was part of Italy.
Well, so it is.
So what good is this money? It's all 40, 50, 100 years old. Most of these governments don't even exist anymore.
Oh, my oversight, Mr. Phillip. Time doesn't mean as much to us as it does to you, I suppose. I naturally paid you in the currencies I have accumulated from my guests over the years, and I must admit the time element never occurred to me. At that, I suppose my money is as valid as your reports to me were.
Never occurred to you. Fine.
Well, your governments do change rather frequently.
Yeah, but all my money's tied up in this job. Every penny of it. And a lot from the bank.
Well, Mr. Phillip, this is something I had not planned on. Oh, what about the gold?
Oh, I'd forgotten about that. If it is gold.
It's gold, I should think. Unless the people from whom I obtained it were even worse rascals than I thought.
This stuff is all old, too. I couldn't do anything with it.
I would suggest that you turn it over to your government. Even if the coinage is old, the gold content should realize something.
Me stuck with all those expenses.
Oh, well, it may seem to you to be a bit out of character for me, but if you should incur any actual losses, I shall make them up for you. But no more. Well, I'll be in touch with you, Mr. Phillip. And, do read a book sometime, will you? So many mistakes can be avoided if one has a certain amount of knowledge and understanding.
Make up my expenses. Me with $1 billion as good as made. Oh, well, back to work, I guess. No more morals for me.
Hi. So what gives?
Just no dough, that's all.
None at all?
Well, he says he'll make up our expenses.
Well, it might be just as well at that. A man from the Treasury and an FBI guy were here, asking about some big money they heard we got and hadn't reported.
Tell him to forget it. The stuff's no good.
I'll call him. Oh, by the way, Eisenhower and Nixon got nominated again.
Yeah, so I hear. We were right on that one anyway.
Yes, but the National Committee called up. Would we poll Arkansas and Vermont for Nixon?
Tell him no. I don't want any more of that kind of stuff.
And the Barbers' Union called. They want to know, will we make a survey, how women like to be kissed by men with beards, seeing as how beards are coming back and all.
Yeah. I guess that's more our speed, Shaq. Sure, tell him sure.
I'll call him, boss. And, oh, yes, there's one more thing. There's a man waiting for you in the private office.
Oh, no, Shekel, no. I told you not to...
Oh, but he's a doll. I just couldn't say no.
All right, I'll see him. How do you do, sir? I'm Mr. Goody, the executive vice president. What can I do for you?
How do you do, Mr. Goody? I've been told by, well, actually a competitor, I suppose, that you've been conducting some valuable studies regarding human behavior.
Well, I don't know.
It was Mr. Lucifer, in fact, if you recall the name.
Oh, yeah, I recall. May I ask?
My name is Gabriel, Mr. Goody. I come from heaven.
Heaven? Oh, no.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and The $1 Billion Failure of Figure Fallop, written by Henry E. Fritsch, with Joseph Julian as Mr. Goody, Bob Dryden as Lucifer, and Elaine Rost as Miss Shekel. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when, from Hollywood, we present Colloquy Number 3, a study of satire, with Stan Freberg, a historical examination of satirical literature from Voltaire to the moderns. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by my son, Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Well, from where we sit in this air-conditioned, glassed-in control room high above the floor on the Convention Coliseum, it would appear that Eustace J. Favouriteson has the nomination all but sewed up. He's only 10 votes short of the needed 667, and New Mexico's 16 votes can put him over the top. The roll call is about to continue, so now back to Sam Pierce on the convention floor.
There's Sam Pierce once again. Oh, believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the final moments of the 64 convention are really something. Well, Larry Thor is here on the floor with me. Larry, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do, Sam Pierce. It seems to me that the final moments of this 1964 convention are really something.
That's how I would have put it, Larry Thor. Chairman Cal Porter is pounding the gavel for silence now, and it's my guess New Mexico will throw her entire 16 votes for Eustace J. Favouriteson. Right, Larry Thor?
Right, Sam Pierce.
The convention will please be in order. Whereas in previous years, many delegates complained that they did not get to wave a sign in front of the cameras and thereby missed the opportunity of obscuring the television audience's view, this year, all delegates without signs to hold have been given balloons on long strings. This way, everybody gets to hold something. But this morning, 2 states got into a fight over civil rights, and Alabama broke an Oregon balloon with a lighted cigar. Now, balloon breaking is the kind of thing that can split our party. So let's have respect for the other fellas' balloons, at least in front of the television cameras. Now, New Mexico.
New Mexico, 16 votes.
Mr. Chairman, New Mexico, home of the pinto bean and the land of 10,000 lakes, proudly casts its 16 votes. In a moment, the result of those votes. But first, Mother and Dad, thinking of sending the kids to camp this year? Don't you do it. Bring the whole family to fabulous, colorful New Mexico, home of the pinto bean and land of 10,000 lakes. Say, you can bet your bottom dollar that when you
Chairman, I rise to a point of order.
May I remind the chair that under the unit rule, I have a full minute for my state commercial.
That is true, but your slogan is home of the pinto bean and land of enchantment, not land of 10,000 lakes.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Minnesota.
Land of 10,000 lakes is Minnesota's slogan.
I know, but I like it.
All right, New Mexico, that will do.
No, if I can't have land of 10,000 lakes, I don't want home of the pinto bean.
Oh, well, then take home of the jumping frog. That hasn't been used.
Mr. Chairman!
Chair recognizes California.
Before the chair gives away jumping frogs, I would like to call attention to the fact that the original jumping frog, which Mark Twain immortalized, was an amphibian from Calaveras County, which is in California!
Order! Order! Order!
Mr. Chairman?
Order!
Mr. Chairman?
The chair recognizes the delegate from Missouri.
May I remind the delegate from California that the birthplace of Mark Twain was the little town of Hannibal on the banks of the Mississippi in the great and glorious state of Missouri.
Order! Order! All right, Missouri, sit down. New Mexico won't use your old frog.
I will if I want to. I got to where I like it now. New Mexico, home of the pinto bean and a jumping frog.
New Mexico? New Mexico, you can just hand me your balloon.
This is Sam Pierce again. The delegate from New Mexico is visibly shaken by the chairman's rebuke. He's relinquishing his balloon now. Oh, this is a tense moment, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen now. Anything.
Mr. Chairman, are we here to squabble over slogans,
I'll nominate a candidate for the presidency of the United States of America.
First things first. Now, New Mexico. How about home of the western meadowlark? That has a nice sound.
Mr. Chairman, the western meadowlark is the state bird of Montana.
Well, you could share your bird with New Mexico. That's the American way.
I won't do it.
All right, then. Here, New Mexico, here's a dandy. New Mexico, overflowing with the milk of human kindness.
Point of order. Point of order. Mr. Chairman, Wisconsin is America's dairyland.
Oh, sit down, Wisconsin. Sit down. Sit down. Now, this convention will come to order, or I will take away all of your Musketeer hats.
Hey, what'd you turn the set off for? That was Stan Freeberg kidding the political convention.
I don't care. He makes me mad. He doesn't take anything serious.
Yes, he does. That's satire.
Satire? What's satire?
In the next half hour, we will attempt to answer that question as CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Colloquy 3, an analysis of satire. What is satire? How does it differ from wit, from humor, from criticism? Is it all of these or none of these? To help us answer this question, the CBS Radio Workshop is proud to present one of the most penetrating young satirists of our time, the Capitol recording star, Stan Freeberg.
Thank you very much and good evening. Well, what is satire? That's a good question. Well, there are all kinds of satire. We opened the show tonight with a political satire, for example,
Yes, and it was an outrage to right-thinking Americans everywhere.
Well, just a minute. You can't come bursting in here.
Oh, yes, I can. I am the censor.
Oh, you mean the network censor?
Oh, no. Censor with a capital C. I represent society.
With a capital S?
No, lowercase. I represent public opinion. There are some things too serious to be kidded, too sacred. Big business, labor, the farmer, the American way, mom, politics.
What's the matter with kidding politics?
You can't afford to offend one party or the other.
Oh, but that little exercise in rhodomontade was not directed at any political party. I was only poking fun at the absurdity of all conventions.
Well, maybe. But you offended the states. The idea, having the delegates carry balloons.
Tell me something. Did you watch the conventions recently?
Of course, and very carefully, I can tell you.
Well, then, honestly, didn't they look a little like big, rowdy kids? Sort of a ding-dong school with delegates?
That's a slanderous statement. I might even say a dangerous thought.
Oh, come on. All I suggested was this could be a convention of 1964 if they keep on at the rate they're going.
What do you hope to gain by such impertinence?
Gee, frankly, I don't know, but I can't help myself. A lot of things and a lot of people strike me as being funny, that's all. And by holding up a satirical mirror to them, maybe in a small way I can help them to laugh at themselves. And then everybody might be a little wiser. And even maybe a little happier.
Yes, but you went too far when you put Musketeers' hats on the delegates. Now, that is defamation.
No, it's not. It's all in fun. Where's your sense of humor? Besides, our political conventions are nothing more than glorified Mickey Mouse cartoons anyway.
Watch your tongue, watch your tongue.
That's not my tongue. That's Will Rogers' tongue.
Cheh, I don't believe it. Will Rogers was a great American. He wouldn't have said anything like that.
Well, gee, I'm sorry to argue with you, sir, but in September 1932, he did say it. Listen, this is what Will said.
Well, our national political conventions, if you have ever attended one or heard it over the radio, are nothing more than glorified Mickey Mouse cartoons and are solely for amusement purposes.
Unquote.
I just can't believe that 100% American like Will Rogers could have
gotten away with it.
Shocking. Simply shocking. Why, it verges on the seditious.
Well, look, if you don't mind, I'd like to get this show on the road.
All right, go right ahead.
Please.
But I warn you, I'll be making notes of everything you say.
Fine. Be my guest.
May I borrow your pen?
Oh, certainly. Here you are.
Oh, I hate ballpoints.
Aren't you afraid you'll offend the ballpoint people?
Don't you get smart with me, young man.
All right. Sorry. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. What is satire? Well, it's a lot more than pointless fun-poking. Satire is criticism, first, last, and always. But criticism disguising itself in the bright robes of barbed wit. The jester may insult the king, so long as he does it with a laugh. So criticism, arm in arm with humor, glides confidently past the censor.
Well, you're not gliding past me, young man.
I know. Satire is as old as man's pomposity. More than 2,000 years ago, Juvenal pierced the stuffed togas of ancient Rome with the same weapon Alexander Pope used to clip the powdered periwigs of 17th century London, or Ogden Nash to puncture the tinsel bubbles of Park Avenue's pretensions. But long before these viewers would alarm, there was a playwright named Aristophanes, a Greek. He didn't think much of the works of another playwright named Aeschylus. In fact, he seems to have come to the conclusion that Aeschylus was one Greek who didn't have a word for it. At least Aristophanes wasn't bearing any gifts when in his great satire, The Frogs, he had this to say of Aeschylus.
I know him. I've seen him years ago, wooden-mouthed. No door, no bolt, no bridle to his tongue. A torrent of wild bombast. Intelligible? Not one line.
24 centuries later, a contemporary satirist felt the same way about rock and roll.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream.
All right, hold it, you guys. This is a rhythm and blues number. You gotta be careful or somebody liable to understand what you're singing about. You want that to happen?
No.
Well, then you gotta talk unintelligible like me, right, Stella?
You said it!
Okay. Now, you guys want to sell a few records?
Yeah.
Well, then stick some old rags in your mouth and take it again from the top, okay?
Okay.
I don't understand the words now. Real mumbly. Life could be a dream. Shaboom, if I could take you up with birthday of fun. Shaboom, until we done it, I only wanted you up. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello again. Shaboom, hello, we'll meet again. Boom, boom, boom.
Intelligible? Not one line. But satire's weapon is the same, exaggeration. There was another top tune a while back that came marching out of my radio so often I began to think my set had been made in Texas by Texans. Remember? Got so the only place you could escape it was diving for abalone in the Straits of Juan de Fuca. So fearful of being snare drummed to death, I rushed to the studio and recorded this.
Yellow rose in Texas that I am gonna say. Nobody else could miss her, not half as much as me. She cried so when I left, pardon me. That's just a shade loud on the snare drum. She's the sweetest little rosebud that Texas Avenue. Her eyes are bright as diamonds, they sparkle like the dew. See now, you covered up sparkle like the dew. One of the loveliest parts in the whole Texas.
Hey, what's the idea of turning it off?
I warned you, and you've gone too far.
Oh, please.
That is a direct insult to the Lone Star State, to say nothing of Southern womanhood and the memory of the boys in gray.
You think maybe I should have cleared it first with the state capitol at Austin, huh?
They would never have given you permission.
See what I mean? You see what we're coming to? It won't be long before you'll have to carry a license to laugh.
Exaggeration again?
You think so, huh? Listen, before I was allowed to laugh at Jack Webb, I had to get his written permission. And the only reason I ever got it is that Jack's shirt is not stuffed. He thought this was funny.
The legend you are about to hear is true. Only the needle should be changed to protect the record.
This is the countryside. My name is St. George. I'm a knight. Saturday, July 10th, 8:05 p.m. I was working out of the castle on the night watch when a call came in from the chief. A dragon had been devouring maidens. Homicide. My job. Slay him. You call me, Chief?
Yeah, it's the dragon again, devouring maidens. The king's daughter may be next.
Mm-hmm. You got a lead?
No, nothing much to go on. Said you take that .45 automatic into the lab to have them check on it?
Yeah. You were right.
I was right?
Yeah. It was a gun.
Do you really think you can get away with that?
Why not?
It makes fun of the police, and the police preserve law and order, and anyone who is against law and order is against America.
Oh, come on.
However, no good American would buy such a scurrilous record.
But more than 1 million of them already have. Maybe we better call them back.
Oh. Well, it's anti-British, too.
I'll bite why.
It lampoons St. George, the patron saint of England.
You don't leave me much to satirize.
That's not my problem. There's got to be a censor to keep you fellows in line. There always has been.
Maybe so, but he hasn't always been as tough as you are. Just this year, the world lost a great satirist who knew the bitterness which is the lot of a man in mid-century America who refuses to take things too seriously. You remember his acid sarcasm?
California is a great place to live if you're an orange.
The biting wit of Fred Allen was finally suffocated in a society where slapstick is king and where it is all right for a man to take a pratfall as long as he falls on his own prat. But nothing was sacred to Fred Allen, from network vice presidents to Mom herself.
For 20 years, my mother kept a light burning in the window for me. When I came home, my mother gave me a royal welcome and a gas bill for $729.
Can you guess who got sore at this little interchange?
Well, Mr. Cassidy, what is that ladder you have there?
I'm going over to Sweeney's for dinner.
And you have to carry a ladder?
The dining room table is too high. You can't sit on chairs. Everybody eats on a ladder.
Why is the dining room table so high?
Sweeney is a mounted cop. He always rides into dinner on his horse.
Oh?
Sweeney never uses a napkin. He wipes his hands on the back of his horse. There's so much food on the back of Sweeney's horse, he has mice under his saddle. Goodbye to you.
Well, who do you suppose beefed about that innocuous scene? The mounted police? The American Society of Ladder Manufacturers? Mice? No, the Irish. Or at least a small, militant, vociferous, and humorless group of Irishmen. So finally, Ajax Cassidy was written out of the show. It seems to me that today only two mediums remain where the satirist may operate with the widest latitude: books and the theater. Elsewhere, there are restrictions of one kind or another. Even in phonograph records, which sometimes end up in locked vaults instead of music store shelves. Here's part of a satire which Dawes Butler and I wrote, but never recorded, and which you are about to hear for the first and last time.
In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine, well, Hawaii, 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 gee whiz, it's a nice day.
That's right, Arthur.
Well, you look like you had a good night's sleep, lad.
That's right, Arthur.
It's a pretty tie you're wearing.
That's right, Arthur. That's right, Arthur.
Oh, I just cleared my throat, is all. See, I was over to the Douglas factory the other day. They had a 1-cent sale. You buy one DC-3 for $100,000, you get the other one for a penny. I think you folks can still get in on it if you hurry right over.
That's right, Arthur.
Say, how about a tune from Frank? You want to sing, Frank?
Yes, I do, and my name is Frank.
Well, it's Frank as far as I'm concerned.
Frank.
Say, guess who I had warming up in the audition pen this morning?
Who?
Morton Downey.
Call me Frank.
Okay, all those in the cast who want to see my new Honolulu movies, hold up your leg irons.
There isn't time, Arthur. The program's almost over.
Oh, what a shame. Well, I think I get time for one joke. You see this ukulele? They bought it with no strings attached. What's that? What's that noise?
It was me, Arthur. I was drinking a glass of noodle soup when you told that last joke. I wasn't able to laugh in time, so I did the next best thing. I goggled.
Say, that's thinking on your feet. Only the quick thinkers stay with me. Hey, you with the freckles, you're fired. Oh, that's me. I'm looking in the mirror.
That's right, Arthur.
We'll see you Monday, folks. If you want to have some fun over the weekend, get out and build your own airstrip. It's more fun than a barrel of monkeys.
Sing it, Arthur.
In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine.
Ah, the censor's still with us, huh?
Oh, very much so. Oh, very funny, very funny.
I thought you'd be gone by. You liked it, huh?
Oh, indeed, I did.
No comment, no cuts, no blue pencil?
Well, no, not really. Now, of course, in all honesty, I must say I think that last joke was a wee mite suspect.
Oh, what joke was that?
The one about the ukulele with no strings attached.
What's suspect about that?
Well, it does seem to infer that Hawaiians are not above indulging in sharp business practices, such as the sale of stringless ukuleles.
Oh, I see.
But then we must be lenient.
I hadn't noticed.
After all, our ancestors in Connecticut were alleged to have sold wooden nutmegs from time to time. So we can afford to be lenient.
Lenient, huh? Well, that's a step in the right direction. And tell me, Mr. C.
Censor is the name.
Pardon me. Do you consider hi-fi enthusiasts sacred cows?
Hi-fi enthusiasts sacred... I don't even know what they are.
Well, then I can speak freely.
Radio station WHIFI-FM, serving the greater Milltown area, is once more proud to bring you at this time your weekly high-fidelity forum of the air. And here is your moderator, Feedback Frugal.
Yeah, thank you. Well, every week at this time, I have to ask all you people listening on anything less than a 15-inch speaker with an 8-inch tweeter to tune out, please. We don't mean to be undemocratic, but we're a select group, and we can't have just anybody listening. Thank you, so get out, please. Well, tonight our panel looks a little bit like who's who in hi-fi. To my right, Mr. H.H. Horn, president of the Summit Ridge Louder and Louder Club. Mr. Horn? Mr. Horn?
And to my right, Mr. Dacron Grillcloth, editor of Assemble It Yourself magazine.
Thank you, and good evening. And on my right, a very charming teenager, Miss Rhoda May Flogg of the West Branch Falls branch of the Johann Sebastian Bach fan club. I believe that's the inscription on your windbreaker, Miss Flogg.
I hope your ears are better than your eyes. It says, "Don't knock back." That's the slogan of our club.
Oh, that's the slogan.
Yeah, we have jerseys, too, that say, "Every toccata is worth a few."
Fine. Thank you, Miss Flogg, for the plug. Well, that's our panel. Now, first we'll play just a teeny bit of a brand new LP recording and see who'll be the first to identify it. Here we go.
I think you'll find it works better if you remove the record jacket first.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, my mistake. Here we go. Sturdy jacket. Well, there we are. Now try and identify this. Well, that's about enough of that, I guess. Whoops, sorry. Well, my arm slipped. I'm sorry. Now, do you know who that was? H.H. Horn had his hand up.
Well, that was played over a Pimlington amplifier model 220.
Right so far.
With a Feely preamp and Magnus tone arm.
What do you mean a Feely preamp? That had over 1.6% hum. You can't get that kind of distortion out of a Feely.
My dear Miss Flug, I can hear up to 20,000 cycles.
All right. If afraid Miss Flug has got you there, H.H. It was a Murdoch Jr. with over 2% hum. Now, what about the turntable, Mr. Grillcloth?
Yes, well, it has quite a bit of rumble in it. I think it was the new Murdoch just on the market.
Right you are. Do you think it'll sell 200,000?
No. They have quite a few bugs in them yet.
I got a Murdoch. It doesn't have any bugs.
What? Well, they've got a rumble like a cement mixer.
Well, sure they do if you don't use a foam rubber spindle adapter.
All right. Did anybody recognize the music?
Tell you the truth, I wasn't listening to the music.
Me either.
Well, no matter. Now we come to our contest. If you can guess the sound, you win a life-size, inflatable, latex rubber Liberace. He comes with his arms extended, ready to be blown up and set down at your own piano.
Gee,
Yeah, now what familiar sound is this? Listen. Well, I don't see any hands. That was Benny Goodman in a skin diver suit, 20 feet underwater, playing Danny Boy in a kelp bed.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think it was that.
H.H., you should add that. Well, now one more just quickly here. Recognize that sound?
I think
Got it?
that was, no, I give up.
Yeah, what was it?
That was King Farouk in his skin diver suit, 20 feet underwater, applauding Benny Goodman.
Oh, well, if you'd played that on something beside a lousy Murdoch turntable without all that rumble,
What do
I
you
think
mean,
that I would
lousy Murdoch? I'd like to hear your turntable.
All right, Miss Flugg. You'll have an
Yeah,
opportunity right now. Mr. Grillcloth has assembled his home hi-fi kit here in the studio, and we're all going to get a little listen, right, Doctor?
Yes. As advertised in our magazine, assemble it yourself. Now, of course, in order to prepare for our kit, you have to rip out all the walls in the interior of your house.
I see.
Next, our acoustical walls go up in sections.
Prefabricated.
More or less. One wall is solid tennis balls. The other asbestos. The third, wet bathing suits. And the fourth, sort of a foam rubber bas-relief mural of the Pickens sisters in repose.
Some acoustics, right? What about equipment?
Well, I use 5 21-inch speakers in the ceiling, as you can see here. I have it all set up there. Plus a 10-foot horn enclosure in each corner. I have a Stylemaster preamp and a Fomroy turntable.
Oh, the worst one he could have picked.
Listen, madam, people who own Murdoch turntables should not...
All right, now. How much does all that equipment cost? I know our listeners will be anxious.
Yes, well, I'll tell you.
Find out the cost.
Yes, please, I'll tell you.
Fine.
$5,499.50 takes it home. Of course, the cost of building the railroad spur right to your house, which is essential, is not included
Not
in
included in the price. Well, could we hear a little music through your system? I see you have it all set up.
No, I'm afraid it wasn't designed for this studio.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, the room won't stand the stress.
Oh, I think it would, but I'm sure our listeners would have enjoyed hearing it.
I would have enjoyed hearing it, too.
No, not me. This way I don't have to hear that more than 5% turntable rumble in that lousy Fomroy.
Just a minute,
All
Miss
right.
Smart
Yeah,
Alex.
you just afraid to play
panel.
it, that's
Here,
all.
Miss Flugg, put your windbreaker back on, please.
All right, you want to hear a little hi-fi, eh? Well, listen to this.
That concludes our weekly high-fidelity Forum of the Air. Now back to the frothy beat of Claude Hopper and his boys.
There's still hope for laughter in America, for there are still satirists in America. We're a hardy species as difficult to extinguish as liberty itself. Our names are familiar, and our lust for laughter cannot be discouraged. You may think of us as cartoonists, writers, comics, perhaps, but we are all fundamentally satirists, from Chaucer to James Thurber, from Moliere to S.J. Perelman, from George Bernard Shaw to Dorothy Parker, Al Capp, Voltaire, Sid Caesar, Groucho Marx, Bob and Ray, Walt Kelly's Pogo, and Jonathan Swift's Lilliput. The list would outrun the time we have left, but all of us all have this in common. In seeking to blow away mankind's absurdities on a gust of ridicule, we hope to make mankind's burden a little easier to bear. Before you reach for that blue pencil, stop and think. Can you imagine life without a laugh?
You have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop production of Colloquy 3, an analysis of satire, starring the Capitol recording artist Stan Freberg, and produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Colloquy 3 was written by Mr. Freberg and Mr. Robeson, with music by Lynn Murray. Included in the cast were June Foray, Dawes Butler, Sam Pierce, Larry Thor, Parley Bear, Alan Reed, and Bill Thompson. Next week from New York, the Workshop will present the radio premiere of The Hither and Thither of Danny Dither, a modern morality play in which a very young angel upsets a celestial efficiency expert's efforts to streamline heaven. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep.
And don't forget, CBS, caution before speed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a musical play dedicated to both children and grown-ups, with music composed by Alex North, book and lyrics by Jeremy Gurry, and adapted for radio by Draper Lewis. The CBS Radio Workshop presents The Hither and Thither of Danny Dither. Every story must have a beginning. Ours began yesterday. Or was it tomorrow? Well, that's not important. What is important is that Danny Dither, celestial office boy for the heavenly department of faith, hope, and charity, was suddenly sent to Earth on a very special mission. It's now the morning after his departure, and there are 3 very worried ladies sitting behind 3 rather shabby desks. 3 ladies named Faith.
Oh, I'm sure Danny will bring back the report we need.
Hope.
But he only has a week. That's all the time Mr. Judkins gave us.
And Charity.
He'll succeed. I just know he'll succeed. There must be so many people down on Earth who know that the Faith, Hope, and Charity Department exists.
Oh, I'm sure they know, my dear. And by way of a reminder, shall we, girl?
Why not? What can we lose?
Who am I to disagree? After you, Faith.
Ask yourself this question. Did you do some good today? Did you lend someone a helping hand? Did you give something away?
And if by chance you didn't, if you simply closed your eyes, wake up and learn this lesson. It's a word unto the wise.
Follow our example, you'll be happier, you'll see. By imitating what we do, faith, hope, and charity.
Virtue won't hurt you, it's easy to be kind. Easy to be generous, it's a joy you'll find. Look a bit around you, then try to help along. Try to straighten out a mess, do right or wrong. And if you keep on trying, what a difference it would be. Just hitch your wagon 2, 3 stars, faith, hope, and charity. Virtue won't hurt you, it's easy to be kind. Easy to be generous, it's a joy you'll find. Don't think that we'll forget you if you start to mend your ways. Good deeds don't stay hidden long. And virtue always.
Virtue won't hurt you, won't hurt you, won't hurt you, and virtue always pays.
I can't tell you how much better that makes me feel. Now I know that everything is going to be just fine. Oh, at least I think everything's going to be just fine. Maybe.
Faith, you answer it. It's probably Mr. Judkins from the front office.
Oh, that nasty little efficiency expert he's hired. If it wasn't for him, Danny would never have had to go down to Earth in the first place. What does he mean, saying he's going to have our department eliminated? Lucifer Lucas, indeed.
And how did he get into heaven in the first place? If you ask me...
Oh, girl, shh. Faith, Hope, and Charity Department. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Good morning.
This is Judkins. What sort of report has Dither sent up from Earth?
Oh, we haven't heard from Danny so far, Mr. Judkins.
But the boy's been down there a whole day.
Oh, Mr. Judkins, you said we had a week.
All right, I'll keep my word. If you can prove in 6 days that anybody believes there's such a thing as faith, hope, and charity, the department stays. Otherwise, Mr. Lucas has my permission to liquidate it. Oh, by the way, I've also given Mr. Lucas permission to go down to Earth to make sure that Danny Dither doesn't get into any mischief.
Oh, but Mr. Judkins, he'll do everything he can to stop Danny from getting the report we need. Mr. Judkins? Mr. Judkins?
Virtue won't hurt you. It's easy to be kind, easy to be generous.
Oh, Hope, be quiet. Girls, we've got to get in touch with Danny and see what's happening.
But what if he isn't wearing the intercommunicating earmuffs we gave him?
We told him to keep them on all the time. Faith, you try first. Call him. See if he answers.
All right, I'll try. Danny! Danny Dither! This is Faith calling. Can you hear me?
He must be so confused because we made him forget everything about his life up here. He doesn't even know his name.
He's probably gone to a ball game. And who can hear anything at a ball game?
Try again. Try again, Faith.
Danny! Danny Dither! This is Faith calling. Danny, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Gee, I can hear someone calling me. Plain as day. Danny Dither. Excuse me, sir. Is my name Danny?
Oh, you can't prove that by me, son.
My name must be Danny. What do you want? Oh, wait, I'll look. Yes, I have a notebook in my inside pocket. What shall I do with it? Sure, that's easy. All I've got to do is wander around and write down beautiful deeds in this notebook. Faith, hope, and charity sort of deeds. What? Money? What do I need it for? Oh, well, where do I get it? Okay. Will someone please give me some money?
Now, there's a new approach if I ever heard one. You better try that story on someone else there, son.
Gee, maybe this won't be so easy after all. There must be someone in this whole big city who can help me.
Hello, Danny.
Hello. Who are you?
You don't know me. My name is Lucas. Lucifer L. Lucas.
I don't think I've ever seen you before, but I'm not sure.
What a pity. Who knows? We might have met as recently as yesterday, but, what are you doing on Earth?
I'm collecting beautiful deeds. I write them down in my notebook.
No, who told you such nonsense? No one does those things, Danny. Come along with me and have some fun. Forget about looking for beautiful deeds.
No, I don't want to.
Well, at least let me get a little money for you.
All you have to do is ask for it. Isn't that right?
Why, sure. Just watch this. Okay, mister. This is a gun. Get your hands up.
I beg your pardon.
Let's have your wallet fast. Hand it to the kid.
Don't think you can get away with this.
I will, but maybe the kid won't. I hope. Now get out of here. Okay, Danny. You got some money now, and here's the gun to go with it. See you in jail. In jail, Danny.
Man, oh, man, did you see that operation? Kid, you're okay. My name's the Duke, and this is Droopy. Now, if we can be of some service...
310, 15. My name is Danny. 25. $325. Is that enough to buy something to eat?
Did you get that, Droopy? 325 federal diplomas, and he wants to know if he can buy something to eat.
325 smackaroos. Why, with dough like that, I could buy myself a season pass to the pictures. Or sideburns like Elvis Presley.
Or half the East River. Or a new tune for Nick's hand organ. Hey, Nick, you want a new tune for your gizmo? Maybe a little rock and roll.
Hey, Nick don't look so good. Hey, Nick, anything wrong?
No, there's nothing wrong. Much.
Oh, why so sad, Nick? Where's the monkey? What's happened to the monk?
What's happened? It's a very sad story. Like this. Pietro, Cristofero, Fiorello, Giuseppe was the name of my monkey, but for short I call him Bep. His coat had bigger buttons and his tail was very long. He sat upon the organ while I play all my song. He tip his hat, he make the bow, he look very fine. He jump on the organ when you give him a dime. He climb up, he climb down, he make a funny scene. I no like him to scratch himself, I try to wash him clean. He make a much noise, he run away, he shake all his feet. But pretty soon he come back when he wanna to eat. But now he won't come back no more to walk around the town. He go to monkey heaven and he won't climb down. I hope when he tip his hat, they don't think it's wrong. And maybe all the time he is a much better song.
Gee, Nick, I'm sorry to hear that. But if you need some money for a new monk, Danny here has lots. He's got $325.
Who has $325?
Daisy, what you doing sneaking up on a guy like that? Hey, Duke, look, it's Daisy.
Oh, come on over here and meet our new pal, gal. His name is Danny, and he's a real go-getter. Danny, shake hands with Daisy.
What are you guys doing with this kid? I've never seen him around before. Kid, is that a real gun?
Hey, Danny, show her the roll you just heisted.
Hey, now, wait a minute. What's going on around here?
There, that's him. The boy with the red earmuffs. He was one of them. He has my money.
Hello, O'Shaughnessy. What's new?
Suppose you tell me, Daisy. This man says the kid stuck him up. Says he has a gun.
What do you say, kid? I don't know what you mean by stuck him up. And here's the gun and money if you want them. The other man gave them to me.
What other man?
I saw him. He had a handkerchief around his face.
He did? Which way did he go?
He went that away.
Come on, mister.
Oh, that was close. Look, Danny, that's no way to get money. It's dishonest. You almost got us all into trouble. And we've got enough trouble as it is.
I don't understand. Who do you mean by we?
All of us. The Duke, Droopy. You know, it gets you down being a city brat sometimes. But even city brats can dream. Sure, we can dream a little sometimes.
Sing this little tune when you look for June, and all the springtime will come dancing to you soon. But don't forget the song, without it things are wrong, and every happy day just passes right along. Far away the birds forget the city, but we kids can't fly, and that's a pity. So we'll sing our little song and wait until the day when somewhere we'll wake and see the day. No buildings in the way, meadows and mountain tops and everything so gay. So sing this little song, and cross your fingers and just hope it won't be long.
Gee, if kids can hope, maybe grown-ups can too. I better write that down in my notebook.
I'm looking for a young boy named Danny.
What's the matter, mister?
We hear he doesn't know who his father and mother are, where he comes from, or where he lives, and that's a case for the immigration authorities.
But, Danny, you must know where you came from or where you live.
No, I don't.
Come out right this way, young man. The chief of the Immigration Bureau wants to speak to you.
Well, here we go again. City brats, right this way. Let's follow Danny and see if we can help.
The ship sails in 5 minutes, sir. The captain wants to know if you're going to send anyone this trip.
Nope, not an alien to deport.
With your permission, sir, I have an undesirable to report. This is Danny Dither. No identification, no parents. He refuses to tell anyone where he comes from.
Guard, tell the captain to hold the boat. I have one passenger for him. Half fare.
Yes, sir, but you'd better send him down before the last whistle blows.
Droopy, the last whistle. We've got to do something quick.
What can we do? How can we stop it?
Will you kids please stop whispering? I can't hear a thing this man is saying. Now, Mr...
Lucas, Chief. Lucifer L. Lucas.
Droopy, that's it. He can't hear a thing. We've got to make sure that he doesn't hear that final whistle. Follow me?
We're all with you, Daisy.
Every night before I go to sleep, a taxi makes a noise and it's beep, beep, beep. Every morning before I cross the street, a cop makes a sound and it's tweet, tweet, tweet. Near the tracks, walk with care, there are things we mustn't do. Stop and look and listen when the train goes woo-woo. Ferry boats, peanut men, you hear them every day. All have their own sounds and this is what they say. The man with the flute, toot-toot-toot. The owls hoot, hoot, hoot. The cop on the beat, tweet, 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 tweet. The taxi on the street, beep, 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 beep. The boat's in dock, boop, boop. It's 5 o'clock, toot, toot, toot. Toot, toot,
Chief, you didn't hear the final whistle yet, did you?
What do people listen for to end a busy day? Toot, 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 the whistles all say. How about the whistle a train makes to tell you it's going away? Woo, 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 the whistles all
Take him away.
It's too late, Chief. They've pulled the gangplank. The last whistle blew 2 minutes ago.
Daisy, it worked. We did it.
Danny, come on. We better get out of here while we can. Danny, this is no time to be writing things in your notebook.
I'll be right there, Daisy, but this is important. Now I have a really good deed to report to Faith, Hope, and Charity.
It becomes increasingly apparent that I must somehow manage to lay my hands on Mr. Dither's little black notebook. Increasingly apparent.
Come on, Danny, let's go.
Where are we going now, Daisy?
The kids all went down to the dock to go swimming. Wouldn't you like a swim?
What's that?
Just follow me. I'll show you. I'm champion underwater swimmer of the whole east side. Oh, come on. Danny, stop worrying about finding so many good deeds. You know what I always say.
Take it easy, my friend. This is not the end. There's no point to worrying. You're hurrying to the grave. Keep your chin up, my chum. Let the trouble come. There's no sense to weeping. You're keeping that joy away. The Lord must love the underdog. He made so many of them. He must have made them all just so that he could love them. He made the world with little folks that big shots like to frighten. But big shots aren't big enough when underdogs start fighting. So try some smiling and see how right things can be. It's wrong to be crying. Keep trying in a brand new way.
East River style. The water's just great, like a bathtub.
So get moving, my friend. This is not the end. It's no time for weepers or jeepers creepers. So open your peepers and keep your chin up, friend.
Last one into Lucibel Lucas. And there goes Daisy. Danny, watch this. She can swim underwater like a frogman.
Daisy, don't. Where is she?
Oh, she'll come popping up like a cork in just a minute.
Where is she?
She should have come up by now.
Help! Someone help!
I'm going after her.
But, Danny, you said you didn't know how to swim. Duke, he's going down. He's drowning.
Help! Help! Daisy!
Daisy!
Danny! Daisy! Danny! Daisy!
Danny! Danny, are you all right?
Where am I? What happened?
You're back in the Faith, Hope, and Charity department, remember?
Danny. Oh, Danny, I'm so glad you're all right.
Well, I'm waiting for the report, Faith, Hope, and Charity.
Your 7 days have unfortunately expired.
Danny, the little black notebook. Give it to Mr. Judkins.
The little black notebook? I'm afraid I lost it when I dove into the river.
I demand that this department be eliminated at once as per our agreement.
Danny, doesn't he look familiar to you?
Daisy, I remember everything now. He's Lucifer L. Lucas. He was the man who had me arrested, and he took me to the Immigration Bureau.
And he was down on the docks, and he stole your notebook when you dove into the river to save me.
Mr. Judkins, are you going to stand there and let these children make such ridiculous accusations? Mr. Judkins, take your hands off me.
I just wanted this notebook, Mr. Lucas. So it seems you were afraid of a few bits of kindness, a few paltry acts of hope and charity. Well, you're not much after all. Have you anything to say?
Sure. What do I care for your kindness, your goodness, your ridiculous hope? I say it's a lot of nonsense.
But, Mr. Judkins, aren't you going to stop him, a dangerous man like that?
Charity, my dear, there's a very convenient hole in the clouds into which Mr. Lucas may tumble at any moment. See? I think I owe you all an apology. We've been treating this department as though faith, hope, and charity were only ideas. But they're not. They make life livable. They bring happiness. And that's important, very important. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, sir. We'll all get started right away, Mr. Judkins.
Thank you, Faith. And you, too, Hope and Charity. And now, Danny and Daisy, I have a special job for you.
Yes, sir? Anything you say.
I'm sending you back to Earth because you can do more good there than here. And while you won't remember anything that happened, there'll always be something deep inside of you that will say, be kind, be thoughtful, be generous. Well, let's not waste any time. All of your friends will be looking for you. Right now, they're standing on the dock by the river, hoping and praying for your return.
Goodbye, Danny, dear.
You'll only need your earmuffs now in the wintertime.
Goodbye, Danny. Goodbye, Daisy. And always remember what we taught you.
Hurt you, won't hurt you. It's easy to be kind, easy to be generous. It's a joy you find. Don't think that we'll forget you if you start to mend your ways. Good deeds don't stay hidden long, and virtue always pays.
Goodbye, Danny, Daisy.
Danny.
Daisy, Danny,
Daisy.
Danny, Daisy, say something, please.
All right now, all right. Stand back. Just give him a little air. They're coming out of it now.
Daisy, Danny, are you all right?
Gee, you two certainly had us scared for a minute or so. Are you all right, Daisy?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, Shaughnessy here pulled you both out.
Thanks for saving us. I guess I've been an awful lot of trouble to you.
No real trouble, laddie. You and your gang just keep out of mischief, that's all. Daisy, I have a message for you from your mother. She says Danny is to come live at your house from now on.
Oh, Danny! Gee, I don't know what to say.
Virtue won't hurt you. It's easy to be kind, easy to be generous. It's a joy you'll find. Don't think that we'll
I guess maybe we'd all better be going home.
Start to
See you tomorrow, fellas?
Sure thing, Daisy. So long, Danny. See you tomorrow.
And virtue always.
Virtue won't hurt you, won't hurt you, won't hurt you, and virtue always pays.
You have been listening to the Hither and Thither of Danny Dither, with music composed by Alex North, book and lyrics by Jeremy Gurray, and adapted for radio by Draper Lewis. The orchestra was under the direction of Charles Lichter, with vocal supervision by Michael Stewart. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. Bobby Alford appeared as Danny Dither and Lynn Loring as Daisy. This is Gaylord Avery inviting you to join us again next week, when from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop presents A Pride of Carrots, or Venus, Well Served. An unpublished original by Robert Nathan, the story of two earthly space travelers who visit the planet Venus. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lorene Tuttle and I have been having a little argument as to the relative merits of...
Having a little discussion regarding two different schools of literary thought. I've been maintaining to Mr. Price...
You may call me Vincent.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vincent. I've been maintaining that our whole lives are enriched by the warmth and beauty of romanticism.
Romanticism, my dear Lorene, is for those weak, lily-livered individuals who haven't the courage to face the realities of life. Realism is life. Now, I'll take Eugene O'Neill any day in preference to Winnie the Pooh.
And I'll take Cinderella any day rather than Hedda Gabler.
Cinderella. Now, she's exactly what I mean. A smudge-faced juvenile delinquent, if you ask me.
It's only one of the most beautiful fairy tales ever told. I defy any realist to tell such a moving story.
Oh, you would, eh? Well, very well. To prove my point, I'll tell the real story of Cinderella.
Very well, but ladies first.
Please.
To prove my point, I'll tell the romantic story of Cinderella.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Ed Verdier and Don Clark's dramatic excursion into the realm of realism versus romance, as the workshop presents Speaking of Cinderella, or If the Shoe Fits, starring Vincent Price and Lorene Tuttle. Special music composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander.
Vincent, are you listening? Once upon a time in a faraway country, there lived a lovely young girl named Cinderella. Unfortunately, she had a cruel stepmother and two stepsisters who were hard-hearted and ill-tempered. Poor Cinderella worked like a slave during the day, and in the evening she would sit alone in the chimney corner among the ashes. Now it happened that the king of the land was giving a ball, and all the people of rank and fashion were invited. Among these were Cinderella's two stepsisters.
I'm really very well pleased that my two daughters have been invited to attend the king's ball.
Oh, so are we, Mama.
It has been rumored that the king's eldest son, the prince, is to choose his bride from among the young ladies who will be present.
Oh, the prince is so tall and handsome.
So gallant and rich. And don't forget, one day his bride will become queen of the kingdom and will rule over all the subjects in the domain.
Dear stepmother.
What? Oh, it's you, Cinderella. What do you want?
Dear stepmother, could I too go to the ball?
What? You? Have you taken leave of your senses, girl? You have no clothes, only those tattered old rags you're wearing. There are ashes in your hair. Your shoes are broken and scuffed.
With very little trouble, I believe I could make myself quite presentable.
You, a scullery maid, presentable.
Well,
I've never heard of such conceit.
I beg of you, stepmother, a simple little dress. I could wear a flower in my hair.
That will be all from you, you impertinent ragamuffin. Back to the kitchen. Do you hear me? Back to the kitchen this instant.
And so poor Cinderella went back to her chimney corner and wept bitter tears. She knew that
Wait a minute. Now, there's as fine an example of flapdoodle as I've been exposed to in my whole life.
What do you mean, flapdoodle?
This Cinderella character. Why, the way you romanticists picture her, the poor girl needs an analyst.
Oh.
What on earth is she doing groveling around in the fireplace getting ashes in her hair? Nobody could ever be like that. Now, do you want to know what really happened?
Well, I don't think so.
It would do you good, Lorene. Facing reality, you understand. Well, this gal, Cindy, wasn't getting much of a break, but she didn't take it sitting down. She knew she had to play it smart. So when a rich man in town sent out bids for a big wingding he was throwing, Cindy was all ears.
I'm certainly glad you girls have been invited to Mr. King's party. It should be real nervous.
Yeah, when he throws one, it's really a rocket. You can say that again. The last one we went to, I was hungover for 3 days.
I read in somebody's column, Winchell's, I think, that the old man has given his son the word to get married and settle down. Get the possibilities?
I understand the guy's quite a wolf.
So what?
And don't forget that someday he'll be a vice president of King Betancourt Bagby and Wince, one of the biggest advertising agencies in the world.
No wonder they call him the Prince.
So, if one of you girls latch on to him, you'll have it made, but good.
Hey, how about me crashing this brawl?
You, Cinderella? You must be blowing your stack.
Now I've heard everything. Go up on the roof and feed your pigeons.
Knock it off, you two, or I'll belt your one in the teeth.
Don't pull any of your lady wrestler stuff on my gals.
I would have been a champ by this time if you hadn't made me throw those last 2 matches. I had gorgeous Gloria's shoulders pinned to the canvas when you...
What are you beefing about? You got your cut.
Yeah, then you took me for the whole bundle shooting craps. Look, do I make this party or don't I?
You don't. Besides, you haven't got a thing to wear.
You're loaded. You might part with a little grab. I could pick up a nifty little number at Orbach's for a few bucks.
That's enough out of you, Cinderella. Get back to the kitchen and wash the dishes. And get the dried egg yolk off the plates for a change.
Don't give me that lift that load, tote that bail routine. I got other plans.
Cinderella, where are you going?
Down to Dirty Joe's Bar and Grill, that's where.
That horrible, smelly dive down on the waterfront?
I've smelled worse.
But the dock workers are having labor trouble down there.
Don't worry your empty head about me, Steppy. I can take care of myself. Be seeing you.
Oh, I have never in all my life heard anything so outrageous. Vincent, you should be ashamed of yourself. Distorting that lovely story and making Cinderella such a horrible character.
Well, at least she has spirit. She isn't the namby-pamby little goop you'd want the public to accept.
My Cinderella is a charming child, unspoiled, sweet, and naive.
Oh, she's naive, all right. She's so naive, she's simple in the head. She ought to be in an institution.
That isn't true.
She has all the personality of an oyster. Why doesn't she stand up for her rights?
Because she's a dear, obedient child.
Well, a good psychiatrist might help her, but I doubt it. Your Cinderella was trying to escape reality by indulging in daydreams about a fairy godmother. Fairy godmother.
It wasn't that way at all. You see, there really was a fairy godmother.
You don't say.
Yes. So, when her 2 stepsisters had left for the ball, dressed in their beautiful gowns, Cinderella went sorrowfully to the kitchen, sat down in the chimney corner, and broke into sobs of unhappiness. At this moment, a beautiful fairy appeared.
No. Stop your crying, my child. I am your fairy godmother, Cinderella. If you wish to go to the king's ball, you shall. But you must do everything I say.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course.
First, bring that pumpkin out into the garden.
Where shall I put it?
Right there. Yeah, that's right. Now, I'll touch it with my magic wand like this. And there.
Oh, my. A splendid coat, all gold and silver.
Now, bring me those 6 mice in yonder trap.
Yes. All right. What shall I do with them?
Put them there, in front of the carriage. Yeah, that's it. So, a touch of my wand and...
6 white horses with golden harness and red and blue ribbons in their manes. Fairy godmother, it's wonderful.
Oh, well, my dear, is this not a fit equipage to take you to the king's ball?
Indeed. Indeed it is, but I have no suitable gown. All I have are these tattered rags.
Oh, yes. We'll soon take care of that.
How lovely. A white satin gown, covered with pearls and diamonds, and tiny slippers of glass, spun as fine as gossamer. How can I ever thank you, dear fairy godmother?
By being happy. But hear me. There is one condition. You must not remain at the ball after the clock strikes 12. If you do, your coach and horses will all return to their natural forms, and your fine gown will again turn to rags.
Oh, I promise I'll leave the ball at the very first stroke of 12.
Then off with you, my darling, and have a merry time.
You've been so good to me. So very, very good.
And so, in all her finery, Cinderella started off for the king's ball, looking more like a princess than anyone who would be there. Cinderella was very happy.
Oh, what stuff and nonsense. Really, in all my born days, I
Wasn't
have
that
never...
enchanting, my dear?
Enchanting? It was appalling.
Appalling?
Moreover, it doesn't make any sense. Cinderella's stepmother obviously has money. She thinks nothing of getting Dior and Adrian gowns for her daughters. But still, her place is overrun with mice and rats. Why, if the Board of Health
You are getting more odious by the minute.
Odious, schmodious. Let's get back to reality. And the way the story really happened. Now, this Cinderella kid wants to go to the ball, all right. But instead of falling back on her schizophrenic escape pattern, why doesn't she do something constructive? Now, actually, she does.
Such as what?
Such as this. When Cinderella left her mother's house, she was pretty steamed up about the treatment she'd got. So, as she said, she went to Dirty Joe's down on the waterfront, where she could get a short beer and think things out.
Hi, Dirty Joe.
Hiya, Cindy. How your pigeons?
Joe, you know Crummy?
Crummy?
Yeah.
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Crummy who?
You know, Crummy McGrutter.
Oh, him.
He comes in here all the time, doesn't he?
Yep.
You see him tonight?
Yep.
You mean he's been in?
Sure.
When did he come in?
About an hour ago?
Did he say where he was going when he left?
Nope.
How long ago did he leave?
He didn't.
Huh? You mean he's still here?
Yeah, over there, in the last booth.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Hi, Crummy.
Hiya, bright girl. How's the pigeons?
Mind if I sit down?
What's to stop you?
That sawed-off shotgun.
Oh. I'll move it over here.
Why the artillery?
Things are tough on the water for right now, bright girl. The boss wants us band boys to play soft, sad music as a warning to the dock wallopers who ain't kicking in.
Yeah. Who's the target for tonight?
Guy by the name of Gus Gugelheimer plays a glockenspiel. He run out on us. And what's on your mind, bright girl?
Look, Crummy, I'm going to put it right on the line with you. I need some dough.
Oh, sure. Who don't?
I need a slick drape and
I'm sorry, bright girl. You can't put the bite on me for nothing like that.
I don't need much, Crummy. Just a couple of C notes.
Hey, what do you think I am? Your fairy godmother or something? If you need some scratch, get it from your old lady.
She wouldn't give me a dime.
That's too bad. Now, the way I hear it, she keeps plenty of ice around the place.
Hey, the wall safe. Crummy, you got something there. You know how to crack a safe.
You ain't just beating your gums, baby. I got 10 years in Alcatraz to prove it.
All right, then. Now, here's what we'll do. Listen. You getting it, Crummy?
Will you shut up and leave me listen?
One thing I've got to remember.
Yeah, what's that?
Except for the bracelet I'm going to give you for this caper. I've got to put back all the rest of the jewels before midnight. There's a time lock on this safe, and it's set for 12 o'clock.
I got it open. Hey, there's plenty of loot in here.
Wait a minute. Get your cotton-picking hands off that stuff. Oh, no. Here's a bracelet. Must be worth $1,000 at least. Give me 2 C notes and it's yours. Then you better add an extra sawbuck for cab fare.
Well, here's a 200, but not another cent. I made a sucker deal, if you ask me.
All right. Don't give me the extra 10. I'll just have to heist a car to get to the party. That's all.
Code 3-768-W43798 HF22. Be on the lookout for a pumpkin yellow Cadillac convertible just stolen from the corner of 4th and Spruce Streets. Repeating, code 3-768-W43798 HF22.
You see what I mean? My Cinderella is a realist. She has spirit.
Oh, really, Vincent? You know this whole thing is impossible.
I don't quite agree with you. Your version of the Cinderella story is impossible. Mine is possible. But continue, my dear.
Well, I'm not sure that I want to, but I suppose I must if any semblance of dignity and decorum is to remain in this lovely story. Well, when Cinderella arrived at the king's palace, she was surrounded by courtiers who led her into the ballroom. All eyes were directed toward her, for everyone was struck by her grace and beauty. No one knew who she was. Even her cruel stepsisters did not recognize her. So rich and splendid was her dress. All the king's courtiers, one after another, asked Cinderella to dance, and they were all highly pleased with her grace and elegance, as well as enchanted by the wit and brilliance of her conversation. The prince himself arrived quite late. Seeing Cinderella, he so admired her appearance and manners, he immediately offered her his hand to the dance.
What a charming creature you are. Tell me your name, I pray.
That I cannot do, sir. And please do not press me to tell it.
I am sure you must be a princess from a distant kingdom.
Prithee, what makes you say such a thing as that?
No one but a princess could wear as magnificent a gown as yours, encrusted with precious gems and jewels. And no one but a princess could be so beautiful and so beguiling.
You will turn my head with the sweetness of your words, my prince. And indeed... What is that?
It is the tolling of the curfew bell.
What o'clock is it? Tell me quickly.
'Tis midnight.
I must go. I must leave at once.
I beg you to stay yet a while, for you dance with the lightness of a butterfly on the soft summer breeze.
I cannot stay. I cannot.
My heart prompts me to tell you that I love you, for I have never seen a maid so fair.
No, no, please let me go. Good night, my prince. My prince charming. Good night.
In her haste to leave, my beautiful princess has left her slipper behind. A slipper of glass spun as fine as gossamer. I vow I shall find my lovely princess if I must search all the kingdoms of the world, for I would make her my wife.
Now, there's a real basis for a successful marriage. The prince has one dance with Cinderella. One dance, mind you, and he wants to marry her.
Well, why not?
I wonder what a marriage counselor would say about that.
Must you be so literal?
And she is such a bird brain, she runs off, leaving one of her shoes behind.
It was a slipper of glass, spun as fine as gossamer.
And those two stepsisters of Cinderella's, they can't be very bright. They're right there at the ball, and they don't recognize her just because she's wearing a new dress. Now, I ask you, what sort of an IQ would those two have? Now, you take my Cinderella.
You take her, and you can have her.
My Cinderella has moxie. She goes after what she wants. No fairy godmother nonsense about her. When she arrived at Mr. King's party, the place was really jumping. The minute she wiggle-walked into the joint, all the cats began to yowl.
Get a load of a babe. Wow.
Hey, it's a doll. A real living, breathing doll.
Hey, looky. Hiya, Cookie.
Get away from me, short, fat, and repulsive.
Come on, sweet mama. How about pinning on a G? Let's live it up for real.
Drop dead, cornball.
What's with you, beautiful? You mad in this mad world?
Mister, I'm just not playing the field, that's all. What I'm looking for is the favorite. Where's the prince?
In the rumpus room, lapping up some corn squeezes, I suppose.
Thanks, chum. See you around the bowling alley sometime.
Man, dig that crazy walk.
Real cool, man. Cool.
Well, hiya, babe.
You the character they call the prince?
That's right. My old man is J. Walter King, a King, Betancourt, Bagby, and Winch.
Sure, I know. You're in the advertising racket. Big deal.
You know something? You're okay.
Sounds as if this advertising dodge pays off in blue chips. You mind if I park the bustle? My dogs are killing me.
Yeah, sit right here next to me, doll. That's it. Would you like a slug gun?
Yeah, I don't mind if I do. Double bourbon on the rocks with a twist of lemon peel.
There you are. I like you, sweetie. You're a real dish of stuff.
Oh, it's the spot. Fill her up again, Buster. You and your old men are throwing quite a bash tonight.
Entertaining the sponsors is what they call an occupational headache.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet. Met a couple of the jokers when I came in. Well, here's mud in your eye, Prince.
Cheers. That's a real sharp bunch of threads you're filling.
It's just a little something I picked up.
And diamonds and pearls.
Yeah, I picked them up, too. So you're the original man in the gray flannel suit, huh, kiddo?
I suppose one of these days I'll make vice president.
How come you haven't pressured your old man before this?
He's just made me an account executive for Bimbo's no-bunion shoes, but I think he's throwing me a curve. The radio and TV ratings are doing a nosedive.
What you need is a gimmick, Princey.
Ah, you can say that again. Come on, they're playing a rock and roll, and that's for me, sugar.
Okay, honey. A gimmick, I think. No giveaway, no panel.
These kind of notes really send me.
A gimmick that... Oh, doggone it.
What's the matter, baby?
I'm losing my slipper. Hey, wait a minute, Princey. Wait a minute. I think I got your gimmick.
What's with you? You flipping your lid or something?
Now, listen. I leave my slipper behind when I leave here tonight. Nobody knows who I am, so you put big ads in the newspapers and buy spots on radio and television. A coast-to-coast campaign, a big build-up and ballyhoo to find the Bimbo no-bunion shoe girl. You got it, Princey?
Hey, I really think you got something there.
Jumpin' catfish, is that 12 o'clock?
Sure is.
The time lock on the wall safe. This stuff's got to be back there before midnight. I got to scram out of here.
What are you yakking about?
If I don't get going right now, I'm a dead pigeon. Here's my slipper. You take it from there. So long, Princey.
Do you see how competent and constructive my realistic Cinderella has turned out to be?
She's scheming and conniving and actually dishonest. She stole her stepmother's jewelry.
Oh, nonsense. She only borrowed it for a little while. She's hurrying home right now to put it back in the wall safe.
How about the bracelet she gave to Crummy?
Don't you worry about my girl. She's ingenious. She'll find some way of getting around that.
She's an uncouth, unprincipled creature.
Well, at least she isn't inane and innocuous like your girl. But please, go on with your story.
Thank you. The prince searched everywhere for Cinderella. But alas, he could not find her. And when his search had quite failed, he grew ill with disappointment and vexation. Then the king, who dearly loved his son, called a privy council and asked his ministers what was to be done. They decided to send out heralds throughout the kingdom, proclaiming that the prince would marry the lady who could wear the tiny slippers spun of glass, as fine as gossamer.
The slipper does not fit you, my lady.
Dear, I'm so disappointed, Prince.
Let me try, sister.
I'm sorry. It does not fit you either.
I felt so certain it would.
Let the modest little girl who is standing back there come forward. Why, it is you, my princess. Despite your modest garments, you cannot conceal your identity from me, for I see you through the eyes of love. Now, we'll try on the slipper.
Yes, my prince.
It fits. The slipper fits. Come to my arms, my darling, my own true princess.
My prince. My Prince Charming.
And so they were married and lived happily ever afterwards. Now, wasn't that a sweet and lovely story?
To be perfectly frank with you, Lorena, I found it rather dull and pedestrian.
Oh, Vincent.
Well, in my version, there is action and excitement. My Cinderella is real and colorful.
And I suppose your story has a sordid ending like so many realistic stories. She probably went to the penitentiary and the advertising man was sent to the Chicago office.
No, Lorene, not at all, not at all. Listen.
This is your newscaster, Thomas Lowell. The search for the Bimbo no-bunion shoe girl continues. She has been reported seen in St. Louis, Altoona, and Tibet.
Cinderella, turn off that radio.
There are rumors that...
I'm sick to death of hearing about that Bimbo no-bunion shoe girl. That's all you read about in the newspapers, all you hear on the radio, all you see on the television.
And that singing commercial. Where is the Bimbo girl and who is she with the no-bunion shoe? Bunion shoe.
Driving me nuts.
Keep your hair on, kids. It'll be all over tomorrow.
It's been the greatest search since Bridie Murphy.
And, Dad, the rating's a neat 43.
The Bimbo shoe sales are up 72.9.
A terrific campaign. This makes you a vice president, my boy.
I owe it all to you, Cinderella.
Ah, it's okay, Princey. But when do we get hitched?
Whenever you say, baby.
We better see how soon we can line up the network so we can get full coverage. We want this wedding to be a real doozy.
Bimbo's No Bunion Shoes will sponsor the whole works. I better let the press and photographers in. They're getting impatient.
You're smooth, Cinderella. Real frantic smooth.
Oh, and Princey, you're the most.
Hey, what's the story?
Well, Vincent, at least you had a happy ending.
Of course. You see, Lorene, there are all sorts of Cinderella stories. They happen every day, but they all end in exactly the same way. Even today, the beautiful girl can marry the handsome prince, and of course, they'll live happily ever after.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Speaking of Cinderella, starring Vincent Price and Lorene Tuttle, and directed by Don Clark. Original script by Ed Verdier and Don Clark. The cast included Virginia Gregg, Jeanette Nolan, Louise Arthur, Jean Bates, Vic Perrin, Irene Tedrow, Harry Bartell, Sam Edwards, Peter Leeds, Jack Crucian, and Byron Kane. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. And we are proud to welcome as our narrator the distinguished author, Mr. Isherwood. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. Sunday, over most of these same stations, the New York Philharmonic Symphony will be heard playing the Brahms Piano Concerto No. 1 in D minor, with Guido Cantelli conducting and Rudolf Firkushny as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is Christopher Isherwood. The story you're about to hear was written by Aldous Huxley and myself. It's based on a true incident, and it has never before been told. It concerns a man who had a gift greater than he could understand, a gift so unique that when it was shared by others, it destroyed them.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. We are proud to have Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Original music composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith.
On a small ranch in the Mojave Desert, not far from the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, is the home of Professor Arnold Carter, his sister, and his daughter, retired now to this medically approved climate. Nourished by the warmth of the sun, the professor lives quietly with his family and his bitterness.
Shut the door!
Look, Father.
Where have you been?
Aren't they lovely? Almond blossoms, the first of the year.
Get them out of here. You want to bring on another attack of my asthma?
I'm sorry, Father. Do you mind if I practice my singing?
I can stand it if you can. Where were you at lunchtime, Sharon?
Outside, looking for flowers.
With Jacob, I'll wager.
Good afternoon, Aunt Annie.
Were you with Jacob, Sharon?
What's wrong with that? Jacob wouldn't hurt a flea.
Jacob is a hired hand. And you're the daughter of a fine scholar. Don't you ever forget it.
That's silly. He's just a friend.
What your aunt means, Sharon, is you're a grown lady now. You've got to learn to be cautious. Things can happen.
To a cripple? To a girl who walks around on crutches?
Annie, see if there's some lunch left over for Sharon.
Self-pity. Look at her. Dirt on her shoes. Wash up, young lady, if you expect to eat in this house.
Well, who is it? All right, I'm coming.
It's me, Professor Tom Pierce.
Oh, I'll come out. You here to look at my calf, Tom?
Whatever looking I can do. The way you talk, Professor, it's a waste of time.
Well, come along. We'll see.
All right. What kind of shape is she in?
Her hind legs are paralyzed. She's got a high fever.
Yeah, could be the black quarter.
She's over here, Tom. Tried to keep her away from the other animals. You never can be sure. Jacob! What are you doing with that calf?
Just looking after her, Professor.
Didn't I tell you to leave her alone? The disease might be contagious.
Here, let me have a look, Jacob. She's been collapsed like this long?
Since yesterday.
Well, I guess that's it, Professor. Black quarter, all right.
All right. Jacob, get the rifle.
Jacob!
Sharon, stay back at the house.
You can't shoot a thing just because it's lame.
Did you hear me? I said go back to the house.
You'd better go back, Sharon. It isn't pleasant.
Before you do it, Professor, can I keep her for a minute?
What?
Can I hold the calf?
Are you crazy? Get my gun. Let's not hear any more of this claptrap.
You're not going to die. I won't let you die.
Why? Why are you touching her, Jacob?
I won't let you die. I won't.
Take your hands off my calf. Do you hear?
You won't die. You won't die.
Jacob, the calf's on her feet.
What did you do to that calf? I demand to know.
I don't know.
Well, you must have done something, Jacob. She's on her feet now. Her hind legs move.
It's not anything I did. It just came to me, a feeling, something I could feel moving into my hands.
That's ridiculous. That calf wasn't sick to begin with.
Oh, I examined him. I say he was sick. Jacob here, he's a healer.
He's no such thing. You think as a scientist I could
Just
accept...
the same, I'm going to try him out. Listen here, Jacob, I got me a lame dog down at my place. You try it on him?
I guess so, if you want.
Yeah, and there's others around here might like to see this thing work.
Nonsense. You're making too much of it. Jacob, give that calf some water. And you, Sharon, come in the house.
And Jacob healed the dog and a cat from another nearby ranch, and the following week a colt said to be suffering from an incurable disease, and the editor of the local newspaper.
Jacob, open the door. There's a man here to see you. Ed Burton from the paper.
I'd like to speak to you, Mr. Erickson.
All right.
There's a lot of talk around. Some of our folks seem to think that you have the power to heal. Is that right?
Well, Jacob, answer Mr. Burton.
I guess so. Sometimes it happens. I touch an animal, a dog or a calf, and he seems to get well.
I see. And do you charge money for this healing?
No, sir, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because, well, it isn't mine. Whatever this thing is, it just comes over me. A strange feeling, I don't know. First I feel it in my hands, then it passes on to the animal.
It's quite a story, Mr. Erickson. I'd like to write it up. I think everybody should know about this power. All right with you?
Sure, if that's what you want to do, I don't mind.
Thanks, Mr. Erickson. Good day.
I'm going to write some friends of mine in L.A. to drive up. Prominent doctors, both of them. I think they could settle this whole business once and for all.
A good idea. I'd like to do a follow-up piece when they get here.
Ed, do you really believe in this nonsense?
Now, Professor, do I believe in Santa Claus?
Jacob, this is Dr. Marlowe and Dr. Carruthers.
How do you do,
How
Mr.
do you do?
Erickson?
Pleased to meet you.
Now, Jacob, these gentlemen merely want to talk to you. As doctors, they're naturally curious about your power to heal.
We certainly are, Mr. Erickson. Dr. Carruthers is an outstanding psychiatrist. My field is neuropathology. Professor Carter and I were at Chicago University together.
Before the loss of my health, I was professor of biology at Chicago. You didn't know that, did you, Jacob?
No, sir.
Mr. Erickson, I'm frankly skeptical about so-called miracle cures. Have to be in my profession. I'm sure you understand that.
Well, I just don't know. All this talk and everything. If you don't mind, I'd just as soon not...
Jacob, no one is going to hurt you.
Of course not.
Well...
All right, Doctor, you may proceed.
Mr. Erickson, here we have a rabbit. Oh, not just any rabbit. This poor little fellow happens to be quite ill.